Ruka made fun of me in front of all the teachers and students. To save face, I bragged that my ex-girlfriend just came to see me. Ruka's expression instantly turned stifled. My breakup with you has nothing to do with your ex-girlfriend. Besides, can your ex-girlfriend be as pretty as I am? I wouldn't bother making excuses for a girl who isn't as good as myself. Just then, a gentle voice sounded behind me, and then a beautiful figure threw herself into my arms. Oh my god, isn't this Kana, the campus beauty and senior who has been on leave for over a year? What's going on? Could it be that the ex-girlfriend Reise mentioned is the school beauty Ayame? Sis, oh my god, can someone tell me this must be a dream? Kana Seniors actually has a boyfriend. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ruka looked at Kana, who had become even more beautiful after more than a year, and felt her face burning with pain. At that moment, my face was full of excitement. Yay, senior! What do you want from me? Everyone takes the initiative to throw themselves into my arms, and the warmth of their fragrance feels wonderful. But I wasn't addicted. I really couldn't understand Kana's actions. I only knew her, not that close. If Kana hadn't called my name and thrown herself into my arms, I might have thought Kana had mistaken me for someone else. Kana nervously spoke. I'm wrong. I shouldn't have thought about raising the baby alone. The baby's growth can't be without a father's companionship, and the baby can't be without a father's love. I've been exhausted from burning the tub. Do I have to be so ruthless? Just let Senior Yi give birth to him, child. I'm so jealous of Reise. Right after breaking up with Ruka, our stunning campus beauty senior came to us with the kid. My first reaction was, are people really this straightforward when looking for buyers now? I didn't believe Kana at all. I wasn't very close to her, let alone any relationship between them. Ling Reise's school gala from a year ago was a photo from that night's hotel. Kana took out her phone and opened the album. One was a photo of me and Kana. At the time, I was sleeping with my eyes closed, which seemed to say something. There was also a photo I couldn't help but take a few more glances. What was this blood-stained piece of cloth? It looked a bit clumsy and seemed familiar. I suddenly remembered waking up in the hotel and indeed found the bedsheets were torn so badly. Dong dong, I originally thought it was a mistake by the hotel, but now it seems Kana had kept her own evidence. I remember drinking drunk that night in a daze, but what happened afterward is now clear to me. At that moment, a mechanical voice sounded, detecting that the children's mothers had brought their babies to find the host. Congratulations. The host had unlocked the family bond system. The host now has two choices. First, accept their pets and receive a system reward of approximately $6 United States, $950. Second, choose to abandon their pets. Faced with the evidence of Kana's accident, I was basically certain of what happened that night. Now, hearing the voice in my head, the last bit of suspicion vanished. Even with your thighs, you know this has to be a choice. I never expected to take such a big step forward so quickly. I'm already a dad in my junior year. Kana, where are you, babies? Your presence is already confirmed, and I automatically changed how I address Kana. Taking the baby with me is inconvenient to go to school, so my friend is at home watching for me. At dawn, you accept it now. Kana hadn't expected me to accept the baby in such a short time. She had already prepared herself for me to reject her. Kana took me to see the baby. The baby should be almost 1 year old now. As a father, I haven't even seen the baby before. Right now, in my heart, only the babies exist. As for system rewards and such, let's set aside for now. That's my own direct bloodline. I'm so excited I wish I could see my baby right now. Kana looked surprised. Reise, how did you know it wasn't a baby? Kana was shocked to hear I said it was a baby. Kana remembered from beginning to end that she had only mentioned the baby and never added a baby. How did she know she didn't have a baby? Of course I know my ability. I gave Kana a series of ambiguous words, successfully making her face flush. Kana, you haven't told me yet, are you a boy or a girl? Kana blushed as she looked at me, saying I was a baby girl. 2 baby girls. I have 2 little cotton-padded jackets. That's wonderful. So warm. Let's go home now to see the babies. Excitedly, I grabbed Kina's hand and ran straight toward the school gate. Senior Yi actually gave birth to twins. Reise's fighting power is unmatched. No wonder she managed to win over our goddess. Well, what did Ruka say earlier? Reise's ex-girlfriend isn't as pretty as she is. Is blind narcissism really a kind of illness? I think Ruka only broke up with Reise because she found out about Reise's ex-girlfriend. Poor Ruka and the Joe Kana are worth it. Aren't they supposed to be instantly crushed? Ruka watched helplessly as I left the school with Kana, then listened to the classmates gossip. She felt like she wanted to run into a piece of tofu. Originally, she had dumped me, but now she had become herself. Ruka felt nothing but grievance and unwillingness to accept it. My phone rang in the taxi, and when I took out my phone and saw the notification that 50,000 yuan had been deposited from the bank, I remembered that I was now a person with a system. Tonight was truly amazing. Suddenly, she gained 2 daughters and a mother with a beautiful child like a fairy. Now with this family bond system, I know that from now on I'll definitely be a winner in life. Kanag, have you been taking care of the babies alone for over a year? Calculating the time, excluding 10 months, my baby should be almost 1 year old. It's said that pregnancy is the hardest time for women, especially since Kanag is carrying twins. Thinking of this, I instinctively held Kanag's hand. Fortunately, my friend had been taking care of me. Although we already had children, such close contact still made Kanag a bit nervous. Kanag seemed to have forgotten that at school, she had already taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms, and holding her little hand was nothing but water. I originally wanted to ask Kanag why he ran away with the ball, but then realized he didn't even remember what happened that night, so what right did he have to ask Kanag about these things? In the early hours of the night, Wen Xing was a bit choked up after hearing my words. If it weren't for Kosei and Shoko starting to call for help lately, they wouldn't need anyone to chew on them, and their little mouths kept mentioning Daddy. Daddy Kanag wouldn't have made up his mind to come find me. The first incident happened more than a year ago, so suddenly that Kanag was completely unprepared. After all, before that night, Kanag hadn't even been in a relationship. After waking up, Kanag was already very remarkable. If he wanted Kanag to stay and wait for me to wake up, he didn't have the courage to do so. Second, after discovering she was pregnant, Kanag felt even less courage to stay at school and go to school with a big belly. Kanag wasn't as bold yet. At that moment, the panicked Kanag could think of only running away with the ball. Baby, the babies are naming, and I don't want to see Kanag looking sad. I changed the subject. Before giving her a big name, she chose Kosei's nickname Xing Xing, and Shoko's nickname was Shoshi. Xing Xing Shoshi asked about other things about the babies. The taxi stopped at a certain neighborhood, and I paid the fare and got out together with Kanag. The car took me to stop at Unit 60, Unit 2, Gate 103. Kanag felt a bit embarrassed, and it was the place at dawn, my rented apartment. I didn't dare to complain about having a baby, nor did I dare ask for too much money, fearing my parents might suspect the house was a bit shabby. Kanag meant she hoped I wouldn't mind. Looking at the woman with her head down, as if she had done something wrong, I felt a pang of sympathy. This was supposed to be something she and Kanag should have faced together, but now Kanag has been carrying it alone for over a year. How could I possibly mind? You've done very well. Leave the rest to me. I touched Kanag's hair, which felt surprisingly good. Good night. Wen Xing hadn't expected me to do such an intimate thing with him, and was momentarily stunned. You guys still can't get in? Do you want to stand outside and chat until dawn? There's no chance for me and Kanag to share feelings. The suite door opens from the inside. A girl about Kanag's age, holding a child in one hand, stood at the door. Dadku's 2 babies, who had just learned to walk, saw me and shouted excitedly, "This is my daughter." As I spoke, I quickly squatted down. The first time the 2 babies saw me, they called me Dad. I realized that blood ties and family bonds are truly wonderful. If I had known that these past few days the 2 babies called everyone Dad everywhere, I probably wouldn't have felt this sentimental. Babies who have just started to speak all look the same. They read whatever they say to whom, and it's always those few words. Congratulations to the host and babies for completing their first meeting and receiving rewards. The property certificate for the 3 Jushi houses in Mikazuki-wan will be delivered to the host by courier. Lord, I hadn't yet recovered from the excitement of my 2 daughters calling me Dad, and the system sent another generous gift. You were the woman who watched me open the door in front of each of the twin babies in each arm, blocking my way in. I could tell she was angry at me. Tsukimiya was so angry she told Reisei to go inside and talk later. She knew her good friend was standing up for her, Kana, and Kana helplessly tugged at the girl. This angry girl was Kana's good friend, Tsukimiya. Tsukimiya had accompanied Kana all the way to where she was today. Kana endured so much hardship. Tsukimiya naturally saw it all. Looking at me, who now feels like a father as soon as I walk in, she always feels I'm too relaxed. Tsukimiya only found out about the baby's situation today in the early hours. She really couldn't be blamed. Kana felt a bit helpless, but that night she had secretly slipped away. Kana knew that, given my situation back then, I definitely wouldn't remember what I did that night, and as for the baby, I had even less way of knowing. Tsukimiya knew in her heart that Kana was telling the truth. She was just angry that Kana had taken on so much alone. She didn't want me to be so easily happy to be a father. Tsukimiya pursed her lips and stepped aside. Thank you wasn't because Tsukimiya gave her a way out. What I want to thank is that Tsukimiya has always accompanied Kana through such difficult times. HMPH, she knew in her heart that she really couldn't blame me. Tsukimiya didn't show any relief on her face. Song's father and two little babies had no idea about adult affairs. Although it was their first meeting, they were not strangers at all. I reached out my chubby little hands. The babies grabbed my ear and touched my face. I spoke gently, "Kana, which one is Kosei and which is Shoko?" Looking at the two identical little faces I was holding, I realized I was too clueless to tell them apart. You're holding Kosei in your left hand and Shoko in your right. Kosei's eyes are slightly raised compared to Shoko's, though not very obviously. As her biological mother, Kana naturally knows how to distinguish between the older and the younger. Even the slightest differences are clear to Kana. You're Kosei Shinshin, you're Shoko Shoshi. Dad, come see. Our Shon really is the most beautiful little princess in the world. I used to scoff at those who called themselves daughter slaves when I saw short videos. Now that it's my turn, I realize I willingly put on the label of daughter's devotee. 88 heard the baby calling his name, and Kosei replied excitedly. Yin Shoko Shoshi heard her sister call her dad and refused to be outdone, calling out, "Daddy and Daddy." Dad is here, and from now on, Dad will be with us every day, thinking about us every day, okay? Although I knew Kosei and Shoko still couldn't understand what I was saying, I still sincerely spoke my heart. Hearing my words, Kana's eyes immediately grew moist. She secretly turned around to wipe her eyes. Kana knew that her decision today was the right one. We want to accompany our hearts and minds every day. It's a pity our small temple can't accommodate such a great Buddha like you. Yaowen she had done everything Tsukimiya had given up, but her hostility toward me hadn't completely disappeared. This two-bedroom apartment was rented by Kana, and the conditions were simple. Not only were there only 2 rooms, one large and one small, although Kana had already given Rise twin daughters, their relationship wasn't yet at the level of sharing a bed. Since this was a major life matter for her good friend, Tsukimiya's stance was certainly very firm. At that awkward moment, my phone suddenly rang. Just now, I received a call from a courier. With that, I hurriedly ran outside. I hadn't bought any courier these past few days. The only possibility was the system, the property certificate, or something like that. Thinking about this possibility made my steps out much lighter. Tsukimiya, don't target Rise like that. I didn't tell me about the baby's existence before, so you really can't blame them. She and I can tell she truly loves it, and the babies always care about it, needing their dad's company. Having a close friend who cares about her is truly a great blessing in life. But thinking about Tsukimiya's stubborn temperament made Kana feel both overwhelmed and overwhelmed. But I don't know how long it will take for Tsukimiya not to target Rise. I guess I'll have to wait until Rise graduates from university and can take care of the babies, lives. HMPH, being a dad at Rise is way too easy. No, don't even mention how you've been living alone for over a year. Just look at the environment you and your kids are living in now. I think Rise really wasn't that great. If you can't afford a house, at least rent a decent place for the 3 of you and your mother. Well, this early morning didn't say a word, just took a phone call and left. Kana, do you think he just doesn't want to take responsibility and run away? Tsukimiya said she didn't want me to be her father so easily, but when she thought about how difficult things might scare me off and run away, she couldn't help but glance toward the door. If Rise had been so irresponsible, Tsukimiya wouldn't have let him off the hook first. I can't tell from Tsukimiya. I can tell she truly loves the babies. Even if Rise doesn't like her, she won't abandon them. Considering that there were only 2 girls and the baby at home, I just closed the door when I went out, and since there was no security key, I could only knock. Hearing the knock at the door, Tsukimiya's expression clearly relaxed. If her words scared the baby's father away, Tsukimiya would feel guilty. Kana looked at her friend's expression and smiled slightly. Holding Kosei in her arms, she opened the door for me. As soon as Kosei saw me at the door, he immediately reached out his chubby hands, wanting to hug Dad and his daughter. Of course I wouldn't refuse. I moved the bundle behind me, and I took Kosei from Kana. The reward from the system was already in my bag, but I didn't want to take it out right now. After all, Kana's visit today was a sudden event. It would be very strange if I carried the property certificate with me. I decided to take Kana to see the new house tomorrow, and also to see what furniture and other items needed to be added inside. Beep, beep, beep! Shoko's body was in Tsukumiya's hands, twisting her little hands as she tried to grab me closely. If Tsukumiya hadn't held her tightly, Shoko probably would have fallen to the ground. Come on, I really have a dad, so I don't want to be a mom. Tsukumiya pretended to be angry and shoved the little baby into my hand. I didn't become a deserter, and Tsukumiya felt a bit of fondness for me. I looked around. The only furniture in the living room was a sofa, and the cozy place where the kids live now really isn't quite the same. Right now, I can't go out to work with the baby, so when the babies can go back and it gets delayed, I can work while taking care of the babies. When I have income, I can give the babies a little bit of a good environment. Kanag lowered his head, his hands uneasily clasped together. When I said something, Kanag automatically thought I was criticizing him for not creating a good living environment for the babies. Even though they were renting this 2-bedroom apartment, it was thanks to Tsukumiya's help. Kanag's family was still the top priority. Besides regular living expenses, Kana didn't dare ask her family for more, and she kept her pregnancy and baby secret from her family. Kana hadn't been home for over a year. All right, in the early morning, are you a baby? How can you push everything onto Kana? Just now, a bit of goodwill was abandoned by Tsukumiya because Kana misunderstood Kana. I didn't mean it that way. I helplessly curled my lips, realizing that sometimes women's mindsets are just different from men's. Yes, here's the thing. I have a 3-bedroom apartment in Mikazuki-wan, which has been renovated. I think it's more suitable for you and your baby to live there. It's hard to get the property certificate now, but if you have information about the property, you can still share it. Mikazuki-wan is the most upscale community in Sagami City. In the early morning, are you sure you have a place in Mikazuki-wan? Tsukumiya looked me up and down. Wasn't it said that Reisei was just a junior student? How could she possibly have a house in Mikazuki-wan, and it's a 3-bedroom, not to mention upscale residential complexes, even ordinary ones? As a college student, Tsukumiya didn't think I could own one. Of course, I've already received the property certificate, Kana. Tomorrow I'll bring it to you. The system just sent me a property certificate, not just a property certificate, but also important things like keys. Shihao truly believed what I said. In the early morning, you didn't buy this house for your family, did you? Kana had no intention of asking for clarification, so Tsukumiya naturally wanted to stand up for me. What if this house is in Reisei and the family has other plans? What if Kana and the babies move in and feel wronged? I didn't start trading stocks when I was a freshman in college. This house was earned by myself, which eased Tsukumiya's concerns. I also wanted my baby's mother to live here with peace of mind. And he was trading stocks at dawn. Can't you tell you're pretty impressive? Tsukumiya's praise was genuine. The 3-bedroom units in Mikazuki-wan are worth at least 5 million, and a junior student can handle it all by herself. Tsukumiya feels that Kana and the babies will have something to rely on in the future. I was just lucky, humbly saying each sentence with a hint of pride. If not, then it's settled. Tomorrow I'll take Xing Xing and Shushi Kana. You and Reisei will look at the house, taking on the task of looking after the kids on your own. Tsukumiya, this best friend, really can deliver. The big deal was settled, so I played with the 2 babies again. When they were tired and fell asleep, I said goodbye to Kana and returned to the dormitory. Reisei, you're finally back. Is what happened today real? Our goddess, the campus beauty, really gave birth to your baby. My university dorm was a standard room for 4 people per room because of the big news during evening self-study tonight. The other 3 in the dorm went straight back to the dorm. After evening study, everyone shared the same goal, to wait for me to come back and gather first-hand information, eagerly waiting until 10:30 p.m. Yes, Kana gave birth to twins for me. During the day, Kana had already announced the news at the classroom door, so of course I had nothing to hide. Having 2 daughters at once, this is a huge joy. Why keep it a secret? Oh my god, at dawn, I'm gonna crown you as my idol. That's incredible! Not only did you win over the goddess, she even gave birth to twins for you. Reisei, tell us when you won over the goddess. Why hasn't there been a single rumor about it? This secrecy really doesn't treat us like brothers. Yeah, I'm super curious too. When the goddess suddenly dropped out, I could stay quiet for a while. Turns out it was related to you. Ah. In the early morning, you already have a goddess-level girlfriend like Senior Yi, so how could you still date Ruka? Although Ruka looks decent compared to Senior Yi. Come, seeing that I didn't want to talk, the three boys didn't press further. After all, this was my personal matter, and besides, there were even more interesting questions to them. Ma Ling Ri say, are the two babies a boy or a girl? I like girls. If I have a girl, can I be a godfather? Ah, me too. I also want to be a godfather and a girl. Senior sister gave birth to twins, so there should be a girl, right? Watching my roommates scramble over them, I laughed. Both of my kids are girls, but if you have 3 of you as godfathers, still didn't continue. I really understand what I meant. 3 roommates, only 2 babies in their own home. Isn't that enough to divide? 2 baby girls, I want to make you the idol of idols, and the 3 argued over being the baby's godfather. After half the night, I barely slept before the alarm rang. Today was Saturday, and since there were no classes at school, I naturally didn't need to take leave. After a simple wash, I hailed a taxi and arrived at the apartment where Kana rented. Dong Dong was worried it might disturb the babies, so I knocked very softly. My gentle knocking was quickly answered. Kana, who opened the door, was wearing pajamas at dawn. Why are you so early? I wanted to see the babies sooner and not hide my thoughts about my daughters at all. I walked into the living room. It was the first time I saw Kana in pajamas. Maybe to sleep more comfortably, Kana's pajamas were quite cool. Her smooth skin and very fair skin gave off a creamy, spot-like vibe. Kana hadn't expected me to come so early, wearing pajamas. Her beautiful curves were right before my eyes. I couldn't bear to look away. Seeing Kana's shy expression, my mood instantly became wonderful. I thought, how could I have fallen asleep at that moment? I went in and changed my clothes. It would be strange if Kana couldn't sense the intense look in my eyes. So blushing, she quickly fled into the room. The cute baby voice came from the small room, and I knew my baby was awake. I tiptoed into the small room. It turned out our little star had woken up. I wasn't too tired about distinguishing the twin daughters. Coco saw Dad screaming even more happily. I glanced at Shoko, who was sleeping happily on the small bed nearby, immediately picked up Kosei and walked out of the room. Shoko was still asleep. I couldn't let Kosei disturb his sweet dreams. For Kosei, whom I just saw last night, Kosei wasn't shy at all. His chubby little hands grabbed my ears directly. Duo Kosei woke up, realized he couldn't hide in his room forever, so kinda changed into a shirt and jeans and walked out. Kosei just woke up, Shoko is still sleeping, Kosei and Shoko are sleeping in a small room. You'd take care of both of them at night, right? Excuse me, I originally thought Kana and the babies would definitely sleep in the same room, so if anything happened, Kana could immediately find out. Now, the babies are sleeping in small rooms, and Kana definitely has to go back and forth between 2 rooms at night. Kosei and Shoko have been together for 10 months. I was cutting off their rations, which was why they slept in the small room. Kana, who spoke awkwardly and looked away, discussing the baby's food cutoff in front of the child's father, still feeling very embarrassed. Because the topic of ration was brought up, my gaze involuntarily shifted to another key part of Kana's body. I haven't even seen the baby feed myself yet. Now I'm cutting off the baby's rations, and I mean my benefits end just like that. If the older and younger babies are constantly drinking staple foods at this age, their nutrition won't keep up. Also, my own rations can't meet the needs of the older and younger babies. I've asked doctors, and now that it's done, you can give them to the eldest baby and the younger baby to cut off their rations. Kana kept talking and lowering her head more and more. Now Kosei and Shoko have started drinking formula. Kosei just woke up and must be hungry. I'll go make formula for Kosei. Seeing Kana's embarrassment, I quickly changed the subject. First, let me change the diaper for my older child, otherwise my little bottom will feel uncomfortable. The baby's skin is very delicate and needs to be kept dry all the time. After returning to the dorm last night, I crammed a lot of knowledge about being a new dad. Mixing formula and changing diapers was of course essential. Will you change it? Knowing I have no experience, Kana is a bit uneasy. I'm the baby's father. Of course I know how to do this. After all, I only have theoretical knowledge, and wouldn't dare to speak too bluntly. Kana was quite experienced in this area, so she directed me to take a diaper from the cardboard box next to the sofa. I first pulled out a few wet wipes and wiped my eldest child's little bottom. Once I was sure it was dry, I followed what I had learned last night. Is this okay? I feel pretty good about myself, so I asked the mom for advice. She's been taking care of the babies for almost a year, so I'm willing to humbly ask, Ayame, this is your first time changing a baby's diaper, and wetting is already very good. Kana truly didn't expect me to do so well. I received praise from the child's mother, and a happy smile appeared on my face as I detected that the host had completed the novice dad diaper change for the first time. I received a reward of 200,000 yuan. As soon as the system's sound faded, my phone's text notification chimed briefly. I took out my phone to check the message. The message made me sigh. I only got a 200,000 yuan reward for just changing a diaper for my eldest child. Isn't this money a bit too easy? With this super dad system, raising twin daughters and their mothers is a piece of cake. Kana, I'm here. It was obvious that Tsukimiya had the key to the door, so she didn't need to knock like I did. Tsukimiya took the key herself, opened the door, and walked in. Come on, early morning. You're so early. Tsukimiya was clearly taken aback. She probably didn't expect me to arrive so early. I think the babies are very early. Here comes Tsukimiya. Look at Kosei's diapers. And Kana was still changed by Reisei. Kana praised me enthusiastically, trying hard to get her best friend to change how she treats me. For Kana, it was Tsukimiya who had been with her through her hardest times. This friendship was something Kana would never forget for the rest of her life. The only thing is, I am the baby's father, and the relationship between Kana and Kana is obvious. Kana naturally hopes that the two people, who will be very important in her future life, can get along well, and at the very least, there shouldn't be any hostility. Tsukimiya clearly didn't believe it, because she picked up Dabaozi and carefully examined her, finding nothing to criticize. Tsukimiya then pursed her lips. She was the baby's father, and changing diapers was the right thing for him. Tsukimiya wouldn't even say that the first time I changed a baby's diaper, it was so much better than what she did at the time. Seeing her best friend's adorable expression, Kana pursed her lips and smiled. Kana and I were about to go out and look at the house, but unexpectedly, we ran into Ruka on the way. Isn't this our senior Yi? Why is she running around here to eat at a street stall with Reisei? It shattered the warm atmosphere between me and Kana. I didn't even need to look up to know. The owner of that voice was my ex-girlfriend Ruka. But Kana had no impression of Ruka. She naturally caught the sarcasm in her words. After searching my mind, I confirmed I didn't know this sharp-eyed girl. Kana glanced at me. This must be Peach Blossom Village at dawn. Didn't you greet me at Reisei? Seeing me not even looking up at me, Ruka was furious. Liao Ruyan, is this your senior? I haven't said anything yet, but the man beside Ruka spoke first. The man was none other than Asamitsu, the rich ex-boyfriend Ruka mentioned when we broke up. The moment Kana looked up, Asamitsu's eyes could no longer be sharpened. He had always thought Ruka was already very beautiful. But compared to senior sister Ye, Asamitsu instantly felt that Ruka was just an ordinary morning glory. Ruka was well aware of Asamitsu's character, but there was nothing she could do. Asamitsu was lustful, and Ruka was greedy for money, so both got what they needed. Naturally, Ruka, her own sponsor, didn't dare show any attitude. Yes, this is my senior, but now Senior Yi is already a mother of two, and we juniors can't keep up with her. Well, Ruka couldn't belittle Kana in front of Asamitsu. She could do it, and Ruka believed that compared to Kana, who was already a mother of two, she should have an advantage. I didn't expect senior sister Yi to take such good care of herself. You really wouldn't guess she's already a mother of two. Well, to Asamitsu, Kana was too beautiful. Whether she had a child or not didn't matter. I turned to block Asamitsu's lustful eyes. My wife is already beautiful, so you don't need to say more. Come on. Asamitsu's obvious gaze, I couldn't tell what was going on. If you say it's just too slow to react. Kana was also very disgusted by Asamitsu. Hearing me call him wife and defend himself, Kana felt a warm warmth in his heart. His wife, Kana, realized she didn't mind being called that title at all. She felt the same way. You two are already married. Asamitsu spoke with a deeply disappointed tone, as if he had missed a great opportunity. I feel that the area around Reisei is full of upscale neighborhoods. Are you planning to rent here with senior sister Ye? I guess with your family situation, you probably can't afford to rent in these neighborhoods. Look, that's the most upscale residential complex in Sagami City, Mikazuki-wan. Asamitsu and I are about to rent a 2-bedroom apartment there. Even if it's just a 2-bedroom apartment, the rent is 5,000 yuan per month. not including property management fees and such. You and Senior Yi probably don't have much income right now, and raising 2 kids must be a lot of pressure. I kindly remind you, don't embarrass yourself here. Hearing me call Kana's wife Ruka, she knew it wasn't true. After all, Ruka was present when Kana came to see me yesterday. To make Asamitsu completely give up on Kana, Ruka didn't expose my words, but Ruka wouldn't miss any chance to strike me. Thinking back to last night, when she was the one who dumped me, the plot took a complete turn because of Kana's appearance. Ruka was holding back a lot of anger. We're not here to rent a place. We already have a place ourselves. Why rent it? I mean, Ruka's intelligence doesn't seem very high. Does that mean everyone else has to be like her when she comes to rent a place? How come I never noticed before that Ruka was such a foolish person? I turned to glance at Kana, who was being shielded behind me. I thought my own child's mother was still much smarter. I told you, you can't afford the rent? If you don't give me a chance to speak, Ruka would quietly settle her own conclusions. Asamitsu, let's go. Ruka linked arms with Asamitsu, half holding him as they left. Kana watched Ruka leave and frowned slightly. With this kind of attitude toward her, her relationship with Reize must be quite special. For some reason, Kana felt a heavy sensation thinking about it. Yue Kana, her name is Ruka. Ruyan is my ex-girlfriend, and I didn't hide anything and revealed my relationship with Ruka. Having confirmed my relationship with Ruka, Kana felt a heavy suffocation inside, but she didn't show it. Kana realized she didn't seem to have the right to get angry or anything. Kana, Ruka and I have already broken up. From now on, I will only be responsible for you and the babies. She hasn't said anything, but I still firmly stated my position. Looking into my determined eyes, Kana nodded firmly. She hadn't said anything herself, yet I could make such a promise to her. Kana couldn't help but feel moved. Kana, this newly renovated house in Mikazuki-wan, with facilities probably won't need major changes. But we have 2 treasures. From now on, when our family of 4 lives together, I think we should consider the baby's needs and then hire a soft furnishing designer to design it. With soft furnishings, you won't waste too much time. You, your babies, and I can move into our new home soon. You want to be with me and the babies? Kana originally thought I was just temporarily giving the house to her and the babies. Now, hearing what I said, it didn't seem to mean that way. Kana's little face flushed slightly. If they lived together with Reize in the future, would they care for their babies and live happily like an ordinary couple? Of course I want to live with you and the babies. I'm their dad, and you don't want me to take care of the babies and you... Don't worry, I promise I'll make you truly happy. Every last sentence I whispered in Kana's ear, and the warm breath I exhaled was so unguarded that it blew right onto Kana's face. Kana's already slightly flushed face suddenly turned bright red. Kana realized that although she was 2 years older than me, she seemed to have been suppressed all along. Is this the difference between men and women? Some things come out of my mouth so naturally, but when it came to Kana, even if she wanted to borrow a bit of courage, she was too embarrassed to say it. Kana lowered her head deeply, truly embarrassed to borrow my words. Why did I run into you again in the early morning? Didn't you say you wouldn't rent a place nearby? Take a good look. This is the most upscale residential complex in Sagami. With your financial means, even renting a bathroom at Mikazuki-wan is impossible, so don't fantasize about anything else. As the most upscale community in Sagami, New Mikazuki-wan is also very strict in management. Ruka and Asamitsu are renting a place that is good, but without a landlord to guide them. Ruka and Asamitsu can't enter the community at all. Ruka, who was waiting for the landlord at the entrance of the complex, immediately jumped into the battle mode as soon as she saw me and Kana approaching. But Asamitsu's eyes were focused solely on Kana, showing no reaction whatsoever to Ruka's shrew and cursing at the street. Kana was very displeased. Asamitsu looked at her and stepped backward. My tall body perfectly shielded Kana's petite frame. The great beauty suddenly disappeared from his sight, and Asamitsu's anger surged within him. Thinking about such a stunning beauty being snatched away by the so-called poor boy Ruka spoke of, Asamitsu's sense of superiority flared up first. Lairu Ruyan is poor, and it's not a crime. Even if we can't afford a place in Mikazuki-wan, we can't stop people from passing by here. Besides, some people probably haven't seen such a high-end community before. They might just come here just to feast their eyes. He didn't name names, but the meaning behind Asamitsu's words was very clear. I glanced at the two of them without saying anything, just came to rent a place. I felt so good about myself. I realized I still didn't have a deep understanding of Ruka's shamelessness. When Kana, let's go inside. I turned to the side and took Kana's soft, slippery hand. It felt incredibly good. Kana already knows about the relationship between Ruka and me. She didn't refuse my initiated gesture. Wait a minute, at midnight, didn't you understand what I said? Mikazuki-wan isn't something you can just go in at will. Even if we're here to rent a place, we have to wait until the landlord arrives before we can enter. Come on, you think you can just barge in like that? Don't say I didn't warn you or you'll be kicked out by security later. It's a very embarrassing thing. Although Ruka was the one who initiated the breakup, seeing me and Kana so close still made her feel very uncomfortable. In Ruka's heart, if she dumped me, she should be the tragic man who is heartbroken and forgets to eat, desperately trying to hold on. Instead of holding hands with a girl even prettier than herself, closing her face and looking happy, watching me and Kana so close, Ruka wanted to break that beauty. So many people don't block the way, throwing out a sentence. I took Kana's hand and walked toward the security office at the community entrance. I hadn't gotten an access card yet, so to enter, I definitely had to go through the security office. HMPH, I'm just waiting to see how you all get kicked out. This time, Ruka didn't hold back with a look of just waiting to watch the drama. Why are Ruyan angry with the poor guy? When the landlord arrives, I'll show that poor kid what it means to have money to talk. A beautiful woman led away by me? Asamitsu's heart hated me, just like Ruka's. He gritted his teeth in anger. Asamitsu's biggest reliance was a bit of money at home. But in reality, Asamitsu wasn't a true second-generation rich kid. He just liked bragging boxes, pretending that Ruka would think she had found gold. Mainly if Ruka had any brains, she would think about whether Asamitsu was really that rich. Why not buy him a house instead of renting a place? Clearly Ruka's mind isn't up to par. Yes, Reisei was just a pauper. Of course, not comparable to you. Ruka tightly linked arms with Asamitsu, feeling as if she had grasped a mountain of gold. What's going on? How can Reisei and Kana get in? Ruka was originally waiting to see me, and Kana kicked out, watching me hold Kana's hand and walk straight from the security office into the complex. Ruka's already very big eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This doesn't make sense. Isn't the security at Mikazuki-wan supposed to be very strict? Why did Reisei and Kana get in so easily? Could it be that the security in the security room didn't stop them? Shike thought about the scene just now, when she and Asamitsu tried to enter the neighborhood, but were kicked out. Ruka felt that wasn't the reason. It must be that Kana used a honey trap. It's unfair, I need to get to the bottom of it. Feeling like she's been outdone by Kana again, Ruka suddenly rushed straight to the security office. Asamitsu also felt that since Kana and I were able to enter the community, there must be something fishy going on here. Hearing Ruka say that Kana had used the honey trap, Asamitsu felt he still had a chance to win the beauty's heart. If Kana could use a honey trap on a security guard, then at least he was an obvious second-generation rich kid. Winning Kana over was only a matter of time. What are you two doing? Didn't you say that only the owner can bring you in? You can enter the community, right? Since Asamitsu and Ruka had already been to the security office once, the two were basically asked out by the security guards, so naturally, they recognized them. Seeing that there were no homeowners who had any real concerns, two people. I know they can't afford to rent a place in Mikazuki-wan, and I haven't seen any landlord bring them in. You're being so disrespectful. I'm going to report you to your manager. In Ruka's mind, these security guards treated Kana and me with special treatment, making them her enemies. Naturally, Ruka's tone was very harsh. Who are you talking about? Are you talking about the big handsome guy and the beautiful woman who just went in? Just now, only Kana and I entered the security office in the complex. It happened just a minute ago, and with Kana's looks, even if the security guards wanted to, they couldn't remember. The problem is, why did you let those two into the community? Ruka probably didn't realize she actually had no standing to question the security guards. Seeing Ruka's angry face, the security guard's face also darkened. She was the owner of our Mikazuki-wan community, so of course she could go in whenever she wanted. Well, since it was my first time at Mikazuki-wan, I had the property ownership certificate with me, I had just taken out the property certificate in the security office and completed the access card and other procedures. So the security guard, who is a new owner of the community, naturally knows me. When it came to Ye, the resident of Mikazuki-wan community, Ruka looked completely clueless, thinking that the security guard must have confused who she was talking about. Yes, Mr. Lin is a resident of our Mikazuki-wan community. Since this was his first time in the community, he specially went through our security office to get an access card. How is this possible? How could Raziv possibly afford a house in Mikazuki-wan? Or is there a special discount unit in your community? Razi happened to find a convenient place. Yee, what special offer houses? Our Mikazuki-wan is the most upscale community in Sagami City. Where is there such a thing as a special offer house? You can't afford to buy a house yourself. Don't think everyone is broke. Mr. Lin bought Sanjushi, an authentic commercial housing valued at over 5 million, working as a security guard at Mikazuki-wan, and he was very familiar with the housing prices in the community. Suddenly, Ruka regretted it. If he hadn't broken up with me, would he be the one following me into Mikazuki-wan? Ma-ruyan, let's wait outside. Asamitsu tugged at Ruka's arm, feeling a bit embarrassed as he wanted to leave. What are you waiting for? Aren't you supposed to be a rich second-generation heir? Isn't your dad super rich? Has a dad that rich? Asamitsu, no wonder your surname is Jia. Turns out you're a second-generation rich kid. Ruka's attitude toward Asamitsu completely changed completely. Turn, Ruka, pay attention to your tone. Whether my dad has money or not has nothing to do with whether I buy a house or not. Besides, with your looks, renting you an apartment at Mikazuki-wan is already raising your value. If you had the looks of that senior Yi from earlier, forget about a 5 million apartment. Even if it were a 10 million villa, I would have bought you long ago. The two of them immediately tore off the mask, and their relationship was completely sour. I held Kana's hand without letting go, even as we walked into our new home. In the early morning, Kana shook the hand I had been holding, her little face flushed red. It seemed our relationship was limited to just the babies, Dad and Mom. As for the others, Kana felt that their relationship probably wasn't even a couple. With such couple gestures, Kana would definitely feel embarrassed. I leaned in and whispered softly in her warm ear. The child's mother has gradually gotten used to the good feel in the hand, and I really don't want to let go easily. After Chenggong saw Kana's ears and feet turn red, I couldn't hold back my laughter anymore. To reassure her, I wanted to add her name to the property deed for the highest-end community. Courtesy name, Kana. This property certificate will be kept with you. When things are less busy in a few days, we'll go to the real estate bureau and add your name. Go, although Kana and I haven't completed any formalities yet, since both daughters are given birth to me. What's wrong with them not being my own women? No, this is your house. Adding my name to it doesn't fit. When I was about to put the property deed in Kana's hands, she didn't dare accept it. With such a high-end complex, Kana knew the prices wouldn't be cheap. Didn't Ruka say that Mikazuki-wan is the most upscale community in Sagami? Even as someone who keeps the property certificate, Kana feels she has no standing in it, let alone put her name on it. If she added her own name, wouldn't she be the lady of the house? Kana thought she wasn't the one who she was. If anything isn't suitable, we've already been thinking about it. Could it be that you still want to abandon the three of us, father and daughter? My own woman and daughter are my own, and I absolutely won't let anyone else do it. Without me, Kana found herself always feeling blocked by me and unable to speak. All right, stop giving instructions. The woman should be the housekeeper anyway. You keep this property deed safe, and I shoved it into Kana's hand. As for adding her name to the property certificate, when the time comes, she can just drag Kana over there and still manage it. Holding the property certificate I handed her, Kana secretly thought to herself that she must take good care of this household. By the way, Kana, give me your phone. Since we're talking about the housekeeper, of course I won't just talk about a man. Mom definitely wants to prove it to his woman with real actions. Oh, she didn't ask why. Kana obediently took out her phone. I tapped a few times on my own phone, then a few more times on Kana's phone. Kana only heard her Earth phone ring briefly, but she didn't know exactly what I was doing. Could it be that Racy was embarrassed to say something to her face? Sending the Earth number to tell her? Kana felt a bit shy. From now on, you will be the financial asset of our family. Because I've been trading stocks since college, I don't have much cash on hand, so I can only transfer you 200,000 yuan first. Since getting the dad system, I've already received a reward of 250,000. I've bought a lot of things online for the babies, and I've spent quite a bit of the 50,000 yuan. Of course, I hand over the large portion of 200,000 to Kana for safekeeping. I said I was trading stocks so it would be easier to talk to Kana when I received system rewards in the future. Early in the morning, Kana made up her mind to refuse, but remembering I had even given her the property certificate, Kana suddenly didn't want to refuse. She silently vowed in her heart that she would definitely be a good housekeeper. In the early morning, if you transferred all the money to me, what would you do if you needed money? A man can't go out without a single cent. Kana has quickly gotten into character, as if she's a young wife asking her husband if he's already handed over his salary and still has pocket money. I have some secret money, don't worry. I winked at Kana, showing no intention of hiding anything. Then I took Kana's hand again and started looking around my new home, and also discussed the renovations and what style of furniture to buy. In the early morning of tomorrow, will you have time to spend with the babies? Kana struggled for a long time and finally gritted her teeth, before finally asking this question. Tomorrow is the weekend, so of course I have time. Without thinking, I gave a definite answer. Kana wants to spend time with the babies, and of course I'm absolutely happy. Tomorrow, our class is going to hold a graduation anniversary dinner, and at that time, my instructor took great care of me, so I thought I'd go. Kana was completely unprepared for her pregnancy, so she was very anxious when she left school. Even at the later graduation ceremony, because the two babies needed to be fed, Kana only hurried to school to pick up her diploma and left, leaving no time to say goodbye to the counselor. When Kana received the news about the dinner this time, she had already agreed. At that time, she wanted her best friend to help take care of the babies. Who would have thought that last night, after I left, Tsukimiya suddenly received a call from the company asking her to work overtime on the weekend, which is tomorrow. Tsukimiya couldn't help take care of the baby, so Kana's first reaction was to postpone the dinner. It was Tsukimiya who stopped them and said the babies could be taken care of by me, which would help nurture the bond among the three of them. Thinking of how much I love the babies, Kana was tempted, but since I've never cared for them alone, Kana is still a bit worried. You can go and attend the dinner together. Leave it to me, baby. I don't have any male protagonist bias. Even if it's a mother of my own child, I definitely support normal social interactions. Thank you at dawn. I didn't expect me to agree so readily. A hint of excitement appeared on Kana's little face. Since having the baby, Kana hadn't participated in any activities. It was like a little bird that was eating high, suddenly had its wings tied up, and could only stay in its nest. Those who haven't experienced it find it hard to understand. What a fool needs to say to me, thank you. I stroked Kana's hair, resisted the urge to hold her in my arms, and took it slow. There will be plenty of time to build feelings later. No, it seems a bit inappropriate for you to attend the dinner tomorrow. I deliberately changed the subject and looked Kana up and down. From pregnancy to raising the babies to such a large age, Kana's financial pressure was no ordinary matter. People often say the baby is a superphone machine, and since Kana has two ultra-high machines at home, Kana hasn't even worn a single new outfit since she became pregnant. Fortunately, her figure has regained and hasn't changed at all. Absolutely not. Since I was attending a gathering, I definitely couldn't let my woman wear old clothes. The man was responsible for supporting the family, and the woman was responsible for supporting the family. The more beautiful a woman dressed, the more it only proved the man was more capable. What's wrong with that? Are you taking care of two babies alone and overwhelmed? Kana was clearly not on the same channel as me. She thought I was worried about bringing Xingxing and Shoshi to handle it all at once. All right, I guess I won't go. Tonight, I'll tell the classmates organizing this gathering. Kana feels a bit disappointed, but she'll put the babies first. How could I not go to tomorrow night's dinner? You definitely have to go. I know Kana gave up a lot for the babies. How could I bear not to let my own woman attend even a small dinner? So what you said was inappropriate. Kana cutely wrinkled her nose. I was the one who said it was wrong. Silly. I mean, it's not appropriate for you to dress like this to attend a class gathering tomorrow night. Your classmates graduated a year ago and still have some salaries. Those classmates will show off in front of them and will definitely go all out to dress up. My child's mom is the campus beauty of Chiza University. How could she be outshone by those Sons of the Willow flirt? I'll take you to buy a few new outfits. I didn't give Kana a chance to refuse. Took her hand, and walked toward the entrance of the community. Then we hailed a taxi to the destination, of course, to Wonkyang Building, the largest mall in Sagami City. Bringing Kana along, I bought 3 sets of Peacebird clothes. The clothes paired with high heels and a handbag. Originally, I wanted Kana to buy a more expensive brand. However, Kana felt that since she had 2 hungry babies at home, money was spent wisely, and she refused to buy expensive brands. In the early morning, I wanted to buy a gift for Tsukimiya. As she passed by a cosmetics counter, Kana stopped. Tsukimiya's help to him was not only financially, but also spiritual. It can be said that without Tsukimiya and Kana, she might not have had the courage to face the pressure of having a child out of wedlock. Before, Kana didn't have that kind of opportunity. Today, I transferred her 200,000 yuan, even though Kana was reluctant to spend money on herself. But when it comes to her best friend Kana, she's not stingy. The money is mine, and Kana still feels she should ask for my opinion first. All right, you're our family's Minister of Finance. You don't need to discuss these matters with me. Since you gave money to your own woman, how could I possibly hold it against you? Besides, I also know Tsukimiya wouldn't mind Kana's help. Tsukimiya loves Lancome the most, but in the past 2 years, to help me, Tsukimiya has been reluctant to buy Lancome. Thinking of her good friend giving up her favorite cosmetics brand for her, Kana felt a wave of sadness. From now on, you don't need to worry about my financial matters. I put my arm around her shoulder and felt warm. Although she didn't complain about the hardships she'd endured these past 2 years, I still felt very sorry for her. In the early morning, you and I go in and pick out together. Not wanting the sad atmosphere to surround the two of them, Kana took my hand and walked toward the Lancome counter. If you two want to see something, I can introduce it to you. Seeing a customer, the sales staff at the Lancome counter immediately came over enthusiastically. I want to see the skincare and makeup lines, and Kana, who has been good friends with Tsukimiya for so many years, is very clear about her preferences. Hello, two of you, please go this way. This is our skincare counter, beautiful women whose skin is so good. I wonder if anyone has used our Lancome products. The salesperson saw Kana's strong willingness to buy, and the salt quickly started to get close. I didn't use any of these. Kana shook her head. She had used natural baby cream all year. As for Lancome's previous prices, Kana didn't dare to imagine it. Kana had never used Lancome, but Tsukimiya had, and among her classmates, she was considered very good. Kana remembered that once Tsukimiya wanted to give her a bottle of face cream, but when she saw the price of 14 to 50 yuan, she was so scared that she grabbed Tsukimiya and ran off. Later, whenever Tsukimiya mentioned shopping with Kana, she would always declare in advance that she would firmly refuse to visit Lancome counters. Tsukimiya couldn't refuse Kana's promise that she would never take it upon herself again. After that, Kana accompanied Tsukimiya to visit the Lancome boutiques several more times. So although Kana has never used Lancome, she is definitely not unfamiliar with Lancome's products. Is the beauty good? Since she came here, your eyes haven't left her. It's a pity she has a boyfriend with her, so you won't have that chance. Following the sound, Kana saw a man with a reason to be angry, and a woman with a face full of anger. Of course, a woman's anger is directed at a man. It's clear that women aren't rational at all. At least, women didn't vent their anger on Kana for no reason. After all, being good-looking isn't a fault. The biggest mistake is that her man harbored a thief's heart. My boyfriend looks like just a poor student, not even a designer brand. Yet he still has the guts to bring his girlfriend to Lancome shopping. Then, his lustful, honey-like eyes became even more brazen, sizing up Kana from head to toe. Someone coveted my woman, so of course I wouldn't react. I stepped forward to block Kana's body. The man's view of admiring the beauty was suddenly blocked. How could I say you're a poor kid? I bet this is your first time at Lancome for a cabinet setup. Just a friendly reminder. Lancome's price isn't like you poor students with anger. Men think they should pick on the other person's weaknesses and pressure them. Even if you're just here to take a look, what does it have to do with you? You're just coming from poverty, so what's there to brag about? It was clear that women had shared hardships with men, and they were very clear about men's backgrounds. How can you sneak around and get exposed? It's a bit embarrassing for a man. As for these mad dogs barking and barking wildly, I felt that even if I paid them any attention, I would still give them face. I turned around and gently asked Kana what she liked. For skincare products, go for a set of toner, cream, face cream, and eye cream. plus a small black bottle. These were all things Mei-chan Yue liked to buy before, and Kana remembered them clearly. Good cosmetics are warm and welcoming. As I mentioned earlier, I also wanted to see makeup, so I kept that in mind. For makeup, just use a serum, foundation, liquid mist, lip gloss, and setting powder. Tsukumiya doesn't like makeup, and that's enough. Is that enough? I don't know what girls really need for makeup, but it just feels like Kana isn't saying much. Is that enough? That's all you talk about. I bet even if you max out your credit cards, you still can't afford it. Kana hadn't even spoken, and the man, treated like air, was already speaking up again to make her presence known. Credit cards also depend on your net worth, so in a man's eyes, I definitely can't afford a blue buckle. I waved my hand in disgust, like flies buzzing in my ears. Kana and I tacitly didn't even look into the man's eyes. Enough, Kana chose according to Mei-chan Yue's preferences. If Mei-chan Yue didn't like it, she naturally didn't need to buy it. All right, 2 of these bags were fine. Without blinking, I told the salesperson my final decision. Kana looked at me in confusion. One part you gave to Tsukimiya. One part is my own woman for you. Of course, I have to use the best ones. At dawn, I, Kana, couldn't bear to buy it for myself and wanted to keep stopping her. Stop swiping my card and hand over my own private savings, so I didn't give Kana a chance to refuse. All right, the total is 178, 600 yuan. Please wait a moment, and I bought so much. You must be a big customer. The salesperson took my card and immediately turned to swipe and issue the invoice. Watch helplessly as I pay, then leave with Kana with ease, unable to say a single word. Didn't you say you had money? Look at a poor college student buying over 30,000 yuan for his girlfriend's skincare without blinking. I just wanted a face cream for over 1,000 yuan, and you keep making excuses. I really don't know who's penniless. What do you buy? Even if you use shipping cream. It won't look as good as others. It's a waste of money. Spending over 30,000 yuan on cosmetics made the man's heart tremble. He realized he would have to earn for several months. Tsukumiya, who was playing with Kosei and Shoko, was so moved that tears streamed down her face when she saw the gifts her good friend had brought. I very consciously took the little and small children out to sunbathe, leaving space for Kana and Tsukimiya to express their feelings. I kept thinking about Dad, playing a game with you all. When I saw Kosei and Shoko smile brightly at me, as if saying, "Dad, I want to play a game," I automatically understood that Kosei and Shoko understood what I meant. I played with the babies for a while. Then I heard the system's voice sound. It detected that the host and the babies had completed their first game. Congratulations, host, you have received the highest fighting skill reward. As the system's voice faded, I clearly felt a huge change in my body. My originally weak arms were stretched by muscles, almost bursting through the sleeves of my clothes. Not just my arms, I could feel my whole body undergoing a noticeable change. What used to be a single abs had now turned into hard, 8-pack abs. Besides the physical changes, I felt a qualitative shift in my energy and spirit, and all my fatigue was swept away. I know, babies, skin is delicate, and you can't get too much sunbathe. Besides, 2 girls are so distant that the time should be enough, right? I don't want my own mom to keep crying. I carried the 2 babies back and stood at the door. I was a bit annoyed. I didn't have the right to be the male head of the house yet. At least for now. I still had to knock to enter Kana's door. In this regard, I realized my status was even lower than Tsukimiya's. But Tsukimiya had the key and opened the door herself. I decided that once I moved into the new home, I would definitely exercise my rights as the male head and have my own door key. What I never expected was that when Kana opened the door and saw the changes in her body, I had just sunbathed with the baby and returned to Kana's rented apartment and gently knocked on the door. Thinking about Daddy taking you out to play. Are you happy? Kana opened the door very quickly. Tired and tired? Let me hold little star. It's fine, I'm not tired at all. With the highest combat skill rewarded by the system, I feel as if I'm bathed in a spring breeze, full of energy. Kana stared at me for a moment, feeling as if something had changed. But Kana couldn't quite put her finger on exactly what had changed. She just felt that I seemed more masculine. Thinking of these 3 words, Kana's face instantly flushed bright red, although she and I even had a baby. It was only when we were both drunk and unconscious. "Hey, Kana, are you feeling unwell?" Why is your face so red? I have no idea what Kana is thinking, so I asked with some concern. She said without me I might be a bit warm. Xing 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 and Shoshi must be hungry. I'll go make them some formula, and it seems like someone is chasing after me. Kana ran toward the kitchen as if begging. I kept thinking about Mom, wondering if Dad's handsomeness had captivated her, and I joked at the door, amused. The suite wasn't very big, and Kana, who hadn't run into the kitchen yet, naturally heard my words. She stumbled on her feet, but luckily managed to steady herself by holding the kitchen door in time. Kana, be careful. If you fall, both my baby and I will feel sorry for her. Seeing Kana's figure sway makes my heart ache too. Fortunately, I was safe and unharmed, and I retracted the steps I had already taken out. Kana shyly glared at me, clearly showing that she was acting like this, and that it wasn't your fault. Mom is angry. We'd better just be good and take it a little bit by little, otherwise we won't even get the formula we've been longing for. I lifted little Shoshi a bit higher, using Shoko's body to shield myself from the mother's glare. Tsukime didn't want to disturb the warm time shared by Kana and me as a family of 4, so she didn't come home early. But before leaving, Jangmei-chan and Tsukimiya also said that after work tomorrow, they'd come straight over to help take care of the baby. Kana was naturally very happy, thinking that I would have to take care of the baby alone tomorrow. Kana still felt a bit uneasy. With Tsukimiya, an experienced friend, helping her, Kana could attend the gathering with peace of mind. Kosei and Shoko took a cold sip while Kana took several deep breaths in the kitchen. After making sure her face was no longer so red, she came out. After all, if she stayed in the kitchen all the time, the babies would go hungry. Kana couldn't imagine what the house would be like if the 2 kids protested together. I also consciously stopped mentioning Kana's embarrassment. At noon, Kana showed off her skills and prepared a hearty lunch. Fortunately, the staple food for the babies was still mainly milk powder. Eating the food prepared by the child's mother, looking at the 2 adorable babies and the beautiful child, I was filled with happiness. In the afternoon, the babies naturally take a nap. Knowing Kana doesn't get a full night's sleep, I urged Yaekane to catch up too, and everyone got a beautiful look and got some sleep. Thinking about moving into my new home in a couple of days, I took out my phone to add a few more things for the babies. At this moment, before he could open his phone, the Earth Number's voice sounded. He checked the phone and saw that Kana had transferred him 50,000 yuan, along with a cute remark. This was pocket money spending. Looking at this amusing transfer message, I couldn't help but chuckle softly. Is this my wife paying me a salary? No, it should be. Because I handed over my salary, my wife gave me pocket money, and she was so generous. Of course I accepted it without a second thought. Thank you, Mom. After replying, I realized that Kana is shy and wouldn't reply to me, so I started picking things out for the babies online. In the West Room, Kana was holding her phone, looking at the message I had sent her. That phrase, the child's mother has successfully succeeded, made Kana's face flush bright red again. Child's mom, this seems like a term between an old married couple, but the way she and I interacted really didn't seem much different from husband and wife. The only difference might be that she and I weren't officially husband and wife. Except for the time we had babies, there was no physical intimacy or anything like that. No, she couldn't keep thinking. Kana felt her thoughts were getting more and more off track, so she quickly patted her cheek and forced herself to shake off the messy thoughts and catch up on sleep. Go be Kana. When she wakes up and sees me still busy, you really aren't sleepy. I'm not tired, let me see you. After you acquire advanced fighting skills, don't just stay up all night taking care of your baby. Even if I didn't sleep for a whole week, given my physical condition, it wouldn't be a problem at all. After staring at my face to make sure I wasn't sleepy at all, Kana finally gave up, insisting on letting me sleep. Maybe men are more resilient to sleep. Let me wash my hair first. Kana is naturally a clean person. Although her hair isn't dirty, it's better to keep it fresh when attending a class gathering. Okay, do you need my help? I said I have time. No, I can wash it myself. Kana definitely wouldn't dare let me wash her hair. That would only happen in a very close relationship. Her face was flushed. She ran into the bathroom, a bit worried, afraid that I might wash her hair for a week, so Kana locked the bathroom door. Hearing the sound of the bathroom door locking, I smiled helplessly. Was it really necessary to be so guarded against myself? Besides, I just wanted to help wash my hair. I definitely had no other intentions. Yeah, Kana's hair washing speed was also very fast. Maybe she was worried it would take too long and she might rush in. Seeing Wenjing Kana walk out holding a towel, I went up to help dry your hair. I didn't give Kana a chance to refuse. I pressed her down on a chair and took the hairdryer from the bay window of the large room. Once again, I deeply felt that the house Kana and the babies were living in was too basic. Not even a dressing table. I guess I'll do it myself. Seeing me walking toward me with the hairdryer, Kana stood up and was about to take it. I'll sit here and sit properly, not giving Kana a chance to do it herself. I pressed her down and sat her down on the chair again. Turning on the hairdryer, my finger ran through Kana's hair, and I noticed the mother's hair quality was especially good. Jet black hair was very soft, and the touch on her fingertips felt exceptionally smooth. At first, Kana was a bit reserved, but gradually her tense body relaxed. This feeling of being cared for made her feel a trace of attachment. Detected that the host and the babies, mothers have completed a sweet interaction. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Top-level singing skills. As the system's voice fell, I felt my throat tingle a little. I felt my hair was dry, and because the system interrupted, I was a bit distracted. Kana took the hairdryer from my hand and turned off the setting. Kana's hair was already very dry, and continuing to blow would affect her quality. She was so striking that she rescued herself from my hands, leaving her hair black and shiny. Hair comes so fast, the hair dries out. Such a great feel, I still feel like I can't get enough. By the way, don't wear skirts in the dining room at night. The weather is too big between morning and evening temperatures, and if you catch a cold, it could catch the baby. What I said is so serious, but it's all for Kana and the babies. Actually, I was thinking that my woman had such a great figure and was famously beautiful. Back when Kana had many suitors at school, she was far more than ordinary. I wouldn't dare guarantee that the boys in Kana's class have no improper thoughts about her. I don't want to limit warm social interactions, but I also don't want my woman to be the one who cares about me without having myself by my side, so I dress more conservatively. All right. Kana accepted my suggestion and turned to the main room, ready to change clothes. Kana quickly changed her clothes and put on light makeup. I got ready. Feeling very satisfied, Kana came out of the room to show me her achievements. If it's beautiful, Kosei, Shoko, look at Mom. Isn't she especially beautiful? She looks like a fairy descended to earth. I didn't hold back my praise, and the look in my child's eyes was bright too. Knowing Kana's great figure, even after having 2 babies, she wouldn't look out of shape. But today, Kana's outfit exuded a youthful vibe. Who would have thought that Kana was connected to the mother of 2 babies? I'll come pick you up tonight. Remember to message me. My own woman is so beautiful, I definitely wouldn't feel comfortable leaving Kana to come home alone late at night. If it weren't for Kosei and Shoko having no one to take care of me now, I would have personally sent Kana there. Alright, I understand. I've already said more than once that I'm going to pick her up. Kana didn't feel the least bit impatient. Instead, a warm current flowed through his heart. Could Dongwarise's behavior show she cares deeply about herself? Her originally fair little face flushed red again because of this little thought. Come on, I went to get my bag. Afraid I'd noticed something was off, Kana quickly found an excuse and slipped into the big room. She took a few deep breaths in her room, made sure I didn't notice anything unusual, then took the new bag I had bought for herself and walked out. It's about time. The taxi has arrived, so be careful. The driver has already messaged me. All right, I understand. At this moment, Kana felt like a little wife pampered by her husband. Kosei and Shoko, how about we walk Mom out together? So the 3 of us, father and daughter, kept watching the child until Mom got in the car, and only turned back after leaving the community. When I went, your husband was really considerate. The taxi driver looked at my family of 4 and naturally assumed Kana and I were a young couple. Even after having babies, there are 2 babies. If they're not husband and wife, then what is? These days, it's rare to see men willing to take their children and let their wives go out to play, especially young people like you. It's so rare. Taxi drivers are men too, and I know this well. Hearing her husband called her, Kana's lips couldn't help but curl up. Reise had really treated her well, and Kana didn't mind being called husband at all. Kana, are you really coming to the dinner today? Where are you now? Raishi and Tenka have already arrived. Kana, our dorm is just one less of you right now. You haven't arrived yet, and everyone is asking if you'll come tonight. I've already been on the road, and there's a bit of traffic. It might take another time. Even though it's the weekend, there are still a lot of cars coming and going. Good, Kana, just sure you'll come. Kana, we haven't seen each other for over a year, right? I really miss you so much. Kana gripped her phone tightly, feeling that her life was slowly getting back on track. Finding the baby's father was truly a very wise choice, so will ye really come? In the hall of the party, a refined young man heard Ayame and the others talking non-stop, and Kana couldn't help but walk up and ask, "Senior, what brings you here?" Seeing who it was, Ayame was very surprised. Isn't this a dinner gathering with classmates from her own class? The boy in front of her isn't from her class. The boy's name was Tomomasa, a senior from Gaokana's class, and also the student council president at Morgan University. Although Tomomasa was a prominent figure at Morgan University, his appearance here today still felt a bit abrupt. I haven't seen the instructor in a long time, and since I know you have a gathering tonight, I came over to join the fun. Tomomasa knew his explanation was a bit far-fetched. In fact, Tomomasa was deeply attracted to Kana the first time he met her. Later, taking advantage of Kana's student council membership, Tomomasa was prepared to get the advantage of being the first to win. Unfortunately, at that time, Kana only focused on her studies and didn't pay much attention to matters of love. If it weren't for that accident, after getting drunk, she would definitely still be pursuing graduate and doctoral studies. As a top student, Kana's plans were all planned from a young age. It can only be said that plans can't keep up with changes, and the arrival of the children completely disrupted Kana's life. During the more than a year since Kana disappeared, BU Tomomasashi had been asking everywhere about Kana, but unfortunately, none of her classmates knew the details about her. Just a few days ago, Tomomasa received news that Kana and their class meeting were organizing a dinner, and most importantly, Kana confirmed she would be attending. Upon hearing the news, Tomomasa was so excited he couldn't sleep well for days. After making some connections, he smoothly became part of tonight's dinner gathering. One by one will ye come here. I haven't seen ye in a long time. Back then, I didn't know what happened to ye, but suddenly I left. The school path was a bit congested, and Kana might be a bit late. For Tomomasa, the more obvious it was, the more obvious it was. How could the three girls not do it? Besides, Kana was very positive about Kana during university. Except for Kana, who was completely focused on his studies, others could see it clearly. Then I'll go pick up Ye. As long as Kana comes, even if it's late, Tomomasa is willing to wait. Ignoring the meaningful smiles on the three girls' faces, Tomomasa walked toward the hotel entrance. Do you think Kana and Tomomasa will write a beautiful story tonight? I wonder if Kana is in the mood to date now. I remember Kana had no energy at all about Tomomasa back then. Tenka was the quickest to regain her composure and said with some concern, I didn't say much just now, right? I just didn't expect Tomomasa to be so eager to pick up Kana. Let's go out together to pick her up. The dinner was definitely split evenly. Kana originally planned to squeeze the cost of this meal out of her daily expenses, but now that she had this little bit of money from me, she really didn't need to take it seriously. Kana, though she didn't know exactly what I was doing, according to me, had been trading stocks all along. From being able to transfer 200,000 yuan to herself at once, she thought the baby's father was really capable. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the Crown Hotel, and Kana scanned the code to pay the fare. Junior, be careful! Tomomasa, acting like a gentleman, blocked the car door with his hand. Senior, why are you here? Kana got out of the car and put some distance between herself and Tomomasa. Today was her class's dinner, so why was the senior here? Kana felt a bit puzzled. I haven't seen the instructor in a long time. I heard your class has a dinner today, so I came to see him. The instructor came up with a long-prepared excuse. Even if it sounded far-fetched, it was still an excuse. Compared to the junior and the instructor, I haven't seen you for a longer time. When you suddenly left school, I didn't even know why. I asked many classmates, but didn't know the details. Did you encounter any difficulties at that time? Or something happened at home? If you have any difficulties, feel free to tell me. I'm very happy to help you. Kana didn't want to chat much with strangers. And besides, about having her own baby, aside from the baby's fathers, what could other men possibly help? The junior looked at Kana's obviously distant expression. Tomomasa felt as if her heart was bleeding. Why couldn't Kana feel his deep affection? Tomomasa looked at Kana with a hint of sorrow. Kana looked utterly confused. Did she owe her senior money? Why was she looking at her like that? To avoid any awkwardness, the three girls said, "Kana, long time no see, even prettier. Hurry inside." Just as he became famous, believing that flaunting his wealth could win Kana's favor, something unexpected happened. But I still suspect that someone at the class reunion might steal my wife's secret, so I rented a Rolls-Royce online to pick up Kana. I didn't expect this sudden idea to actually slap a Ferrari in the face. The man had just become famous in the private room of the gathering, secretly glanced at Kana several times, but the falling flowers have intentions. But the flowing water is indifferent. Kana didn't even spare Tomomasa a glance out of the corner of her eye. With no way to become famous, Shen had to find a way to get Kana's attention. He deliberately pretended to take out his phone and casually put the things in his pocket on the dining table. "Tomomasa, is this the key to a Ferrari? Boys' favorite things, besides beautiful women, luxury cars." Seeing Tomomasa place the car keys on the table, a boy exclaimed in surprise. The others also looked at Tomomasa curiously upon hearing the sound. Unfortunately, among all those who watched Tomomasa, none were Kana, who was the most hopeful for him. Kana had never really had much interest in cars. Besides, in Kana's mind, Chengshen's car had nothing to do with her, so Kana certainly didn't need to waste any effort paying attention. If Tomomasa were replaced by the baby's father, Reisei, Kana definitely wouldn't act like an outsider. Tomomasa felt a bit disappointed, took a deep breath, and thought Kana probably hadn't noticed. "Cheng, Tomomasa, Ferrari cars aren't cheap. You only graduated a year before us, so aren't you on a completely different level?" Luckily, I didn't want to be too high profile and didn't buy an expensive car. All the procedures were done, and it cost about 2 million. Tomomasa kept a low profile and started pretending. Kana started chatting with her friends, but Tomomasa showed no interest at all. "Kana, why were you so eager to leave school back then? Ayame has a bad habit. Whenever she has doubts and can't get answers, her heart feels like it's itching with pain." The incident involving Kana had made Ayame feel uncomfortable for almost 2 years. Now that she saw Kana in person, she definitely wanted to get to the bottom of it. Kana couldn't help but smile as she looked into her roommate's concerned eyes. Sitting across from her, Tomomasa was outwardly chatting with others, but his attention had been on Kana the whole time. Seeing Kana's gentle smile, Tomomasa fell even more deeply. After all, it was the girl he had chosen for over a year, but she had become even more beautiful, and her whole being carried a more feminine gentleness. "Kana, could it be that we were all mistaken at the time? You didn't encounter some difficulties, but something good happened." Ayame felt that anything that could make Kana smile so beautifully must be a good thing. Kana smiled mysteriously, then announced a huge secret. She was giving birth. Such explosive news left my friends stunned. "Kana, you really have a baby. Why do I see your figure hasn't changed at all?" "Ayame, don't get off track." "Kana, when did you have your baby? How old is the baby? Is it a boy or a girl?" "Sweet, you hit the nail on the head. I really did have babies because it was so sudden at the time, and I didn't prepare much. I left school abruptly, 2 baby girls. Kana's relationship with me wasn't something that could be explained in just a few words. Kana chose to take the initiative. Having 2 of them, Kana, your husband is amazing. Suddenly having 2, Kana, you're so lucky. Seeing the 4 girls leaning together chatting, the instructor curiously leaned in. "The instructor, the few of us are studying what kind of clothes will be popular this year. After all, this is Kana's personal matter, so we shouldn't publicize it so much. Young, it's still good." Looking at Kana, who was even more beautiful than when she went to college, Instructor Kana let out a sigh. "Instructor, you're not much older than us, and you're still quite young. Isn't it appropriate to change the subject? This is what Ayame excels at." Everyone happily chatted, and the dinner was nearing its end. The 4 girls stopped hugging their phones and chatting. Tanka Kana remembered my reminder and sent me a WeChat message. "My end is probably coming soon. Tsukimiya is here." Mauresi said he would come pick her up on the premise that Tsukimiya would help look after the babies. If the overtime for next month wasn't over yet, Kana felt that way. "Tsukimiya has already passed by. Wait for me there. I'll go over now." I told Tsukimiya a word, then called a car online to pick up the child's mother. At that moment, at the hotel entrance, Tomomasa looked gentle. Yi, it's so late. It's not safe for you to go home alone. I'll see you out. At the party, Tomomasa hadn't caught Kana's attention. But now, Tomomasa was well prepared, driving his Ferrari right up to the hotel entrance. Senior, your car is just too cool. Even if I worked hard my whole life, I might never be able to afford it. Brother, be more confident and remove the word not necessarily. Screw you, you can't stop hitting me, ha ha ha. The guy started joking around the car. Lai Tomomasashin proudly lifted his head. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Not to mention this group of juniors, even among his classmates, Tomomasa considered himself the best among them. Junior Yi, get in the car! The gentleman's class made a gesture to invite him. Tomomasa felt that Kana surely wouldn't refuse him now. No need, senior. I have someone to pick me up. Kana shook her head and declined Tomomasa's offer. Someone is here to pick you up. Who will come to answer you? Tomomasa was deeply surprised by Kana's answer, and instinctively began to ask further. Kana frowned slightly. Who would pick her up? What does that have to do with Tomomasa? She needed to report her own matters to this senior. Kana's familiar voice came through, and Kana's furrowed brows relaxed, replaced by a bright smile. At dawn, Tomomasa came to pick up my people. Because of Tomomasa, he insisted on blocking Kana's path, and Kana could only reluctantly remind her, who's this handsome guy? He looks familiar. I don't know who he is, but is that a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? That's right, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan is the luxury car among luxury cars. Even the lowest trim costs over 6 million yuan, not to mention the top trim. Wait, who is this handsome guy just calling? Kana, is it Kana? Of course. Do you think there are a few of us here named Kana? Once they realized my name was Kana, the others naturally stepped aside to make way. Kana, is this the baby's dad? So handsome. Leaning close to Kana's ear, Ayame let out a gasp. Wait, I'll head back first. After saying goodbye to the photographers and instructors, Kana quickly ran toward me. Slow down, support the little woman running toward her, and I took Kana with me. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan left gracefully. Oh my god, no wonder it's a once-in-a-century joke at Malatat University. This man's taste is sharp. Compared to that handsome guy from earlier, I suddenly felt it was only natural that Kana didn't like me back then. Alright, brother. There are plenty of people who secretly love Kana, so it wouldn't matter if you were the one who was heartbroken. A few people who had a good relationship with Tomomasa had originally wanted to greet him, but after seeing his sullen expression, everyone sensibly left. Tomomasa's feelings for Kana were almost written all over his face. Everyone knew that Tomomasa was deliberately driving over to show off and try to win Kana's attention. What a pity Tomomasa was really proven wrong this time. In front of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Tomomasa's 2 million yuan car was only able to get instantly defeated. Tomomasa believed that his feelings for Kana were obvious to all, and Kana herself should not have known about it. Before, seeing Kana devoted himself wholeheartedly to studying, Akachin Mei-chan felt he could take it slow. Now, in reality, she suddenly told Tomomasa that Kana had a boyfriend. It turned out it wasn't that Kana didn't want to date, but that Kana didn't want to date him. She slammed the passenger door shut heavily. Tomomasa opened the driver's door, got in, and chased after the Rolls-Royce Cullinan from earlier. What was going on with this car at dawn? Inside the Rolls-Royce, Kanag sat a bit nervously. Kanag had no concept of these luxury cars, but he had heard what his classmates said. Kanag knew that I was just a junior in college. Even if I made a fortune trading a house in Mikazuki-1, that would basically be my entire net worth. Kanag knew the car she was riding in definitely wasn't mine, and it probably wasn't rented. She was just here to pick her up, and there was no need to rent a car at midnight. I was lucky to catch a taxi and got this super luxury car. Kanag had just asked me in a whispered voice, and I felt embarrassed to say it in front of the owner, so I leaned in close to Kanag's ear and said. Kanag's little mouth opened like an O shape, driving a car worth several million yuan to work as a taxi driver. Kanag felt that the fare for a taxi was probably not enough to cover his refueling. Kanag gave me a thumbs up to show he was convinced. I smiled. I just took a taxi and ended up with a Rolls-Royce. That bit of luck is enough to make me feel a bit grateful. You have to know, ever since Kana came knocking and I reunited with the babies, my luck has been so good, I could say, hugging you. I naturally held Kanag's small hand. We exchanged smiles and sat in the car without saying anything more. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped at the entrance of the apartment Kanag rented. I paid the fare and headed straight into the complex. Neither of them noticed a somewhat familiar car parked not far from the entrance of the residential complex. Tomomasa had been following the Rolls-Royce all the way here. Seeing the Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance of this rundown residential complex, Tomomasa knew Kanag's boyfriend was watching. Kanag and I got out of the car. After Tomomasa left, he became even more convinced of his own idea. With a place so run down, how could he possibly be rich? Tomomasa felt that Kanag's boyfriend had deliberately rented a Rolls-Royce to show off, and by accident, he had lost face by accident. But that's not the most important part. The most important thing is that a poor guy actually won over his goddess. Thinking of the woman he'd longed for years, who ignored his devoted love and willingly degraded himself in such a shabby place, Tomomasa felt a sense of frustration at his own lack of success. Tomomasa waited at the entrance of the community until after midnight, but I still didn't come out. He knew Kanag and his boyfriend were probably already living together. Feeling extremely unwilling to accept this, Tomomasa dialed a number. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, you should bring a few people to the winter community. After hanging up, Tomomasa glanced again in the direction Kanag had just left, slammed the steering wheel hard, slammed the accelerator, and sped off arrogantly in the Ferrari. The next day, I thought I could move into my new home the next day, and then I went online. The items I bought online had already been delivered to the parcel locker in the Mikazuki-wan community. To surprise the mother, I planned to go ahead and set things up. I had been walking leisurely out of the community gate, but soon noticed a tail behind me. Although the person behind deliberately kept a considerable distance from me, for someone like me with top-tier fighting skills, I found the tail behind me to be far too easy. I silently estimated in my mind that the tail end should be 5 people. My social circle isn't complicated. After thinking it over, I don't feel like I've offended anyone. Thinking about it, I thought about how this community is rented and has babies living there. My expression suddenly became serious, and the route I had planned to reach my new home suddenly changed. Just as I reached a remote corner, the person following me appeared automatically. Yes, it was Tomomasa, who had been following me yesterday, along with a few of his underlings. Just as Changmei-chan thought he could teach me a lesson, I smiled slightly, and something unexpected happened. At that moment, I was cornered in a remote alley. Luo Tomomasa looked like he had me in his mind. What is your relationship with Kana? Kana. It seemed this man was Kana's admirer, and I quickly figured that Kana was my wife. Kana had already given birth to 2 babies for herself, so calling her her wife wouldn't be an exaggeration. Besides, in my heart, my partner's name will sooner or later be written with the name Kana. The reason I answered so kindly to Tomomasa was mainly because I wanted this man to give up completely. After all, no man wants his woman to be coveted by another man every day. Wife? You married Kana. Hearing my answer, Tomomasa clenched his fists so tightly they cracked. Last night, Tomomasa thought Kana was probably just living with this poor guy, but unexpectedly, they were already married and still lived in such a rundown neighborhood. If Kana had married a man with better financial means than himself, Tomomasa wouldn't have been angry. The problem was, in Tomomasa's eyes, I'm basically a man of no merit. I can't even provide a good living environment for my woman, so why should the goddess-level Kana willingly marry me? Is there a problem? I've already answered your question. You can cleanse your heart now, right? To put it bluntly, Mingshin's pain, I want to shatter all the illusions this man shouldn't have. Only then will this man never stop pestering Wen Kana in the future. I didn't want to waste too much time. There are lots of online packages here that I still need to assemble myself. Right now, I just want to set up my new home as soon as possible. Do you think you're worthy of Kana? Yi Wenwo Shin, a goddess-level girl who takes every step forward, and you have a goddess-level girl. Do you think you're worthy? He lives with you in that rundown neighborhood. Don't you have a shred of shame? If I were you, I should have sensibly broken up with Kana early and let a man who could have her happiness take care of her. Tomomasa was just short of saying his name. In Tomomasa's heart, the only man worthy of Kana was himself. You follow me? From what Tomomasa said, I know that this kid has clearly figured out where I and Kana live. Looks like if I don't get a bit tough, he'll probably use his old tricks again in the future. I definitely don't want my time to be wasted by this kid. Besides, I have 2 babies at home, so I have to ensure their safety and Kana's safety. Just because you're worthy, you think you have the right to give Kana luck, I said disdainfully, then glanced at Tomomasa, who even needed helpers to follow. Guys like Tomomasa are still easy to deal with in one go. He waved his hand, saying, I'm richer than you. The underlings behind me are all hired at Tomomasa's expense. This is Tomomasa's reliance. You all go together. No need to say anything. Tomomasa directed the 4 people behind him to throw their fists at me, and 4 burly young men immediately surrounded me. Looking at the person approaching, I looked calm. I hadn't actually practiced the advanced combat skills given by the system, so this sparring partner was really useless. With a nimble turn, my body shifted a few times, but I couldn't see how I made a move. The 4 men all collapsed to the ground in an instant. Come on, you guys didn't eat breakfast? Or did you spend all your energy on women last night? Looking at the 4 useless people he brought, Tomomasa angrily kicked the person closest to him. Tomomasa was ready to step into a stance with his feet. Tomomasa was a black belt in Taekwondo, so he had some skill. Without wasting any words, Tomomasa threw a punch straight at him. Tomomasa had already realized that this man had practiced his move, so this time he planned a surprise attack. As long as he won, the process wasn't that important to him. My eyes turned cold. I nimbly dodged Tomomasa's sudden attack. Without giving him time to react, I swung my right fist hard into Tomomasa's face while dodging to the side. That pig-like scream made Chengmei-chan fall heavily to the ground. How is it? God admitted. I crossed my arms, feeling these sparring partners were really useless. I hadn't shown my true strength yet, and they were all lying on the ground. If you're still unconvinced, if you've got the guts, don't leave. Tomomasa forced himself to stand up through the pain. If he admitted defeat now, he wouldn't be allowed to talk to Kanag. Tomomasa had no face at all. I nodded, signaling that if Tomomasa has any skills, go ahead and use them. I found the advanced combat skills the system gave me were really amazing, but just those few moves just now were really not satisfying. Now, with someone rushing to send me a sparring partner, what reason do I have to refuse? At most, I'll have a quick and decisive time, so I won't delay myself in assembling toys for the babies today. Tomomasa quickly pulled out his phone and dialed the number. Tatsuro, it's me running into some trouble. Bring a few more skilled brothers over, and the location is Winter Community. While making the call, Tomomasa didn't forget to keep an eye on my every move. He was afraid I might launch a surprise attack on him, since that's exactly what Tomomasa himself did. He didn't see any movement from me until he put away the phone, and Mingshin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The 4 people lying on the ground finally got up, surrounding Tomomasa and standing together. Soon, help arrived, and their expressions were somewhat smug. How long did it take me to waste? A man in training clothes led 7 or 8 people toward me. Come on, Tatsuro, you're here. Seeing the newcomer, Tomomasa quickly stepped forward to greet him, feeling energized, as if injected with adrenaline. Who beat you up like this? The man called Brother Tatsuro looks like he's just over 30. Tatsuro frowned. He knew Tomomasa's skills too, and he brought along 4 of his little brothers, and every one of them was wounded. Tatsuro is this kid who turned us into this. You must teach him a good lesson. This kid will vent his anger for me and my brothers, and show him what it means to have a thick blade. Tomomasa pointed at me as if he saw me lying flat on the ground after being beaten by Brother Tatsuro. Ignoring the pain on his face, Tomomasa actually gave me a smug smile. He was alone, and Brother Tatsuro clearly didn't quite believe it. Looking at me, a young man just in his early 20s, yet he had such impressive skills to take down Tomomasa and his 4 underlings at the same time. Kaiwei was the only one Tomomasa. Although he was unwilling to admit that he had taken down 5 of them alone, he gritted his teeth and told the truth. The obvious fact was something Tomomasa couldn't hide. Kid, what are you saying? Brother Tatsuro didn't act immediately. It looks like he wants to test me. If you want to act, hurry up. You've already wasted a lot of my time. And I said impatiently. I had thought the reinforcements Tomomasa had called would act without hesitation. Seeing this guy named Tatsuro quietly whispering, and thinking about how many packages I still have yet to unpack, I was honestly getting a bit impatient. Tatsuro GE is way too arrogant. You better teach him a lesson. Tomomasa couldn't stand my calm attitude and urged anxiously. Tatsuro squinted his eyes, seemingly pondering something. Kid, since you're so arrogant, I won't hold back. Weiwei told the brothers to ride together. Tomomasa had witnessed my skills before. Tatsuro waved his hand, and behind him a tall, burly man stepped forward and glanced at Tomomasa without saying a word. Come on, when I faced the burly man who was a head taller than me, who was 1.8 meters tall, I didn't show a single extra expression. The burly man clasped his fists and charged at me. Come on, you've got some skill. Watching the burly man's nimble movements, I praised him in my heart. Unfortunately, in front of someone like me with top-tier martial arts skills, all those skills were just playing house. With a sideways hook kick punch, in just a few seconds, some people didn't even realize what was happening. The burly man had already crashed heavily to the ground. Seeing the burly man fall, someone couldn't hold back and rolled up their sleeves, ready to seek revenge. The assistant shouted forcefully, but Brother Tatsuro stopped his own actions. He shot a stern glare over the group, and they all bowed. As someone who has studied martial arts for over 20 years, Brother Tatsuro immediately saw through it. Brother Tatsuro knew that this young man before him was a true expert, not just a master, in fact, a master among experts. Tatsuro knew that even if he and his brothers fought together, they were no match for this young man. Realizing this, he pushed Chengmichan, who was still blocking his way, then put on a smiling face and walked over. My little brother was wronged by my failure to recognize the greatness of the mountain. I apologize here and bowed respectfully to me. Tatsuro's actions stunned everyone behind him, and for a moment they doubted whether they were seeing things. Brother, today's incident is purely a misunderstanding. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against my men. Brother Tatsuro is trying to get along with me with a flattering smile. Seeing that I was completely unmoved, Brother Ziwei turned around and said to the 4 subordinates who followed Tomomasa and who followed me at the beginning, "Drinking you guys out and still coming over to pay this gentleman for compensation." Although the 4 named criminals still didn't understand why such a dramatic turn of events occurred, the boss called them, and the 4 dared not disobey. My own boss bowed to him. As a little sidekick, how could I not kneel and apologize? "I'm sorry, sir. We were blind and offended him. Please forgive our ignorance." I glanced at the 4 of them but didn't say anything. It was just Luo really wanting to cause trouble for herself, so it was probably the person coveting her woman. "Tatsuro GE, what are you doing? He's just a poor kid. Worth it?" "And these brothers apologize to him? Tatsuro GE, if you can't beat him, you can do it." Tomomasa clearly hasn't figured out the situation yet, and still wants Brother Tatsuro to take action himself. In Tomomasa's eyes, Brother Tatsuro's skills are already unfathomable, and there's no need to fear a young man. Come on, get lost. Today's incident was caused by Tomomasa's body. Tatsuro didn't even have time to deal with him, but Tomomasashin jumped out and kicked him down, knocking him down again. "Tatsuro, what do you mean? Don't forget the martial arts school you run and my dad's support." "I'll go back and tell you. Back then, I paid triple the money he invested in the martial arts school, but from now on, I, Tatsuro, have nothing to do with you getting married." Thinking about how Tomomasa was so clueless and dared to offend a master like me, Tatsuro just wanted to quickly clarify the relationship with Tomomasa. Tomomasa's body was dragged away by a henchman and couldn't even utter a single word again. "Young man, my name is Tatsuro. I'm the director of Longwei Martial Arts School. If you ever need me, Tatsuro will need me wherever you say it. I definitely won't refuse at all. Look, now you're satisfied." Afraid I wouldn't believe myself, Tatsuro immediately added, "I, Tatsuro, in the name of Tatsuro Martial Arts Hall, swear I will definitely keep what I just said." "After you give a few notices, when you see this gentleman, you must respect him as you see me, understand?" Absolute flattery. Tatsuro can do this much, which only shows that my strength truly intimidates him. I just waved my hand and settled the issue of becoming famous. As for Tatsuro, given his sincere attitude, I didn't intend to hold it against him. He glanced at Tatsuro, gave me a cold look, and said coldly, "This time I won't hold it against you. But if your subordinates follow me or my wife in the future, you'll bear the consequences. I promise there won't be a next time." Longwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't hold it against him, that was enough. Just now, Kana sent me a message, early in the morning. "What time did your morning class end? Is it the babies who miss me, or the baby's mother?" I didn't answer the mother's question directly. "Speaking seriously to you, luckily it was the Earth Channel." Kana noticed his little face uncontrollably flushing again. Just now, the soft decoration designer contacted me and asked if we had time in the morning. They came over to install the items. For details like the style and color of the furniture, I let Kana decide everything, so these past couple of days, the soft furnishing designer has been talking with Kana. I'm heading to our new home now. Have the designer bring the workers directly there. All right, I'll talk to the designer about it. After installation, I still need to pay the remaining 58,000 yuan, and I'll transfer 60,000 yuan immediately. Before long, I received a transfer of 60,000 yuan from Kana, and the extra 2,000 was pocket money from the child's mother. Friends joked and realized that getting pocket money from your wife really feels great, right? Zuping knew he couldn't argue with me, Kana, so he could only symbolically express that he was embarrassed. Babies, if you want formula, I won't talk to you. Kana, who put down her phone, looked worried. The 200,000 yuan she gave at dawn was down to 90,000. Recently, expenses had indeed been quite high. I wonder if Xinchen and Shoshi have thought about Dad. I put away my phone, and I muttered to myself, the people at the soft decoration company are truly professionals. They finished everything in no time. After checking the quality, I handed the final payment to the designer. Of course, I rushed back to see the Xinchen and Shoshi I had been longing for. I used the key to exercise my authority as the male owner, opened the door to the suite, and now I live here every day. Tsukimiya took the initiative to hand over the door key. 88, 88, the two little ones are now very familiar with their dad's voice. As soon as they hear my voice, the two little ones immediately stagger toward the door, spreading their chubby little arms wide, both begging for a hug. Dad hugs me. I pick up a baby with one hand, then 88 on the little faces of two babies. 88. Imitating Dad, Xinchen and Shoshi also gave me a fragrant kiss on the cheek. I felt a little wet on my cheeks. I knew this was proof of the love left by the two little ones. Detected. Host and babies have completed sweet interactions. Reward. Host received a top-tier chef skill box of 500,000. As the system's voice fell, various cooking techniques appeared in my mind. Then I checked the text message from my phone, wow, it really came straight to my account. I was worried about whether to spend the previous 250,000 yuan or whether to go out and do a part-time job, and now the money is coming back again. When I was back, Kana heard the commotion and came out of the kitchen, gave me a sweet smile, and said I'd go wash my hands first, and dinner would be ready soon. I looked at the little woman wearing an apron and holding a shovel, feeling like a little wife waiting for her beloved husband to come home. And I couldn't help but think of her. Dad goes wash his hands first. You play in the living room, put the two babies on the Maotai in the living room, I'll go to the bathroom to wash my hands. Recently, Kana has been preparing all 3 meals a day. Now that I've acquired top-tier imperial chef skills, I secretly think that someday I'll show Wen Suan Shin a chance at it. It's a surprise and delight. Baba Kana prepared 3 dishes and 1 soup for lunch, which was just right for a family of 4. While enjoying the food prepared by the child's mother, I discussed moving with her. Yiwing Shin, how about we move this afternoon? Thinking about the new home, everything has already been set up. All right, I'm a bit eager to let my babies and their moms move in. The environment in this rental is really not great. I feel like my precious ones living here is really unfair. Wait, is this afternoon too rushed? I originally only planned to move tomorrow, but it wasn't finalized. I suddenly suggested moving in the afternoon, Kana. I really didn't prepare at all. Well, what's the rush? I'll help pack up with you later, have the moving company deliver it to Mikazuki Wan, and I'll book a taxi. The 4 of us can go together with the moving company's car. Kana was also very looking forward to her new home. Seeing how enthusiastic I was, she didn't say anything more. Hearing about the 4 of them made her heart feel sweet. We arrived quickly in the afternoon of our new home. I put great care into decorating the living room feature wall and the dining room decorative wall, of course, all from Kana's favorite perspective. Kana nodded firmly, understanding my intentions. I deliberately left the hallway open. In the future, I want to make a photo wall here just to display pictures of our family of 4. When the 4 of them heard me say those 4 words so naturally, Kana's eyes felt a bit sorrowful. It seemed the child's father had always cared about the 3 of them. Kana tidied up the room and walked around the kitchen. It felt like even a skilled housewife couldn't cook a 5-meter meal. You're tired today, so don't cook for yourself. I'll order takeout. I walked over to the child's mother, took her hand, and led her to sit on the living room sofa. Ordering takeout is too expensive. I'll just buy some groceries and cook for myself. Kana knew that lately, due to renovations and setting up the new home, expenses had increased by a lot compared to usual. A few days ago, I transferred 200,000 yuan to her. Kana calculated that only 90,000 was left, but Kana felt money should be spent wisely. After all, while the two kids at home may not be called money eaters, they can certainly be called cash shredders. Besides, in 2 years, the eldest and youngest will start daycare, and that's when the real spending begins. Kana was busy taking care of the babies and couldn't go out to work. I was still a junior in college, so she naturally thought she could save as much as possible. Kana, are you worried about money? I grabbed Kana, who was about to get up and go buy groceries. I asked seriously. I didn't mean it that way. I just wanted that the expenses for Kosei and Shoko were quite high. Kana didn't want to put too much pressure on me. After all, having the babies was entirely her own decision. When I suddenly learned the truth, I didn't hide anything and was able to treat the babies and myself so well. Kana already felt very satisfied. Kana decided that once the baby started daycare, she would find a job to help ease part of the financial burden. Be my woman, no need to save money. I was born domineeringly, but I was a man with a daddy system. Kana still thought about saving money. Not only did she look down on herself, but she even more despised the system. I didn't give Kana a chance to speak. I took out my phone and tapped a few times. Kana heard her earth ring once, glanced at me, then opened the door to Reisei. Why did you transfer 500,000 to me? Kana's tone was a bit unsteady. Kana's stock market has been in a bull market these past few days, and several of the stocks I bought have all surged. 2 of them even hit several daily limit ups, and this 500,000 yuan is the dividend from these days. I know my family expenses have been quite high these days, so I brought out these dividends. I think I'm really smart. He started by saying he was trading stocks, and now no matter how much reward the system gives, he could just give it directly. No need to find a reason. Is it too much in the early morning? You should keep this much money yourself. Kana's little heart was a bit strained. Is the baby's dad really just a junior? Is he making money faster than those so-called white-collar workers? What did you say? You are our family's Minister of Finance. When a man earns money, of course it must be kept by the woman. After taking Kana's phone, I clicked to confirm receipt. The matter was settled just like that. The first dinner at the new home was naturally very abundant. I ordered 6 dishes for myself and Kana, and of course I also ordered a baby meal for the 2 babies. The 4 of us ate together in a warm and happy way. Lei, I have something I want to discuss with you. After dinner, Kana will be responsible for cleaning up, and I'll take care of the trash. Once everything was settled, Kana spoke to me very seriously. What was going on? I sat up straight from the sofa. The babies were already 10 months old, and the birth certificates still hadn't been issued. Kana felt a bit embarrassed to say that this should be her responsibility as a mother. Back then, I thought I could give birth to the babies alone, but I didn't realize that many things couldn't be done without the father's involvement. For a new dad like me, this term is a bit unfamiliar. Do you need some documents? If the materials aren't good or easy to get done, you say I'll go tomorrow. For babies, such an important thing is warm heart, yet I still haven't processed it for them. My intuition is that applying for the birth certificate would be quite troublesome. It's not that the materials are hard to get, just that Kana has a bit of a hard time to speak of. I really haven't put it into words. I've been delaying for so long. And honestly, that's not the issue I'm talking about. Actually, getting the babies' birth certificates wasn't difficult. The real challenge was that at the time, Kana was missing an essential item, the baby's father's ID card. Seeing Kana's hesitant expression, I started to understand whether a marriage certificate was necessary. No marriage certificate is needed. Seeing this, Kana immediately shook her head. As long as you have the parents' ID cards, that's enough. She didn't dare let me guess casually. Kana gave an answer. Just an ID card is enough. That's too simple. Tomorrow I'll go get birth certificates for our stars and Shoshi. Of course, I think the sooner we get the birth certificates for the babies, the more at ease we can feel. But about the marriage certificate I just mentioned, I realized I should find some time to have a proper discussion with Kana. Before applying for the birth certificate, you should first give the eldest and youngest children proper names. Xingxing and Shoshi are childhood names and shouldn't be considered real names. You are Xingxing and Shoshi's father, and you should choose them. Besides, Kosei and Shoko had nicknames I gave them, so it should have been my dad. After some excuses, the 2 of them really showed their gentlemanly spirit. All right, Let's each come up with a few nice names. Then let Kosei and Shoko choose their own names. Reisei, you want Kosei and Shoko to take responsibility for handing over their own names? Kana agreed with my idea and couldn't help but tease him a little. The baby's dad was so cunning, actually making the babies take the blame themselves. Kana tore a few pages from the notebook, then split them into several neat small square pieces of paper, handing me a pen and a few small slips. Soon, the two of them wrote several names on paper and crumpled them into balls. Now it was time for Kosei and Shoko to decide their own names. To show off the kids, full autonomy, Kana even tossed the fruit plate and tossed it aside so the little notes she wrote would mix with mine. Come on, Kosei and Shoko, come over. Mom and Dad will play a game with you. I picked up a daughter in one arm and let them sit in front of the paper ball. Come to Kosei and Shoko, here are the names your dad and mom gave you. Now you decide for yourselves what your future name will be. To prove that this was the choice made by Kosei and Shoko, I even took out my phone and opened the video. Empty talk is the best proof. Seeing my actions, Kana smiled helplessly. Babies at such a young age, already tricked by their own dad. Isn't that a bit pitiful? Soon, both babies had chosen their own names. Kana, curious, opened the note in front of the eldest child and read, Lin Zijin. It turns out our eldest likes the name Zijin. Mom announced that our eldest child's real name is Lin Zijin. Kosei's name is confirmed. Next up is Shoko. Mom, let's see what name our little one picked. Little Shoshi was very intense. Even though she didn't fully understand what her mother meant, she still cleverly handed her a small note in front of her. Seiyu Shonen Konomi. This is the name of Mom. Mom announces that our little baby's full name is Seiyu. The names of the two babies are decided just like that. Now that Kana had arrived, Kana realized that with me around, many things were just that simple. She cheered on Kosei and Shoko, cheerfully clapping their hands as well. On the first day of their new home, such a major task was completed, and the smile on Kana's face never faded. The baby played happily during the day, and at night I quickly coaxed them to sleep. Kana thought about how our relationship was now, probably not to the point of sharing a bed yet, but letting me sleep on the sofa didn't seem like a long-term solution. For now, Kana didn't know how to bring it up. I looked at Kana, who seemed to want to say something but held back. What's wrong, Z? Are you recognizing the bed like the baby? Do you want me to keep you company for a while? I glanced at Wenwen and Jinchun, her face full of conflict. She automatically thought of the answer. Sleeping in bed seems to be common, and I don't find it strange. No, I refuse to accept bed. Hearing that I wanted to be with her, Kana's face instantly flushed red again. Lie, Reisei, what I clearly meant wasn't this. Why did I get it wrong? Reisei, where are you sleeping? Seeing me staring at me the whole time, Kana could only grit his teeth and ask this embarrassing question. Kana, where do you think I should sleep? Seeing the child's mom, who is 2 years older than me but so shy, I couldn't help but want to tease her. Kana, we've even had 2 babies, Xing and Shoshi. Where do you think I should sleep? I stepped forward a few steps, my body almost pressed against Kana. In the early morning, I can share a room with the babies. The large room is for you. And Kana, who is overwhelmed by the pressure, says she can give up her territory. You sleep with the babies, but there are only 2 cribs in their rooms, and it seems your height can't fit them in. I forced myself to hold back the smile about to burst out. I kept teasing Kana, then leaned forward a little again. Some Kana could only stretch out her arms to keep some distance between us, only at the moment her arms touched mine. Kana felt a shock through himself. What kind of chest muscles had he just touched? Reisei looked skinny, but surprisingly, he had chest muscles. The time Kana and I interacted was while we were drunk. Even after Kana woke up, she was too embarrassed to look at me again. So Kana had no idea that her babies, dads, had such great figures. If Reisei had chest muscles, would he have abs? So are Reisei's abs the legendary perfect kind of 8-pack abs? Kana couldn't help but scratch herself in her mind. Jokingly, I prepared a folding bed in the study and slept there. I saw Kana keeping her head down, completely unaware that she was fantasizing about her own figure. I thought she was just too shy to look up. Kana was pulled back to reality by my words, belatedly realizing she seemed to have become Sunye. Kana anxiously took a step back, no longer daring to look at my face. Then she fled straight to the master bedroom, and as the door closed, she quietly said 2 words, "Good night." Why are you so shy? I was just joking, that's all. I muttered to myself with a bit of amusement as I walked back to the study. After calming down, Kana gently opened the door. The two babies were sleeping in the next room, so naturally, Kana couldn't sleep with the door closed. That night, it seemed like a new environment. The babies didn't sleep soundly. Kana and I got up 5 times before barely making it to dawn. Thanks to the advanced combat skills, I didn't feel anything but still looked full of energy. Kana, however, is different. Girls' physical abilities can't compare to boys, and besides, Kana has been caring for her baby for a long time, so it's perfectly normal for her to be physically exhausted. After getting up, I first went to the baby's room to check on them. Seeing how soundly they slept, I tiptoed out of the room. I didn't go into the master bedroom, just glanced inside at Kana, lying on the big bed, very well behaved, showing no sign of waking up. I didn't disturb the sweet dreams. The 3 of us quickly washed up by ourselves, grabbed the door key, and went to buy breakfast. Carrying Kana Konomi's soup, I also brought the babies a few pig Cuba buns. I gently opened the door, not sure if Kana and the babies were asleep. Waking up at dawn, you went out, looking sleepy-eyed. Kana came out of the babies' room. Out of habit, Kana got up to check on the babies, not noticing I wasn't home, and thought I was sleeping soundly in the study. Well, I bought breakfast, so I can eat it while it's hot. Since Kana got up by herself, I waved the food in front of her. Huang Kana is a little foodie, and over these past few days of interaction, I've gradually discovered this. Hula tang xiaolong bao. I'll go brush my teeth and wash my face later. Kana has no classes this morning. Today, I'll get the birth certificates for the babies. While eating breakfast, I talked about my own plan for today. I'll give you the ID card later. Kana, although she hasn't issued birth certificates for the babies, has already asked her about the relevant procedures in detail. Watching the sleeping babies so soundly, I couldn't bear to wake them up. I'll put today's good morning post back when Dad comes back. Be careful on the way. Kana walked me to the door, just like a little wife. After saying goodbye to Kana, he told me to take a taxi directly to the Mathematical and Children's Hospital and then found the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department. Sir, this is the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department. May I ask what you need? Seeing me alone in the Obstetrics Department, the nurse on duty asked curiously, such a young, handsome guy shouldn't be in the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department, but here, could it be that the handsome guy got lost? The nurse is clearly a strict, controlling, Sir, are you looking for the wrong place? Where do you want to go? How about I take you there? The time to check the ward with the director had already passed. The young nurse thought that even if she was away for a while, it wouldn't be a problem. Hello, I want to collect the birth medical record. So I directly stated my purpose. The birth medical record. Are you a family member of the new mother? How come I've never seen you before? The young nurse looked shocked. Could it be that the handsome guy has already taken care of the birth? The handsome guy handling the birth medical records only means the baby has already been born. The nurse felt a bit stifled. Why are all the top-notch boys from other families? The other 2 nurses on duty had actually been secretly watching my situation, and now that they heard my words, they gathered around. Mr. Lai, you are preparing birth medical records for the baby in bed number. Such a handsome guy said that if they had met them themselves, they definitely wouldn't forget. Now, no one remembers him, which only means this handsome guy is coming to the hospital for the first time. My babies are already 10 months old. Due to personal reasons, I haven't had time to come and check them out. I realized the nurses misunderstood, so I smiled and explained, every sentence says it's 10 months old, which shouldn't be right. Even if the baby was born 10 months ago, once I've met him once, I have a photographic memory for handsome guys. The nurse was still quite naive and serious, searching her mind and accidentally revealing her true feelings. A nurse next to Fa Zhen pulled the young nurse aside and said such an embarrassing thing right in front of the handsome guy. Probably the director's face was almost completely embarrassed. The suppression was so bad that he let slip his lips. The little nurse cutely covered her mouth with her hand, and the gentleman felt embarrassed. The other nurse didn't know how to explain it. She couldn't just say her colleague was a womanizer. It's nothing. Can the birth medical record be processed here? I can tell the nurse meant no harm and naturally didn't hold it against me. Yes, of course, sir. Your baby is already 10 months old. If you want to apply for a birth medical record, you need to provide the mother's hospitalization records at the time of delivery, as well as your and the mother's ID cards. The nurse felt relieved to see that the handsome guy didn't bother her colleague, which made her feel relieved. If she encountered some unreasonable people, it would be hard to deal with them. All right, I took out the documents I had prepared long ago and handed them over. Kana, the one who gave birth to twin baby girls back then? She was even more beautiful than a fairy. I could tell that nurse named Zhen Zhen was just empty talk. And she didn't know gender or anything. Kana was the woman who came alone to give birth. Not exactly alone, at least with a woman by his side. She looks good, but unfortunately the father never appeared from start to finish. If you ask me, that woman must have been someone else's mistress. Later, when she saw she was giving birth to a girl, she didn't even want the child. Before Zhen Zhen could finish her sigh, a chubby woman in a nurse's uniform walked over from afar. The chubby nurse had just arrived and hadn't heard what I had said to the nurse earlier. Because I was the chubby nurse with her back to him, she naturally couldn't see my face, let alone know who I am. Xiaozheng, what nonsense are you talking about? Gossiping about patients behind their backs is always a big taboo in hospitals, especially now Xiaozheng is basically slandering Kana. The nurse glanced at me worriedly. She was worried about what happened today. In fact, Kana didn't offend that little Zhang. Kana just gave birth in the hospital and had no chance or reason to offend the nurses there. It just shows that Kana's beauty was so striking that some people automatically saw her as an enemy. That little Zhang was just like that. Her face, figure, skin, and nothing else could be revealed. Competing with Kana, Yao Zhang could only let Kana have a baby, and without a husband to accompany her, she could vent her frustration. All I can say is that Xiao Zhang's mindset is so twisted that he's really not suited for a career in healthcare. Say that again. I turned my head and stared intently at the chubby nurse who was slandering Kana behind her back. Kana worked so hard to give birth to her own baby, yet someone actually dared to ruin Kana's reputation. My fists clenched tightly. I sat down and said things like this. If it were a man, my fists would have been raised long ago. Ooh, you, who are you? When I turned around, the chubby nurse turned into a love-struck woman. This handsome man, the chubby nurse, was the first time I'd seen him. Unlike Zhen Zhen's pure admiration for handsome guys, the chubby nurse's gaze was far from clean. I glanced at the chubby nurse with disgust, then boldly declared that I was Kana's husband. Didn't this chubby nurse say Kana was the other woman? If her husband had appeared and the fat nurse's slander had appeared, wouldn't that be self-propelling? And what about giving up after seeing two girls? My two precious ones are so adorable, I can't even keep up with them. How could I possibly give up, just because of gender issues? Ye's warm husband felt like disaster was about to strike. The chubby nurse's body began to tremble, and she was secretly slandering the patient behind her back, only to be caught red-handed by the family. The chubby nurse knew about this, saying no matter how much she did, it was useless. She might have to pack up and leave, just because she was so good at talking that she lost her job. The outcome was satisfying. After the hospital director apologized, the chubby nurse was indeed fired. I didn't mind and took home the well-prepared birth medical certificates for the babies. There weren't many people applying for the birth certificate today. A little over an hour later, I returned home and had just opened the door. Smack, smack, smack. The two little ones heard their dad's voice and immediately happily crawled over. Come on. I squatted down and picked up the two babies. The too late Zhao Wanjing came over to make up for it. As for what Dad said, the first ID was the first proof of identity, and the two babies had no interest at all. It's done, so everything is going smoothly. While hanging clothes on the balcony while watching the babies, Wenxing heard my voice and walked over. Everything went smoothly after everything was settled. I kindly concealed what the chubby nurse said, not wanting Kanag to feel unhappy because of some unpleasant words from strangers. The babies aren't interested in their birth medical certificates, so I can only leave them to the mothers for safekeeping. Mom is a good steward. Let's hand over the first identification of our Lin Zijin and Seiyu to Mom, okay? I teased my two daughters, not realizing that the mother was the same. She seemed to have gladly accepted this special role as housekeeper. At that moment, Koenig and I were bringing our two babies to the second floor of the mall to watch other kids draw. Suddenly, a voice with a choked voice echoed in my ear, remembering my words. The voice was so close that I had a bad feeling in my heart. Sure enough, she saw Shoko holding a black inlining pen and laughing happily. I realized my own baby had caused trouble, and Shoko didn't know what to say. Koenig and I had been very careful, but we didn't expect Shoko to actually find the culprit. I don't even know how Shoko got that inking pen, but it came right off the kid's drawing paper. Bibi probably still helped the young man paint together. Judging by Shoko's smile, the little guy probably didn't realize he'd caused trouble. Oh no, what should I do? My Xiaoming's paintings are almost finished. A woman around 30 years old is actively born, probably the mother of a little boy. Mom, my painting. The little boy cried when he heard his mother's words. The painting he had painstakingly created was originally meant for everyone to appreciate it. Now, with that black line on the paper, the little boy felt he was definitely going to be laughed at. It's really a pity. This kid's drawing is actually pretty good. Seeing the commotion, everyone gathered around, so there was no need to say much. The onlookers naturally understood what had happened, but the little one holding the tool was just too adorable, and no one dared to criticize him. Why not redraw it? Such a tiny baby doesn't know anything, so even if you scold him, it won't help. Kid, you're the older brother, so don't bother arguing with the little sister. The onlookers were all won over by Shoko's looks, yet they actually turned around and tried to persuade the little boy. Hearing everyone's words, the little boy felt even more wronged. Kid, my little treasure has dirtied your painting. I apologize on his behalf. My own baby caused trouble, so of course I have to stand up. Xiaoming glanced at Shoko, who was smiling brightly at him, pursed his lips, said nothing, but those tears of grievance never stopped. Kid, how about this? Uncle has learned to draw too. Why not let him try and see if it can fix the dirty spots? The place where Shoko drew the black line was right next to the panda the boy drew. Was already forming an idea in my mind. The good little boy wiped his tears with his hands and agreed to my proposal. I picked up the brush and drew a few strokes along the scribbles on Shoko's scribble, then added a few strokes. The panda boy was the first to wake up, and you could tell he was very satisfied with what I had drawn. The little panda is drawn so realistically, even more lifelike than Master Wu's. Master Wu? Are you talking about that ink painting master? I've admired his pandas, and this gentleman's paintings are indeed a higher level than Wu's. I don't care about the praise. I have top-tier painting skills, granted by the system. How could someone whose paintings be mediocre? Child, is this okay? I paint to help Shoko clean up, so of course I want to ask for his opinion. Uncle, your drawing is really beautiful. I hope I can become a master like you. Once things were settled, I smiled and didn't want to linger, pushing the stroller to leave. Mr. Ling, please stay. Cuckoo, who had been keeping an eye on the situation here. Shadow. I knew the other person stopped me not just to say a few nice words. Sir, I have a friend who has encountered a difficult problem that requires a painting expert like you to solve. I wonder if it could take up a bit of time for you and your wife. Please come to our training room and take a look. Master Cuckoo, these are the snacks you asked me to buy. Before I could say anything, a girl who looked like an assistant ran over, holding several beautifully packaged small boxes of pastries. Sir, these are the little snacks I prepared for the babies. I hope they will like them. Kagehira took the small box the girl handed him and brought it to the stroller. Are you Kosei and Shoko? Uncle asked this sister to buy delicious food for our Kosei and Shoko. I wonder if they like it. Seeing the delicious food, Kosei and Shoko's eyes lit up instantly, waving their chubby little ones. If Kana hadn't stepped forward to stop the baby's clutches, they would have touched the little cake. Mom, Mom, the two little ones both cried out in dissatisfaction at the same time. Kana shook her head at the babies, showing no sign of backing down. Meaning, when Dad saw Mom disagree, the babies cleverly changed their asking targets. Sir, if you don't want to let me eat babies, have a little first. I think the babies are probably hungry. Coincidentally, could you please help my friend take a look? If it's not easy to solve, I definitely won't be strong. Begging me, Kosei and Shoko looked at the drooling Kosei and Shoko and the child's mom again. Lead the way. Since Kuko and Kage are smart and know to start with the babies, I'll treat it as a visit to the training institution. Led by Kagehira, Kana and I led the babies into the reception area of the training center. The girl who had just bought the cake had sharp eyes. Seeing her boss Kagehirang treating me so politely, she didn't need to ask much to know my status was special. Immediately, the girl enthusiastically served tea and water. even wanting to feed cake to Kosei and Shoko. Kana politely stopped the girl's good child, but Kana was uneasy about pretending to be someone who understood the situation. The hand understood what the baby's mother meant. The girl stood to the side, holding a tissue, ready to help out. Kagehira didn't dare waste time, and immediately stated the reason he invited me in. My friend received a very famous painting. Originally, he wanted to give it to his father-in-law, who was in his 60s or 60s, and had a birthday gift. Because of the mischievous children of children, the painting was slightly damaged. To be honest, my friend also sought out many masters to try to fix the painting. Unfortunately, none of the masters in Sagami dare to continue living. Those poems without poetry always act superior, and those who claim to be masters only shake their heads one by one when faced with real problems. I adjusted my eyebrows. It turned out the other person was interested in my artistry. That painting was very valuable. If it were an ordinary painting, it would be ruined, but there was no need to waste so much effort. Indeed, my friend spent 3 million just to buy that painting, so he wanted to ask for help. Kagehira knew he couldn't hide anything. Hearing the price of 3 million, Kana couldn't help but look up at me. This favor is not easy to help. If things go wrong, then someone turns around and says, "You broke her painting, what if you demand compensation?" The worry in Kana's eyes was clearly expressed. "Come on," I nodded at Kana. Although I have top-tier painting skills from the system, and I'm very confident in my own artistry, the saying, "human hearts are unpredictable," isn't without reason. Besides, I don't even know Kagehira, let alone the friend Kagehira mentioned. I don't want to get involved in this inexplicable mess. Mr. Cuckoo, your friend's busy affairs. I can't help at all. Thank you for the cake. My daughter seemed to really like it, politely thanked me, and stood up to walk toward the stroller. As I stood up, Kagehira also stood up. Seeing that I was really about to leave, Kagehira was a bit anxious. Old Cuckoo, where are the experts you mentioned? An urgent voice successfully interrupted Kagehira's attempt to persuade me to stay. This old Zhao arrived just in time. Kagehira wasn't sure if he had come a bit later. Would old Zhao have had a chance to ask a master for help? "Old Zhao, you're here." Kagehira checked his watch. It took about 15 minutes for old Zhao to get here, which was quite fast. "Enough, old Cuckoo. Where is the master you mentioned?" He glanced around the reception room. Besides Kagehira and the girl old Zhao knew, there was only one beautiful woman and a handsome guy left. Of course, old Zhao didn't overlook the stroller and the 2 adorable babies, but right now his mind was focused on the master. Kagehira respectfully introduced old Zhao, saying, "Sorry, sir, look so excited that I didn't even ask your surname. In the early morning, my own name is no secret, and I don't hide it. Mr. Lin, could you help me take a look at this painting?" The man named Old Zhao is obvious to Kagehira's attitude toward me. I'm no ordinary handsome guy. Old Zhao had used all his connections these past few days to save the painting. Unfortunately, even the so-called top painting master in Sagami City couldn't help Old Zhao's painting make a huge splash. For Old Zhao, what mattered wasn't the 3 million. What he truly cared about was that this painting was his father-in-law's long-cherished one, and old Zhao wanted to give it to him on his 60th birthday. Well, for old Zhao's carelessness, he left the painting in the study and didn't put it away, and ended up with a thick layer of it added by his own daughter. I glanced at it. It was indeed a fine work, and it was quite old. No wonder this man named Old Zhao paid 3 million for this painting. It really is worth the price. Mr. Lin, I heard from Old Cuckoo that you have the skill of painting decaying into magic. I wonder if you could help me save this painting? Old Zhao looked at it with a sinister expression. Although Mr. Lin looks very young, Old Cuckoo said that Mr. Lin is highly capable, and Old Zhao firmly believes in this. Your painting is too valuable. With just one sentence, I made my attitude clear. This is a painting of sunrise in the east, and the artistic conception of the painting itself is already very good. Unfortunately, the heavy black pen print beside the rising sun ruins the entire artistic conception of the painting. I already have a rough idea of how to save this painting, but you can't know a person's heart by their face. Right now, Old Zhao looks like he's desperately begging for help. I can't guarantee that if I make a move, he won't pick on him again. Mr. Lin, rest assured. As long as you're willing to act, no matter what the outcome is, I'll take full responsibility. I'm a smart person. I don't need to say much. I'll immediately understand what I mean. Old Zhao knows how to handle things and gives promises. Empty words are useless, old cuckoo. Help me print a statement, and I, Zhao Zhigang, will bear all consequences. When Kana heard Zhao Zhigang say that the painting was destroyed by his daughter, she thought of her own little treasure. Kids really are mischievous and don't care about age or occasion. At that moment, Kana softened a bit, but when she remembered the painting was worth 3 million, she didn't rush to ask me to help. Now, seeing Zhao Zhigang's sincere attitude, Kana wanted to persuade me to think it over. No matter which child causes trouble and ends up cleaning up the mess, aren't they the child's parents? I understood what Kana meant and gave her a calm look. Kana immediately understood, knowing I had it. Kana didn't say anything more about her own plan and just watched quietly. I already had a plan in my mind, so I didn't need to waste time picking up my brush and getting started. Come on. Zhao Zhigang and Kagehira looked at me, and both thought to themselves, a master is a master. In their eyes, I was basically the kind of person who picked up the pen and got started. After running for about 10 minutes, I put down the painting and stepped back a few paces, making space for Zhao Zhigang and Kagehira to see for themselves. While I was painting, neither Zhao Zhigang nor Kagehira dared to approach, since every master has their own temperament. Zhao Zhigang and Kagehira were worried that if they went up to watch Master Lin paint, it would upset him. Seeing that my entire painting process was smooth and seamless, without even a moment's pause, the two knew they had finally found the right person this time. Zhao Zhigang and Kagehira, who were mentally prepared, were still stunned when they saw the painting I had altered. Kana didn't step forward while I was painting, so she didn't know how I was doing. Now, seeing Zhao Zhigang and Kagehira both silent, Kana was a bit worried. Mr. Linlin, you truly are a master among masters. Mr. Lin, thank you so much. Finally recovering from his surprise, Zhao Zhigang carefully touched the scroll and kept flipping it over and over in front of me. Writing, Mr. Lin, if I hadn't seen you paint it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe it. I believe this eagle was made by a young man in his 20s. Kagehira was also utterly shocked, but it was all her own experience, so Kagehira could only tell herself that her vision was too narrow, thinking only someone with a gray beard could be a master. Kana looked at the once conspicuous black bee beside the sun, now transformed into a mighty eagle, soaring with its wings spread. Her heart was nothing but shocked. A phrase flashed through Kana's mind. Eagles should spread their wings and soar high, longing to soar above the 9 heavens. Originally, it was a painting of sunrise in the east, but thanks to my brilliant touch, the artistic conception of this painting was elevated by more than one level. Kana discovered that the babies, fathers, had many shining qualities they didn't know about. Kana looked at me with a sparkling feeling. If you looked closely, you could even see a hint of admiration in her eyes. Mr. Lin, I am truly very grateful to you. My father-in-law will definitely love this gift. Thank you. By the way, Mr. Lin, could you please add your Earth number? Zhao Zhigang had already taken out his phone and looked at me earnestly. My father-in-law is a painting enthusiast, and if I ever need anything, could I bother you a little? I nodded. Since I wanted to be filial to the elders, I wouldn't refuse. Plus, my Earthship got Zhao Zhigang half excited. Tenka Kagehira originally wanted to ask to add me, but unfortunately he couldn't find a suitable excuse and had to give up for now. Mr. Lin is grateful for helping me save this painting. I know this is something money can't measure, but this is a small token of my gratitude. Hearing the voice of my Earth channel, I picked up my phone and saw that Zhao Zhigang had transferred 300,000 yuan to me. Kana had already come to stand beside me, naturally seeing the transfer. She didn't say anything on the surface, but inside she was utterly shocked. In just 10 minutes in the early hours just now, Zhao Zhigang was about to transfer 300,000 yuan to her baby's fathers. Isn't that impressive? I just need to help out, so I don't need the money. Mr. Lin, please accept this money. This is not just a small help for me. Mr. Lin, I know you don't care about the 300,000, but it's just a small token of my kindness. Please accept it. Zhao Zhigang looked like he wouldn't let it go until he took the money. I really had no choice but to accept the money. With Zhao Zhigang and Kagehira seeing me off all the way, Kana and I left the painting interest center. At the gate at dawn, "How can you paint so well?" Kana asked curiously. "I've said before, I have plenty of drawings, so take your time discovering them. I won't miss the chance to tease the kid's mom." What I said was fairly serious, but the warmth from her face and the breath almost touching her still made Kana's little face flushed uncontrollably. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'll transfer 300,000 yuan to you. Our housekeeper, in public, I've given up on teasing the child's mom. After all, Kana's blushing has a special charm. I don't want other men to see such a delicate side of Kana." No need. Last time you just transferred 500,000 to me. Plus there's some left over. I have plenty of money now, so you don't need to transfer to me. You've heard the saying, when men have money, they turn bad, right? Although I'm not that kind of man, it's still better for women to manage the money at home. Then transfer 200,000 to me and leave the remaining 100,000 with you. You can't have any money on you. Not a single guy is going out, and there's always a place where money is needed. Seeing my firm attitude, Kana had no choice but to agree. She realized she was becoming more and more like the lady of the house, and this feeling gave her a sense of home warmth. "All right, I'll transfer 200,000 to you. The remaining 100,000 is for our 3 kids to buy things." I tapped a few times on my phone, and 200,000 was transferred to the Kana card. Kana didn't overlook the fact that there were 2 treasures at home, Kosei and Shoko, which didn't need to be explained. The third baby, Reisei, was she talking about herself? Answer? The answer was quite obvious. Kana thought that he was also treated like a treasure by me, and his heart felt incredibly warm. At that moment, we passed by a Chanel boutique. I thought the dress set was quite good. With such a great figure, it must look great in it. Give it a try. As soon as the staff saw customers entering, they immediately came over. "The babies are so beautiful, they're twins!" The staff's eyes lit up instantly. "Mr. Lai, Mr. and Mrs. Lai, you look so young. Are these your babies?" A younger clerk seemed unbelievable and didn't believe the 2 were already the babies' parents. "Mom, this is our baby." Seeing someone praise her precious Kana must be happy. "Oh my god, you have twins and still keep your figure so good. It's really enviable." This clerk is always good at talking and complimenting customers, but that's their specialty. Unable to outdo the drama, this clerk spoke to Kana from the heart. If it weren't for bringing the babies, it would definitely be useless, and they would have associated Kana with the child's mother. "What's going on with you? Are you not serving customers?" Because everyone is gathered around Kana, Bao Bao, and no one noticed that new customers had arrived in the store. The staff followed the voice and looked over to a young woman with heavy makeup. Her appearance was actually quite good, but with Kana, the great beauty, standing by for comparison, the woman's looks were just so-so. "Hello, young lady, is there anything I can help with?" If other customers have entered the store, the staff naturally can't keep surrounding the babies, and Kana, the woman who had thought herself a great beauty, suddenly felt uncomfortable after seeing Kana's face clearly, and then seeing the 2 babies in the stroller beside her. In women's minds, after giving birth, women are considered yellow-faced women. But now, being outperformed by a yellow-faced woman left the young woman feeling unbearable. Glancing at the baby in the stroller, it really is very beautiful. The young woman couldn't like it, but the 2 babies looked so good-looking, which only proves the mother's genes are good. "Kana babies, I'll watch you try on that dress." I don't even glance at anyone unrelated to me. "Ma'am, which dress do you think it is? I'll go get it for you." The shop assistant isn't sure which dress I'm talking about, but seeing that she has a useful trick, the clerk is delighted. That blue outfit knew Kana was reluctant to part with me. I spoke up directly, saying the child's mother had left herself 100,000 yuan in pocket money, so I had plenty of confidence. "All right, please wait a moment, I'll go get it right away." Kana didn't need to say her size. The clerk walked over to the clothes rack. "Madam, you have such a great figure. Size S is enough." Listening to the clerk calling her, "Madam," repeatedly, Kana felt a bit embarrassed. After all, Kana's relationship with me was still lacking. So, where was that paper certificate? But in the eyes of outsiders, the 2 of them even had a baby, and suddenly there was a sense of having 2 babies. If they weren't husband and wife, what was? Kana knew she couldn't explain everything to each one, so she quietly admitted to being called Madam. Let's go try it out, let's give it a try. Urging Wenkana, I walked into the fitting room. I pushed the stroller and led the babies to the nearby lounge. Bring me a blue skirt suit in size S. I don't know what the young woman wants to try on the same style as Kana. It was clear the young woman was doing it on purpose, and her voice was deliberately raised quite a bit. Even I, who was quite far away, could hear her clearly. Who has such a strong mindset to want to look like Kana? As the saying goes, wearing the same outfit isn't scary. Whoever looks ugly is embarrassed. I had absolute confidence in Kana's looks and figure. Out of curiosity, I turned to look at the woman who didn't know how to live. I turned my head back, but with just one glance, I thought my opinion of the woman was quite average. The woman didn't expect me to suddenly look at her. Although it was only brief, she was still stunned by my looks. This is just too handsome. Miss, sorry, that blue skirt suit is our new collection from Chanel this year, and each size is only one set. The staff politely explained. Because of the clerk's words, the woman withdrew her gaze that had been staring at me. Thinking about her own looks, she couldn't compare to a woman who was already a mother, and even her husband was incredibly handsome. Right now, just trying on a dress, I was a step behind. The woman's mindset instantly twisted, so I'll wait until she's better before trying it on. After all, buying clothes isn't in the same order of dressing on time. It still depends on who can afford it. The woman smugly shook her bag in her hand. Since they were already married, no matter how handsome they were, it had nothing to do with her. Rationally, she distanced herself from the handsome man's looks, knowing she had her own advantages. After all, Kana and I were out shopping today, dressed very casually, and naturally assumed it was normal for me not to have money. No matter how handsome you are, what good does it do? These days, if a man has no money, he doesn't get anything. The psychology of saying that grapes are sour, just because he can't eat grapes, has changed drastically. I silently slandered me in my heart. I just waited to see the embarrassing situation where we couldn't afford to buy it. Chanel's new model must be expensive. To outshine Kana, the woman decided that even if she had to eat instant noodles for half a year, she would make sure to save face. A beauty is a beauty. This dress seems designed just for beautiful women, and every detail is just too beautiful. As soon as the staff at the fitting room saw Kana come out, he immediately praised her. Beauty, if you ask me. Only you can truly bring out her charm in this dress. Kana just wanted to know my opinion. Although there was a mirror in the fitting room, Kana had checked herself and thought the skirt set was indeed very beautiful on her. Didn't they say men and women have different tastes? Kana wasn't sure if her and I had the same standards. Looks great. My child's mom looks good in anything. I sincerely praised Kana, and she really looks good in anything. Especially the first time I saw Kana in pajamas. She looked the most beautiful. It's really troublesome. If you can't afford it, don't try it randomly. If it gets dirty, I'm afraid you won't be able to pay for it. You guys don't even look at what they're wearing. They're just like those poor students, and they can afford Chennai. If you want to improve your performance, you can't just let anyone try on clothes. Doing so wastes the valuable time of real customers. The woman was also stunned when she saw Kana come out of the fitting room. It must be said that Kana looked stunning in that dress. Driven by extreme emotion, the woman just wanted to take off the blue skirt as soon as possible from the woman who was more attractive than herself. Konomi? Ignoring that inexplicable woman, I asked the child's mother with a doting expression, Kana originally didn't want to buy such an expensive dress, but since someone looked down on her and me, Kana didn't want to fulfill the wish of that sharp-tongued woman. I can earn 300,000 just by painting. Kana thought the dads of the kids were really capable. That woman was just looking down on others. But Konomi bought her own woman, liked me, and immediately made the decision. Come on, do you know how much this Chanel skirt set costs? You don't even ask the price, just say it's a new Chanel collection this year. The price is beyond what you poor folks can imagine. Women just can't stand seeing Kana not only more beautiful than herself, but also has a husband who is incredibly handsome. After all, the villain has already become a villain, and the woman is determined to carry out this hateful act to the very end. As long as my wife is happy, can I ask about the price? Only those with wallets that aren't old enough need to ask about prices before buying and compare prices. I originally didn't want to deal with that woman who barked like a mad dog. But Kana's disregard for the woman and my conversation grew more and more outrageous, so I retorted without hesitation. The woman was determined to be unable to afford a Chanel dress for 2 people, so she mocked so brazenly. Now, the handsome guy actually said he had no money, and that the woman's only sense of superiority was being trampled underfoot. The woman definitely couldn't hold back her anger. If you have money, pay up. Not just money, not just empty words. The woman felt she should use provocation to make these 2 poor people act on the spot. Kana would probably just wear clothes and walk around. I originally thought it would be more convenient to dress casually with the kids, but some people have eyesight and don't understand anything. They only care about appearances. It's really superficial. I said to Kana, then turned to the staff. We want this outfit. You wrap up the clothes. My wife changed out. Isn't that woman a small matter? I've said it before. As long as Kana likes her, I won't even give that woman a chance to try on clothes. All right, please wait a moment. The staff will know they've met a low-key rich couple today. It's not that they're poor. They're just here to take care of the babies. Just pretending. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. The woman doesn't believe me at all, insisting on staying and watching closely. Mr. Coco's dress set costs a total of 68,800 yuan. May I ask if you pay by credit card or cash? Kana had saved herself 100,000 in shopping credits when she swiped her card. With a low sound, the woman didn't see what she had hoped to see. Sir, please keep the receipt safe. The clerk smiled broadly and handed over the receipt. The handsome guy is really generous. A dress costing tens of thousands of yuan, and my wife liked it, so I bought it. The clerk immediately regarded me as a model man. This is impossible, because the woman's obsession is simply unwilling to accept being outshone by a beauty again. In reality, the woman who pooled the money seemed to want to see if the invoice in my hand was genuine. The clothes you liked have already been bought by this beauty. You should see if there's anything else you like. The clerk couldn't stand the woman's behavior. The handsome guys and beautiful women hadn't messed with her, so why keep making things difficult for her? I was the one who liked that dress. I didn't like anything else. She curled her lip. The woman had originally put on a hard outfit to put down Kana, and now she wouldn't use her half-year life to make up for it. At this moment, Kana was standing outside the store with a smile on her face. Why did you help me buy clothes at midnight without even blinking? It's almost 70,000 yuan, and I still want to buy clothes. This is the first time I've worn such expensive clothes. I smiled and patted her head, silly. As long as you like it, forget 70,000, 700,000. I wouldn't even blink. Kana's face flushed involuntarily when she heard this. So she was so important to the child's father, and it seemed that accident wasn't a bad thing after all. I accompanied the 2 babies to the mall to buy ice cream. Unexpectedly, the enemy ran into the same woman they met at the clothing store. Shoko even got her dress dirty. At that moment, the woman cried out in surprise at my skirt, then instinctively looked down and saw a small handprint with pink cream had landed on the skirt. How did you get cream on my skirt? The woman started yelling at the culprit. Shoko! Kana and I heard the scream, and when we suddenly turned around, we saw it was the woman we just met. We thought, is this something serious? Meow, your child got my skirt dirty. What do you all think we should do? Knowing she couldn't explain a baby sitting in a stroller, the woman shifted her focus. Full of confidence. Weren't you just looking like you didn't want to deal with me just now? Now your child has caused trouble. Just wait and see how I deal with you. I glanced at the little baby, who was smiling brightly, showing no sign of anger. It's normal for such a small baby to scratch randomly. Just a little cream and a quick wash, so we pay the dry cleaning fee. I think my own handling method is perfectly fine. Just pay for dry cleaning. Do you know what kind of dress this is? This is also a Chanel dress. Do you think just paying a dry cleaning fee would solve it? The woman thought about how I spent over 60,000 yuan on a dress for Kana without blinking, and her greed suddenly surfaced. This was also a Chanel dress, so she had to knock it on properly. This is ordinary cream, and even if it's not dry cleaned, it can be easily washed off. Since Kana started college, she has been washing clothes and such herself. The woman tried to use this to extort herself and Reisei Kana, saying that no matter how much the baby's father could earn money, he would never encourage the woman's unhealthy tendencies. This is my skirt, ruined by your kid. You want me to wash it, and that's it. Look at this cream, it's so disgusting. I won't wear this skirt again. The responsibility for this matter lies entirely with your child. As the parents, that is, the guardians, you must definitely be held accountable. I didn't say much more. Either you compensated me with an identical skirt, or you compensated me with the clothes you wore. To achieve her goal, the woman didn't care about revealing her intentions. At that moment, the shop assistant came out to the restroom and happened to run into her. The dress you were wearing was a Chanel style from 2 years ago, which had long since stopped being sold on the market. Moreover, the cream babies eat is purely plant-based and easy to clean. Don't just dry clean it. Even hand washing won't leave any marks. Wanted to trade a skirt from years ago for the beauty's new skirt suit, which cost over 60,000 yuan. The shop assistant really felt the woman's heart was extraordinary. This is between us. Why should you keep talking? The clerk exposed the woman's face, which looked a bit unnatural. The dress she wore really wasn't Chanel's new style. This dress was bought by the woman last year, and it was already an old style when purchased, but it hadn't been removed from shelves at that time. Chanel was on sale. Women who want to look good but can't afford new models can only settle for the next best option. I originally thought that as long as it was a Chanel brand, it would fool me and Kana. Unexpectedly, the Chanel staff revealed this little idea. Even though my dress isn't new now, when I bought it, it was new. No matter what, you have to compensate me. If you don't want to use your body, then pay me 50,000. I bought over 60,000 at the time, which is already a discount for you. The woman looked as if she had already conceded, thinking to herself that she would slaughter the fat sheep today. I'll pay a 100 yuan dry cleaning fee. If you don't want to, you can call the police. I don't want to argue with the shrew, so I've made my stance clear. 100 yuan. You're just passing the time for a beggar. 100 yuan is more than 500 times different from her own goal of 50,000. This is not even on the same level. The woman's anger flared up instantly. Looks like you refuse the toast and want a penalty drink. Since I'm speaking nicely and you don't want to listen, I won't be polite with you either. As she spoke, she took out her phone. At first, I thought the woman was going to get rough. I was already prepared to protect the babies and Kana, but when I saw she just took out her phone, my clenched fist loosened again. Lei Bing Ji, I'm Shakiao. I ran into some trouble. My skirt got dirty by a kid, but his parents were unreasonable and unwilling to take responsibility. I had no choice. I'm a girl and can't beat them. Good soldier, bro. I'm at Wuyu Square. I'll wait for you to hang up. The woman looked at me and Kana with pride. It's clear that women are quite skilled at twisting facts. If you don't want to cause trouble, you should resolve this before Brother Bing arrives. When Brother Bing arrives, I can't guarantee he'll be as easy to talk to as I am. This woman is named Xiao Xiaoxin, and she's not small at all. Even with 50,000 yuan, I think I'm easy to talk to. The words didn't take me long to wait. 5 or 6 burly men appeared before me, all covered in tattoos covering their arms, clearly not to be trifled with. Zibing, Brother Bing, you're here! Brother Bing, or the female Weiwu, all the brothers with such momentum, seeing their backer arrive, the woman immediately stepped forward. This man called Brother Bing didn't refuse any challenge. He grabbed the woman who had come to him and pinched her slender waist. So many people are watching the soldier bro, clearly handed over to him at this moment, pretending to be a little girl. Brother Bing, help me settle this first. Tonight, I'll repay you properly. The woman leaned close to Brother Bing's ear and took the initiative to take revenge. Xiao Xiao knew that if she wanted Brother Bing to step in, it was impossible not to offer some rewards. The parents of the troublesome child Xiao Xiao mentioned were always with their backs to him, and the soldier felt this was a serious insult to him. Ignoring him like this wasn't just standing up for Xiao Xiao, it was a matter of personal pride. Brother Bing wanted to see who could have such nerve. It's your child who soiled my woman's skirt. Since you want to stand out, you definitely need a name. A legitimate example. The woman was just waiting to see how Kana, who had stolen her skirt set, would plead for her man, her face full of pride. If Yi really gets into a fight later, you can push the babies into the fitting room. I know my skills, but Xinxian and Shoshi are still so young. I don't want the 2 little ones to be frightened. Kana said it was impossible not to worry, especially since the other party was 6 clearly not good guys. Kana was afraid that if she was alone, she would suffer. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I comforted her, gently patting her hair. The feel was just as good as ever. Kana nodded heavily, took out her phone from her bag and gripped it tightly. Kana was ready. If things went wrong, she would call the police immediately. Are you going to stop? Are you scared because you saw Brother Bing arrive? I told you before, if you had resolved this before Brother Bing arrived, wouldn't that have been enough? You insist on having our soldier come in. You really don't shed tears until you see the coffin. The woman thought I was scared, and her expression grew even more smug. Brother Bing Bing, she knew that as long as you stepped in, there was nothing she couldn't solve. The woman thought her backing was truly formidable. At this moment, Brother Bing had already thought up his pretentious words, preparing to show off in front of the woman and earn her admiring gaze. But when she saw my face as I turned away, Bingai suddenly seemed to lose his ability to organize his language, unable to utter a complete sentence. The soldier was this person's child. He dirtied my skirt, but refused to pay. The woman didn't notice what he was doing. When she saw me finally turn around, she immediately pointed at me and shouted. Since the woman called for help, I looked directly at the so-called highly skilled soldier. You want to know what happened? I didn't tell you the whole story. That soldier seemed to have not regained his language skills yet, just stared blankly at me and nodded. His long, outdated skirt was smeared with cream by my daughter. My wife was willing to pay 100 yuan for dry cleaning, but she demanded 50,000 yuan. I'm not trying to argue with that so-called soldier. As for me, I just don't want the woman to say things nonsense in front of me. As for that Bing brother's thoughts, they don't matter to me at all. What do you mean by outdated skirts? So what if they're outdated? I just like wearing Chanel dresses from the year before last. What's wrong with me? I just like the styles from the year before last. What's wrong with the style? He also said, let me ask you, didn't you just buy a set of Chanel skirt suits? You could spend over 60,000 yuan on a dress, but mine isn't worth 50,000. The woman was indeed clinging to things unreasonably, but she wanted to indirectly remind Binge that he was like a pair of fat sheep and could be properly slaughtered. Before the woman could finish speaking, a sudden slap landed directly on her face. Brother Shangbing, why are you hitting me? The woman covered the side of her face that had been hit, looking utterly incredulous. Weren't you just fine just now? Why did Brother Bing suddenly change his attitude? It seems nothing happened during this time. Could it be that the soldier hit the wrong person? The woman's mind was filled with big question marks. I'm hitting you, but you've got some nerve. How dare you dislike Mr. Lin? Do you know who Mr. Lin is? Mr. Lin's daughter dirtied your skirt. That shows he respects you. Mr. Lin spent over 60,000 to buy a dress for Mrs. Lin. What's wrong with that? You have no choice but to be jealous. You should consider your own status and still dare to be with Mrs. Lin. If I hadn't had the fortune to meet Mr. Lin in person, I would have been ruined by you today. I frowned. That soldier knows me, but I don't remember him at all. After the soldier scolded the woman fiercely, he immediately ran over to me. Mr. Lin, hello, my name is Wang Bin. You definitely don't know people like us. A few days ago, Brother Tatsurawei led us and had the privilege of witnessing Mr. Lin's skills. I was one of the subordinates of Brother Biao, who was knocked to the ground by you. At the time, I was standing behind you, and Mr. Lin definitely didn't notice. After my explanation, Wang Bin introduced himself. Of course, Wang Bin didn't expect me to remember my own identity, but he still knew what kind of identity he was. Mr. Lin, please be generous and not stoop to the level of a small person like me. Wang Bin's attitude was truly respectful, seeing such a dramatic scene. The woman could only open her mouth wide and couldn't utter a single word. The woman thought the most formidable person she knew was Wang Bin, but in front of me, Wang Bin was nothing. What did that woman have to rely on? The woman instinctively shrank back. Now, not to mention extorting 50,000 yuan, as long as Mr. and Mrs. Lin mentioned by Wang Bin could let her off the hook, she felt it was heaven showing mercy. Kana hadn't expected things to change so drastically. Her grip on the phone loosened a little. Soon after, Kana realized that the baby's father had easily resolved the matter. No, more precisely, when the other party saw my face, they didn't dare cause any more trouble, knowing that Wang Bin definitely wouldn't dare press himself. I held Kana's hand with one hand and pushed the stroller with the other. Let's go. All right. Kana obediently nodded. The one looking at me was Kage, full of admiration. Kid's dad is amazing. He can solve things in one go. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, take care. Wang Bin saw that I had no intention of arguing with her, and his anxious heart finally relaxed. The woman inside only dared to cover her face and walk over to Wang Bin after seeing me leave. Now, forget about 50,000 yuan. Even the 100 yuan dry cleaning fee was something she didn't dare to mention again. Smack! Slap! Wang Bin slapped him hard twice in return. To be honest, he felt a lingering fear as if he'd survived a disaster. Bin Ji, I didn't mean to. I don't know who Mr. Lin is. Bin Ji, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Next time I see Mr. and Mrs. Lin, I'll definitely avoid them. Kana, who had just returned from shopping, collapsed weakly onto the sofa. So tired. Finally back home. Kana was just responsible for pushing the stroller and felt that both legs no longer belonged to her. I carried the two babies out of the stroller and let them lie down and play in the living room by themselves. Since there was nothing in the kitchen for the new home, Kana had prepared all sorts of daily necessities this time. Rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. With so many things mixed together, one can imagine how heavy they must be. Suddenly, Kana thought of something, then quickly stood up, ready to help me share some of the burden. Kana was worried I might be exhausted until dawn. Give me this bag, Kana reached out, wanting to take a large bag from my hand. How could I let a woman do such hard work? I shifted aside, avoiding Kana's hand reaching for myself, and walked straight toward the kitchen. I wouldn't let my woman do heavy work. Aren't you tired at dawn? Watching me so relaxed, Kana started to question life. Could this be the difference between men and women? The things I carry aren't at least 180 jin, but at least several dozen jin. At least that bag of rice weighs 20 jin, plus oil, seasonings, flour, mineral water, and all sorts of other miscellaneous things. Just thinking about it made Kana know the portions wouldn't be light. But judging by my expression, it seemed like these things didn't carry much weight at all. Kana thought about how, even though she hadn't carried anything, her arms and thighs were already hurting. Comparing it to that, she felt a bit embarrassed. What's wrong? What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable? I carried my things to the kitchen and tidied up a bit. Just as I stepped out the door, I saw Kana looking listless. I walked over with some concern and touched Kana's forehead. Fortunately, she didn't have a fever. No, just a bit tired. Kana had been feeling useless and sighed inwardly. Realizing I had misunderstood, she quickly made up an excuse. Actually, it wasn't really an excuse. After wandering for a long time, Kana really felt a bit tired. It was detected that the babies' mothers were overworked to care for the babies and rewarded the host with top-tier massage skills. This is a skill that can help the host and the baby's mother bond more closely, and I hope the host will make good use of it. Listening to the system's voice, I couldn't help but complain in my heart. This system is really gossipy. If you give rewards, just give them rewards. Why insist on doing that? Doesn't I know that massaging children up close can trigger some subtle feelings? But despite my complaints, I still carefully memorized all the massage techniques that came to mind. Kana, sit here. With top-notch massage skills, I was ready to take action. Pulling Kana, I had the child's mother sit on the sofa. Reisei saw me at that moment, so I sat down next to her and then reached out and placed her leg on my lap. Kana instantly lost her composure. This posture is way too close. The two babies are still in the living room, and it really shouldn't be done in front of them. Relax, I just want to give you a massage. I pressed down on Kana's twisting calf and said softly, in this weather, everyone was dressed cooler and warmer. If I kept moving like this, I couldn't guarantee I wouldn't get bitten. When I said I was going to give myself a massage, Kana realized she was thinking something wrong again. She quickly straightened up, not daring to move anymore. Since it's a massage, I naturally need to find the right acupoints. With top-tier massage skills, I can naturally distinguish the various acupoints on my thighs. I know Kana is because I was tired, so I gently massaged the Zusunli acupoint. This acupoint helps strengthen the body and is very suitable for Kana right now. My massage technique was very skilled. You wouldn't even guess this was my first time giving a massage. As for the massage pressure, since I was worried that the warm skin might hurt if it was tender, I gradually increased the pressure with my hands, feeling like boiling a frog in warm water. Kana surprisingly didn't feel any pain and enjoyed my massage. Because her body felt comfortable, she even felt drowsy. Seeing Kana's little head slowly tilting toward the sofa, I knew the mother was sleepy. Just as Kana's head was about to hit the sofa, I quickly wrapped my arm around Kana's upper body. If I filmed this, it would really be like a scene from a romantic drama. Afraid the babies would disturb Mommy, I gently picked up Kana and carried her into the big room. Gently placing the mother on the big bed, The mattress was very soft, and at night, Xing slept very soundly. I was worried when Jing might catch a cold, pulled the treasure blanket over her, and with everything settled, I glanced at Wen Jing, who was still smiling in her sleep, and couldn't help but lift the corners of my mouth. Thinking of the two little ones in the living room, it was almost time for an afternoon nap. I tiptoed out of the room and gently closed the door. Kids, with your dad taking care of things, let the mom get a good night's sleep. When I entered the kitchen, I made 2 bottles of formula, but didn't immediately give the bottles to the babies. Instead, I put the bottles in the bottle thermostat first. I picked up a daughter in one arm, carried the 2 little ones into their own rooms, and placed the babies in their respective cribs. Kosei and Shoko, lie down by yourselves. Daddy will get you some pee. Dad. The 2 little ones, lying down obediently, stretched out their chubby hands to welcome the loving milk powder their dad had made for them. The babies have great habits. After drinking formula and playing with their hands for a while, the 2 of them go to sleep soundly. I covered each of the babies with a small blanket. I quietly walked out of the small room. I didn't close the door, but left one that wasn't too small. Kana and the babies were already asleep. I went into the kitchen to tidy up the big pile of things I had just bought. Honestly, most of the housework at home was done by Kana. It seems that the thing I help Kana with most is playing with the babies. Thinking about this makes me feel a bit embarrassed. I took out my phone and ordered a sea bass, a pineapple, and some other vegetables in the local gift market. With top-tier chef skills granted by the system, I placed orders while thinking about them. The local speed is reliable. After confirming the delivery person's identity with the community security guard, I easily got my order. Kai took the food to the kitchen. I quietly walked into the small room to check on the eldest child sleeping well, and the blanket was still well covered. I didn't go into the master bedroom, worried about waking the kids, Mom. I knew if Kana woke up, she'd definitely come out to see the babies right away. Since I was supposed to surprise Kana, of course I did it best without her knowing. I rolled up my sleeves, put on Kana's apron, and cooking was a natural thing for me. Kana didn't even know when she fell asleep. When she opened her eyes and saw herself sleeping on the big bed, she was momentarily dazed. She was about to go check on the babies. While looking for slippers, Kana suddenly remembered that with the babies, Dad's at home, she didn't have to worry so much. This is what dependence feels like. Before, she was the only one at home caring for the babies. Kana's nerves were constantly on edge, but now with me, she finally had someone to rely on. Kana didn't know she was being carried into the room by me. Of course, it was impossible to find slippers by the big bed. Back then, the slippers were by the sofa. Thinking of this, Kana had no choice but to walk barefoot out of the room to look for them. After finding the slippers, Kana went to check on the babies' rooms. Both babies were sleeping soundly, and Kana didn't disturb them. Shoko was quite self-disciplined today, surprisingly not kicking the blanket. Kana praised Shoko's good performance in her heart. What Kana didn't know was that Shoko's behavior was so well behaved, because the baby's father had already taken care of them. Kana first glanced around the study, my room. The door was open, and neither was the balcony empty. The only thing left was the kitchen. Since I had never cooked before, Kana naturally assumed I couldn't cook. But there was nowhere else to go, so Kana went to the kitchen. But when she saw me busy in the kitchen without making any big noise, she was truly stunned. "You're awake, and the dinner I prepared is almost ready. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Come on, let's eat." Kana didn't prepare at all, and she ate right after getting up. "Right, dinner is about to start. Go wash your hands." When Kosei and Shoko wake up, we still need to feed the 2 babies. I turned Kana's body in a different direction and pushed her to the bathroom to wash her hands. I went to serve the dishes, and it was about to open. I was also very fast. In the time Kana washed her hands, the table was already fully served. "All of this was made by you at dawn." Kana could hardly believe it. I had made so many dishes by myself. When would I ever cook at dawn? Of course I made it. Do you think it should have been the eldest or the youngest one? This is way too much. Pineapple tenderloin, pine nut, corn, steamed bass, braised pork feet, and a 7-colored soup leaf that feels so warm. Suddenly, I feel like I'm dining at a grand hotel. Even if Kana cooks ordinary home-cooked dishes herself, she wouldn't dare try these big dishes. Unless you're a diamond drill, you can't handle porcelain fire. Just consider it a celebration for our new home. Hurry up and try my cooking and see how it is. I have the top-tier chef skills given by the system, which is genuine, but since it's my first time actually cooking, I'm still a bit looking forward to the warm feedback. Good, picked up her chopsticks. Kana picked up a piece of base and put it in her mouth. It was amazing. Raise, where did you learn this skill? Ah, this base is delicious and melts in your mouth. It's many times more delicious than what I had at a grand hotel. Kana had just tried it out, but after taking a bite of the base, her foodie nature was fully awakened. I was self-taught, so I'll try something else. Without discussing with Kana how I mastered my cooking skills, I quickly changed the subject. Of course, Kana wouldn't chase after me with random questions. She had tried every dish and couldn't bring herself any praise. Because of our beautiful Kana's small mouth, now her only function is to enjoy delicious food. Still, Kana still gave me a thumbs up. Seeing Kana so adorable, I couldn't help but be doting. Kana likes to eat homemade dishes, so I'll make them a few more times when I get the chance. Well, for me, the idea that men don't go into the kitchen is just an excuse made by lazy men. It's perfectly normal for a responsible man to help his woman with some housework. Akachan, you eat too. Out of the mindset of not eating poisoned food. Besides, all these delicious dishes are made by me. Kana naturally wants the babies, dads, to share in together. I picked up my chopsticks and enjoyed a real family meal together. After moving into our new home, the two had just finished eating. There was some noise coming from the small room. Kosei and Shoko must have woken up. The two little babies also joined the dinner battle. I held the prepared baby meal and, spoonfully, feeding the babies bite by spoon, their faces full of satisfaction. The dishes I cooked before, Kosei and Shoko never gave me any respect. Looking at the empty little bowl, Kana said a little sourly, "The moms of the eldest and younger kids got the wrong food." While wiping the babies' mouths with tissues, I teased their moms, "Mom, who said I ate wrong? I just think Kosei and Shoko have no taste." Kana firmly denied it. She was just eating the wrong thing in her heart. Kana also started bullying the babies, who still couldn't understand what she was saying and couldn't bring themselves to argue with their mom. When Mom heard her calling her Kosei and Shoko, she gave her a flattering smile. HMPH, go play with your dad. Mom is going to wash the dishes, Kana deliberately put on a stern face. But what she got in return was the bright smiles of her two little ones. After that, Kana couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Kana was in a great mood. She had thought boys my age would stay away from the kitchen, but she never expected to find a hidden gem. I wanted to go to school, but unexpectedly, my eldest clung tightly to my leg. "Dad is going to be late for class. Mommy, please hold him." Kana knew I still needed to find the instructor, so she hurried over to comfort Kosei. Ba 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 ba. Kosei, who was always more obedient, stubbornly stubborn, his chubby little arms hugging my neck tightly. Kana didn't dare to use too much force, afraid of hurting Kosei's little arm. "Kosei, let go, and Mommy will give you something delicious, okay?" Ba ba ba. Kosei turned his head and buried his little face in my other shoulder. Kosei was showing his mom through his actions that good food no longer works. I pointed at Kosei's round belly. Kana. After feeding him so much, how could he still eat? Shia Kana was embarrassed, and the baby was only 10 months old, but she couldn't handle it herself. Forget it. Maybe I'll bring Kosei along. I happen to want to talk to the instructor about moving out of the dorm, and Kosei is the best reason. Is this really okay? Although universities now allow marriage and children, it seems there is no precedent for this at Morgan College. What's wrong with it? Our eldest is so cute. Maybe the instructor will be adored by our Kosei as soon as he sees him, but you still have one class this morning, just to meet the instructor. That's easier to handle. Guanjan, I have classes this morning, so I can't let you see the instructor before sending the eldest child home. If I run back and forth like this, I definitely won't make it in time. It's fine, just prepare some teething cookies for the eldest child and bring him to class. It shouldn't be a problem. Thinking about how Kosei was usually quite well behaved, if he really made a fuss, giving him some small cookies should be enough to calm him down. All right, Kosei, Dad took you to school. Everything is ready. I grabbed my backpack and got ready to head out. Clap PA. Shoko saw his dad pushing his sister out the door, swaying over. Shoko's mother hugged her in fear, playing out the same scene, and Kana immediately intercepted Shoko halfway. Taking Kosei to school already made Kana quite worried. If Shoko had come over and wanted to go along, Kana wouldn't even dare imagine that scene. Kosei's dad told you, later, Dad will take you to school. You can't make a fuss or else you won't be able to take Kosei to school anymore. Dabao hummed in a long, childish voice. I had the illusion that Dabao completely understood what he was saying. I pushed the stroller, while Kosei sat in the little cart, poking his head out curiously as he watched the uncles passing by. Auntie Kosei said it was the first time she had seen so many uncles and aunts appear together. Recognized my classmates and was all stunned. Was this really the school heartthrob, Reisei? Why bring a baby to school? Is it the school heartthrob Reisei himself? I heard he broke up with Ruka. What kind of nonsense is that? You already know that Reisei and Ruka broke up, yet you don't know the most beautiful joke at our Mojang University. The story between Kana and Reisei. Beauty! Hasn't she gone unseen for over a year? What does this have to do with Reisei? Your information is really outdated. As far as I know, Lady Yi and Reisei even have children. This little baby should be Miss Yi. Isn't this the middle of the night? Why are you here to plead with the instructor with your child? But staying out all night should be recorded in the file. Well, whether you'll graduate or not is hard to say. Bringing your child here really helps. After breaking up with me, Ruka realized that not only was I not living the decadent life she had imagined, right now I'm actually with the goddess of Moda, Kana. Not only that, I also own a house worth 5 million yuan, which is quite appealing to Ruka, who broke up with me over money. Looking at my happy little life while she herself gained nothing from the fake Chen Mei-chen, Ruka must feel unfair. If you bow your head and apologize to me in the early morning, maybe I can help you negotiate with the student council. As long as the student council turns a blind eye to what happened last night, this matter can be dropped. Ruka acted aloof. Of course, Ruka's true intention was that even if I really bowed my head and apologized to her, Ruka would never say a word for me. In Ruka's heart, after she broke up with me, I was doing so well, and I felt like I was letting herself down. Watching Ruka treat the student council as if she was her own business, I felt a wave of contempt in my heart. A dog doesn't block the way. Under Ruka's stunned gaze, I pushed the stroller and walked over calmly. I realized that Ruka's character really wasn't that great. I wondered if I had severe myopia before, and that Ruka had become my girlfriend. Compared to Kana, Ruka was nothing but a bird in the dust. Just wait to cry. She stomped her foot forcefully, and Ruka thought I was just pretending. When the school's disciplinary action came down, Ruka didn't believe I could keep up the act. When I arrived at the counselor's office, the instructor was communicating with a boy wearing a student union badge on his chest. Seeing me pushing the stroller, not only the male instructor, but also couldn't help but take a few extra glances. That's how things happen with Old Master Joe. According to the information our student council received, this shouldn't be the first time. Jojo is the teacher. I hope you handle this matter. If you start off badly with other students, it won't be good. The boy probably recognized me, and even glanced at me a few times when speaking to the instructor. I understood in my heart. Guy Shilai from the student council was complaining to the instructor, and Ruka was probably involved. No matter what, I brought the best evidence myself. I believe the instructor is a reasonable person. All right, I understand. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. If what you say is true, I will take it seriously. Lee got the attitude he wanted, and the boy left satisfied. Seeing the baby in the stroller, Teacher Zhou couldn't help but glance at him several times. At dawn, when this little baby turned around, Teacher Zhou looked at the eldest child with a doting smile, as if he could change his expression. Master, this is my baby. Without any reservation, I openly revealed my identity as the eldest child. So the recent rumors in the school are true. Our campus beauty Kana really gave birth to your child. Reisei, when did you win over Kana? I've never heard anything about it. Tell me, I've been your instructor for 3 years. I actually only realized you were being unfair after hearing others say something like this. If I ignore the instructor's gender and age at this point, I really want to show the instructor a lesson. The instructor's shoes were covered in my gossiping eyes, and I sighed helplessly. Old Master Joe, the matter between me and Kana can't be explained in just a few words, but Kana and I do have a child. This is our family's Kosei Lindsay. Jin Kosei was probably bored sitting in the stroller, and his small body started moving restlessly. I reached out and held Kosei in my arms. Could it be that Kosei still has Shoko? Teacher Joe's reaction was indeed quick. and he immediately found a way in my words. For me, my family has twins. These are sisters, and Lin Qing is home again. When mentioning her own babies, my tone is full of pride. Linakachen, you can do it. These days, the quality of young people generally declines. You and I are impressive. We got 2 of them right away. Ah, Teacher Joe patted my shoulder with a proud look on his face. This was his own student, and naturally, Teacher New 13 was delighted. The student union member who just left would be shocked by what they saw. This is what they call a serious treatment. Wait, this is the eldest child, right? She's really adorable. Let the uncle give her a hug. It's clear that Teacher Joe really likes his daughter. Yee, the eldest child, wasn't shy and stretched out her chubby arm from my embrace into Teacher Joe's arms. Inside the old teacher, Master Joe patiently corrected him. It was Uncle, not Yee. She had just been held, but the way the baby addressed her was a bit off. Ah, Yee, the eldest child, insists that her name is correct. Kosei calls him, Uncle, I'm Uncle, and Uncle will buy you candy later. It's a bit like Red Wolf licking Little Red Riding Hood. Master Zhou's current appearance and his tall, imposing image were truly a huge contrast. Baba Kosei stretched out his little arm and softly called out to me. I half-snatched my daughter from Teacher Ju's arms. Son, you're so stingy. Can't you let me hold you one more time? Girls are better. That brat at my family is always angry. I seemed to understand Master Zhou's words, thinking Yi was trying to steal my eldest child, so she hugged my neck tightly. Zijao, the teacher, wants her daughter to work hard herself. I gave the instructor a hard hand. I got a disdain from the instructor. Is this something I can do by working hard alone? Teacher Joe said my family wasn't willing. Ah, you heard everything that classmate just said. What do you want to say? The issue of Mo University students staying out all night really can be big or small. A minor criticism from the instructor is enough, but if you record a single stroke in your file, it could affect your graduation. Master Joe, I brought my eldest child along. That's the best reason. Warm and cozy, caring for 2 babies alone. So Reisei, you did nothing wrong. The instructor nodded firmly, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at me. At dawn, since Kana has already given birth to 2 babies for you, you should take on this responsibility. You don't need to worry about the student meeting room rounds last night. I'll explain to the director of teaching, and I'll write you a leave note. Nowadays, college students can get married and have children, and our teachers at Moda aren't old, stubborn folks. Gujoloshi's family has 2 babies and still little kids, so the mother definitely can't take care of them alone. I want to apply and move out of the dormitory directly. I'm not here for a leave request. If you only issue a leave request, the instructor's authority can only last at most 1 month. For me, I will definitely have to take care of the babies from now on. The dormitory instructor looked at me in surprise every time, never expecting me to do something like this. After thinking it over for a while, the instructor nodded firmly. How about this? This semester will end in just over a month. I'll first issue you a leave request, then notify the courtyard. Starting next semester, you can move out of the dormitory directly. From the counselor's perspective, as a junior in college, raising 2 babies is a huge financial burden, so I can help save as much as possible. Right. Today is my first time seeing your baby, and I didn't prepare much. This 1,000 yuan is just a welcome gift for the baby. The instructor didn't need it. I quickly refused, bringing Kosei here, not to receive gifts. Ah, don't give me a refund, or else don't even think about your leave slip or your plan to move out of the dorm next semester. Teacher Joe is deliberately stern. Thank you, Teacher Joe. I knew the teacher meant well, so I smiled and ordered to collect the payment. Just after leaving the office, on the way we ran into photographer Reisei. Is this the baby you and Yida joked about? You brought your baby over? It's our Chengge's genes that are amazing. It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful little baby. Yi Kosei seemed to really like the uncle in front of him. Now, whenever he saw someone, he called out. Yi's chubby arms reached out to Kosame, wanting a hug. Cheng, do you want me to hold the baby? Cheng, then I'll give it a try. Kosame never expected to win the little one's favor. Kosame, you didn't give me a hug enough. What do you mean I just held you up, okay? Seeing Ayame Jahui reach out, Kosame turned to the side to avoid his grip. Photographers looking at such an adorable baby almost wish they could find a wife and have such an adorable baby right away. I really had no choice but to take my eldest to class. In the professor known as Fahai, old Jiang Zhang would kick me and the baby out of the classroom. My ex-girlfriend Ruka had already taken on a dramatic look, as if she had already seen me being severely lectured and then kicked out of the classroom. No one expected such a shocking scene to happen. Just now, I was sitting in the classroom with my eldest child. Li Yin was known for his strict teachings, and the students didn't dare to breathe loudly. When old Jiang walked into the classroom, Ruka's lips curled up again. Old Jiang had rushed to class early in the morning with the baby, and he was just waiting to see me kick me out of the classroom. Of course, Yewen's newborn baby and I will definitely be kicked out too. Thinking of this, Ruka's body suddenly straightened up. Because the stroller was so conspicuous, Professor Jiang immediately noticed it as soon as he entered the classroom. Because of Professor Jiang's gaze, the students held their breath. Everyone prayed that Fahai wouldn't lose his temper with such an adorable baby. Of course, Ruka wasn't in that category. She was eager for Professor Jiang to get as angry as possible. Babies are very sensitive, and Kosei, who was still struggling with Lollipop, noticed the classroom. Strangely, she looked up and saw an old man with a bald head watching her. Kosei wasn't afraid, but instead gave her a sweet smile. Kosei held up the lollipop, apparently wanting to tell this grandpa that the lollipops were delicious. Professor Jiang, who had been wearing a stern face, was instantly stunned by Kosei's sudden smile and unconsciously relaxed, probably afraid of scaring such a cute baby. What happened to Fahai? Was he scared? Are you kidding? Who is Fahai? What kind of formation is there? That you wouldn't be scared if you haven't seen it. Could it be that the child from Reizi's family had fooled them? The classmates below saw Professor Jiang making no move and started whispering among themselves. Of course, no one dared to speak loudly, so Fahai was only called by it in private. Although I couldn't hear everyone's chatter, the voices of the students still faintly reached Professor Jiang's ears. Professor Jiang withdrew his gaze and steadied himself. He walked to the podium. The stern tone of the class rang out, and the students dared not make any further comments. Ruka stared at Professor Jiang in shock as she turned on the projector. What does this mean when the class started? Bringing the baby to class at midnight was tacitly allowed, and Ruka, who was the strictest in finance and tacitly approved by Fahai, couldn't understand why Reisei could solve whatever he encountered so easily. After I confirmed that my eldest was obediently eating lollipops and playing with toys, I also started paying close attention in class. Don't expect any key points in the final exams. If you don't attend classes properly, you'll have to retake credits next semester. Detected. Host brings a baby to class for the first time. Congratulations, host receives rewards. Rides will be sent by courier. Please keep your phone available. Mobility scooters are a great thing. I've noticed that I've had more opportunities to take my kids out lately, and without a car, it's really inconvenient. Especially as babies grow up, they will have many more opportunities to travel, and cars are truly essential. It's just a commuter car, sent to me by courier. I really can't think of any courier company taking on this responsibility. In this class, what the students felt most was Professor Jiang's uncontrollable gaze directed at Kosei. Previously, Professor Jiang was the one preventing students from getting distracted, but now it was the students who worried about him being distracted. After class, he got ready to prepare for the next lesson's short exam. Professor Jiang made an effort to straighten his face, left a cool remark, and walked out of the classroom. Of course, before leaving, Professor Jiang deliberately glanced at Kosei and then showed a kind smile. Did you notice that Fahai never lost his temper in this lesson from start to finish? Yeah, I was scared to death. Fahai asked me a question, but I couldn't answer. I thought I'd get scolded badly, but to my surprise, Fahai let me off so easily. I also realized something was wrong. Fahai was very gentle during his lecture today. Could Fahai be possessed by Bai Sujin? What nonsense are you talking about? Fahai clearly didn't dare to speak too loudly because he was afraid of startling Kosei. I counted for an hour, and Fahai looked at our adorable Kosei 26 times. Kosei really is our protective charm. If Kosei can attend Fahai's classes in the future, will we never be scolded again? Brother Cheng wanted to keep coming to class for the adorable eldest child, and the boys in class followed Kosame and the others in calling me Brother Cheng. My eldest child is still young, so I can't bring them over often. I know what they want to say, so I coolly refused. Jokingly, I often bring my older child to class. If he doesn't have to sit in the stroller all the time, I can't bear to see my baby suffer. Cheng, how are you going back with the baby? Do you want me to help you call a taxi? The other classmates have all left, and my 3 roommates are not. Let's go. I shook my head. Didn't the system say it was for me to deliver a commuter car? Of course, I'm waiting for the system's reward. At that moment, my phone rang just in time. I picked up my phone, saw the unfamiliar number, and answered it casually. Just drop it off at the school gate. I can come out in 10 minutes. After hanging up, I was also a bit curious about what the system's reward for commuter cars would look like. Ma Kosame, Ayame Jiahui, and Arimi all took out their phones and tapped a few times. This was something the 3 had secretly agreed on earlier. Today is my first time seeing my baby. The 3 of us are basically uncles, so the red envelope definitely can't be missed. I heard the sound of the Earth number ringing 3 times in a row. I picked up my phone and saw 3 Earth transfer messages, each with a transfer of 800 yuan. Chengji. This is a welcome gift for the babies. It's a bit less, but don't mind the living expenses for the 3 of us. Every month, parents send them at a fixed time. I also know that the 3 of them are used to spending extravagantly and hardly have any spare money. Sometimes they add a 688 to 68 or 3 people, and by the end of the month, they can only survive on instant noodles. I know how hard it is for my roommates, so I click to refund the transfer, and the brothers, appreciation. I accept this red envelope and won't accept it. Brother Cheng, this is a small token of our appreciation. Raising 2 babies at once means your pressure will be tough. Brothers, if you don't have much savings, don't complain about it. I really don't need my financial means. Raising 2 babies is no problem. I have a systematic background, so raising the older and younger ones is really a breeze. Brother Cheng, don't force yourself to hold on. If you're short on money, just let the brothers know. Even if it's not a big or small amount, we can still gather some money to help you. Something really isn't right. I asked a friend to buy a commuter car, and it should have already been delivered. Want to go together? Look at the commuter car, Chengge. You're a car owner. You're amazing. Why are you always 1 step ahead of us in everything? What do you mean, a step faster? Chengge doesn't know how fast we are. If we're a few steps ahead, I don't even know where my girlfriend is. Chengge has already finished the steps of having a baby and buying a car. Brother Cheng, when will you buy another house? You'll truly be a winner in life. In the mindset of 3 boys, buying a house means you've completed more than half of your life's major events. If I sue you and I already have a house, I push the stroller toward the classroom door while dropping a big bomb. Cheng, what do you mean by that? You're already from the family with houses. Isn't it unfair to leave your brothers so far behind? Cheng, I don't even bother to support the wall now. I'm just helping you. At the gate of Morganamo, a man dressed in a local courier uniform was already waiting there. Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Lin? I nodded. I said, I'm Lin Aka-chan. I glanced around. There were hardly any commuter cars around the courier. Could it be that the system shouldn't be joking with me? Hello, Mr. Lin. Because the package for this delivery is especially valuable, the courier handed me a very tightly packaged box. Z. This is a commuter car. The car inside the box can't be a model, right? If it can summon a system, I have to ask for clarification. Chengji, didn't you say you asked your friend to buy a car? Your friend probably doesn't have any special ability to shrink the car and put it in a box, right? This box must be delivered by the system, and I also want to know what the system means by commuter car. I opened the box with some doubt. Zibama's car key. Cheng, the commuter car you mentioned is a BMW. This Versailles is just too impressive. When they saw that the box was lying with a BMW car key, Kosame and the others couldn't stay calm any longer. For college students, BMW is a luxury car. In my eyes, luxury cars have actually become commuter vehicles. What does that mean? I just said I already own a house, and now I have a BMW, a wife, kids, a house, a car. I have everything. If that's not a life winner, what is? Kosame suddenly felt that her 3 years of college had been for nothing. Others had everything, but she hadn't even held a girl's hand, let alone that struggling money. Brother Bao Cheng took us to see your new BMW. Luxury cars and beautiful women are every boy's dream. Although we may not be destined for beautiful women, the wish of seeing luxury cars can be fulfilled. Kosei's dad took you to see our new car. Okay. I didn't overlook Kosei, who was still fighting with the lollipop. I first wiped the corner of his mouth for him. Dad Shui had no idea what a new car was, so Kosei gave him a big smile and continued arguing with the lollipop. Uncle Kosei will go buy a big pile of lollipops later. Daddy will bring you more often in the future. Oh, Auntie, Hearing that Tang Tang was being eaten made Kosei happily wave her hand. Kosei is an uncle, and I'm an uncle, not an auntie. Hearing that Kosei had already called her aunt more than once, Kosame corrected her seriously. This concerns the dignity of a real man, and Kasame is determined to regain her own character. No, we had just stepped out of the school gate and entered the parking lot when we ran into Ruka. Isn't this the early morning of being a dad? Is it the early morning of the time to take the child home? Ah, at midnight. Are you happy to avoid punishment? This is a car parking lot, and shared bikes aren't here. Ruka, why are you here watching the person who speaks? I don't need to say anything. Kosame just replied directly. In the early morning, my boyfriend was driving over to pick me up for fun. Of course, I was waiting in the parking lot, but it seems a bit odd for you guys to come here. Mentioning the word boyfriend, Ruka deliberately glanced at me. When we were dating before, I used to drive her out and have fun, but this car isn't the same. I'm driving a shared yellow car, and Ruka just wants to provoke me. You can get the leave note approved by the instructor, avoid school penalties, take your child to class, and avoid being kicked out by Professor Jiang. So what? Now, without a car, Reisei still has to be squeezed out by himself. Ruka has really seen new things through the fake signature scandal. This new boyfriend, Ruka, had already tested the photographer car crowd before agreeing to date him. At this moment, my ex-girlfriend, Ruka, was wildly mocking me, calling me a poor person who couldn't afford a car. The photographer angrily spoke up to defend me. Now our Chengge's woman has become the campus beauty of Mlaza University, and the university sister is definitely going to raise the car's status. How can a two-wheeled car become a four-wheeled car? Well, you already have four-wheeled cars, but it seems a bit small and can only fit a child. That was all. Ruka deliberately covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes sweeping over Kosei's stroller a few times. It was obvious what this four-wheeled cart was. Kosei wasn't pleased. Ruka would pout and keep waving her stick at her. Tangcheng showed a blind person what a four-wheeled person really means. Cheche Ruka's behavior was so good that even a fool could see what she meant. Ayame Jahui didn't want to see Ruka do that and quickly urged her. I glanced around the parking lot and saw two new BMW cars parked. One was a sedan, probably a BMW 1 Series, priced around 200,000 yuan. The other one is a BMW. I immediately recognized it as the BMW S5, definitely a fighter jet among SUV models, priced around 600,000 yuan. Whether it's the exterior or the size of the space, I really like it from the bottom of my heart. I just remembered that the system said this reward was just a commuter car. My gaze subjectively lingered on that little BMW. The commuter car was a BMW, so it should be this one. You can pretend as much as you want. I have plenty of time. Anyway, my boyfriend still has one more chance until he arrives. I'll just watch how you guys end it. Ruka had just received a message from her boyfriend saying that there was a traffic jam on the road, and she would be delayed. At the club, Ruka originally thought that since it was only her second official date with her new boyfriend, the guy was already late, which made her very unhappy. But now, Ruka doesn't blame her new boyfriend at all. It's precisely because of his traffic jam that she was late, that she could see the embarrassment at dawn. I glanced at Ruka, who looked smug, and pressed down the car keys in my hand. Beep, beep. Accompanied by a dull car sound, the BMW X5's headlights came on. Come on, I've slept with the burning cylinder. Brother Akachan, you said you bought a commuter car? This is your commuter car. A car of this caliber, like the BMW X5. Brother Akachan, you have to be this impressive. Akachan, I'm really helping you without even holding the wall. You're a bull, I'm about to blow the sky. On the surface, I looked calm, but inside, I was shocked. The system said it was a commuter car, and it was actually a BMW app. I gave the system a thumbs up in my heart, saying, this is your car. It's hilarious. This is a BMW. Do you have to flatter yourself like this? Although Ruka saw my hand move slightly since she was still some distance away, she couldn't clearly see what I was holding. Ruka thought Ayame Jiahui and the others were just putting on her face. Coincidentally, the BMW's headlights came on, and she said the BMW was mine. So now that I'm standing in the parking lot, can I also say this BMW belongs to Ruka? Ruka, I realize it's not just your brain that's wrong, your eyes aren't good. Maybe you've never ridden in a BMW and envy our brother Akachan. The woman in the passenger seat is Senior Yi, right? Ayame Jahui watched me press the BMW key and said, "This BMW X5 isn't mine. Could it be Ruka's?" Ruka's face is flushed with anger. When he was my girlfriend before, I never saw Ayame Jahui and the others so enthusiastic toward him. Now my girlfriend has become Kana. Logically, Kana and Ayame Jahui aren't really close, so why are they defending Kana like this? Brother Akachan, don't bother with those jealous people. Can I take a look inside? Kosame couldn't hold back any longer. This is a real BMW X5. For these college students, they used to only look around on the road. It's already my own car, so of course I don't mind. Ruka crossed her arms in disbelief. She looked around and saw no sign of the BMW's owner. By all accounts, the car door is unlocked and the owner should be nearby. Ruka still wants to watch us get scolded by the BMW owner. Amazing! Is this my first time having such close contact with a luxury car? Kosame opened the driver's door and her eyes sparkled with little stars. Why hasn't the owner shown up yet? Now is such a good opportunity to call the police and arrest them. Ruka is determined to embarrass me, hoping the BMW owner will come out soon. After waiting a few minutes, Ruka didn't see anyone else in the parking lot at all. She prepared to take out her phone from her bag and act bravely. After getting a feel for the luxury car, the group didn't hesitate and got out of the car on their own. Brother Akachan is wasting your time. Looking at my roommates, I smiled and said, "Next time I get the chance, I'll take you all for a drive." Guys love cars, and I totally understand that. It's really amazing. Long live Brother Akachan. Just thinking about it for a drive in the BMW X5 is just too cool. Under Ruka's incredulous gaze, I got in the car, pressed the one-touch start button, and drove the BMW X5 out of the parking lot with style. How is Kosei's driving skills? Luckily, I was forward-thinking. I learned to drive at 18 and got my license. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how to drive a car now. 88 Cheche Kosei's language organization skills are limited, so he can only use these simple character gaps. Tong Kosei is saying Dad drives really handsome, right? Dad thinks so too. In front of my own baby, I'm not humble at all. This really is Yeaka-chan's car. It wasn't until the BMW X5 was driving and Ruka couldn't see a trace of it that Ruka finally reacted. Thinking about how I own a suite in Mikazuki-wan worth 5 million and now I'm driving a BMW X5, Liu Ruka can't help but feel a bit suffocated. Is fate playing a joke on me? Ruka originally wanted to find a wealthy, rich second-generation heir. When she broke up with me, unfortunately, the rich second generation never met her, and instead lost me, the invisible rich second generation. Ruka felt a kind of urge to send earth and blood. Is this what they mean by picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons? Ruka, why don't you get a pair of glasses? With such poor eyesight, I really don't know how you dare to go out. Thinking back to when Ruka said in self-study class that I wasn't good enough for her, Ayame Jiahui was furious. Someone like Akachan Gay wasn't worthy of a woman like her. Liu Ruruyan really would always flatter herself. What's going on with Wang Haolin? There's a traffic jam and he still hasn't come. Ruka muttered a few words, but actually she was just talking to Ayame Jiahui and the others. Her boyfriend also had a car. Ayame Jiahui and the others who were about to leave saw Liu Ruka and Ruyan waving at the modern replacement cars. The three stopped in their tracks, exchanged glances, and both smiled with an ambiguous expression. Xiao Haoling, my legs were sore from waiting. Seeing my boyfriend Ruka say sweetly, Ruka deliberately bent down to rub her little parts. Seeing Ruka's pretentious demeanor, a trace of disdain flashed in Ayame Jiahui and the others' eyes. After only a short time, their legs were already sore. If that's the case, Ruka wouldn't even need to walk on her feet. She'd just sit in a wheelchair. Lighting cigarettes was my fault. I'll buy you a gift to apologize later. Seeing her girlfriend blame her, Wang Haoling immediately started admitting her mistake. She just started dating and needed to be properly comforted. Yo Ruka, this is your rich boyfriend. Back then, you were dating my brother Chang while finding a rich boyfriend, and finally your wish was fulfilled. Unfortunately, I wonder if this Hyundai can satisfy you. You wouldn't be sitting in a Hyundai while looking for someone richer, would you? What do you mean, who are you guys? When Wang Haoling heard Ayame Jiahui's words, she stopped massaging Ruka's legs. Wang Haoling isn't stupid. She's saying she's a backup. What man would want to be treated as a backup? We are Ruka's classmate. And Ayame Jahui specifically emphasized the meaning clearly. As a classmate, he wasn't just talking nonsense. Ayame Jahui, don't talk nonsense. I broke up with Reise a long time ago, and my breakup with Reise has nothing to do with my boyfriend. Ruka was very confident about her breakup. Back then, Ruka and I broke up, and it really had nothing to do with Wang Haoling. Yes, you and my Cheng broke up for your rich second-generation boyfriend, but I heard he's a fake rich kid. Ruka, it's only been a few days, and you found another rich person. Or is this just a temporary experience? Ayame Jahui gave Wang Haoling a meaningful look, and the others' eyes were full of sympathy. Wang Haoling was furious under the gaze of the others. Even if she was naive, Wang Haoling understood. It seemed Ruka was a sea king, truly treating herself like a fish in a pond. Seeing the looks in Ruka's classmates' eyes, Wang Haoling instantly felt like a clown. I didn't have Ruka. I wanted to say I didn't hire Wang Haoling for money, but Ruka hadn't forgotten what she said in the classroom back then. Seeing the understanding expressions on Ayame Jahui's face, Ruka didn't know what to say. If she lied, they would definitely expose her, and telling the truth definitely wouldn't work. Ruka, you really are something. Wang Haoling could tell from Ruka's hesitant behavior that her classmates were telling the truth. Wang Haoling angrily opened the driver's door and stepped on the gas, then drove away. Haoling didn't have time to argue with Ayame Jahui and the others anymore. Ruka chased after the Hyundai for several steps, but the car showed no intention of stopping. Let's go, brothers, back to the dorm. Ayame Jahui and the others happily walked toward the school gate. This was basically avenging brother Akachan. It was really satisfying. Ayame Jahui was carried away, and Ruka was filled with anger with nowhere to vent. She turned around, planning to find Ayame Jahui and the others to settle the matter properly. Unfortunately, when it came to Ruka, all she saw was an empty parking lot. As for Ayame Jahui and the others, there was no sign of them anymore. Kosei, we're home. I drove straight into the community. I originally wanted to call Kana and bring Shoko down to check out our new car, but my phone kept notifying me that Kana's side was busy, so I had no choice but to take my eldest home first. Mom, as soon as I opened the door to the house, Kosei, sitting in the stroller, started looking for Mom and went out with Dad all morning. Kosei said the baby really missed Mom. Dad heard his sister's voice, and the little one at home staggered toward the door to find him. The eldest hasn't seen his mom all morning, and the younger one hasn't seen his dad or sister at home all morning. I picked up the eldest baby from the stroller with one arm, and the other carried the little one, closed the door, and Shoko's mom, usually as long as you open the door and come home, Kana will greet you. Especially since today is my first time taking my eldest to school, Kana should come out and check on his condition. But with two babies making such a big commotion, Kana didn't come out, which naturally made me find it strange. Mom, Shoko understood Dad's words and pointed toward the balcony. Following Shoko's chubby little hand, I indeed saw Kana on the balcony making a call. It must be a very important call. Kana closed all the doors between the balcony and the living room. What I don't know is that the call Kana is answering now is from her mother. Kana hasn't told the family about her pregnancy and childbirth yet. Kana, you used to say you had to pursue graduate studies and PhDs after graduating from undergraduate school, but now you keep saying preparing for prep and always going to the same class. In fact, this question has troubled Kana's father Ye Xiaoping and mother Bai Wanqing for a long time. The two couldn't understand how their daughter, who was so good at studying, could be so eager to start working right after graduating from college. Kana's family background may not be extremely wealthy, but fulfilling her daughter's wish to pursue graduate studies and a doctoral degree is a piece of cake. The matter was originally warm and heartwarming, but Dasi Naisho-chan said the school arranged an internship opportunity, but the father-in-law and mother-in-law were reluctant. After all, in their hearts, their daughter was someone preparing for graduate and doctoral exams, so what use was interning so early? But because Kana's attitude was so firm at the time, the father-in-law and mother-in-law didn't say much. Actually, at that time, Kana had no choice. If she hadn't said she was preparing for her internship, she would definitely have had to go home during the holidays. She came home heavily pregnant, and then it couldn't be kept secret. Later, after giving birth to Kosei and Shoko, Kana had even fewer chances to go home. Regarding her parents' urge to come home, Kana could only use being busy with work to make excuses. After my internship, I realized that working earlier was actually quite good. She could also gain more social experience. Nowadays, many graduate and doctoral students can't find jobs after graduation, and many Kana pretended to be relaxed and told her mother, even if I wanted to continue my exams, I glanced at the eldest and younger ones I was holding, and Kana could only silently choose to give up. I was indeed playing in the living room holding Kosei and Shoko, but I was also focused on the warmth of shutting myself out on the balcony to make phone calls. Seeing the fleeting disappointment on Kana's face, I felt a bit sorry for her. For Kosei and Shoko, she must have given up a lot. Now even calling Kana doesn't dare to do so openly. Hitting you, child, working while studying. Can that be as effective as focusing on studying? Kana, are you worried about money? Actually, our family situation doesn't require you to worry. In the past, my mom set your living expenses because she was worried that once you went to university, you'd be willing to give a sting. Kana, your dad is the general manager of a big company, so how could your income be bad? Mom and your dad discussed it, and you should quit your job and focus on your studies. The mother-in-law rambled on, and the father-in-law, who had been nearby, nodded repeatedly. For such a smart child in the family, if he didn't pursue graduate school or a PhD, it would be such a waste. Mom, people always say daughters should be raised lavishly. You and my dad used to get along and trick me into saying our family wasn't wealthy. Kana couldn't help but smile at her mother's words. Kana realized that in her mother's heart, she was still a child who hadn't grown up yet. In fact, Kana knew her family was quite well off when she was in high school. The only difference is that Kana, who doesn't have the habit of spending lavishly, doesn't need to expose her parents. Lies? Kana, that's all your dad's idea. Mom didn't want to deceive your mother-in-law, but she just shifted the blame onto her husband, showing no sign of embarrassment or heartbeat. The father-in-law, who had been listening to Little Cotton Jacket, sat up straight when he heard his wife's words, wanting to argue. After receiving the warning from his wife's look, he could only silently memorize it. Don't think Guoguo's mom doesn't know about family matters. Dad always listens to you, so Kana ruthlessly exposed another identity of her mom, the scapegoat. Hearing his daughter clear his name, the father-in-law nodded repeatedly. Or was it just a little cotton-padded jacket, not showing off at all? Your dad is used to being a boss at the company and can listen to me when he comes home. Your mother-in-law firmly refuses to admit that raising her daughter on a frugal basis is her own master. Although the results of frugal raising were good, the mother-in-law wasn't sure if her daughter would blame her behind the scenes. Mom, you manage quite a few students at school. No matter how many naughty students you have, they have to behave and obey. How could you possibly fail to win over my dad? How can you compare your dad to those kids? The mother-in-law didn't even notice the later topic, and she was always led along by her daughter. Kana ended the call with her mother, pushed open the glass door, and asked, "Is Kosei being good?" Mom didn't see her all morning. Kosei stretched out his little arms and asked Mom to hold her. Mommy carried our eldest child to school with Dad, right? Kana held the eldest child and suppressed her discomfort in front of her baby. Kana has always strived to be a sunny and happy mother. Our eldest child is very well behaved. Even the most famous professor at the school, Fahai Jiang, really likes our eldest child. Today, I naturally noticed Professor Jiang's gentle teaching style, and of course, I understood it was all thanks to Kosei. At dawn, why didn't you say earlier that today was Professor Jiang's class? If you had said earlier, I definitely wouldn't have let you bring Kosei along. As a former student at Morgan University, Kenina was no stranger to Professor Jiang. Professor Jiang's reputation was well known. How could Kosei control himself? If Kosei causes trouble, he'll have to come back at dawn to blame. Thinking of this, Kana looked at me with worry, not knowing what kind of punishment Professor Jiang had received today. It's fine, our eldest is loved by everyone. Even the impartial Professor Jiang only likes our eldest child. Kosei really hasn't caused you any trouble. Kana knows her babies are very popular, and she herself never gets pregnant. It was just a class, after all, a serious matter, especially Professor Jiang's class. It didn't seem to have much to do with whether Kosei was cute or not. I smiled and sat down on the sofa, sharing the warmth and moments of what happened at school today. Also, all the classmates really liked Kosei, except Ruka. Kana, who had been calm from the start, couldn't help but be shocked by the end. Kosei actually had this ability, able to subdue Professor Jiang and make him a gentle teacher for once. Kana's call just now was about Kosei's situation at school, but I hadn't forgotten the fleeting sadness and disappointment on her face when she called my mom, and my mom had a phone number. Kana didn't hide anything and told her what her mother said. I'm Kana, now that Kosei and Shoko have cut off their food. If you want to pursue graduate studies or PhDs, I support you. I know Kana has given so much to have Kosei and Shoko. Now that the babies have already stopped eating food, when Kana naturally has time to do things she enjoys. Kana noticed that she no longer feels as shy when talking about rations with me as before. Kana, we can hire a nanny to look after Kosei and Shoko. Look, I'm a junior now, but I don't have classes every day. If you go to graduate school, you don't need to be at school every day. Our time is quite generous, so hiring a nanny is no problem. I don't want Kana to give up her studies just because of the babies. Continuing school is definitely something that top students really enjoy, but when it comes to hiring nannies, I often see news reports where nannies treat babies poorly. Alright, before, it was because of financial difficulties that Kana couldn't afford a nanny. Now with just the money I gave her, Kana didn't have to worry about any of that. Don't worry, let's find a reputable housekeeping company so there won't be any problems. This method is actually pretty good. Kana nodded. She realized I had thought of all the problems, and Kana thought she could continue her studies again, which clearly lifted her spirits. Kana, I know your parents have never told the family that she had her first and second child. It's just that the babies are slowly growing up. Keeping this secret for so long is definitely not a big deal, and Kana can't stay away forever. It's been over a year, so maybe her parents are starting to doubt it. In the early morning, I hadn't told my parents before. Previously, Kana didn't dare bring Kosei and Shoko home alone. Later, when she found me, we never formally discussed the topic. After all, she was a girl, so Kana didn't feel comfortable bringing it up. Kana, the babies are already this grown, so I think the uncles and aunties should know about this. Kana knew in her heart that I was right, but she was still very worried. After all, having a child out of wedlock is not something to be proud of. Kana worried that her parents wouldn't be able to accept it. Don't be afraid. If anything happens, we'll bear it together. I held her warm little hand tightly and noticed her hand was a bit cold. Kana looked at the determination in my eyes, and her hand gradually warmed up. Good, she gave me a bright smile. That feeling of having someone to share something with me was truly real. So cozy. I have just over a month left until summer vacation, so when the time comes, we'll take Kosei and Shoko to visit your parents first. Mom, I believe Uncle and Auntie will definitely like our eldest and younger ones very much when they see us. Kana agreed and naturally made the necessary arrangements. Summer vacation is over. Thinking about having to confess to her parents that she has already had a child in just over a month, Kana still felt a bit uneasy. Kana remembers that when she was in college, her parents repeatedly warned her not to date in college. But now, she didn't date, but instead went on several dates and even had a baby. Kana was afraid her parents' hearts couldn't handle it. Kosei and Shoko are already over 10 months old, and in another month, they'll almost be a year old. I think Kosei and Shoko must really want to see their grandparents. Well, when Kosei and Shoko have met Grandpa and Grandma, Kana wants to take you and the babies back to my hometown. I look at Kana with a serious expression. After learning about Kosei and Shoko's existence, I had already identified the name Kana. Meeting your parents, Reisei was trying to meet her parents-in-law first to her own parents, then to Reisei's parents. Both sets of parents had met each other. Thinking about this, Kana felt a sense of reassurance. Because of this realization, the nervousness on Kana's face gradually relaxed. With Reisei meeting her parents together, along with her two adorable children, Kosei and Shoko, Kana felt that the parents' checkpoint would be much easier. Of course, the ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her in-laws sooner or later. I know Kana's worried, so I joke on purpose. Who's the ugly daughter-in-law? Who is ugly? Loving beauty is every girl's nature, especially Kana, who is a great beauty herself. If I suddenly describe her as an ugly daughter-in-law, Kana definitely wouldn't accept it. Wait, who's your wife? I'm not. Realizing she had fallen into my trap, Kana's face instantly turned bright red. Alright, our baby's moms are definitely the most beautiful daughters-in-law. Isn't it the eldest and the younger? Kana has already come out of her nervous mood. Of course, I won't keep teasing the kids, moms. If he really angered Kana, I have no idea what the consequences would be. At least so far, I haven't seen Kana truly angry. Kana has a very good temper. Baba Checheche Baba was holding Kosei in Kana's arms, playing with his mother's jet black hair while whispering little secrets about his dad. Checheche, Dabao, followed his dad out and saw lots of beautiful Checheche. Kana didn't understand Kosei's words and thought he was sharing the cars she saw on the road. Well, Kana, I just called you and kept busy. But Kosei has already betrayed himself, so I might as well just say it directly. Shima took out his phone to check. Sure enough, there was a missed call from early morning, possibly from a call to me at the time. I was on the phone with my mom. Calculating the time, it was indeed the time I was on the call. What was going on when you called me at that time? It wasn't urgent. You shouldn't have called me in the early morning. I originally wanted you to bring your little one down to check out our new car, but since you couldn't get through on the phone, I had to take my eldest child and go first. When I arrived, I spoke calmly, just as the system said it was just a commuter car. Of course, I really think so now. Our family's new car, when did you buy it in the early morning? Lately, I've had more opportunities to take the kids out. Kana also realized the inconvenience of traveling. Having a car is certainly much easier, but Kana didn't want to add to my financial burden, so she didn't mention it. Kana didn't know when I bought the car, and I transferred all the money to her. Even if she kept a small portion for me, it was almost gone. Kana worried that buying a car might exhaust herself, or even go down the wrong path. Luke, this car wasn't bought by me. Do you remember when I said I started trading stocks right after college? There is a company where I have been holding shares for 3 years. This year, they ran a special event to give benefits to old shareholders, and I even got a lottery ticket. I originally thought this was just a scam by that company, but today they informed me that I had won a car and completed all the paperwork, delivering it directly to the school gate. This company is way too generous. They actually gave out cars. Kana was just naive, and when it came to me, Kana didn't doubt me. When I took her to the neighborhood to see the new car, something unexpected happened. At this moment, Kana was looking around the neighborhood. At dawn, where did you park your car? Kana only saw a powerful new BMW X5 parked not far away. Shankana felt that the car I won in the lottery definitely couldn't be such a good car, so I subjectively skipped this treasure. Ma, you two just moved here, right? I saw you two have taken your child in and out a few times. The housing prices in our community aren't cheap, and you rent a place, well, it depends on your age. If your family buys a house, you should have bought it at the time of marriage so you don't have to wait until the kids are born to buy it. Just as I was about to answer a warm question, an older woman came over. It was normal to start a conversation, but as we spoke, the mood changed. I'm Josume. No matter where I go, there are people with such rude eyes. Besides, whether I'm renting or buying a house has nothing to do with this auntie. This house in my family was bought for my son's wedding. My son has been married for 2 years, and I'm here taking care of my son and daughter-in-law. Just waiting for my daughter-in-law to give me a big, chubby grandson. Talking about the child, Auntie couldn't help but glance a few times at Kosei and Shoko in the stroller, her envious gaze hard to hide. Kanag. Listening to the auntie's courageous remarks, he was completely stunned. It wasn't that I had provoked anyone, I just wanted to come out and check out my own car. But young people, let me tell you, our community is the best in Sagami, and the schools our kids attend will be the best too. Unfortunately, only landlords can enjoy this kind of treatment. Renting doesn't have that privilege. Your twins will have headaches when they start school. I glanced at this woman. Not only was she not even a tenant, but even if she were, she had no right to show off in front of me. Ma'am, which unit is your home in? In my building, except for the unit I live in, which is a 3-bedroom, the 2 adjacent units are also 2-bedroom. I just saw this woman walking over from the neighboring unit, probably a 2-bedroom apartment. Since she wants to show off, I'll fulfill her wish. I'm the lady of the apartment next door, holding her head high in front of the tenants. Women really feel superior. Even if this young couple rented a 3-bedroom apartment, so what? Can renters really compare to landlords? Unit 1. Then I nodded to show I understood. What's wrong with Unit 11? The auntie thinks my expression is off and is too plain. Shouldn't an ordinary tenant show respect to a homeowner who can buy such an expensive place? There's something wrong with that, just some understanding of why your daughter-in-law doesn't have children. You know my daughter-in-law, and since it's about her future eldest grandson, the aunt suddenly became anxious. If this young man knew his daughter-in-law and also understood why she didn't want to have children, the auntie thought her wish to hold a grandchild might come true. Not knowing me, I firmly shook my head, dismissing the aunt's guess. But what you said earlier about not knowing your daughter-in-law but saying she knows the reason makes the auntie feel a bit deceived. Your family has 2 bedrooms and now 2 generations are squeezed together. If your daughter-in-law has another child, there's nowhere to live. Look, our family only has 2 adults and 2 babies, and a 3-bedroom is just right. I bet your daughter-in-law wouldn't dare have kids. If you want to show off in front of me, it depends on whether I'm willing to give you this chance. You mean my house. The young lady finally realized what she wanted to show off, but she didn't achieve her goal but was mocked by this young man. Fan originally wanted to show off in front of these young couple, but after all, they had such adorable twins. But her own daughter-in-law made no response at all. The auntie was definitely angry and couldn't hold back. You're just a tenant, even if you're renting a 3-bedroom apartment, so what? As long as the landlord says the word, you can handle it immediately. Auntie Ban felt confident that as the owner, she would surely outshine the young man, so she raised her voice to let everyone know that these young people were tenants of the community. Who says Mr. Lin is a tenant? Mr. Lin is the owner of our community, just moved in. The security guard Guang Ge, who helped me carry packages last time, came over. You said they were residents of the community, and the aunties pointed at me with disbelief. This was said by the community security guard, and even if the auntie didn't want to believe it, she had to believe it. If I were the owner of the community, the auntie would definitely think I was bragging. Now that I have strong witnesses, her question really makes me struggle a bit. Meaning, yes, Mr. Linlin is the owner of our Mikazuki-wan community. Is there a problem? Security guard Guang looked at the woman and asked seriously. I thought they were tenants who misunderstood, but now it's clear. They originally wanted to show off, but ended up being slapped in the face. 2 generations of people squeezed into a 2-bedroom apartment, daring to run over and mock others. The young couple with their baby living in a 3-bedroom apartment made the auntie's face flushed slightly. Mr. Linlin, this is your car entry permit. I just got it and sent it over to you. People's feelings are quite strange. This security guard, Guang Gai, had a very good impression of me from the start, and I didn't look down on him. The security guard was very polite and highly qualified. This directly led the security guard, Guang Jie, to be very attentive to everything about me, even giving me a car entry and exit permit for half a mile. Here comes the young man bought a car. He has 2 kids at home, and not having one is really inconvenient. For example, before my son got married, we bought him a good car. I was stunned for a moment. This lady really knows how to handle things? Then I struck a look and said, please start your performance. My son is also very picky about what he won't buy. The security guard should know that my son drives an AO. Aunt Dai had been listening nearby, and upon hearing the security guard's words, she immediately interrupted again. This time, it couldn't be wrong. The security guard said he had just obtained the car entry permit, which only shows this young man bought a car. The auntie felt that she had already been outshone by others in terms of housing, and now she had to make some comebacks. The son of this resident drives an Audi E3, but security Guangge cooperated and confirmed that the lady's son indeed drives an Audi. So young man, I'm not lying to you, right? My son has that temper. He wants to dress well, want designer brands, and drives a must-have. To be honest, he's been spoiled by us. The auntie's words were already showing off her wealth. Without a certain family background, even if you wanted to, you wouldn't have the means. The Audi E3 is expensive. Kana, who hadn't spoken until now, really couldn't stand the auntie's pretentious attitude. Although Kana was a girl and didn't know much about cars, but now, not only is Audi not only the E3, but also the 7 already available. If your family had money, why not just spoil your son and buy him a better one? It's okay. Just over 200,000 yuan. I looked at Kana, trying hard to hold back a smile, and answered, I already gave Kana a big thumbs up in my heart. That question was really well asked. Young people don't talk too arrogantly. What do you mean by just over 200,000 yuan? Our son's Audi cost over 200,000 yuan. Besides, you can afford such an expensive car, and such a young couple need to raise 2 babies. The security guard also said that the lady had just bought a house, and seeing that Kana and I were dressed without any designer brands, assuming that even if I bought a house, I'd probably have to take out a loan and maybe borrow quite a bit. Now, when buying a car, I probably have 2 kids, and travel is inconvenient, so I had no choice but to buy one. Looking at this auntie who keeps nitpicking at her, I was speechless, but since she's so eager to get the payment, I have to fulfill her wish. I really wouldn't buy the Audi E3, I nodded in agreement. As for the lady, even if the system didn't reward me with a BMW car, I still wouldn't choose the Audi E3. The space is too small. The auntie listened to this and found it very enjoyable. I said, for a young couple like you, getting a loan to buy a house is already very difficult. How could they possibly afford an Audi? Also, although 2 generations live together, this house was bought outright. If you take out a loan, buying a 3-bedroom apartment is no problem. I just don't want my son to face too much financial pressure in the future. Given the chance, the auntie wants to clear her own name. My husband also bought the house outright. He said a 3-bedroom would only cost $5 million, so he wouldn't need a loan or anything like that. If it's a loan, you'll have to remember the monthly repayment schedule. It's too much trouble. Kana has a good temper, but he's not one to accept it easily. Seeing this auntie I didn't even know at all, she kept staring at me in confusion, teasing me. Of course, Kana couldn't stand it. Kana's casual tone instantly drowned out the auntie's arrogance. Listening to what they said, buying a house for $5 million was nothing more. So what he said just now was just a huge joke. Turns out the clown was actually himself, Kana. I bought child seats for my eldest and younger ones. Take a look. Kana nodded cooperatively, but stood there without making any further move. I knew in my heart, but Kana still didn't know what kind of car her family had, so she didn't dare act rashly. I lifted my lips and took out the car keys from my pocket to ask. The arrogant voice of the doo-doo BMW X5 rang out, accompanied by the headlights glowing up with a commanding presence. The auntie next to her was stunned. It was actually a BMW X, and she was just praising her own Audi E3. At this moment, she was almost scooped out of 31 to hear it. At this point, not only was the auntie involved, but even Kana was shocked. She never expected her husband's car to be a BMW X5 in the lottery draw. Luck must be unmatched. Sister has already tried her own seat. Does our little Belle want to give it a try? I smiled at Kana and picked up Shoko's mom from the stroller. Mom saw that Dad was only holding his younger sister's eldest child and stretched out his little arm to Mom through the ball bag. Mom, thinking of how the eldest child had been quite clingy since coming home, Kana was very happy. She had thought that after the 2 babies had a father, they wouldn't be as clingy to her as before. Kana now felt that she was just overthinking it. Maybe in the babies' minds, the time spent with Dad was short, so of course it would take many years to deepen the bond. Hey, Mr. Lin, then I won't disturb you. Security guard Guanggue couldn't bear to disturb our warm family scene and couldn't bear to disturb them. The reason I thank you is that they specially gave me a car entry permit. The woman who wanted to show off had already slipped away while we were talking. Such a big BMW, even if she wasn't very smart. She could guess it must be much more expensive than her son's Audi 3. Originally, it was because she was jealous that she suddenly had 2 adorable babies, so she deliberately stepped forward to find a psychological balance. But now, I haven't found this balance, and instead I have slinked away. I bet in the future, when the aunties see my family, they'll have to avoid me. After all, it was really embarrassing. The house was cheaper than someone else's, and the car wasn't as expensive as the old lady. The auntie really had nothing to show off. Coco Lingley drew a BMW X5 with no one else around. Kanag finally had the chance to ask the question in his heart. What kind of company is this generous, actually offering a BMW X5 as a prize? That's real money. Kanag found it hard to believe. Yeah, I was lucky and won first prize. To make Wenxing believe me, I acted completely indifferent. Winning first prize, this BMW X5 should be quite expensive. Kanag knows BMW cars, but when it comes to the specific prices of different BMW models, Kanag really doesn't know much about the specifics. In short, just looking at the model, you can tell the BMW X5 won't be cheap. Otherwise, that auntie wouldn't have sneaked away so quietly. It's about 600,000 yuan, though I haven't spent my own money, so I still know the approximate price. 600,000 yuan, early morning. Isn't your luck too good? Hearing the price, Kanag's little mouth opened slightly. Kanag estimated that the price of this BMW X5 wouldn't be cheap, but Kanag never expected it would exceed the 500,000 yuan mark. Of course, ever since I had you and the babies, my luck has been beyond description. I feel a deep sense of pride and feel like a winner in life. All right, Wensing, I'll take you and the babies out for a drive. I closed the rear door and held Wensing's hand, letting him sit in the passenger seat. I got in the car myself and pressed the start button. Kosei and Shoko sat down obediently. After the babies smiled brightly, I pressed the accelerator. Manrizi, when did you learn your driver's license? Kanag, who had been nervous holding onto his seatbelt, gradually relaxed after feeling my skilled driving skills. I started learning when I was in college. Although I don't drive often, every winter and summer break I practice my skills with my dad's bike chain, so you can rest assured. Originally, Kanag planned to learn to drive after graduating from university, but since she hadn't graduated yet, and all her plans were disrupted. At this moment, he felt that this disrupted plan might not be so bad. Looking at the babies in the back row, then at me beside him, a sweet smile appeared on his face. Yi Wenzing's best friend Tsukimiya came over to our home and started gossiping about our cohabitation life. Tsukimiya looked at Kanag with a smile and asked her a personal question. Tsukimiya secretly glanced outside the kitchen. He was sure that if I was playing with Kosei and Shoko in the living room, I wouldn't overhear their conversation. Kanag didn't think much of the other question, assuming Tsukimiya was asking about private matters between girls. Wenxing, you and Reisei have spent so many days together, and now you two have moved into your new home. After a pause, Tsukimiya's smile grew even more mysterious. Wenxing, you and Reisei, did something happen between you two? With a bright smile, Tsukimiya's face clearly said, I want to gossip. Kanag's hand trembled while washing dishes, almost unable to hold the bowl. What kind of problem is this with Tsukimiya? Her relationship with Reisei was completely innocent. It wasn't right. They even had Kosei and Shoko, so it shouldn't be considered innocent anymore. Without me, nothing happened between Reisei. Kanag firmly denied that giving birth to Kosei and Shoko was an accident and had nothing to do with Tsukimiya's current problems. Kanag was still quite confident, but her flushed little face was unexplained. Nothing really happened? That shouldn't happen. You two should have already done what was supposed to happen. I see how much Reisei cares about you. You seem quite satisfied with Reisei too. Look, you two are alone and living together, yet there's nothing at all. No trouble happening. What do you mean a man and a woman alone? Isn't there Kosei and Shoko? And you, a girl, have a mind full of messy things. Kano was too embarrassed to repeat what Tsukimiya was talking about. Why is this a mess of all sorts of things? I'm just concerned about you, okay? You and Reisei already had a big and a little child, so why are you two locked up? The system misunderstood Mei Chan-yue's words before she could finish, when Kanag suddenly covered her mouth. Kanag glanced worriedly outside the kitchen. After confirming I probably hadn't heard Tsukimiya's words, Kanag finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although it was a 3-bedroom apartment, the kitchen door was left open, and the space was just that big. Kanag was genuinely worried that if I heard Tsukimiya's words, what if I thought it was her meaning? Kanag would never have the face to face her again. I wondered if I would let go. After receiving Tsukimiya's desperate nod and confirmation, Kanag set a condition. You promise I won't talk nonsense anymore, so I'll let go. Speaking hands, Tsukimiya wanted to gain freedom, so she could only keep nodding. Wenxing, did you really not have Reisei? Once your mouth was free, the gossip about Tsukimiya was about to start again. But when he saw Wenxing's hand reaching out toward him again, Tsukimiya quickly covered her mouth, silently assuring her that she really wouldn't say another word. There really was nothing between Reisei and me. I slept in the master bedroom and the study in Reisei's study, but I just said it myself, and I definitely wouldn't believe it next month. Kanag took Tsukimiya's hand and walked out of the kitchen. Tsukimiya, let me show you around. With the voice I could hear, Kanag found an excuse to prove his innocence. So, I wasn't lying to you. Pulling Tsukimiya into the study, Kanag pointed to a folding bed in the study and said, seriously, there was even a quilt laid out on the bed, clearly showing someone was sleeping there. Kanag thought that Tsukimiya would probably believe it now. Shishi was a folding bed, so she briefly explained Tsukimiya's familiar, knowing expression that made Kanag feel embarrassed. Thinking of the last time she touched my muscle, Kanag's little face couldn't help but blush again. See, look, I told you, you and Reisei had something going on, Mei-chan. Yue pointed at Wenxing's little face with a look that said, I know what happened. Without me and Reisei, there really wasn't Kanag. Wenxing anxiously tried to argue, but unfortunately, Mei-chan Yue's phone rang. Speaking of which, Tsukimiya picked up her phone with a look of fear and readiness. She took a few deep breaths and answered the call. Director Joe, this is Tsukimiya. The Zhang Tianwang doesn't have time, and it's not something a small assistant like me can decide. I also think those Tianwang families are too powerful. We should find some capable people to put Zhang Tianwang's influence in check. Director Joe, I'm really looking for those experts hidden among the common folk. I'll definitely record a recording of a master for you. Only when the phone came through the phone with a blind voice did Mei Changyue put away the phone. Tsukimiya must be about work, right? Kanag knew she had been busy lately, but she hadn't expected her to be this busy. Coming out, she would get calls chasing after her. You have to know, Tsukimiya is quite agile at work. In the past, as long as she did her work well, skipping half a day was no problem. This is also why Tsukimiya was able to help Kanag take care of Kosei and Shoko. But judging by today's situation, Tsukimiya must be very busy. Wen-sing. Our company is organizing a large-scale talent show. Originally, we invited that superstar Zhang as the opening guest. But on the day the contract was officially signed, Zhang actually stood me up. All the promotions and posters for our talent show have already been posted, and now the opening guest suddenly shows up. This is truly fatal. Tsukimiya, that Zhang Tianwang has broken the appointment. You can find other celebrities. Kanag is a bit puzzled. Singing and fame aren't just about Zhang Tianwang. Tsukimiya sighed, wishing it were as simple as when Xing said. Celebrities care most about their reputation. This is a matter of status. Who would want to be that substitute? I just heard you say on the phone that you want to find a grassroots expert. Isn't that easier than hiring a celebrity? Celebrities can put on airs, but ordinary people probably wouldn't. Well, it's not simple either. It's hard to find. Tsukimiya has really been feeling stifled lately. In Tsukimiya's mindset, just bothering her is enough. There's no need to make Wen Xingye worry about anything. Ming Tsukimiya, actually, you sing quite well. If you hadn't volunteered to help her friend relieve stress, Kanag would have joked about it. Wen Sing, you might as well give it a try. I'm the mic king on KTV. But if you want me to actually sing, I'd probably scare people away. Tsukimiya is still self-aware of her own abilities. I came today to see Kosei and Shoko. Don't let work matters affect your mood. Wenxing hasn't seen you for a few days. The two little ones are even prettier. Honestly, Wenxing, I'm a bit envious of you. You actually managed to find such a handsome guy from the early morning while still not clear-headed. Tsukimiya envied Wenxing from a genetics perspective. If I were unattractive or unreliable, then two little babies, Bebe, might not be so pretty. What does Tsukimiya mean by scissors? Kana really wanted to buy a piece of tofu for Tsukimiya to bump into a certain loop of his good friend. Oh, then I said it wrong. You're really lucky, being scissors by such a handsome guy at dawn. Zhang explained Mei-chan Tsukimiya and corrected her in time, correcting her slip of the tongue with big eyes. Now she couldn't have said anything wrong, right? Kanag really didn't have the courage to discuss this topic in front of me and the babies. Come on, Kosei and Shoko's godmothers have arrived. Tsukimiya didn't notice Wen Zhang's embarrassment. In Tsukimiya's heart, her earlier topic was quite pure. Tsukimiya simply praised Wenxing for finding good genes for the babies. But when the godmother heard her voice, Kosei and Shoko didn't even bother with their toys and immediately reached out their little arms to hug her. For the godmother to hold the two little ones, Tsukimiya naturally had to be fair. Kosei and Shoko played with their godmother for quite a while. Both babies started to feel sleepy and started rubbing their eyes with their little hands. Kosei and Shoko, let's go to sleep. Dad is making formula. Mom and Godmom will change your little pants, okay? At dawn, how about I help soothe Kosei and Shoko to sleep? Seeing that Kosei and Shoko still refused to sleep despite their nap time had already passed, Kanag felt a bit helpless. I'll have you chat with Tsukimiya for a while. I picked up a baby in one arm and walked into the baby's room. If Wensing was coaxing the babies to sleep, then if Tsukimiya and I were staring at each other in the living room, I would feel it would be strange. Wenxing from Reisei is really considerate of you. Tsukimiya pulled Wenxing over and winked meaningfully at her good friend, her meaning obvious. Reisei treated me very well, and this time Kanag didn't shy away and openly admitted it. Wensing, I'm still single. If you feed me so much affection, I'm really hurt. Tsukimiya exaggerated a heart-holding gesture, which made Kanag laugh. Does Wenxing soothe the babies to sleep at dawn? Tsukimiya thinks it's one thing that I'm considerate, but when it comes to putting the babies to sleep, isn't that a bit unreliable? Didn't you see him last time too? Singing lullabies in the early hours to soothe the eldest and younger ones to sleep, Kanag said, "I've soothed the babies to sleep more than once or twice." A lullaby struck with a flash of inspiration. Kanag and Tsukimiya started calling out at the same time. After working hard for most of the day, how could they have forgotten me? My lullaby skills are already at a master's level. Isn't this exactly the kind of expert Tsukimiya is looking for, hidden among the common folk? Wenxing borrowed your place at Akachan, and since we weren't very close, Tsukimiya had no choice but to ask Wenxing for help. Kanag didn't feel the slightest repulsion toward Tsukimiya's words. In fact, he felt a sweet feeling in his heart. This depends on Reisei's intentions, and I can't force him. Ah, Wenxing, isn't it wrong to turn your elbow outward? You're now one of Reisei's family, and I've become an outsider. To win sympathy, Tsukimiya can only play pitiful. What's the point? I never said I wouldn't help you, but in the end, it still depends on Reisei's decision. All right, I'll do my best to persuade Reisei to help you, okay? That's more like it. After we finish putting Kosei and Shoko to sleep in the early morning, you have to put in a good word for me. Tsukimiya suddenly regretted why she had been so targeted at first. If only she had treated Reisei kindly from the start, maybe Reisei would have agreed to help her right away. No, she was also considering Wenxing's sake. Thinking of this, Tsukimiya threw away any regret. Afterwards, just as I stepped out of the baby's room, I didn't expect Wenxing and Tsukimiya to look like they were waiting for me. Early in the morning, Wenxing called out to me. Tsukimiya has something she wants you to help with. I'm curious about what I can do to Tsukimiya, but as long as Wenxing asks, I definitely won't refuse. Besides, Tsukimiya treats her two little ones very well. Tsukimiya's company is organizing a talent show, and the opening guest that had been invited suddenly canceled. I really couldn't think of finding another guest to sing instead. I said it wasn't that I was unwilling to help, but I simply didn't know any celebrities and felt helpless. I didn't make myself clear just now. Kanag saw that I misunderstood what I meant and quickly explained. Tsukimiya's company isn't planning to invite celebrities as opening guests, so they should ask Tsukimiya to find a folk expert. After speaking, Kanag blinked his beautiful big eyes at me. At this moment, Reisei finally understood what he meant. Tsukimiya was also staring at me. She knew that as long as I was willing to speak up, skipping work today wouldn't be a big deal. After Wenxing's reminder, I realized I had the top-tier singing skills given by the system and really didn't need to find anyone else. Yeah, the lullaby you sang for the babies at Reisei, both Tsukimiya and I have heard it. Your singing is really beautiful. Reisei, please help Tsukimiya, okay? Tsukimiya actually skipped work today to see Kosei and Shoko. If she couldn't get quality songs, Tsukimiya would definitely be punished. Kanag placed both hands in front of herself and made a pleading gesture. Seeing Wenxing so cute, I couldn't help but smile. At first, I really didn't realize that just singing a song wasn't a big deal for me. No problem. Whatever song you want me to sing. It probably won't be a lullaby, I said, half joking. If it's not a lullaby, it definitely won't be a lullaby. Seeing me agree so readily, Tsukimiya's mood instantly relaxed a lot. Wenxing's taste is really good. Reisei is very loyal. I can have everything with top-tier singing skills. How could I need to pick and sing just to sing? Anything is possible. Tsukimiya was shocked by my tone. Even those so-called superstars have their own comfort zones. Reisei could say anything he wanted. But could you really use blue and white porcelain? Tsukimiya knew this song was a test of her singing skills. If I said I didn't like singing it, Tsukimiya definitely wouldn't force it. No need to hesitate, I agreed immediately. Honestly, I really like the song Blue and White Porcelain myself. Tsukimiya heard me say no problem, and her face relaxed. If you're ready at dawn, you can start right away. Tsukimiya took out her phone and opened the recording interface. I cleared my throat. My top-tier singing memories fully unfolded, and Tsukimiya and Kanag were both immersed in my singing. A few minutes later, Tsukimiya got the recording she was satisfied with. Then looked at Kanag and said, "Wenxing, your Reisei is pretty impressive." So the hidden master is right beside us. Kanag heard Tsukimiya say it was early morning at his place, and he unconsciously glanced at me, his cheeks flushed. Then, just then, my gaze met mine. I gave him a chuckle, as if tacitly accepting Tsukimiya as a nickname. Early in the morning, because there were many things to do, Kanag got up early. When did you get up in the early morning? Kanag was really curious about me coming in with breakfast. Why do I always seem mentally unstable? Ever since I moved out of school and started taking care of the babies with him. Kanag knew I didn't sleep more than he did, but my mental state was exceptionally good. I'm pretty strong, I thought you understood it deeply. I winked at Kana. Then, just as I wished, I saw Kana's little face turn bright red, unable to say a word for a long time. Because of my words, Kana didn't dare look up at me until after breakfast, because my words were so ambiguous. Hey Kana, your face is about to fall into the bowl. Seeing Kana's shy expression, I couldn't help but tease her again. Every bowl of spicy soup was empty. But Kana showed no sign of looking up. Kana, how about I have this bowl for you? I said that, but the smile at the corner of my mouth showed I wasn't taking it literally. No, I'm full. Kana reflexively looked up, not wanting her title to be confirmed after eating. Seeing my radiant smile, Kana belatedly realized she had been tricked into changing clothes. She muttered regretfully and fled into her room. Kana, actually, you look pretty in your pajamas. I deliberately said something behind her back and successfully saw Kana tightly shut the master bedroom door, and I couldn't help but laugh. Come on, I finished my breakfast and tidied up a bit, but Kana still hadn't seen it. She just came out to change clothes. Could it be that Kana was embarrassed to face herself? I checked my watch. The nanny should be almost there. Dong dong. I gently knocked twice on the master bedroom door. The cozy nanny is about to arrive. Are you dressed now? Kana in the bedroom didn't answer. She looked at her flushed face in the dressing mirror, really too weak to face it. I'm Kana. Are you inconvenient or need my help? I know Kana is shy, so I gave her a strong medicine. Kana is too shy to come out, so just go in by yourself. No need. I changed and went out immediately. When she heard I was coming in to help, Kana quickly patted her cheek a few times, trying to calm her emotions. Come on, Kana, why are you so shy these days? You and Reise even had a baby. It's just a few words. What's the big deal? Calm down, Kana. You're the best. She took a few deep breaths. She looked at herself in the mirror, her face no longer so red, and then quickly opened the master bedroom door. I went to check on Kosei and Shoko. I hadn't prepared myself mentally enough. One thing is one thing, but when facing me, Kana's little heart couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. After all, the accident of having a baby happened when they were unconscious, and Kana really had no real experience with how strong I was when I said I was in good physical condition. Kana didn't dare to say this directly. If I dragged her to the scene to experience it, Kana wouldn't know what to do. All right, I arranged to meet with a soft furnishing designer at 8:30 in the morning to take measurements. I'll wait until I'm done at home before heading to school. The morning class is at 10:30. Now that I have a car, it's much more convenient and I have time. I thought it over last night and decided it was better to stay home and watch the class myself. After all, it was the nanny's first day at work, so it wasn't exactly familiar or warm. Taking care of the babies alone and having a few outsiders at home wouldn't make me feel at ease. All right, as long as I don't talk about physical strength with her now, no matter what I say, Kana thinks it's good. Just as Kana wasn't sure what topic to talk about, there was a faint commotion coming from the babies' room. Kosei and Shoko should be waking up soon, so I'll go check on them. She seemed afraid I might grab her, and Kana felt like she was running away. Just then, my phone rang, and I answered casually. I was late at night, and she was our family's new nanny. In the afternoon, I went to get her a temporary access card. Looks like the new nanny is about to arrive. After hanging up, I also walked into the baby's room. Kosei and Shoko are up. Come on, Daddy. The two little ones have a very good temper when they get up, unlike some little ones who cry and fuss every time they get up. Hearing Dad's words, Kosei and Shoko rolled over and got up on their own, reaching out their little arms to me for a hug. Clap PA scoop. She picked up a baby in one arm, and the little ones brought themselves to each other at the same time. Xiangwen, Kosei, Shoko, you're so biased. Clearly Mom came in first. Why don't you give Mom Xiangxiang? Seeing the baby's clingy, Kana felt a slight jealousy. Clearly, the baby was born after carrying her for 10 months, and she brought her to such a big age. Why are the baby's fathers more popular? Mom, Kosei, and Shoko were shocked when they heard Mom's words, Each of the two babies gave her a big, fragrant kiss, and now Mom wouldn't be jealous of Dad. Ding ding dong ding dong! The doorbell rang a few times. I knew it was the mother who had arrived, so I went to turn it on. "Mr. Menlin, I'm here to work." When the mother saw me open the door, a smile appeared on her face. "Come in." I took a new pair of slippers out of the shoe cabinet and handed them to the nanny's wife. She was officially working, so she couldn't just walk around the house wearing shoe covers all the time. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." The mother took the brand new slippers and sincerely expressed her gratitude. In the past, the homes of the workers would prepare slippers too, but very few actually prepare new slippers, and the mother's impression of this new employer has improved considerably. From now on, I'll just call you Aunt Wang. My two babies have already woken up. You should get to know them first. Looking at the mother, she's about the same age as my mom. I don't think it's appropriate to call her by her full name. Mr. Xinglin felt that whatever was called convenience was the same as Wang Shufan knew this was a form of respect from Mr. Lin. Kosei and Shoko are here to see who is at our house. I led Aunt Wang toward the living room, calling out their names. For a little baby, the character Baomu means mother. The two definitely don't understand it. Kosei and Shoko just need to know that one more person will take care of them in the future. Clap, 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 slap, slap. Neither of the two little darlings is shy around strangers. As soon as they heard their dad say someone was coming home, they immediately turned their heads curiously. Kosei and Shoko are Grandma Wang. From now on, Grandma Wang will take care of you together with Mom and Dad. According to their ages, it's only right for Kosei and Shoko to call each other Grandma. Grandma, and babies don't need to be called out on purpose. Babies will automatically call you Mr. Linlin. Mr. Lin, your child is truly beautiful. You can tell Wang Shufan is an honest person and doesn't say anything fanciful. Wang Shufan was just instinctively expressing her thoughts. Mrs. Lin was also a great beauty. Looking at Kana's gentle smile, Wang Shufan felt she really liked the new old family too much. If she were to spend every day with such beautiful babies, Wang Shufan felt that even if she took a little less pay, it would still be worth it. Of course, I won't shortchange their labor and supplies. As long as I can take good care of the babies, even if it means paying a little more, I'm willing to do it. Thank you. I'll call you Wang Yi too. When Wang Shufan and I sat at the door, Kana had already heard it. It was very natural. Kana must have called the nanny the same way I did. Fine, whatever you call it is fine. Mr. Lin, I'll clean the house first. Take out the cleaning tools issued by the housekeeping company. Wang Shufan gets ready to work. The soft furnishing designer was also very punctual. I arranged the specific product with the designer, totaling 98,000 yuan. After paying a 20,000 yuan deposit, the designer went back to prepare. Kana never says much about my decision. Even if she thinks it's expensive, she won't say it in front of outsiders. Moreover, Kana knew that I spent so much money for her and the babies, so naturally, all that remained in her heart was emotion. Kana, I'm heading out. With the experience of Kosei insisting on following me out last time, this time I went out more discreetly. I whispered to Kana and left. Drive a bit slower, Kana reminded me, just like a young wife escorting her husband out, and walked me to my doorstep. To outsiders, Kana and I must have looked reluctant to part. Right, Mrs. Lin, you and Mr. Lin have a great relationship. Aunt Wang, who was cleaning the living room, saw Kana close the front door and smiled as she said. Kana smiled a little shyly, having accepted the title, Mrs. Lin, from the heart. I must have been driving a BMW X5 and arrived at school quickly. Cheng Ji-yi, you're here! Cheng Ji-yi, you didn't bring Kosei over. Yes, Cheng, you came alone. After realizing I didn't bring the baby to school, everyone was clearly a bit disappointed. You really treat my eldest child like a patron deity. Seeing everyone like this, I can't help but laugh. These students, not wanting to study properly, actually pinned all the criticism from Teacher Bly on their own eldest child. Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Brother Cheng, after all, your baby is so cute, even Fahai was taken by him. Exactly, everyone at Moda knows that Fahai is the strictest. Kosei can even take down Fahai, and dealing with other professors is a piece of cake. Saying, easy to win? You're seriously underestimating our Kosei's abilities. With just a gentle smile, all the professors instantly become dear to him. Anne said, what's the use of more? Cheng didn't bring the eldest to class. If I don't bring the baby to school, we can't just fight for it. There was no other way. Those who hadn't done enough review and preview their lessons could only pray that the professor wouldn't call on them to answer the questions. When will Brother Chang let us meet Shoko? I had just reached the spot Ayame Jiahui, and the others had reserved for me when Kosame came over. Last time she held her eldest child, Kosame's heart melted. Thinking of her twin babies at home, of course she wanted to hold her little one too. I smiled and looked at them. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll invite you all to my place to play. Kosei and Shoko will both be there. Chang, what opportunity are you waiting for? Children's Day is coming soon. Can we come to your place to celebrate Children's Day with the babies? On Children's Day, I was slightly stunned. How could I forget such an important holiday for the babies? For the older and younger ones, this is their first Children's Day since birth, so they definitely have to celebrate it properly. All right, it's settled. When the time comes, you can come to my house and celebrate Children's Day together for Kosei and Shoko. With lots of people and lively people, Kosei and Shoko, who aren't shy, will definitely be very happy. Hao Cheng made it up to it. Seeing me agree, Kosame and the others were really in high spirits. Hey, do you guys have any plans after class? Thinking of what I said yesterday about promising to take my brothers for a ride, I smiled and asked, we don't have girlfriends anymore. Besides playing games, what else can we do? Cheng, if you have any instructions, just say the word. Brothers, if you can't do anything else, you still have the time and energy. What are you talking about? I just want to see if you have time. If you do, I'll take you for a walk after class. Of course, I have to go back at noon to keep my eldest and little treasures company. Cheng, you mean you want to take a ride with your big BMW? The surprise came so suddenly that Kosame, even the classmates in the classroom who didn't control the volume well, heard it. Cheng Kei bought a car and it's still a BMW. Oh my god, do I have to be so discouraging? I still haven't gotten over the Yida joke and the adorable twin babies. Here comes another explosive piece of news. Heaven is really unfair. Cheng, are you just winning easily? Which series is the big BMW? My favorite license plate is BMW. Because it wasn't time to start yet, the teacher didn't come to the classroom, and the excited classmates immediately surrounded my seat. Isn't it just a BMW X5? What's there to be proud of? I hadn't said anything before a disdainful voice came from the classroom. This voice, whose reaction was clearly different from others, was naturally the owner of the voice. Ruka felt a deep, jealous feeling inside. Because I was poor, we broke up. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, I became someone with a house and a car. Coincidentally, my house is in the best Mikazuki Wan community in Sagami City. As for the car, the BMW X5 is also quite upscale. As for Ruka, the so-called rich second-generation ex-boyfriend could only afford to rent a place in Mikazuki Wan community. Of course, for certain reasons, she even saved money on rent. Ruka was quick to get a new boyfriend right after breaking up with Asamitsu, but with the help of my roommates, Wang Helen didn't even say break up and directly blocked her. Regarding her own rough love life, Ruka naturally pushed all the problems onto me. Ruka thought I deliberately hid my rich second-generation identity when dating him. If Ruka knew I was this wealthy, even if she were to be pulled by a stone ox, she wouldn't have said, break up, to me. So he wanted to mock me in front of the whole class, saying I was just driving a BMW X5. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, the whole class condemned him. Cheng, you're amazing. The BMW X5 is a fighter jet among SU versus models. The BMW X5 is the mark of a true man. Oh my god, don't even mention driving a BMW X5. Even sitting there at night would wake me up laughing in my dreams. When a guy heard Ruka mention the BMW X5, he got even more excited. Ruka, what you said is really sour. Could it be that you ate lemons for breakfast this morning? Yes, Ruka, when you broke up with Risei, I remember you said that. Looking back, it doesn't seem like that at all. Well, I think Ruka must have wanted to save some face because she knew about Senior Yi and Ling So-chan, so she decided to break up first. Ruka's strategy of striking first was completely useless. In the face of strength, anyone who likes to show off has to give their all. In the past, because Ruka won her over, I was so cocky in front of other girls. Now everyone has found a chance for revenge. Ling So-chan, who won you over, still doesn't know to cherish her, and you actually dared to break up just because Ling So-chan is poor. The girls who made you treat Ling So-chan, whom everyone loved, as their backup clearly showed their disdain for Ruka. I'm saying, what does Rise have to do with you? Why do you need to meddle like these scoundrels? Seeing herself suddenly become everyone's enemy, Ruka was so angry her body began to tremble. Why did breaking up with me feel like she had done something unforgivable? What does Ling So-chan's car buying have to do with you? If we're talking about dog or rat, you're the one who meddles the most. They say 3 women make a drama, let alone a class full of 20+ girls. As for Ruka, someone immediately replied, I was stunned by how popular I was with girls. How come I hadn't noticed before? Right now, Ling So-chan has nothing to do with you. What right do you have to criticize him? She's jealous, can't you tell? Seeing Ling So-chan and Senior Yi doing so well now, Ruka, your face must be hurting a lot, right? At that time, Ruka probably had no other choice. After all, compared to Senior Sister Ye, who had been polishing for a century and was rarely seen as a school beauty, Ruka was nothing. Senior Ye was truly the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen. On one side, the girls began a long campaign against Ruka. On one side of the road, boys were gathered around me asking for it. It wasn't that skipping class would cost her credits. Ruka even wanted to escape from the classroom. After one class, despite everyone's different feelings, she finally got through it. I had originally agreed to go wild with Daimak Xiao and the others, but since it conflicted with the babies, I could only say hi to my brother. After all, vaccinations for babies are the top priority, and you can't bathe them for 24 hours after vaccination. I plan to wait until Kosei and Shoko finish their nap before taking a bath before getting vaccinated. Kinda knew I definitely didn't understand these things, Bao. From birth until now, before the vaccines, it was always Kana and Tsukimiya who took them along. Yi Wen has newborn twins, so it's definitely inconvenient to take 2 babies to get vaccinated alone. Now that the babies, dads have a lot of things can be done without hassle, and it's annoying to you. Alright, I understand. Babies, vaccinations are for this afternoon, so I'm not in a hurry. Drive slowly, don't worry. In Kana's mind, I am now driving myself, and Kana must be very concerned about my safety. Don't worry, I'm an experienced driver. I'm a reliable driver. Kana replied with an emoji and didn't say much more. Now, the term veteran driver actually has a different meaning. After my recent teasing, Kana has become much more cautious with the term KMT. I'm really not a beginner. Maybe I misunderstood Kana, and I muttered helplessly to myself. After the sentence, Chiazong stepped on the gas and stayed within the speed limit, making the wind feel even more different. Come on, Kosei and Shoko, Dad is back. It's only been a morning since I last saw my 2 kids. I realize I really miss the baby. PAPA. Hearing Dad's voice, Kosei and Shoko walked straight over. Kosei and Shoko, do you miss your dad? I hurried over and picked up a baby with one arm. Slap, slap, slap. The 2 dads reached out their little hands and touched their dad's face and ears. Did Dabao and Shoko want to know if they wanted to be dad? Dabao and Shoko answered directly with their actions. Rise, you're back. Lunch will be ready soon. Kana heard my voice and came out of the kitchen. Watching the most beautiful joke at Moda, wearing an apron and washing his hands to make soup, I couldn't help but smile. I glanced at the living room and balcony but didn't see Aunt Wang, the nanny. I frowned slightly. Could Aunt Wang have left? Kana saw me and immediately understood. Come over, Kosei and Shoko were having a great time in the living room, while Aunt Wang helped me pick and wash vegetables in the kitchen. With Aunt Wang's help, I only needed to cook a bit, which was much easier. It was clear that Kana was very satisfied with Aunt Wang. As long as Kana and the babies like me, there's no problem. So I'll take the older and younger ones to wash first. Once my hands were good, Aunt Wang and I would soon be healed too. Kana, worried that I and the babies would go hungry, hurried into the kitchen to get busy. Big and small, we're gonna wash our hands now. Soon we'll have the delicious food Mom cooked. I hold the babies and walk toward the bathroom. After lunch, I asked Kana if she was willing to let Aunt Wang sit at her home. Kana thought Aunt Wang was quite hygienic and had a good personality. Most importantly, she had a maternity matron syndrome. There were 2 babies at home, and having a maternity matron syndrome was her biggest advantage. Based on these 3 points, Kana recognized Aunt Wang. Since the child's mother thought it was okay, I naturally didn't object. I asked Aunt Wang for her opinion, and of course Wang Shufan was more than willing. although they only interacted for half a day. For Wang Shufin, who had already worked as a nanny in many households, it was truly rare to see such a friendly employer like Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin. There are also two such adorable babies, and Wang Shufin truly wants to keep going. Neither side had any particular intentions. I contacted the domestic service company, got the car keys, and went to sign the contract. Kana was playing with the two little ones in the living room for a while. Having just finished eating, Kana definitely wouldn't let the babies go to bed right away. After playing for more than half an hour, Aunt Wang took over and helped Kosei and Shoko change their diapers. Each of them held Kosei and Shoko and put them into the crib. Waiting for the babies to fall asleep, Aunt Wang originally wanted to keep tidying up, but Kana wasn't someone who didn't listen to reason. She felt the house was already quite tidy. She told Aunt Wang to rest on the sofa for a while. Under Aunt Wang's touched gaze, Kana herself went back to the master bedroom to rest. Kana knew that in the afternoon she would take the babies for vaccinations, and still had a tough battle ahead. Kids are afraid of injections, and when the time comes, Kosei and Shoko will definitely cause trouble. In the past, Kana and Tsukimiya would take Kosei and Shoko to get vaccinated. It wasn't just the two babies crying. Kana and Tsukimiya wanted to cry along with them. Hopefully with me here today, the two babies will behave better. Well, I signed the contract with the housekeeping company smoothly. According to the agreed price, the nanny fee I signed with the company was 6,000 yuan per month. The housekeeping company didn't charge any intermediary fees. I knew the 6,000 yuan per month for a nanny would take a cut, but of course, this was between the company and Aunt Wang. I didn't ask much. Choosing a domestic service company was just about safety. As for contributing a bit more money, I really didn't care. I took the signed contract and drove the BMW straight home. Seeing me come home, Kana said to the babies, "Kosei and Shoko, Dad is back. Dad will take Kosei and Shoko out for a ride. Are Dada and Shoko, are you happy?" Kana definitely didn't dare tell the babies that they would be going out for vaccinations later. Otherwise, Kosei and Shoko would probably be running from home all the way to the epidemic prevention station. Papa, hearing Dad want to take him out to play, Kosei and Shoko stretched out their chubby little arms toward me. The babies are now placed in the baby chair by their mother, making it hard to climb to their dad's place. With no other choice, Kosei and Shoko can only stretch out their little arms and wait for their dad to help. Kosei and Shoko, Dad held me and held one baby with one hand. I have always treated two babies very fairly. In the early morning, wait for me a moment. I'll pack up and get vaccinated. Not only do I need to bring a bunch of essential items for the baby, but there's also a small vaccination notebook. Let Aunt Wang come with me later. I've already signed the contract with the housekeeping company. Aunt Wang will help take care of the older and younger ones together. I think it's best to get Aunt Wang familiar with the babies' habits as soon as possible. All right, Aunt Wang is cleaning the bathroom. I'll have her join me for a warm welcome later. When I mentioned Aunt Wang, her tone was very cheerful. I could tell that this meant Kana had fully accepted Aunt Wang. "Mr. Ling, you're back!" Kana walked into the master bedroom, and soon Aunt Wang had packed up and came out. Aunt Wang and the housekeeping company have already signed the contract, signed for 1 year in advance. If there are any special circumstances, both sides should inform us 2 months in advance, so everyone can be prepared. Although I knew the housekeeping company would talk to Aunt Wang, in my heart, it was better for me and Kana to talk things out face to face. Some of the fine ones, Mr. Lang, I understand all of this. Signing once a year is very normal, but Aunt Wang has nothing. Objection. Aunt Wang. About taking the babies out later. Did Kana tell you about it? You know the babies can mostly understand what adults say. I didn't directly mention the injection. Aunt Wang smiled at me. Mrs. Ling said to me, Kana had told Aunt Wang about the injection while the babies hadn't woken up from their nap. Kana definitely wouldn't mention a word in front of them. Hearing Mom say they could go out, the two little ones started writhing their little bodies in Dad's arms again. Smack! The eldest directly pointed at the stroller. The older child had experience going out many times. If he wanted his parents to take him and his sister out, he had to first get into the stroller. Of course, even if she didn't go out with her sister, and only Kosei wanted to go out, she had to take that little car. Inside, Mom slapped and each called out to Kosei and Shoko, as if urging Mom and Dad to hurry up and go out. She just wondered if Kosei and Shoko would be so enthusiastic later. Seeing Kosei and Shoko so excited, Kana couldn't help but smile. Thinking back to the scenes when Kosei and Shoko used to get injections, Kana gently pinched the babies, little ones. Kosei and Shoko's mom didn't lie to your moms, just said they wouldn't go out, but they never said they would take you out to have fun, nor did they say it wasn't for injections. Kana silently said something in her heart, as if it was just a way to give the babies an early warning. Poor Kosei and Shoko were still basking in the joy of going out, completely unaware of what awaited them. The free vaccine is a Class 1 vaccine, which does not require injections and is directly taken orally, with a much lower effect. When choosing for Kana, she naturally considered the baby's health. The self-paid vaccine is a Category 2 vaccine, which costs about 1,000 yuan per baby. For this reason, many families with limited means choose to give their children Tangwan Kana. For 2 babies at home, it costs about 2,000 yuan. Zizi, I fully support Kana's decision. No matter how much it costs, as long as it's good for the babies, I have only one word. I took the 2 green notebooks Kana handed me and went to pay. Papa, seeing Dad go in alone without bringing his eldest and younger kids, started to get a bit anxious. Kosei and Shoko's dads came out to pick me up right away. Mao Yuenshin watched the babies anxiously go inside, feeling a bit amused. I wonder if the babies will regret being too impulsive when they find this is where they used to get injections when they go in. Kosei and Shoko, let's wait here for Daddy, okay? Kana uses a delaying strategy, which can make the babies remember the scary scene of the injection if they're a minute late, so the babies can avoid fussing a little, right? Baba turned to say something to Shoko in English. Shoko nodded, and the 2 babies stopped rushing to find their dad. While Kana was waiting for me to pay with the babies, she walked in at the entrance of the epidemic prevention station. A man and a woman, 2 young people, aren't they just one vaccine? What, bivalent, quadrivalent, or 9-valent? As long as it's the HPV vaccine, it's fine. The bivalent vaccine is the same, so don't be too dramatic. You insist on copying the 9-valent vaccine, which is not cheap. It was clear the man hadn't come willingly, because the woman's hand was tightly holding his arm, as if to prevent him from running away at the last moment. The higher the price, the better the health for women. Women are really very eager to get the HPV vaccine, and judging by their appearance, it's clearly aimed at the 9-valent vaccine. Kana has heard of the HPV vaccine, and the higher the price, the better the effect. Originally, Kana planned to make an appointment after graduating from university. After all, after turning 26, even if she wanted to get it, she could only get the quadrivalent or bivalent vaccine. The 9-valent vaccine is only for women aged 16 to 26. Later, because of issues like pregnancy and childbirth, Kana put the issue aside. Now, seeing the couple arguing, Kana finally remembered it again. Watching the young couple arguing, Kana wasn't interested in watching drama, so she took her 2 babies to the hospital. Yuan Kana, why did you push the babies in? After paying and coming out, I saw Kana wasn't waiting at the gate, and I was a bit interested. The outside entrance was a bit safer to enter. Kana briefly explained the young couple at the entrance. Kana, have you gotten the HPV vaccine? From what Kana said, the HPV vaccine is actually very good for women. Just like getting vaccinated for babies, it serves a preventative purpose. It's beneficial for the body, and I fully support it. Kana shook her head. Pregnancy and breastfeeding are not suitable for pregnancy. The babies have just stopped feeding and haven't been around for long, and after becoming pregnant, Kana's financial situation doesn't allow her to have other thoughts. Now that the babies have stopped eating, can they get vaccinated? For girls who are so healthy, of course I want to include it in my schedule. Her father should be able to do it. Kana didn't expect that since she hadn't said anything, I would take the initiative to mention that Racy is a bit too positive compared to the man still tugging at the gate with his girlfriend. Of course, Kana knows I'm so proactive because she cares about herself. Without comparison, there is no hurt. Likewise, only with comparison does it feel even more precious. Come on, you said you can make a reservation here directly, so I'll go make a reservation and pay first. Once the babies get vaccinated, I'll take them back directly. If you really go to hand over Kana now, it's a bit of a rush for a moment. Of course, since I'm here, let's get everything done. I glanced at the main entrance, confirmed that Kana's place was safe enough, and then walked back in. Go, Mrs. Lin. Mr. Lin is really good to you. Aunt Wang has been standing by the side the whole time, and I overheard every conversation between Kana and me. Aunt Wang glanced at the woman at the front gate who was still desperately holding on to the man. She had only one thought. Finding the right man is really important. Yes, Kana was a little shy, but she accepted it directly. Papa, seeing Dad come out without saying a word to the baby just now, walked back in. Kosei and Shoko were a bit displeased. How could Dad ignore the kids? Kosei and Shoko's chubby little arms swung in the direction Dad left, twisting their bodies inside the stroller as if trying to catch up with him. Kana comforted the babies, saying, "Kosei and Shoko, Dad have some things to do. Let's wait here a bit longer, okay?" As soon as I stepped out, Kosei and Shoko were the first to notice. When they saw Dad appear, they immediately shouted excitedly, "Come on, Kosei and Shoko, Miss Daddy." I looked at the two little ones waving their little hands at me, a happy smile on their faces. "Kana, keep the receipt and invoice safe. The exact date is already marked. I'm worried that if I'm careless, I might lose the appointment and payment slips. Is this appointment really the fee for 3 stitches at once?" Kana asked casually as she took the order. "Dao. Yes, I've paid for all 3 injections. You just need to get on time," I nodded. "If you have to line up and pay every time, wouldn't that be too much trouble?" Kana took the reservation slip and checked it. It was for the HPV vaccine appointment slip for drunk driving. Kana knew the drunk driving vaccine was the most expensive, but I haven't had time to find out exactly how much one needle is for needle Kana. I checked the payment slip, which states 1 needle is 238 yuan, 3 needles totaling 7, 16, and 4. Yuan Yuenshin suddenly understood why the man at the front door was so resistant to his girlfriend's drunk driving vaccine. Judging by their ages, they were probably still students or newcomers just entering society. Suddenly spending over 7,000 yuan to vaccinate his girlfriend would be something most people wouldn't be willing to do. So have you made an appointment for the HPV vaccine? Is it the 2nd-tier vaccine you have booked? Just as Kana was about to put the appointment and payment slips into her bag, Usami had somehow already entered the front door and was now standing not far from Kana. Seeing the strange man approach, Kana and the babies instinctively stepped in front of me. Don't get me wrong, I mean nothing else. I just want to ask how much the 3-dose vaccine for the second driver costs for 3 doses when he was just chatting with his girlfriend. Wusami even took some time to look up the price range of the HP versus vaccine online. The price range is really quite broad. In Wusami's eyes, Kana and me, with 2 babies in front of him, were very attractive, but the clothes they wore, and Kana and I were also very young. Wusami naturally put Kana and me in his own category. Wusami even felt that a handsome guy and a beautiful woman with 2 babies should be more financially strapped than he and his girlfriend. After all, the cost of raising children these days is just too high, and on top of that, she has to raise 2 kids all at once. Wusami's girlfriend kept insisting on getting the Jujia vaccine, and in order to get Wusami to agree, she even threatened to break up with him. Thinking about his financial situation, if he wanted to find another girlfriend, Wusami definitely wouldn't want to break up. Another point is that Wusami believes he still has feelings for his girlfriend. If they broke up just for some HPV vaccine, he feels it's not worth it. Wusami happened to overhear me and Kana talking about each other, as he was being pulled into the epidemic prevention station by his girlfriend and friends. Wusami felt a stir in his heart, and since he couldn't persuade his girlfriend verbally, why couldn't he use others, examples to persuade him? Well, it's just getting the HPV vaccine. Such a beautiful beauty can get vaccinated, so naturally Zhang Lily, the girlfriend who remarried herself, can too. In Wusami's mind, he didn't even need to ask how much the handsome guy had booked for his wife's vaccine. How much money could a young man with 2 babies have? Maybe this handsome guy was asked by his wife to help him book the HPV vaccine. These days, whether a woman is pretty or not, she's always so pretty. Wusami complained in his heart, every sentence is a bivalent vaccine. Go ask inside yourself. I don't know, and I never thought about booking Kana for the bivalent vaccine, so naturally I wouldn't pay attention to the price. Sure, aren't you making an appointment for your wife with the HPV bivalent vaccine? What's there to be embarrassed about? There's nothing shameful about getting the bivalent vaccine. When Wusami heard my words, he automatically understood that the handsome guy was just too embarrassed to mention it because the price was low. But Wusami's goal was to let his girlfriend know that the reservation was also for the 2 price option. How could Wusami let me fool him so easily? What do you mean? If you want to know the price, ask yourself. Seeing this man isn't just asking about the price of the HPV vaccine, my attitude has become cold. Why are you so stingy? Isn't it just asking about the price of the bivalent vaccine? You've already made an appointment for your wife, and still say you don't know. Actually, I don't think it's something to be ashamed of. Just get the vaccine at the price you can afford. Look, you're young too, and you still have to raise 2 kids. Being able to make an appointment for your wife to get a second price discount is already very difficult, yet the man actually looked sympathetic and said to me, he said, "It seems the price of the vaccine we book has nothing to do with you. If you want to ask about the price, just go in and ask. I'm not obligated to answer your question." I never look down on others just because they're poor, but for those whose hearts are especially dark because of my own poverty, I truly look down on them from the bottom of my heart. Being poor isn't scary. What's scary is being poor in heart. People like that really won't achieve much. Also, having to pay for the bivalent vaccine is not something to be ashamed of. The embarrassment is that you, a grown man, dare not admit your own shortcomings and insist on balancing things with others. After I finished speaking, I didn't intend to bother with this man anymore. People who seek superiority over strangers really have terrible manners. Who said I can only afford the bivalent vaccine? I'm embarrassed. I just don't want to pay the IQ tax. I think people like you who booked a bivalent vaccine but someone asked you about the price and pretended not to know is the real pretense. Embarrassing. I think you really are embarrassing. I exposed my true intentions. And Woo Sammy really couldn't keep up the act now. The man now wants to drag me and himself into embarrassment. After all, everyone can only afford the bivalent vaccine, so Woo Sammy doesn't want to do it lightly. What's going on with him? When I walked in just now, I saw him arguing with his girlfriend, and now he's arguing with someone else again. I saw it too. Seems like they're arguing about some price range of HPV, and now they're dragging others into it. I just heard it once. It seems to be to prove to his girlfriend that someone else is also getting the bivalent vaccine, so he wants his girlfriend to get the same vaccine. How does this prove that he thinks the handsome guy also made a bivalent vaccine appointment for his wife? He insists on asking about the price of the bivalent vaccine. When the guy says he doesn't know, he thinks he's just pretending. People like this are truly pitiful. If you can't afford to fight yourself, just let it go, but if you insist on making a name for myself here, you can't discuss it with your girlfriend at home before coming back. Now Woo Sammy is staring at me again, causing trouble. Everyone gathered around to watch the commotion, but everyone was unanimously dissatisfied with Woo Sammy's actions. Listening to others gossip, Zhang Lily couldn't stand it anymore. This was our own business. Why drag others into this? What do you mean by dragging others into it? He clearly booked a bivalent vaccine. Let me ask what the price is. Hearing others criticize him, Woo Sammy was also burning with anger. Why should he only afford the bivalent vaccine? He was about to be criticized by so many people. My husband helped me book the 9-valent vaccine for 23 yuan per dose, 88 yuan per dose, and booked 3 doses for a total of 716 yuan and 40 fen. It looked a bit reluctant. Woo Sammy and Kana were starting to move. How could there be someone so unreasonable? Since this man was determined to drag Yi Aka-chan down with him, Kana was ready to fulfill his wish. Kana took the initiative and linked arms with mine. It was also the first time Kana called me husband. If you want to know the price of the bivalent vaccine, you should ask yourself. Also, don't think that girls getting the HPV vaccine is being overly sentimental. It's for our health. Kana didn't give Woo Sammy a chance to speak. In the end, what price you can afford for the HPV vaccine is your own business. Please don't drag my husband into this. After saying that, Kana turned to me and gave me a sweet smile. Honey, let's go inside. Kana felt that Woo Sammy and I had already wasted a lot of time, so it was better to hurry and get the babies vaccinated. Hearing Kana call her husband means I'm in a great mood. Hearing the word husband come from Kana's little mouth, I always feel an indescribable sweetness. Zhu Wangyi followed behind, ignoring Woo Sammy and going straight off to vaccinate the babies. Naturally, Kosei and Shoko went into the vaccine room and recalled their previous terrifying experiences. The 2 babies were bound to have a fight. Fortunately, with me here this time, Kana felt much more at ease. I was the one holding both babies during injections. Kana, as long as she was responsible for soothing babies sitting in strollers without injections, that was enough. After the 3rd dose, both the eldest and younger children have become little beauties with tears in the rain. Kosei and Shoko, Dad will give you some candy, okay? Just now, I was holding Kosei and Shoko for injections. Of course, I wanted to get some intimate experience with the babies. Mom, Kosei, and Shoko still felt pain, looking at Mom with wronged expressions. If Kosei and Shoko could talk, they would definitely complain to Mom. Kosei and Shoko, Dad will give you tung to eat. After you eat it, let's go home, okay? Kana knew the babies were clinging to her now because she hadn't stepped forward to help, and she glanced at me a bit embarrassed. Kana was really thorough in her hands-off behavior this time. I saw Kana's little eyes and just smiled dotingly. The babies now have issues with themselves, and it's not like I have no way to solve them. Kosei and Shoko. Dad's candy is so sweet. Do our babies want some? I waved the candy wrapper wrapped in lollipops in front of the babies. Smack, smack, smack. The babies whose arms no longer hurt were indeed attracted and stretched out their little arms without injections. They decided to forgive their dad for seeing Tang. Kana, standing nearby, saw me teasing the babies and smiled sweetly. This must be a warm moment for the whole family. At that moment, I was pushing the stroller with one hand and holding Kana's little hand with the other, walking toward the outside of the epidemic prevention station. Do you know about the HPV vaccine in the early morning? Kana thought about it until she never mentioned the price to me, yet I actually knew she needed to book a drunk driving appointment. I shook my head, saying it was the first time I heard about it. How could a grown guy like me possibly know those things? Kana, I think maybe you should change your way of addressing me. Before she could ask a second question, I leaned in and whispered softly into her ear. Why change the way she addresses her? Kana didn't react at first. In her heart, she had always called me by my name, which was already very smooth. Why change it? Besides calling her Reisei, Kana didn't know how to address herself. The way you address you earlier is easier to hear, and when Kana calls her husband, I find it very pleasing. If Kana kept calling her husband, I wouldn't mind. And in the eyes of outsiders, isn't she just Kana's husband? Kana thought for a moment, but belatedly realized what was happening. Her face instantly flushed red, and Kana wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Go to Kana, call her, come on, again, it's a bit addictive. I squeezed the little hand in my palm, as if urging Kana, hurry up and call me old grandpa, okay? Thinking about it, Kana felt a tingling sensation in her palm, quickly suppressing the strange feeling in her heart. I'm telling you, seriously, you don't even know how the HPV vaccine directly made an appointment for me for drunk driving. Kana, this time, I didn't let me lead her, but she took control of the initiative in the conversation. I asked the staff inside, and they said the vaccines for drunk driving have the widest variety of vaccines and are the best vaccines. I also think the most expensive vaccine is definitely the best. You booked the most expensive one, Kana, which was a bit speechless. In my eyes, price was no problem. Of course, the more expensive the better, the more precious it is for your own woman. Without any reservation, I directly stated the place warmth holds in my heart. The words, her woman, successfully made Kana close her mouth, because Yi the Beautiful was shy. Kana, don't you really consider changing your name? I think husband is really a good way to call her. As I walked toward the front door, I kept coaxing Kana. No need to worry, I think calling her Reisei is best. Kana should hold her head high and hold her head high so my wish won't be shattered. At least it's not the right time yet. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. I know it's unlikely that Kana will change her way now. I was just trying to see it earlier. Since she doesn't want to, I can't force her. There's no needle at the bottom of the sea. Why don't you find one? Let me see Kana and see what happens. But my bickering is also quite interesting. Wang Yun, following behind, looked at the couple and gave a big anti-smile. Before the parents reached the parking lot, the two little ones in the car got excited because Kosei and Shoko saw their own car. I feel very proud that the babies have been able to recognize our own car so quickly, which shows how smart our two little ones are. Hey, Kosei and Shoko, are you thinking of taking the bus home? It seems the babies have already forgotten about the injection just now. I squatted down to talk to them. There's a saying, the greatest respect for children is to treat them as equals. Baba Cheche. Probably the kids know Cheche is driven by their dad. The two little ones point at Dad with their chubby fingers. Dad is a bit tired. If Kosei and Shoko want to ride in the car, let Dad have some candy. Knowing lollipops are the favorite of the two little ones, I deliberately teased the baby. Rattle, crackle, Papa, Yi, Kosei and Shoko called out to Dad and shouted. They actually chatted for a while, probably reaching an agreement. Kosei held up a lollipop to my mouth. You can still drive, that's good. Kanag hadn't finished her jealous words when the lollipop in Shoko's hand was already right at his mom's lips. Kanag was taken aback and glanced at Shoko. Shoko smiled sweetly at his mom and said to him, "Mommy, eat." Wangsing babies, you're so fair. Kosei and Shoko's warm gesture brought happy smiles to both Kanag's faces. Such a young baby already understands fairness. It's really rare. Kanag and I symbolically ate a lollipop. The lollipops for Kosei and Shoko are so sweet. Dad takes one bite and doesn't get tired. Dad takes Kosei and Shoko for a ride, okay? Papa, Kosei, and Shoko, who would deserve the most credit for their lollipops, laughed happily again. I stood up and pushed the stroller, ready to head toward my big BMW. I'm telling you, do you have any brain? You believe whatever others say, why can't I trust his wife? She says her husband booked her for drunk driving, and he even says the exact amount. What's so unbelievable? You really have long hair but short insight. Isn't that just to save face for her husband? Unlike you, who undermines me in front of so many people. Why am I messing with you? If you had just booked a drunk driving appointment with me, nothing would have happened. Drunk driving, you sound easy. I'm still in my internship and my monthly salary is barely enough. Are you trying to make me just go to waste? I don't care if this vaccine is very important to us women. I have to get it. Besides, if you don't have money, you have no capital. He wants to raise 2 babies and can make appointments for his wife, so why is nothing allowed here for you? After walking a few steps, our group heard a fierce argument nearby. Turning to look, it was the couple arguing at the entrance of the epidemic prevention station. Now on the battlefield, Kana, Kosei, Shoko, Wang Yi. And my group made a huge impression. During the argument, Wusami already felt embarrassed today, so naturally he paid close attention to his surroundings. Seeing someone approach, he instinctively wanted to pause his argument with his girlfriend. But when he saw clearly that the newcomer was making him lose face, Wusami's aura suddenly flared up again. In Wusami's mind, no matter what Kana said, it was just to save face. Therefore, Wusami simply didn't believe that a handsome guy would book a drunk driving appointment for his wife. That's real money. What man would waste money on it in a panic? I'm honest, unlike some people who clearly have no money but still have their own women to cover up their lies, Wusami's words were meant for me. It's really speechless. Why do you have to stare at people and say they're lying? Zhang Lily was facing away from me and didn't see us walk into the parking lot. Zhang Lili found her boyfriend's insistence on blaming others quite baffling. After saying so much, Zhang Lili understood that Wusami simply didn't want to book a drunk driving vaccine for her. Of course I saw through it, that's why I said that. This time, Wusami's eyes were fixed on me, looking at me as if he was saying, I saw right through you. Kana and I exchanged a glance, feeling a bit helpless. How could we always run into such unreasonable and brainless people everywhere? Well, in line with the principle of ignoring Mad Dog, I automatically ignored Wusami. Some people, if you pay attention to them, you're still giving them face. Treating them like air is the greatest contempt. Zhang Lili noticed her boyfriend's gaze and turned around. Seeing her and Wusami talking behind their backs, Zhang Lili's face instantly turned bright red. Clap, P-A-P-A, Chaba. The 2 little ones didn't notice the unusual atmosphere in the air. They had already entered the parking lot, and of course, the babies were eager to catch the car. Kosei and Shoko are getting anxious. Dad is taking you to the car. I didn't spare a glance at Wusami, pushing the stroller toward his family's big BMW. Cutting off what rich people are, even if you own a car, at most it's just a used junk car. Wusami saw that my group treated me like air, and said in a sour tone, in fact, for Wusami, even a battered used car can only be owned in dreams. But when he saw that my group was actually walking into the parking lot, Wusami understood that they had a car group, so with the mindset that he couldn't be outdone, he put on a look of great disdain. Zikosei and Shoko. There is a kind of person in this world who wishes others to be poor. What does this mean? Let me explain to you. Some people lack ability themselves and hope everyone else is just as fine as him. Kosei and Shoko are the most useless and despised people. Dad hopes you stay away from such people when you meet them, because sometimes, even if you ignore those kinds of people, they'll bite you like a mad dog. I won't tolerate Wusami picking you again and again. Even if a mad dog bites you bite by bite, you can't bite back, but you can beat the mad dog with a stick. If it's not me now, then then you're just using a stick to beat Woo Sammy's mad dog. I was speaking to the two little ones in the stroller, but how could such a tiny baby understand such profound words? Kosei and Shoko saw their dad talking to them and cooperated very well, each quietly saying something. Seeing the babies interact with me, I smiled proudly. Kosei and Shoko understood what Dad said. Our baby is really smart. Kana listened to my sarcastic remarks about Woo Sami, feeling a bit of relief. Kana, who was already a great beauty, smiled at my words, and her whole face became even more radiant. Even Aunt Wang, who was standing nearby, was very supportive and nodded. Aunt Wang was almost giving me a thumbs up and saying every sentence, "Mr. Lin, what you said is really great." Woo Sammy listened to my words, his eyes bloodshot with anger, but Woo Sammy couldn't do anything about me. The handsome guy didn't mention him by name. If Woo Sammy steps forward to reason with him, wouldn't that mean he's taking the seat himself? HMPH, let's see how long you can keep up the act. Woo Sammy crossed his arms, just waiting to see what kind of car I'd drive to regain his pride. Alright, aren't you ashamed? Go back and take the HPV vaccine, and I won't get it. Maybe it's because she's been disappointed too many times, and Zhang Lily doesn't hold much hope for Woo Sami either. If it doesn't work, I want to see what kind of junk car he can afford to drive. Woo Sammy, who already has a head-to-head with me, doesn't want to lose and flee first. Someone was waiting to see you laugh at midnight. Kana leaned close to me and softly said something. But when she said it, the smile on her face was very relaxed. Because Kana knew that Woo Sami, who wanted to see her laugh at her, would only end up making herself the laughingstock. You seem to be watching a show. You gently pinched Kana's cheek, and I noticed she used to be much more lively. What I don't know is that Kanag used to be a cheerful and lively girl, but suddenly becoming pregnant and having a child suddenly weighed heavily on her. Now with me, Kenai naturally doesn't have to worry about daily life, and her personality has become much more lively. This free show was handed to me on her own. Why not watch it? Kanag wrinkled her nose delicately, and to me, she was just too adorable. My Kana Konomi just watched and acted, letting Kana see the show sooner. I took out my car keys from my pocket and pressed the unlock button. The arrogant voice of the doo-doo BMW X5 came on with the headlights, saying, "Big bow, little bow, let's go home." Even after the BMW X5 drove far away, Woo Sami was still standing there in a daze. How could this happen? They dress very plainly, aren't very young, and still have to raise 2 kids. How could they possibly afford to drive a BMW? And it's a BMW X5? How rich must they be? Woo Sami muttered to himself, probably not expecting anyone to answer him. The problem is, now that we know he's rich, if he's dressing casually, he doesn't have money. Don't just say he might dress so casually for the convenience of taking care of the baby. Nowadays, many wealthy people keep a low profile. Just one glance at her boyfriend's silly look made Zhang Lily feel utterly hopeless. Whether a man loves you or not isn't just talk. Only when something really happens can you see his sincerity. It's like a vaccine for HPV. To put it bluntly, it was just a matter of several thousand yuan. Zhang Lily believed that since dating Woo Sami, she had never let him buy gifts worth more than 200 yuan, not to mention some girls often ask their boyfriends for luxury goods, which is crucial to their health for life, and Zhang Lily doesn't want to settle. But what Zhang Lily didn't expect was that in Woo Sami's heart, she wasn't even worth a little over 7,000 yuan. Did I offend someone just now? If I hadn't seen my BMW, Woo Sami definitely wouldn't have taken today's event seriously. Now that Woo Sami learned that the handsome man was wealthy, he felt a sense of fear. What if he encountered another handsome guy in the future and would retaliate against him? All I can say is, Woo Sami still treats himself like a dish at this point. How could I possibly remember him? Woo Xiao, you was about to leave, don't follow me, we're breaking up. Ah, wait for me! Seeing his girlfriend about to leave, Woo Sami quickly shouted, asking why he wanted to break up. Zhang Lily impatiently replied, "Because you're not a man." She had just dropped off 2 babies after getting their vaccinations and was on her way back. Kana received a call from her best friend Tsukimiya. "Kana, can you borrow your husband again?" On the other end of the phone, Tsukimiya's voice was louder, and she had several machines. Kana glanced at me. Who was driving? And what did Tsukimiya mean by asking for the early hours? I also vaguely heard Tsukimiya's words. I turned to glance at Kana, and both of them showed puzzled expressions in their eyes. Can people be lent to? I don't know what Tsukimiya is really borrowing for. Ming Tsukimiya, is there something you need Reise's help with? Ma Kana. Do you remember last time you asked Reise to help record a song called Blue and White Porcelain? Remember your director Zhou later making things difficult for you? Kana belatedly realized that because she trusted my singing so much, she forgot to ask Tsukimiya if she had passed. In Kana's mind, I sang so beautifully, instantly outshining all those so-called singers. How could I not get past Director Zhou? Now that I've received a call from Tsukimiya, Kana still asks, what if Director Zhou's aesthetic is really eccentric and doesn't like the songs I sing? Kana. I originally just wanted to pass on some tasks, but unexpectedly, our Director Zhou has now set his sights on Reise. After listening to Reise's songs, Director Zhou kept nitpicking other people's songs. Director Zhou had been awling for a long time and insisted that I ask Reise to help our talent show perform the opening song. Kwekana, could you help me talk to Reise and ask her to come out of retirement and sing a song? Please, I really couldn't take it anymore, so I came to you. I know Reise doesn't want to be famous and has no choice but to become a star. Kana, like Tsukimiya, knew I didn't want to be famous. If I sang the opening song, I would definitely show my face. Kana glanced at me with some awkwardness. When that time, as a handsome guy, I speak in front of the screen. Won't I immediately win the hearts of a whole bunch of young girls? Maybe not just the girls, but also those anti-fans with girlish hearts. Kana, are you and Reise at home now? Director Zhou at the company keeps watching me. How about I go to your place and talk to Reise in person? Tsukimiya now felt as if she had lost her personal freedom. Whenever Director Zhou had time, he would chase after Tsukimiya, asking when he could invite Mr. Ling. Come, Reise and I just finished vaccinating Kosei and Shoko and are on our way home now. If you want to come over, I'll prepare a bit more dinner. Today was the day for the eldest and younger children to get vaccinated. On the other end of the line, Tsukimiya was stunned. In the past, the babies always went together with Kana for their vaccinations. Now that the babies have a father, Tsukimiya realizes that her godmother has already retired with honor. Ah, Kana, sorry, I've been too busy lately and forgot such an important matter. It seems that as a godmother, I'm somewhat unqualified. Tsukimiya still felt a bit guilty inside. It's fine, it's already late at night, and I haven't stepped forward to help since Kosei and Shoko have given injections. Kana knew Tsukimiya cared deeply about the babies and quickly comforted them. Every sentence. When Kosei and Shoko sat in their safety suits and heard Mom mention her injection, it seemed they remembered that terrifying thing just now. The two babies leaned forward, as if seeking their mother's protection. Tsukimiya, we'll be home soon. You come straight over. Sensing the emotional fluctuations of Kosei and Shoko, Kana hurriedly hung up the phone with Tsukimiya. For the eldest and younger children, we won't give injections. Mom is telling the godmother that our baby is brave. Speaking of the babies, brave behavior, Kana still felt a bit guilty. After all, that heart-wrenching crying scene was not what it means to be brave. Mom was still a bit scared, and Kosei and Shoko's little hands reached out to Mom. Going to Kosei and Shoko, the godmother will be coming soon. Does our baby want to be a godmother? To divert the baby's attention, Kana found a topic. Sure enough, hearing the words godmother, Kosei's mood seemed to stabilize a lot, and as if something joyful had come to mind, he burst out laughing. Kana thought it was better to tell me in advance, regardless of whether I would eventually agree to Tsukimiya. At least when I got home and saw her, I was prepared for that. You want me to go, but deep down, I don't want to do all those public things. The internet is too developed nowadays, and I don't want to have no private space at all in the future. But if Kana wants to help herself, I would still consider it. Tsukimiya is taking care of Kana and the two babies, and I will definitely help if I can. If it were just that Zhou Dao, I wouldn't want you to go. Kana knew how handsome I was, and who knows how many girls I'd have to resist. Thinking of this made Kana's heart ache. On one side is friendship, on the other is the baby's father. Kana is also in a difficult position now. Waiting for Tsukimiya to arrive will be a matter of time. We had just arrived when the doorbell rang ding-dong. Without Tsukimiya pressing it a second time, Kana turned it on. Kosei asked his godmother to hold one of Tsukimiya's feet. As soon as he stepped through the door, he reached out his hand toward Kosei. Tsukimiya truly adored his goddaughters. The godmother, Kosei, was still very generous, and with his small body, he tried hard to get closer to her. Kosei is so obedient. Tsukimiya was in a wonderful mood when she finally got to hold Kosei. Godmother Shoko, was playing in the living room and anxiously tried to climb toward the front door when he heard his godmother's voice. Shoko wanted to sleep with his mom too. Tsukimiya couldn't bear to see Shoko climb so far and hurriedly carried Kosei toward the living room. Godmother is a strong woman. She can pick up our eldest and younger ones in one go. Come on, Mr. Mrs. Lin, I'll go get ready for dinner and dinner at the Kai Kai bar. Aunt Wang found that working at Mr. Lin's house was actually quite easy. Although they were taking care of 2 babies, Mr. and Mrs. Lin wouldn't just slack off. Usually, whenever they had time, they would personally take care of the babies. On the other hand, Aunt Wang only needs to do some housework. Seeing someone take care of the baby, Aunt Wang naturally needs to find something to do. Otherwise, she feels uneasy about the monthly nanny fee. Aunt Wang prepared a few more vegetables tonight. Kana now doesn't have to go out herself to buy groceries. With my suggestion for same-city delivery, Kana finds it really saves a lot of time. Kanaz was the one who saw Aunt Wang enter the kitchen. Tsukimiya asked curiously, "Judging by how Aunt Wang addresses me and Kana, it probably isn't relatives or anything like that." Kana smiled slightly. It was the nanny Aunt Wang had hired in the early morning. "Nanny Kana, your place is good at Reisei. Even the nanny is needed." Hearing Kana's words, Tsukimiya immediately gave a thumbs up. "Kana, how much does your nanny pay per month?" Tsukimiya knew I was still a junior in college, already owning a set of 3 laymen from Mikazuki 1. Tsukimiya always thought I was a bit too impressive. Now, not only does she have a house, she also has money to hire a nanny. This has truly changed Tsukimiya's perception of me once again. Hearing from Reisei that 6,000 a month, Kana knew my earning ability and didn't find it strange. She calmly answered her friend's question. 6,000 days, Kana? How about you tell your husband that I'll be your housekeeper? That way I can not only earn money, but also be with my little ones every day. This kind of windfall from the sky. Why don't you and Reisei come to me? When she heard that the nanny cost 6,000 a month, Tsukimiya exaggeratedly exclaimed. Tsukimiya knew that just the expenses for the 2 babies were no small sum, and with daily expenses, they definitely wouldn't be less than 5 figures. And now, there's even a nanny. Just thinking about it makes Tsukimiya feel my abilities are extraordinary. Tsukimiya, don't tease me. If you come to my house as a nanny, don't say uncles and aunties will chase me with knives. Reisei and I can't afford to hire you, right? Although Tsukimiya is currently just a junior assistant at a startup entertainment company, her family background is quite good. When Tsukimiya first joined Shinchuang Entertainment, Kana found it very strange. Setting aside Tsukimiya's solid bachelor's degree requirement, with just the connections between Tsukimiya's parents, she could easily secure a secure job. But at the time, Tsukimiya said she wanted to prove herself through her own efforts. Cut it out, you and Reisei must think I'm bad at housework and will compete with you for the eldest and the youngest. Right? Right now, Tsukimiya is holding 2 little babies, looking very proud. Godmother, hearing her godmother call her, played along well with Kosei and Shoko and started interacting with Tsukimiya. Come on, Kosei and Shoko. Are you welcome? Godmother, come to see the baby every day. Tsukimiya raised her eyebrows at Kana, playing with the little one in her arms. Godmother, eldest and little baby, still don't know how to say welcome yet, and the little ones clap their little hands, making a welcoming gesture. Seeing that Kosei and Shoko welcomed me and received their approval, Tsukimiya's expression grew even more arrogant. All right. Since you want to change careers, then the matter you said on the phone about asking me for help shouldn't be necessary. Kana deliberately followed her good friend's words. Kana knew that Tsukimiya must have been too pleased, and probably forgot the real purpose of her visit. Oh right, today I'm here to ask Reisei for help. Thinking about Director Joe's endless reminders when she left the company, Tsukimiya felt her head spinning again. No need. I'll talk to Reisei in a bit and invite you to our home to take care of the baby. That way, you won't have to be bossed around by your Director Joe. Kana used Tsukimiya's own words to stop her. Kana doesn't bring someone like you. Tsukimiya just hasn't managed to keep her in check, showing off a bit of her swagger, tugging at Kana's sleeve and looking pitiful. Kosei and Shoko's godmother said they can't come to our house every day to be with our baby. Kosei and Shoko absolutely must not be like their godmother and go back on her word. Mom, Kosei, and Shoko looked at their godmother, then at their own mom, and finally stared at their godmother once more. It seemed they understood what Mom was saying, and the babies actually nodded at the same time. Kana, please save some face for me in front of Kosei and Shoko. Being seen by the two little ones made me feel a bit embarrassed, so Tsukimiya could only beg for mercy. I told you to call me, now I know I was wrong. Who told your Reisei to be really amazing? If only my future husband were this strong too, I'd be bragging about it every day. Kana pouted, unable to speak. What can't be said? Can't say your Reisei is still not amazing, warm? Have you heard the saying, silver here is worth 300 taels, needs me? Let me explain, she means, Mama, Kosei, and Shoko, mom hug, godmother, the company has something to do, and she has to go to work. No, I'm wrong, isn't that enough? In the living room, Kana and Tsukimiya started fussing like children. Kosei and Shoko looked at their mom and godmother and cheerfully joined in. Although the two babies might not understand what mom and godmother are saying, when mom and godmother are laughing, the two little ones can still tell. I had already walked into the study. I knew that whenever Tsukimiya saw her two treasures at home, she would definitely be scrutinizing everything else. In the early morning, Tsukimiya wanted to discuss something with you. Kana and Tsukimiya had had enough fun, and each of them carried a baby into the study. At dawn, I listened to the song Blue and White Porcelain you sang last time, and Director Zhou was amazed by your singing. He insisted I invite you to open our talent show. Singing is fine, but since you're on a talent show, you'll definitely get exposed. If it's just singing, I'd agree without hesitation. Your problem now is to sing the opening song for a talent show. That definitely means you'll be in front of the screen, and that's my biggest avoidance. Tsukimiya is a very loyal girl. She never demanded anything from me by using warmth and care for the babies as conditions. Tsukimiya thought, if I was willing, that would be best. If I disagreed, Tsukimiya understood. Maybe there was a way to have both worlds, Tsukimiya muttered softly. My mind raced as I casually blurted out a masked singing contest. This idea was great, and it seemed to have been instantly understood. Tsukimiya stood up excitedly. Wearing a mask? I think this approach works. Reisei can perform on stage without worrying about exposing herself and won't affect your family's future life. Truly killing two birds with one stone. Tsukimiya quickly dialed Director Zhou's number and explained the whole situation. Director Zhou kept praising Tsukimiya's actions. After a delicious dinner, after seeing Tsukimiya off and Kana prepared to soothe the baby to sleep before resting, Kana was just like before. Before entering the master bedroom, she said goodnight to me. In the past, after I said goodnight, we would each go back to our own rooms and sleep in our own beds. After tonight, I don't want to say goodnight so easily. Kana, shouldn't you at least show some remark? I want to say just 2 words to send myself off, but I say it's a bit too simple. What did Kana mean? Kana didn't respond, just blankly followed my lead. Dao Kana, that's not fair. When you say goodnight to Kosei and Shoko, it's not just those 2 simple words. I gave a small hint, a smile curling at the corner of my mouth. Come on. Seeing the smile on my face, Kana thought about how she had to say goodnight to her little ones, and her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. Come to the early morning. Don't you want to be like the babies? This really is a resting person. Seeing that Kana didn't make any further moves, I stepped forward 2 paces. As the distance shrank, Kana felt the air around her grow thin. Come to Kana. I just want fairness. I suppressed my laughter and looked seriously at Kana, who looked like a little woman. Honestly, at this moment, Kana is especially tempting. I feel the urge to swallow her whole, but thinking that impulse is a devil, I quickly shut off the demon in my mind. Although they had crossed paths and had a baby, it happened while neither of them was fully conscious. I knew my relationship with Kana still needed to take it slow, but you can't really eat it, so collecting some interest early is still acceptable. What kind of fairness did Nini want? The distance between us was so close. Kana thought of the last time she touched my muscles, but didn't dare to reach out to block the distance between us. To help Kana understand her meaning more clearly, I turned my head and pressed my right cheek to the side. Seeing Kana still not moving, I joked, "If you don't understand, then I can only demonstrate it to you." No, I understand. Kana, worried that I might actually demonstrate it to herself, quickly spoke up. Actually, Kana didn't understand. Kana was just embarrassed. Now, Kana was worried that if I really had to demonstrate, she wondered if anything else might happen between the two of them. Kana stopped my kindness, then mustered up the courage to kiss me on the cheek. Is that enough? This was Kana's first kiss, and her cheeks flushed. Kana felt as if her lips were no longer hers. That motherly feeling was truly the first time Kana had ever experienced it. It seems a bit lacking. This warm goodnight kiss was a bit fleeting to me, and I didn't have time to really appreciate it. What was it missing? Goodnight, isn't that just how it is? Anyway, Kana had made up her mind. She'd completed her mission and absolutely couldn't bother with me or act cheeky. Kana, aren't you being too perfunctory? I laughed at Kana, who wanted to run but had nowhere to run. As I spoke, I landed a heavy blow on Kana's face before she could react. Kiss one, and under Kana's surprised gaze, I let go of my control over the child's mom. Now that Kana had gained freedom, she couldn't care about me kissing herself. Right now, she just wanted to hide away and calm her racing little heart. But I'm not going to be so kind and warm. This is the real goodnight kiss. Learn from it properly, and tomorrow I'll be checking the results. The only answer was Kana's shy voice as she closed the door. If I weren't worried about disturbing the babies, I would have laughed out loud. Kana hadn't heard my teasing because she was so embarrassed that she wrapped herself in the covers. Likana, you're so useless. You and Reisei even had Kosei and Shoko, so it's just a goodnight kiss. What's there to make a fuss about? No, giving birth to Kosei and Shoko was an accident. How could it be compared to what just happened? A goodnight kiss was just that. Abroad, it was as simple as a handshake. No need to be so shy. How can you bring up foreigners, habits abroad? This is a direct kiss. How could you not be shy? In Kana's mind, two little angels were fighting, and even after she drifted off to sleep, neither side could determine the winner. Good morning. When Kana walked out of her room with faint, dark circles to check on the babies, I had already bought breakfast and brought it back. Compared to Kana, who clearly hadn't slept well, my presence was clearly on a completely different level. Thinking about last night's goodnight kiss and Kana's gaze, she still felt a bit uneasy. Even though Kana had already mentally prepared herself a lot before leaving the room, when you actually face me, those theoretical constructions can only be sidelined. Kana. Today I saw the tofu pudding was quite fresh. I'll try a different flavor for you. There's also pan-fried buns. Even if you like spicy soup and xiaolongbao every day, eating them every day will get tiring. I'm going to brush my teeth. When I said there was something tasty, Kana's stomach couldn't help but growl. Faced with the food, Kana immediately threw away last night's shyness, brushed her teeth and washed her face quickly, and happily finished the delicious breakfast with me. By the way, at dawn, when are you planning to sign the contract at Tsukimiya's company? Last night, Tsukimiya didn't agree on a specific time or time. She could decide when I was available. When Aunt Wang arrives, I'll go to the renovation company in the morning. I arranged to meet them for 10 a.m., and as the only man in the family, I definitely have to be there. Alright, I'll send a message to let Tsukimiya know. Kana and I tacitly understood, and neither of us mentioned one-on-one. Anyway, good night definitely only happens at night. Mentioning it now is useless, right? Aunt Wang arrived at work very punctually. By 7:55, she had already arrived home. Since Kosei and Shoko are still asleep, I won't bother them. Kosei and Shoko's biological clocks are usually quite punctual. It's not just about children. Sometimes they oversleep, which is quite normal. It's said that 2/3 of a child's height grows during sleep. Drive a little slower, be careful. Every time I go out, Kana always reminds me. Right now, Kana and I really do seem like a young married couple. Late at night, where are you? How come I didn't see you? Last night, Tsukimiya added me to my Earth channel. Just now, in the early morning, she had messaged me saying she was already here. Tsukimiya could run out, so you could imagine how exhausting that must have been. But Tsukimiya didn't even have time to catch her breath before she started searching for my figure. Tsukimiya knew that with my looks, even if the entrance of the building was packed with people, she should be able to find me right away. But Tsukimiya just didn't see it. Could it be that I was in the wrong place in the early morning? Tsukimiya thought this was the only explanation, so she quickly sent me a message. If I really found the wrong place, Tsukimiya was already planning to take a taxi to pick me up. I'm right on the road in front of your company's building. Where is the parking lot here? Through the driver's window, I saw Tsukimiya running out. I originally planned to park the car properly and wait for Tsukimiya at the main gate, but I was a bit helpless. Tsukimiya's company was just too strange. They didn't even have any signs indicating the parking lot. Tsukimiya saw my message and quickly looked up to look again. Since I mentioned the parking lot, it must be in the car. As for whether I should drive myself or take a taxi, Tsukimiya didn't have the mind to think about it now. After all, she knew her current goal was probably to find a car. Inside the BMW, I saw Tsukimiya look up and flash her headlights a few times. Sure enough, Tsukimiya's gaze was drawn to the lights. When she saw me sitting in the BMW, she was stunned. It wasn't the middle of the night she hadn't taken a taxi. She had driven herself. Driving alone in the early hours was one thing, but it was actually a BMW Tsukimiya suddenly realized she hadn't been in contact with Kana for several days. It seemed Kana and I had already done a lot of important things. Ah, Reisei, when did you buy a car? You still jogged all the way to the BMW, Tsukimiya asked curiously. Tsukimiya also knew I was good at making money by trading stocks. After all, that's exactly what I said when I was interested in the Lanwan apartment. Just these past few days, Tsukimiya isn't warm, so naturally, I have no need to explain anything to her. Not bad, Reisei. I didn't expect you to be this impressive. Not only do you have a house and a car, but the RV is also quite high-end. Tsukimiya now admires her good friend's judgment even more. Ah, even getting drunk and catching such a well-spoken and wealthy Naikana's luck, isn't that amazing? Because Tsukimiya was happy for her good friend, she stood right next to the BMW and chatted with me. Driving in the early hours, this is the BMW X5. The on-road price of this car should be just over 600,000 yuan. How much did you think you've made in the stock market? Can I just call you the Oracle of Omaha? You have to know, not everyone can make money trading stocks. How many people lose money because of it? This kind of news is often reported. Stock God, I smiled and said nothing. I'm someone with a system, and compared to me, those stock gods are far below me by countless levels. So should we keep chatting like this? Watching Tsukimiya, who had forgotten her main business, I asked with a smile, could it be that Tsukimiya wants to stand here and chat with me all the time? Oh, right. I almost forgot. The early morning parking lot is ahead, turns left, and it's not this way. Yuan Hao, I parked first. I knew where the parking lot was, so I didn't delay, and stepped on the gas and drove through. When Tsukimiya took me back to the company, Director Zhou was already waiting there. This was Mr. Lin. Seeing Tsukimiya bring in a handsome guy, Director Zhou was momentarily stunned. After all, Director Zhou was someone who had seen big scenes before, and quickly caught on. From hearing my singing, Director Zhou already knew I was young. What surprised Director Zhou was that Mr. Lin's looks were so high. Compared to those so-called popular young actors who rely on their looks, my looks were also outstanding. In front of Director Zhou, Tsukimiya didn't act like she was very familiar with me. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Zhou Heishin. I am truly grateful that you are willing to help us with this favor. With Tsukimiya's introduction, Director Zhou quickly reached out and warmly shook hands with me. Hand, you're so polite in response. Seeing Director Zhou not letting go, I withdrew my hand. Two grown men shaking hands is one thing, but if they keep holding hands, it wouldn't be strange. Sorry, Mr. Lin, I'm too excited, really excited. Mr. Lin, please take a look. This is a contract I asked my assistant to draft. If there's anything we're not satisfied with, we'll make further modifications. I picked up the contract and read it carefully. It was clear that I had to perform a song on a talent show. When I saw the 200,000 yuan, I didn't expect the contract to mention that she would be paid 200,000 yuan for her singing service. I had always only wanted to help Tsukimiya with a favor, never thinking about the reward. Mr. Lin is not satisfied with the 200,000 yuan. If he is dissatisfied, I can apply to the company again. I don't know what Mr. Lin's psychological price is. Seeing me stuck above 200,000, Zhou Heishin thought I was just too little. Tsukimiya was so excited about my promise that she forgot there was a reward too. From Director Zhou's words, this pay could be increased. Tsukimiya looked directly at me. The money for formula for my goddaughters was all within my mind. Of course, 200,000 yuan was already a very high price. I looked at Director Zhou, and the way he stared at me, I knew he had misunderstood me. I just hadn't thought about getting paid, so I didn't need to do that. I wasn't here for the money anyway. Mr. Lin, is this contract enough? Zhou Haitian originally thought I would raise the price without hesitation, but I didn't expect me to be so straightforward. Director Zhou suddenly got excited again. Talented people here are truly different. Their realms are different from ordinary people. Zhou Haitian kept praising me in his heart. You can sign directly, right? No contract issues, I don't want to waste time. Sure, Mr. Lin. You just need to write your account number on it later. Once the contract is signed, I'll have the finance department transfer a 30 yuan deposit to Mr. Lin first. Whether I pay or not, I don't care, let alone when the money will be paid. Of course, I don't care either. I signed my own contract with the big one. This written name is much more reassuring than Mr. Lin's verbal promise. Mr. Lin, I wonder what song you're planning to sing then. Could you give me a hint in advance so the orchestra can make a decision? Prepare for, I am useless. Director Zhou thinks what songs suit your show, and I have top-notch singing skills. Singing whatever song is as easy as ordering food for me. Anything is fine. Chukimia and Zhou Haitian said that when Mr. Lin wasn't picky about songs, Director Zhou didn't believe it. So could Mr. Lin sing a song called White Moonlight? Director Zhou was still a bit concerned about Zhang Tianwang's no-show. In his view, if Mr. Lin sang Zhang Tianwang's original work, it would be a direct slap in his face. Yes, I'm very familiar with the song White Moonlight. I don't even need to memorize the lyrics because they're all in my head. Mr. Lin, do you have time? Why don't we try it out at the recording studio? That way, Mr. Lin won't have to come to the company again before the show starts. I replied promptly, of course. I wanted to finish quickly and go home to see the two adorable babies, so I followed Director Zhou to the recording studio. As the music started playing, I sang along to the rhythm. Somewhere in my heart, my white moonlight was so bright, yet so cold. Everyone has a sadness they want to hide but only reveal it. The moonlight shines on both ends of the earth, in the heart, but not by our side. Until I finished singing the entire song. White Moonlight, Zhou Haitian, and the studio staff were stunned for a long time. Director Zhou Tsukimiya, after all, was someone who had heard me sing a few times, so she was the first to react. After calling out a few times, Zhou Haitian was successfully pulled back to reality by Tsukimiya. Mr. Lin, your singing was amazing. It's no exaggeration to say your singing was several levels higher than the original. Zhou Haitian was so excited he didn't even know what words to describe the song I just sang. Now Zhang Tianwang was probably going to be proven wrong. Meanwhile, Zhou Haitian and the others were still savoring the song from earlier. I had already left the recording studio, driving a BMW and speeding home. The three treasures at home were still waiting for me. This morning, I made exquisite pastries for the baby, by hand. Unexpectedly in the neighborhood, he encountered an unreasonable auntie who almost caused a scene over pastries. Where did you buy these snacks? My granddaughter wants to eat them too. Kana hadn't yet handed the little rabbit pastries to Kosei when an abrupt voice came from the side. When Kana and Wang Yi were together, they looked toward the owner of the voice. It was an auntie holding a 3 or 4-year-old girl. It was clear that she had been paying attention to Kana for some time. Kana, focused solely on Kosei and Shoko, didn't pay much attention to those around her. Kana kindly replied that this was made by the baby's father, not bought. The baby's father made it. Is your husband a chef? Since it's your husband's cooking, then this little rabbit should be given to my granddaughter. My granddaughter is usually picky eater. No matter how expensive the pastries you buy, she rarely likes them. At least your husband has some ability, and my granddaughter actually likes them. At first, Kana thought it was just a normal conversation, but hearing the older woman speak more and more absurdly, Kana said she had encountered a weirdo. Seeing the auntie acting so self-righteous, Kana didn't even want to bother with her. What does? Reisei has some skills. Not to mention, Reisei isn't even a chef. Even if Reisei really is a chef, he relies on his own skills to make a living. Does he really need this auntie to act so disdainful? Besides, your granddaughter is precious and expensive. That's your family's business. Why should your granddaughter just ignore others' feelings when she wants to eat and prioritize your family first? Normally, when Kosei and Shoko eat snacks, there are other kids nearby. Kana also lets the kids share together. But today, With that auntie's domineering attitude, Kana really didn't want an answer at all. For those who didn't know how to write the word polite, Kana wouldn't tolerate it. Mom, Kosei must have understood Dama Island. Hearing someone trying to snatch his little bunny, Kosei got anxious. While calling out to his mom, he raised his little hand, saying Kosei didn't want his little snack to be snatched away by others. Come on, Kosei wants to eat the little bunny. Mommy, will you bring it to you? Kana didn't even glance at it. The auntie, standing nearby, took the last snack out of the storage box and handed it to Kosei's little hand. Mom Bunny was so happy that her little head shook with joy after getting the little bunny's eldest treasure. Come on, Grandma, I want that little rabbit being held in the grandma's arms. After all, she's 3 or 4 years old. Seeing the little rabbit in Kosei's hand, the little girl is fussing in Grandma's arms. The aunt hurriedly coaxed her granddaughter, turning her head toward Kana, even using a commanding tone. I already told you, my granddaughter likes this little rabbit. Please give the little rabbit to my granddaughter. I just saw your baby has already eaten several small snacks. Look, your baby shouldn't be even a year old yet. His belly should be almost full. This last little rabbit should be for my granddaughter. Listening to the auntie, Kana finally understood. This was truly someone who didn't care at all and asked others for something, acting so self-righteous. Zakana said she owed her nothing. Without the Doli aunties, some people really feel like saying even one more word is a waste. Love Me says, you look old and don't really work. I'm talking to you, but you don't respond at all. Seeing Kana ignore her, her aunt must be anxious. In the auntie's mind, whatever her granddaughter wanted, she had to get it. She didn't know where her confidence came from. Please, speak politely. This snack is our baby's specialty. Why should your granddaughter give it to you just because she likes it? Even if it's asking for help, you have to show a willingness to ask for help. And what kind of relationship does my wife have with you? Why must we give the things our baby likes to your granddaughter? You're so precious. Your granddaughter should figure it out herself. Don't say our baby really likes this pastry. Even if we don't want to eat it, my wife is willing to give it to you, but not as a gift. Seeing the elderly woman staring at Kana, Aunt Wang couldn't stand it. Aunt Wang was about the same age as the aunt, so Aunt Wang naturally didn't need to be polite to her. Ni was bluntly told that for a moment, the auntie was at a loss for words. Grandma saw that Grandma hadn't gotten her favorite little bunny, so the little girl twisted her body to get down from the fields. The woman should have understood what her granddaughter meant, so she took the opportunity to put the little girl down. Come on, I want little bunny. As soon as the little girl touches the ground, she runs toward Kosei. Maybe because Kosei had already eaten 5 small snacks, he wasn't in a hurry to eat the last one, and kept playing with it in his hand. Kana, who had been keeping an eye on the 2 babies, reached out in front of the little girl to snatch the snack from Kosei's hand, but Kana suddenly picked up the eldest child. The little girl, who had missed her fall, got anxious. She stomped her foot and sought reinforcements. Grandma, help me grab that little rabbit. Looking at the unreasonable little girl, Kana finally understood the saying. What kind of adult raises the kind of child you raise? The granddaughter raised by grandmother unreasonably also carved out the character, mother. Aunt Wang, hold Shoko. Kana, worried that this unreasonable grandmother and granddaughter pair might do something outrageous, said to Aunt Wang, all right, Mrs. Lin's little baby still had half an unfinished snack in her hand, which was indeed easy for the little girl to snatch over it. Grandma Shang still didn't know what had happened. Shoko was suddenly picked up by Grandma Wang and called out in confusion, but being held still felt very comfortable, so Shoko didn't resist. Grandma, hurry and grab it. I want that little rabbit. Kosei was picked up by Kana, and the little girl naturally couldn't reach her. Seeing that Grandma didn't do anything next, the little girl anxiously shouted again. Seeing the crowd gathered in small groups, several people with children came to watch the commotion. The auntie knew that if she really tried to snatch it, she would definitely be criticized. Why don't you sell me this pastry? No matter how much it costs, as long as my granddaughter likes it, my family can afford it. Seeing the people around me, the auntie knows Kana definitely won't dare to raise the price on the spot. If Kana didn't want to sell, she wouldn't even say a single unnecessary word and go back to the auntie's unreasonable demands. I said, how can you be like this? Not only is you stingy, but you're also unreasonable. It's just a little snack. If my granddaughter didn't like it, even if it were for us, we wouldn't have wanted it. I already said I'd pay for it. And you're still unwilling? Do you know what my son does? Your husband, a chef, might not earn as much a month as my son earns in a month. How about this? Since your husband is quite skilled, have him make a zodiac snack for my granddaughter. I'll pay double the price, right? The aunt didn't even consider that Aunt Wang was just called Mrs. Lin Kana, clearly able to afford a nanny. How poor could the family's situation be? First, my husband isn't a chef. These little snacks are prepared by him for our baby. Second, I really dislike your attitude that if your granddaughter likes it, everyone else will make way for your family. Don't say my baby really likes these little bunny snacks. Even if my baby doesn't like them, I wouldn't consider giving them to someone rude. Kana frowned slightly and glanced at the little girl still stomping around. The children were all blank slates. Adults' actions had a huge impact on children. Yes, this little girl. Last time, my grandson bought a new toy because I didn't want to play with her, and she snatched it and broke it. Who wouldn't agree? Last time my little granddaughter tried on the slide, she pushed me off and confronted her grandmother, saying that our family was blocking her granddaughter's way. There really is such a bizarre person. Wasn't it said that her son can make money? Why is he so sentimental? Why not buy a villa? It was all just an act, haha. It was clear that the aunt and the little girl had long been well known in the neighborhood. The onlookers heard Kana's words and voiced their support. What do you want me to say? I don't want you to talk. Besides, I don't need you guys to mess around here. Hearing everyone's words, the auntie showed no sign of reflection. Instead, her fur stood on end like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Give me the little bunny, give me the little girl. When she saw her grandmother, she just said she hadn't acted for a long time, and in a hurry, she stepped forward and grabbed Kana's clothes. Wearing the clothes, Kana, holding Kosei, hadn't expected the little girl to be so bold as to dare to grab it directly. Ignoring Kana's body, she swayed slightly, and thinking of the eldest treasure in her arms, Kana's face turned pale. I had just come down from upstairs and happened to witness this thrilling scene. One hand supported Kana's waist, the other took Kosei's big treasure, and I felt a lingering fear just watching it. If I hadn't shown up in time, I was really worried Kana and Kosei would have fallen. What's going on? Seeing the little girl who tried to lunge on me, I shot a cold glance. Her eyes must have been intimidated by my presence. The little girl stopped in her tracks and didn't dare to step forward. She wanted to snatch the snacks from Kosei's hand, and Kana briefly explained what had happened. My gaze toward the little girl grew even colder. Such a young child, driven by his own selfish desires, almost caused Kana and Kosei to fall. I knew that if this child was raised like this, he would grow up to be a selfish person. Dad Kosei still didn't know what he had been through, thinking it was just his parents playing a hugging game with him, and Kosei smiled happily. This snack is made by you. My granddaughter likes the snack you make. Please sell me this little rabbit. Seeing her granddaughter almost knock over both the mother and the baby, the auntie showed no sign of apology and even wanted to get the penis from the eldest child. I made snacks that you can't afford. But seeing the old woman's tone grow colder, how could I not afford to buy my son's monthly income? Not to mention buying a single snack even if you paid for it monthly. Having you make it for my granddaughter would be no problem. Grandma, I want that little bunny. The little girl was clearly spoiled, staring intently at the little snack in Kosei's hand. The more she couldn't get it, the more she wanted it. What's going on? Niu, is someone bullying you? A sharp girl has passed from afar. Come on, Mom. Niu wants the little bunny. When the little girl hears her mom's voice, it's as if she's found an even stronger backup. The little girl points at the little rabbit in Kosei's hand, and tears welled up in her eyes. If the onlookers didn't know the whole story and understand the character, they would probably have been fooled by the girl's tears. Niu, don't cry, my little Niu wants a little bunny, Mama's giving it to you. Mai's mom is that little rabbit. When she points her little hand, the little girl's tears are controlled with ease, and she doesn't cry at all. Sir, where did you buy the little snack your baby was holding? The young woman was still quite polite, asking, I did it myself. I think women aren't unreasonable, at least now, so I replied, if you made it yourself, could you give this little snack to my daughter? My daughter has been picky since she was little, and no matter how expensive the snacks we bought her, she never even glanced at them. Listening to the young woman and the aunt speaking in unison, Kana frowned. No matter how this family spoke, they always acted so aloof. The little girl clearly isn't a princess, yet she has been spoiled like a princess. Kana, let's go. I could tell the little girl's mother's earlier politeness was probably all her manners. Seeing the woman acting so confident, I wasn't going to indulge such people. The babies had come down to play, and it was about time to take them home. Hey, how can you be so rude? Didn't you hear me talking to you? Seeing me, she ignored her, and the young woman got anxious. With so many people watching, the woman felt that the baby's father was really disrespectful to her. Right, for someone who is rude, why should they expect respect from others? I glanced at the woman. Although I didn't want to respond, I wouldn't let anyone slander me casually. Who is rude? It's just a small snack. Is it really necessary to be so stingy? Isn't it just a chef? A bit of skill is impressive. My husband is a manager at a big company, driving big BMWs. You're just a little chef. What's so arrogant about that? If you don't want to give free service, then name your price. Whatever price you offer, as long as my daughter Konomi pays as much as it is, we can afford it. The goal she failed to achieve has also revealed her true self. I coldly threw out 2 words, my eyes scanning the little girl who had her mother's support and was about to step forward. Mom, I want that little bunny. The little girl really wanted to go up and snatch it, but seeing my eyes, she still felt a bit scared. Kosei has bad people trying to snatch Kosei's little bunny. Kosei, hurry up and eat. Seeing Kosei constantly playing with snacks, I shouted a warning. Kosei, who had been having a great time with his dad, looked up when he heard his words. No, Mom, I want that little bunny to hear my words, the little girl shouted anxiously. Like Kosei, understood his father's words. Seeing the little girl's expression, he also realized that she was the villain Dada said about trying to steal his little bunny. Clever Dabao sent the pastries in his hands to the ghosts. No, Mom, that's my little rabbit. That one is mine. I want that little rabbit. Mom, hurry up and snatch it for me. Why would Lai Niu be crying and bully my girl? She was a hurried boy, still a bit out of breath, clearly jogging all the way over. The father saw his father appearing and thought the little girl would back him up. The little girl thought it was because the father of the baby with the rabbit showed up that she missed the little rabbit. Otherwise, the baby's mother would have been pulled down by him long ago, and he could have snatched the little rabbit from the baby's hands. Well, now it's better. That little baby has a dad, dad has his own dad, dad has come too, but unfortunately, the little rabbit has already been eaten. The little girl feels her dad arrived too late. Niu didn't cry. Her father held the man with a worried expression, reaching out to take her. No. The little girl saw that Kosei had already finished the little rabbit snack. For Dad, who only appeared at this moment, the little girl became very unhappy. Man slapped her father's outstretched hand a few times, seemingly still unsatisfied, and the little girl stretched out her foot and kicked the man fiercely. Seeing the little girl's unreasonable behavior, the people around took a deep breath. Coupled with the mother's earlier behavior, no one expected much from the girl's upbringing. Sure enough, after being kicked and beaten by his daughter, the man showed no sign of anger. Instead, he became even more anxious. What's going on, Niu? Is she suffering some kind of grievance? Niu, who bullied you? The man completely turned a blind eye to his daughter's unreasonable behavior. The onlookers silently shook their heads, clearly showing that this little girl had really been spoiled. Dad ate my little rabbit. The little girl pointed at Kosei and started twisting right and wrong, the villain accused first. You're not reasoning, kid. Why are you lying? That little bunny snack was made by the baby's dad, so how did it end up being yours? If you want something else, it becomes yours. I said, your family is really bizarre. Last time you broke my grandson's new toy, and it was the same. Not even a single word of apology. I've never seen such an unreasonable child. If you raise a child or not, the father's faults are all indulged by the adults at home. People like this should stay away from him in the future. It's just too rude. The man was about to get angry over his daughter's words, but after hearing what everyone was saying, he realized things weren't, as his daughter said, you really are like dogs asking mice, meddling in other people's business. My Niu doesn't want your stuff, so I don't need you to gossip about it. Honey, Niu likes the chef's pastries. You ask him to name a price and make a set for her. As soon as someone said their daughter was about her, she immediately lost her temper. The chef scolded the man, looking at me, holding Kosei and Shoko. This handsome guy seems like I've seen him somewhere before. Right, isn't it possible for a chef to make such a stylish little snack? The woman naturally felt her judgment was very wise. Husband, you're a manager at a big company and drive a big BMW. You're just a chef. Just pay a bit more, right? The woman deliberately emphasized her husband's identity again, which meant giving off a superiority impression. When the BMW heard his wife mention the BMW, he finally remembered where he'd seen a handsome guy before. Wasn't it the brand new BMW X5 he saw when he left the neighborhood the day before yesterday? The man was driving a BMW X3. Since the car was more upscale than himself, the man naturally took a second look. He remembered that the chef his wife mentioned was actually the owner of the BMW X5. Think about it. Only a manager at a big company could afford to drive a BMW X3. If the handsome guy really was a chef, why would he drive a BMW X5? The man felt that the guy's status was definitely tougher than his own. At the very least, his wife was trying to solve problems with money, but it definitely wouldn't work with him. And the little bear asked for 2 more. When the little bear heard her mother's words, the little girl immediately made a request to her father. "Hey girl, why don't you take Dad to check out the cake shop?" The man gave me an awkward glance. Clearly really afraid to spend money on a favor in front of a BMW X5 owner. No, I want that little girl to start throwing a tantrum at Kosei. Come on, honey, what's going on? Niu Konomi, we definitely have to find a way to satisfy her as a chef. You can't even handle this big manager. What do you know? There's no way he's a chef. The man pulls his own wife and whispers all the time. No, chef, how do you know him? The woman clearly didn't believe her husband's words. I don't know the man. He shook his head. He thought it would be better if he knew a handsome guy. And of course, the man would think it was a great thing. No, I don't know you. How do you know? How do you know? She's not a chef, not a chef. Because of her husband's denial, the woman's voice sharpened again. The man who drove a BMW X5 knew that unless he gave a clear answer, his wife wouldn't let it go, so he revealed everything he knew. BMW X5. How could I always define myself as a chef? The woman was a bit unwilling to accept what her husband said. Driving the BMW X5 means the advantage they've always been proud of is gone. I saw it with my own eyes. To keep my wife from embarrassing myself here, the man definitely added, let's go back. Knowing it's impossible, the man doesn't want to embarrass himself. Mom, I want the little bunny. The little girl saw Dad trying to pull Mom away and immediately refused. Niu, that mom isn't selling it. I'll take you to buy something nicer, okay? Because of her husband, the woman can only face reality. Koshi and Shoko, we went home. I had no interest in watching the family drama, so I left with Koshi and Shoko and Kana detected. The babies really liked the snacks prepared by the host. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward. I just didn't expect this skill to be used so quickly. In the afternoon, because I had an exam, I went to school. After the exam, I naturally prepared to go straight home. Oh my baby, a somewhat familiar voice, accompanied by the sound of porcelain shattering, rang out from my own direction. Because at school, I walked normally and didn't pay much attention to my surroundings. I happened to reach a bend and didn't expect anyone to rush straight up. You ruined my antique pretending. What should I do now? Looking at the boy in front of me, who was deliberately putting on a surprised face, I understood my own feelings. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Isn't the guy who brought helpers to teach him a lesson and ended up getting beaten up by him? As for what this guy's name was, I have no memory at all. I just know he was a warm suitor. The man who appeared before me was Tomomasa. Ever since he was married off by Tatsuro's men last time, Tomomasa couldn't swallow this pride. Tomomasa was, after all, a former student union president at Morgan University. For Tomomasa, wanting to find out about me wasn't a difficult matter. Knowing I had class today, Tomomasa was sure I wouldn't skip class. Tomomasa had already been standing here waiting for me for quite a while, and now it was finally time to carry out the plan. Senior Akachan, what's going on? Oh, what is this? How did it get damaged? Senior Akachan looks pretty expensive, isn't it especially valuable? As soon as the boys heard the noise, they immediately gathered around. Come here, and I can tell this situation is that these people had been arranged long ago. Indeed, Tomomasa wanted to frame me, so of course he wouldn't come alone. Besides the scattered physical evidence, this witness was also a must. Besides, Tomomasa had seen my skills before. Going on stage alone, he was still a bit nervous. Senior Akachan, you're also Tomomasa from Mo University. Tomomasa is Kana's senior, 2 levels above Kana. So when I was in college, Tomomasa had already graduated. It's normal that I didn't know him. Soto, you don't even know the famous Tomomasa, the university president. You can tell I'm pretty well known at Morgan University. He recognized me at a glance. I was late at night, right? You ruined my antique. Tell me, what should I do? Seeing everyone introduce themselves like that, I still acted indifferent. Tomomasa felt a bit embarrassed. Tomomasa felt that since he didn't value him as a senior so much, he didn't need to waste words. Today, Tomomasa was coming specifically for me. Tomomasa already knew that Kana had given me twins, and now that he had children, Tomomasa naturally had no other fantasies. However, Tomomasa couldn't swallow his resentment. Another point was that last time, when Tatsuro embarrassed him, Tomomasa pinned it on me as well. Today, Tomomasa was determined to teach me a harsh lesson. Yeah, in the early morning, you even broke Tomomasa's antiques, which would cost a lot of money. The sponsor was called to act, and as soon as the extras spoke, they naturally got into character. How much is this antique worth for Tomomasa? I wonder if I can afford to pay for it. This is a Qing dynasty vase. My dad bid for 10 million yuan, and seeing the hype was almost done, Tomomasa spoke proudly. In Tomomasa's mind, hearing the words 10 million would probably make me kneel and beg for mercy. For many people, 10 million in wealth is something that even a lifetime of struggle could never achieve. Tomomasa thought of himself as just a poor student. It was only by exploiting my weakness that he came up with today's stunt. This was a plan to extort me. I glanced at Tomomasa, who was completely in his own state, and sneered inwardly. Since Tomomasa wants to cause trouble for me, I don't mind letting him teach you a lesson. This is an antique. Pretending to look at the fragments on the ground, I took my phone out of my pocket. From an angle where Tomomasa and the others couldn't notice, I opened the recording function. I stood up, casually holding my phone, but pointed the camera at Tomomasa. Of course, this is an antique, and this isn't just any antique. It's worth 10 million. Tomomasa thought, as a poor student, I definitely can't tell what's antique. How much this fragment is worth is up to me. You just said I hit you, but I was just doing it normally. You suddenly rushed out from the corner and bumped into me. Judging by what just happened, it seems more like you were trying to stage an accident. How could I possibly scam someone like this? This is a $10 million antique. You're just a poor student. How could I possibly use something so valuable to scam someone? Tomomasa hadn't expected me to be so calm. Normally, when someone hears they have knocked over a $10 million antique, wouldn't they be scared stiff? How could they possibly analyze the situation as calmly as I did? No, even if I stay calm, what's the point? Tomomasa said he had gathered a bunch of witnesses. I don't know what you're thinking, but I was actually doing it normally. You rushed out from the corner, so that's fine. If it really doesn't work, go to the security office and check the surveillance footage. The camera followed my gaze. Tomomasa looked up in confusion. When had cameras ever been installed here? Tomomasa remembered that when he graduated, there wasn't a single camera on the entire road. Tomomasa looked at the others with his eyes. He had graduated a few years ago, but these people were still students at Magic University. There were cameras here, yet none of them had told him. Several public performers exchanged glances and lowered their heads awkwardly. They had passed back and forth on this road many times, but unfortunately, not a single person noticed. How about this? I won't make things difficult for you for this 10 million antique. I won't let you pay the full amount. You can take on half the responsibility. Tomomasa looked very easygoing. Are you sure you want to use these fragments to make me pay 5 million? I glanced at the scattered fragments on the ground and looked up at Tomomasa. What do you mean? A few fragments? This is an antique, do you understand? Don't talk about 5 million. If it hadn't been damaged, its collectible value would be immeasurable. Do you know the criteria for determining extortion? I didn't mention Tomomasa's topic of 5 million, but asked lightly, what extortion? This is genuine antique blue and white porcelain. You're not just trying to avoid losing money, so you're scheming here. Tomomasa doesn't believe I can see the true greatness of his antique. With the Super Daddy system, how could I possibly be defeated by Tomomasa's little trick? After all, the system just gave me top-tier health insurance skills. At a glance, I could tell that the antique Tomomasa was worth 10 million, was actually a replica bought on Taobao. Senior Akachan heard my words, and the extras were a bit intimidated. This time, Tomomasa gave each of them 200 yuan in payment. At dawn, don't be the one struggling at the banquet. My antique is half the responsibility. You have to pay 5 million in compensation, or I can call the police and let them handle it. You can choose one yourself. So I decided to call the police. After saying that, I dialed the police number, explained the situation, and gave me the address. Tomomasa never expected that he would actually call the police. There was absolutely no room for negotiation. Could it be that he could still tell the authenticity of antiques from fakes? Tomomasa, you're wandering around school with an antique worth 10 million hugging a vase. This is what you meant by a Qing Dynasty vase. Do you know how to identify Qing Dynasty porcelain? Although it has been broken, the porcelain shards at the base are still being roughly made. How can you dare to say this is a Qing Dynasty vase? If your appearance has stiff lines or careless, overly unnatural looks, you can immediately judge it as a fake. If you don't need to do it, wait until the police arrive. Soon, the police arrived at the scene and set up warning strips around the area. The faces of those few people turned pale on the spot. The police only asked briefly, and they honestly confessed what had happened. They really didn't want to. Hearing that Kunyan had betrayed him, Tomomasa knew there was no way to turn things around, but he still wanted to struggle. They had no evidence, so they were all talking nonsense. I handed the footage to the officer, explained the situation, and even revealed the details of the counterfeit product. As expected, Tomomasa was taken away directly. At that moment, I was watching pigeons with my two little ones on the balcony. Ding dong, the somewhat urgent doorbell rang twice. Kana hurried to open the door. Kana, hurry and help me pick up and relearn me. As soon as Kana opened the door, she didn't see Tsukimiya and saw several large bags blocking the doorway. Kukana quickly took several bags before finally seeing Tsukimiya, who was being blocked behind. Tsukimiya, why are you carrying so many things? Are you about to move? In the past, whenever Tsukimiya came, she would always bring things for Kosei and Shoko. But this was the first time Kana had encountered so many things. If she didn't know Tsukimiya wasn't married yet, Kana would have thought she had a fight with her husband and left home. What move? All of this is for Tsukimiya, who was at Reisei at your place. Tsukimiya is a girl carrying things and has walked such a long way, and Lulu is already out of breath. Could it be that the gift given to Reisei was from your company? Kana knew that Tsukimiya would never buy things for Reisei, so the only explanation was Tsukimiya's company. I hadn't had time to discuss the contract details with Kana, so naturally I didn't mention the compensation. Kana thought Tsukimiya's company was just embarrassed, and had asked her to send me some gifts to thank me. What gift? Warm, you're really overthinking it. New entertainment has no precedent for gift giving. Besides, the topic of gift giving is too sensitive. If you're not careful, you could get caught on the hook. So, you said these were all for Reisei, not gifts for Reisei, and all for Reisei's bright moon. What exactly does that mean? Kana was a bit confused. All right, it's my fault I didn't explain clearly. Looking at Kana's confused expression, Tsukimiya could only surrender by raising her hand. These were performance costumes and props. Director Zhou asked me to bring them over for Mr. Ling to try. If Tsukimiya knew about Director Zhou's motivation and the speed of his actions, she wouldn't have said she would visit Mr. Lin tonight. Now it's good. Free labor is just like that. Performance costumes, Director Zhou, you're in such a hurry. Just yesterday morning did you go to Tsukimiya's company to sign the contract. That Director Zhou already had Tsukimiya deliver the costumes the very next day. Isn't that right? It's not just about putting on a show, but also about dressing up. Because Reisei said he wore a mask and sang, while Director Zhou even asked me to bring dozens of masks, saying Mr. Ling should take his time choosing. Director Zhou said that if Mr. Ling is not satisfied with these things, we will prepare separately. Tsukimiya repeated Director Zhou's words in a tone imitating Director Zhou's tone. Tsukimiya, why do I feel like you're just a laborer right now? Director Zhou really doesn't know how to cherish her, helping Tsukimiya carry bags and things into the room. Kana couldn't help but complain on her behalf's friend. Every sentence made me regret it now. Why did I ask Reisei to record that song? Now it feels like I've become the target of Director Zhou's close surveillance. Luckily, your Reisei was willing to help, otherwise I felt Director Zhou would have fought me to the death. Tsukimiya rested for a bit, felt some energy returned, and started complaining loudly. Come on, Kosei and Shoko. They're my source of strength. Why don't they give me, Godmom, a loving hug? Before, whenever Tsukimiya arrived, she would immediately look for Kosei and Shoko. Just now, due to physical issues and Wenshin's concerns, Tsukimiya's attention was distracted. Kosei and Shoko Kana said the babies were at home. Just a moment ago, they were holding Kosei and Shoko and talking to her. Kana glanced inside. They noticed I was holding the babies on the balcony. At that moment, Kosei and Shoko were watching the pigeons flying in the sky. Their cooing drew their attention. Seeing the babies so happy, I laughed along with them. The three of us, the father and daughters, all three of us were in harmony, and none of us noticed Tsukimiya's sorrowful gaze, warmth. I feel that my place in the hearts of Kosei and Shoko has not only been surpassed by Reisei, but now I'm not even as good as a tiny pigeon. I am the father of Kosei and Shoko. Tsukimiya's position is understandable, but since she is just a tiny pigeon, Tsukimiya truly feels unwilling to accept it. Ah, Ming Tsukimiya, how shameless. Kosei and Shoko just didn't notice you, their godmother, showing up. You're a grown man and still jealous of a little pigeon. It's really embarrassing. Ah, Mrs. Lin, Miss Jang is here. Aunt Wang came out of the kitchen and was now very familiar with Tsukimiya. Knowing Tsukimiya was a good friend of Kana, Aunt Wang took the initiative to greet her. Aunt Wang was good, and Tsukimiya's personality was also quite good. She sweetly called out, Sheng Lin, Miss Jang, where do you put these things? I'll get them. Watching Kana and Tsukimiya stir up the big bags, Aunt Wang was ready to step forward and help with so many things. Two delicate girls would show their feelings for Aunt Wang as a sign of their feelings. Aunt Wang, let's carry them together. Just leave them in the living room. There's strength in numbers, and the three of us carried everything Tsukimiya had brought into the living room. Thank you, Aunt Wang. Thank Mrs. Lin, and she hadn't forgotten that Kana had just mocked her for being jealous of a little pigeon. Tsukimiya imitated Aunt Wang and called Wen Zinning by name. You knew her good friend was acting in a drama, and Kana swung her fist, ready to scold her best friend. Mrs. Lin, are you trying to silence us? Aunt Wang, help! Mrs. Lin, hit me. Ning Yu told you to spout nonsense, while Kana pouted, looking like she was here to teach you a lesson. How could I say something like that? Aunt Wang? Aunt Wang always calls you Mrs. Lin? Did Reese change her surname? Then what should I call you, Tai? Kana couldn't answer Tsukimiya's question at all. With no other choice, Kana directly threw Tsukimiya onto the sofa. Ha ha ha, Kana, I was wrong, ha ha ha. Kana and Tsukimiya were both girls who were afraid of tickling, so both knew each other's weakness, so every time they wanted to teach each other a lesson, tickling was definitely their ultimate move. If she truly knew she was wrong, she had finally managed to suppress Meichian Yueye, and Kana wouldn't let it go easily. Really, haha, so heartwarming, ha ha ha, I was wrong, ha ha. Tsukimiya laughed so hard she could barely finish her sentence, so she could only beg for mercy while laughing. Mom had originally planned to have Tsukimiya give a deep guarantee, but Kana had to temporarily give up because of Kosei and Shoko's arrival. There was no other way. Although the living room and balcony doors were closed, the animals created by Kana and Tsukimiya were simply too large, making it hard not to draw Kosei and Shoko's attention. The two staggered over to their mother. Shoko held his godmother's hand, Kosei grabbed his mother's clothes, and the babies said they wanted to do the same. Playing with Kosei and Shoko, save your godmother and mom. Your mom is so bad that she forgot about her savior Tsukimiya and is still under Kana's threat. Kana's small hand moved a few more times. After seeing Tsukimiya's body curl up together, she finally stopped moving. The mother of the eldest and the youngest is playing games with the godmother. Do you want to join in? Since the babies are interested in joining, Kana naturally won't refuse. Mom, when she hears her mom say she's playing games, the little ones get excited. Kosei and Shoko, godmothers, are a bit itchy. Let's help each other scratch together, okay? Kana said this while smiling smugly at Tsukimiya. Kana knew that with the babies joining, Tsukimiya definitely wouldn't dare move, afraid of accidentally hurting the babies. Godmother, Kosei, and Shoko have very strong comprehension abilities. With Mom's leadership, the babies' little hands immediately step in. No, Kosei and Shoko don't care for their mom, don't scratch the itch. Seeing Kosei and Shoko reach out their hands, Tsukimiya didn't dare move at all. The effectiveness of the older and younger babies is actually very weak. After all, scratching is a technique that babies are new to and simply don't know how to do it. Kana, with the help of the babies, didn't have to face Tsukimiya's stubborn resistance. Tickling was quite easy. Kana, I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go. Looking at her friend Tsukimiya, who was fighting as a mother and daughter soldier, she realized she was truly too outnumbered. Kosei and Shoko, godmothers don't itch anymore, so we won't scratch. When the godmother gets itchy again, Kosei and Shoko will help godmother scratch it together, okay? Feeling it's about time, Kana stopped moving. As a mom, Kosei and Shoko probably still feel satisfied and look up at their moms, wondering why the babies are just scratching their godmother and the godmother isn't itching anymore. Kosei and Shoko's mom really didn't feel itchy. As soon as Tsukimiya was free, she immediately sat up straight and put one arm around a baby. Tsukimiya was genuinely afraid the babies would be too enthusiastic. Tsukimiya, why not let your goddaughter quietly care for the babies? Kana, as a mother, must be very approachable. No need. No need. Shoko, godmother will bring you candy. Tsukimiya quickly picked up her bag from the floor, took out the lollipops she had prepared in advance. Seeing the delicious little foodies, Tang Tang's true nature was immediately revealed. She reached out her chubby little hand, and Tsukimiya was finally freed from restrictions. Late at night, Reisei thoughtfully asked me to pick out some performance costumes and masks for you. Seeing me standing in the living room, Tsukimiya spoke up a bit shyly. But now, in my home, compared to the old rented apartment in Kana, things are still different. When it comes to my playful behavior with Kana, I don't care about how I play around. Can't you wear your own clothes? To Tsukimiya's surprise, I didn't look unhappy at all. Actually, seeing Kana and Tsukimiya making a fuss made me quite happy. In my heart, warmth should always be lived carefree. Looking at the two big bags of clothes, I wondered if that thoughtfulness was a bit too thoughtful. He was just singing a song, not participating in a talent show, so why would he need to prepare a performance costume? If you don't like these things, we can provide them according to your requirements. This is a special reminder from Thoughtful. For me, what I wear when I sing doesn't matter. What matters is that I can cover my face. All right, I'll talk to Joe Dao about the performance costumes tomorrow. At dawn, see what kind of mask you like? Tsukimiya felt like she was really being sucked on, carrying such a big bag of clothes for nothing. Tsukimiya secretly vowed that before doing hard labor, she would call to ask clearly and treat today's situation as a lesson. At dawn, I brought all the masks from the company over. Take a look at what kind you like. I know masks are the most important, and Tsukimiya cared about them too. Piggy Pig, Piggy, and Little Bao were holding lollipops in their hands, but they didn't idle. When they saw Godmom open a bag, the kids immediately saw the topmost dough shaped like Zubaji. Kuku Kosei, Shoko, you don't want your dad to wear this mask, right? Tsukimiya held the Zubaji mask in her hand and looked at it for a while. She really can't imagine what it would be like if I put it on. Don't even think about it. I glanced disdainfully at the mask in Tsukimiya's hand and immediately dismissed it. Now it's Tsukimiya's turn. I actually wanted to see how I look wearing the Zubaji mask. Seeing that I had no room for negotiation, Tsukimiya wisely picked up a new mask. How about this little rabbit? Reisei really has no interest in these animal-shaped masks. Warmly, you help Reisei pick one. Tsukimiya thought I was a bit hard to please, so she pushed this tough task onto her good friend. After all, I'm a gentle man. This is definitely something Kana should do. How about this one at dawn? It's a bit like the mask from the Sailor Moon era, when the stage role transformed into a nightgown mask. Kana didn't think much, and immediately took a liking to this mask. As for Tsukimiya's thoughts, I'm hard to please. Kana seemed perfectly normal. Reisei didn't like animal designs, so she could just change to a different outfit. What is the Sailor Moon meme about being different from girls? I've never heard of any of that. No way, Reisei, you haven't even seen Sailor Moon. Tsukimiya looked at me with an exaggerated expression, as if she hadn't seen Sailor Moon. It's such a surprising thing. What's wrong with that? I spoke calmly, though timid. No problem, no problem. It's normal for guys not to like watching. There really isn't much to criticize. Tsukumiya could only look helplessly. Warmth. Girls still have more common topics. Don't you like this mask at dawn? I don't even know what Sailor Moon is. And Kana dares not expect me to know Yelev Mask. You could say that after transforming, Yelev Mask was basically Kana's dream girl from her teenage years. Kana felt a bit disappointed, but she actually hoped I would like this mask. Are you happy? I glanced at the mask in Kana's hand. I can't really say whether I like it or not, but as long as it's not one of those animal-shaped masks, I'm fine with it. Konomi? Reize? Didn't you notice this mask was cool? Kana nodded vigorously, a bit like a salesperson selling the mask in her hand. If you're happy, then go with this one. Black masks are cool too, but they look warm and appealing, so I just snapped a short clip. Here it comes, as long as it covers my face. This mask is quite refreshing. Plus, I like it warmly, but I don't think I can find a reason to refuse. Is this really the one you've decided? Kana was so excited, she could hardly believe her ears. Duo Reize was willing to wear the Yarafe mask. Could that mean her childhood dream could come true? Yi Reize was Kana's childhood dream love. Person, I am Kana's baby's father. Now that I'm wearing the Yelev mask, I'm Kana's dream lover. Seeing Kana happy, my lips curled up. I realized Kana is really easy to be satisfied with. Just a simple mask can make Kana so happy. At this moment, Kana was mostly moved. It seemed Reize chose this because he liked her, and she was very considerate emotionally. Her emotional value was instantly high. When Mankana looked at me, her gaze showed a subtle change. For a moment, I didn't know what she was thinking, only seeing her face flushed instantly. To celebrate Kana finishing her first subject exam, I took her to a jewelry store to pick out a gift. What are we doing at Wii Square in the early morning? Although I said we wanted to celebrate, Kana thought to buy a small cake to take home and share with the kids. Wouldn't that be enough? Celebrate your successful passing of the Subject 1 exam. I take my warm, smooth little hand and give you the same answer. I knew it was to celebrate passing my Subject 1 exam, but why did we come to Wii Square? Kana followed my footsteps, asking the question in her heart. I know that the most expensive items sold on the first floor of malls are usually on the first floor, like the gold and jewelry counters. In my opinion, wearing gold at a warm age might seem a bit old-fashioned, so let's first look at diamond jewelry. Because Kimberly mainly focuses on diamond jewelry. Welcome, Kimberly. May I ask what you two would like to see? Let me introduce you to both. When I saw a customer, the Kimberly salesperson warmly greeted me. Come on, Kana, do you like this necklace? I liked it at first sight. One piece. Only one Starry Sky series necklace arrived this morning. The salesperson's meaning was clear. The necklace I was interested in was Kimberly's leopard net, and each store only had one necklace. As the saying goes, rarity makes things precious, and Kimberly uses it very well. Reize said this chain was too expensive. Better forget it. Kana whispered in my ear in a voice only I could hear. When Kana first saw this necklace, she was stunned. I guess there's no girl in this world who doesn't like diamonds. Kana was genuinely delighted, but when she saw the tag on the necklace, she hesitated. Looking at the 68,800 yuan frame, Kana knew she could make money, but the two of them still had 2 children to raise. Kana didn't want to spend so extravagantly on her own. Step by, as long as you're happy, this is my first gift to you. I know Kana is just reluctant to part with her, but of course she has to do it herself. Miss Yang, how about I help you try it on? Miss, you're so beautiful. You must match our necklace perfectly. The salesperson is also a very perceptive and attentive girl. She carefully took out a Starry Sky necklace with both hands. Miss, please turn around, and I'll help you put it on. The salesperson saw I was very interested in buying and just needed to secure the beautiful woman next to the handsome guy for this deal. Of course, this Starry Sky series necklace won't be hard to sell. It's estimated that within 2 days, someone who got the news will definitely buy it. Salespeople don't care who buys this Starry Sky series necklace. What matters to them is whether the necklace is being sold on their own hands. I didn't give Kana a chance to refuse. I held her shoulder and made her turn around. The salesperson cooperatively stepped forward and put the necklace on Kana's neck. It happened in an instant. In the early morning, I felt a chill on my neck. Kana wanted to say something. Miss, you really are the most beautiful girl I've ever met, bar none. Have you considered becoming a star? If you do, you'll definitely become very popular. Giving compliments is a required course for salespeople. In the past, even if it was just a heartfelt compliment, salespeople could master it perfectly, let alone now when it's the truth. Kana forgot what she was about to say when she saw the necklace around her neck in the mirror. This Kimberly starry necklace is truly beautiful. If she didn't know these valuable items couldn't be touched casually, Kana would have really wanted to reach out and gently touch them. Sir, look, your girlfriend and our Starry Sky series necklace are a perfect match. Knowing I'm the main character, the salesperson turned to me and showered me with praise. No, Kana felt that her relationship with me probably wasn't quite boyfriend and girlfriend. Kana thought the salesperson had misunderstood and instinctively wanted to explain that she wasn't my girlfriend. Before she could finish speaking, I took over. The salesperson was a bit stunned. If they weren't a couple, then she was. She's my wife. Before the salesperson could ask any questions, I naturally put my arm around Kana's shoulder. Kana had already called her husband. The two of them still have adorable babies like Kosei and Shoko, and their relationship is indeed incorrect. Sorry, I saw you two are so young. I really didn't expect you both to be married. When I announced the answer, the salesperson was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized that they had a good relationship, so it's normal for them to marry early. This necklace made my wife look so beautiful. Because Kana was so shy, she couldn't even care about the necklace. All right, sir, I'll go place the order right away. Hearing how straightforward I am, I took the photo. The salesperson's smile was so radiant. Sir, you really treat your wife well. She used to think a handsome guy was just to cheer up his girlfriend, but now seeing that he's already married, he still cares so well for his wife. Last year's Double 11, the salesperson at home argued with her for 3 days and nights after buying her a cosmetics set costing over 1,000 yuan, leaving the salesperson feeling utterly jealous. Is this the latest Starry Sky necklace from Kimberly? I heard from friends around me that this necklace is hard to get, and today I actually saw it. Dear, I want that necklace. The salesperson was about to take the deal, but before he could take 2 steps, a delicate girl suddenly appeared. The woman, very rude, almost touched Kana's neck with fingers painted bright red nail polish. I pulled Kana into my own arms, successfully avoiding the woman's interests. What's wrong with you? My boyfriend can't even see what I'm trying to buy because he hasn't touched the Starry Sky series necklace. The woman's originally delicate voice instantly turned sharp. Looking at the woman with a snow-white face, I started to wonder if she had painted the wall paint on her face. Just how ugly must she be to cover up so much? For this Starry Sky series necklace, does every store only have one? You can let her take it down. I'll buy it, let's see what comes out. Women are very knowledgeable about this Starry Sky series necklace. Sorry, miss. This gentleman has already ordered this Starry Sky necklace. Would you like to look at other styles? I don't look at other styles. I just want this Starry Sky series necklace. Dear, none of my friends have any of my friends. I grabbed the Starry Sky series necklace and brought it to the Starry Sky series. They want to show off in front of them. Dear, I'm not just doing this for myself. This is your pride too. I'm not a woman, so I didn't hear the salesperson's words at all. Still, looking at the way this couple acted, I frowned slightly. It really wasn't something to show up to, but that's their own business. I turned around, and with the momentum, I shifted the warmth in my arms as well, then said to the waiter, "Go get the ticket. I don't want to waste time because of someone else." Okay, sir, may I ask if you pay by card or with Earth number? The salesperson finds the performance between the woman and the man somewhat embarrassing. Most of my money on the Earth ship was on the Earth ship. Last time, Director Zhou had the finance department send a deposit, even though it was directly transferred to the bank card. What Earth necklace? I want it. How could you not understand what I'm saying? Overhearing my conversation with the salesperson, the woman didn't bother to act cute. After all, a woman's act of coquettishness is also to get this Starry Sky series necklace. Now that people are even paying for it, what's the point of a woman acting cute? Sorry, miss, this chain was first noticed by this gentleman and madam, and he had already decided on it before you arrived. Although the woman's attitude was quite rude, the salesperson was still very polite and said that since she couldn't do sales, she had seen all kinds of people before. Hearing the salesperson's words, the woman was clearly misled. They've already been married, so why rush to follow trends? Tell them how much this chain is worth. Just a yellow-faced old lady, why would she need a necklace worth tens of thousands? I see their attire is pretty average. You didn't mention a zero, did you? The woman sized me up from head to toe. Although Kana and I were a bit different from my handsome face, our outfits seemed quite ordinary to her. Because of my height, it just blocked the woman's view. She still hadn't seen Kana's face, and I couldn't figure out how she could say that yellowish face, "Dear, someone wants to snatch the necklace I like, hurry up and pay for me." Now men don't even need to look first, women are just trying to grab the order. Seeing the woman's anxious expression, the man showed no reaction. "Xiao Li, come greet her." This young lady noticed the woman was rather unreasonable. The lead salesperson had brought in her colleague, "Miss, our Kimberly and other necklace styles are all very beautiful. How about I introduce them to you? As a salesperson, I definitely have to greet you politely. Why are you looking at other styles? Can't you understand what people are saying? I only want that Starry Sky Series necklace." Women think the salesperson asking them to see other styles is deliberately going against them. The lady of the Starry Sky Series necklace has already been decided, and the salesperson is really sorry. No matter how poor the customer's manners, the salesperson can't show their dissatisfaction on their faces. "What do you mean? Once it's settled, as long as you don't pay, it doesn't count." Judging by their outfits, do you think they can afford a Starry Sky Series necklace? A pair of young people really don't know their place. The woman, having failed to achieve her goals, became increasingly rude. "Whether you can afford a necklace or not is our own business. Do you need to keep whining about it?" And the yellow-faced woman, "I think you really fit that title." If it weren't for covering up any flaws, I really wouldn't have seen anyone treat their face like a wall to paint it. I wouldn't tolerate women repeatedly being rude. The salespeople, who had been upset by the woman's unreasonable attitude, couldn't help but burst out laughing because of my words. Using your face as a wall brush is truly fitting. Nowadays, people wear makeup with all sorts of schemes, and it's really rare to see women make their faces snow white like this. What are you laughing at? I'm not married yet, so how could I be a yellow-faced woman? But your wife is the one who keeps avoiding and doesn't dare to show herself, which is truly embarrassing to show her face. Women have always prided themselves on being young women, but now being publicly called yellow-faced old women means that even if the other party is handsome, women still find it unforgivable. Of course, a handsome guy's looks can't be used to attack a woman, so he vented his anger on the wife of the handsome guy who hadn't even seen his true face. Nowadays, society says it's a handsome guy paired with an ugly woman. If you believe me, my wife is definitely an ugly woman. Hiding and afraid to show people, you really know how to flatter yourself. I'm just worried my wife might be scared by your face and have nightmares at night. After all, with that big face, you don't even need makeup like a zombie. Hearing my words, Kana was a little surprised. In the past, if I encountered such trivial matters, I usually wouldn't pay attention. But today, because that woman kept targeting Kana, I definitely wouldn't let it go easily. Nini, because of my image as a metaphor for women, didn't know how to respond for a moment. Forget it at dawn. Kana knew I was doing it for her, but she didn't want me to be treated like that kind of uncivilized woman. Kana turned around and linked arms with mine. This time, Nini was speechless at Kana. How could there be such a beautiful woman? She had just said, "What kind of yellow-faced old woman is this?" My wife said from Kana, "Forget it, I'm already on the right path. Once the woman has had it, I just let it go." The husband and wife had already prepared to hire the salesperson. As long as the customer paid, their order was considered closed. "All right, I'll hold Kana's little hand. Darling, hurry up and think of a way. I want that necklace." When she sees us getting serious, she immediately turns to the man beside her for help. "Help? What did you say?" Being called by a woman like that, the man belatedly asked, and his attention was drawn to Kana's beautiful face. As for what the woman said, the man said he really hadn't heard a single word. Look at beautiful women, your ears are deaf, right? Look carefully, no matter how beautiful she is, it has nothing to do with you. She already has a husband. Having a husband, you know what it means? Having a husband means the person is already married, and known. Women feel like their lungs are about to explode. She hadn't gotten her hands on the Starry Sky necklace she had been eyeing, and even her own man was now completely focused on another woman. But she really is a stunning beauty. Even if she wanted to say something sour, she just couldn't bring herself to say something. Husband. When he heard what the woman said, not only did he feel no embarrassment, he just smiled at all. He's just a poor kid, and when he's going to embarrass himself, he'll be embarrassed someday. This Starry Sky necklace costs over 60,000, right? Do you think that poor kid's style can afford it? Just wait here. When they couldn't pay and obediently took off their necklaces, I slapped him hard in the face. The total cost of this starry sky necklace was 68,800 yuan. Now, was it time to pay? The salesperson still symbolically said a few sentences. All right, without any unnecessary words, I took out my phone and opened the payment code. While the man was waiting to see the joke, the sound of a successful payment sounded on the cash register. I successfully saw the man's expression change to the right. Didn't you say he couldn't afford it? Didn't you say you wanted to buy me this starry sky necklace and slap the handsome guy's face hard? Wait, they've already paid and left, so why didn't you say a word? If you had paid before they did, that starry sky necklace would have been mine. The man already felt he'd been proven wrong and wanted to show off in front of a beautiful woman, but unexpectedly, her husband was no pushover. Because of the woman's relentless attitude, the man's expression grew even uglier. Thinking of my zombie face, men now didn't want to spare a glance at women. Don't contact me anymore? Tossed out the words, and the man left without looking back. Only then did the woman come to her senses. She had lost Jingguinshu and felt like crying, but there were no tears left. Tsukumiya had already gotten her driver's license, so of course she knew the Subject 1 exam wouldn't last long. Kana and I had been out for so long, and the only thing Tsukumiya could think of was the traffic jam on the road. No roads don't block the way. Kana is an honest child, and the child honestly answers her good friend's answer. The problem is, if there's no traffic jam, then the warmth of being out with Reisei for so long wouldn't be because you didn't pass the Subject 1 exam, and Reisei comforted you for so long. Come on, Tsukumiya, you really have no confidence in me. Not to mention anything else, just passing the test is quite confident. Kana's status as a top student is no show. Kana, is this necklace from Camberley's Starry Sky series? I heard it will officially launch in the next few days. I didn't expect you to act so quickly and get it now. Girls are naturally sensitive to jewelry and such. When Tsukimiya saw the shiny necklace around Kana's neck, she forgot about her Subject 1 exam. No, Kana, when you went out, your neck was still empty. Kana hadn't even had time to say that before Tsukimiya's mouth started chattering. Come on, Kana, this Kimberly Starry Sky necklace was just bought for you at dawn, right? I dare ask to help you watch it at home. Babies, you and your little couple have quietly gone out to celebrate quietly. What? Reisei said he wanted to celebrate passing Subject 1 and bought me this gift. We just came back a bit late, so how can we say we left quietly? Kana automatically filtered out Tsukumiya's words about young couple. Not because Kana hadn't heard clearly, but because she was too embarrassed to discuss it in front of me. Once you pass the subject, you get such an expensive gift. Tsukumiya grabbed her best friend and started whispering to her, Kana, isn't your Reisei really spoiling you? I heard that Kimberly's Starry Sky series necklace costs over 60,000 yuan, and it's just a Subject 1 exam, and it's such an expensive gift. So the upcoming Subjects 2, 3, and 4 exams at midnight are going to spoil you to the skies, Tsukimiya said as she secretly glanced into the distance. Let me be honest. Tsukimiya went from initially rejecting me to now seeing that I truly care about Kana and the babies. Tsukimiya has come to accept the fact that I am a Kana man. What, we still have the eldest and the youngest to raise? Kana touched the necklace around her neck and silently made a decision in her heart. She would never let me buy such expensive things again. Oh, you guys still have Kosei and Shoko to raise. Learn to say warm words. Tsukumiya's smile was ambiguous. Kana saw her good friend's ambiguous gaze and reached out her claws again. Kana didn't want to do this. Two girls who usually seem quiet and gentle are both unwilling to be outdone when it comes to tickling each other. Dad and Dad saw Mom and Godmother playing games again. Kosei and Shoko twisted their little bodies in Dad's arms, wanting to get down and join the game together. Go play and put me down. The babies looked at the warmth, their faces flushed with smiles, and the corners of their mouths lifted slightly. Just a few days after passing the first subject test at Kana, I started practicing in the car. In the early morning, do you think the coach will just turn in the reverse car and park today? Since I had time in the morning to drive Kana directly to the driving school, Kosei and Shoko naturally stayed at home, waiting for their mom to learn to drive home. But I looked it up online and found that most of the time, during the practice on getting in the car, was done by reversing into the parking space. Kana said she had done her homework in advance. I smiled and glanced at Kana. Is the kid's mom trying to take off right away? She hasn't even touched the steering wheel yet she's already thinking about reversing into the parking lot. Kana realized she didn't even know how to start the car, so she thought about reversing into the parking space. Oh my god, is this beauty driving a big BMW with a coach and a handsome guy who learned to drive? Heavens, isn't your blow a bit too much? Kana followed the training point she had told her to practice at training ground number 1. The students who had been lively in discussion immediately stopped their boring arguments. Hello, my name is Huang Yu. I'm here to learn to drive too. No, you really are so beautiful. Even more beautiful than the celebrities I've seen on TV. Kana and I had just entered training ground number 1 when a chubby girl came up to greet us. Hello, my name is Kana. Since we're learning to drive together, we can be considered classmates. Kana, your name sounds so nice, just like a woman's beauty. You can tell Huang Yu is a very outgoing girl. In Huang Yu's view, being able to learn to drive with a beautiful woman is something to be very proud of. Kana, your boyfriend is also very handsome. My good friends all say that nowadays, it's a beautiful woman paired with a beast, and a handsome guy paired with an ugly girl. I used to think my handsome guy must be somewhere waiting for me to find him. Now, seeing you and your boyfriend, I suddenly feel that what my friends say is just self-deception. Kana could only smile slightly as she listened to Huang Yu's words. Kana really couldn't agree with Huang Yu's good friends theories. With Huang Yu taking the lead, other students who were learning to drive also came forward to introduce themselves. Of course, since I was standing aside, those male students were very self-disciplined and didn't step forward. The beautiful woman is already taken, and the other party is a handsome guy driving a big BMW, so everyone is very self-aware. Kana, I'm waiting in the car. When you see Kana surrounded by several girls, I'm getting in and going to study on my own. Knowing that Kana would be learning to drive for a while, I even took my laptop when I went out, so waiting for my wife and studying would be a 2-step delay. Yao how Kana waved at me, then walked with the fellow students to the training car, waiting for the instructor to arrive. As a top student, I basically finished all the homework my teacher assigned, which were child's play, and I put away my computer. I looked outside. The sunlight was still quite strong. Although the weather wasn't quite summer yet, it was still quite lively. Thinking Kana hadn't brought a water bottle or anything like that, I got out of the car and walked toward the small supermarket next to the parking lot. When I wanted to buy something, the owner of the small supermarket was very enthusiastic when he saw business coming in. I smiled and asked, "Is there a cold drink? Can you help deliver it to the training ground?" "Handsome guy, what brand of drinks do you want?" "We have plenty of cold drinks here. Young people nowadays all love cold drinks, saying they're especially cool and refreshing." "Bro, do you want to buy a lot? If it's a lot, we'll help deliver it for free." It's a small supermarket at the driving school, and delivering it to the training ground is really a small matter. I thought about it. Let's get a box each of the wheat jelly and lemonade. Okay, no problem, I'll deliver it for you. Instantly, it's over 100 in business, and the supermarket owner was overjoyed. By the way, both cases of drinks were half cold, not cold. Thinking of girls learning to drive, I specifically reminded them one after another, good products are no problem, all at the same price. The supermarket owner naturally goes, whatever customers say. After paying, I walked ahead. The supermarket owner pushed a small cart and followed behind. Kana, your boyfriend is here. There's only one training car, so of course each student takes turns choosing. When I walked toward the training ground, Kana was resting in a shady spot with Huang Yu and a few other girls. Coco, Kana, what does your boyfriend do? He's so rich and good looking. Could he be a rich second-generation heir? Kana, are all your boyfriend's friends this wealthy? Can you help me introduce a few to you? Hey, you want a few of these top-notch handsome guys. You think they're just easy to find on the street, so can you just go with them one by one? I just think I need to know a few more. Come on, with our posture as fluttering willows, it's better not to embarrass ourselves. I asked Kana again, why are you so eager to reject me? Kana remembered that the girl who wanted me to introduce her to a friend was named Wu Feifei. At first, Kana thought Wu Feifei was just more outgoing, like Huang Yu. Later, while everyone took turns resting, Wu Feifei kept asking about Reisei's situation. Kana immediately knew Wu Feifei's intentions were not simple. Now that things were clear, she had made it clear that she wanted to introduce her to wealthy friends at Dawn. Kana smiled inwardly. Those friends at Dawn were all still university students. and Wu Feifei's goal was destined to be impossible to achieve. Kana, I guarantee I'm not trying to steal your boyfriend. I just want to ask your boyfriend to help me introduce his friends. But Wu Feifei wasn't brainless. Compared to Kana, how could Wu Feifei not understand what level he was? But Wu Feifei seemed to have forgotten that if Reisei really was a rich second-generation heir, would her wealthy friends go after the beauties? She is my husband. She didn't answer Wu Feifei's words. Kana suddenly blurted out, I can't help it. I'm too conspicuous. Kana just wants to assert her claim as soon as possible. My husband saw Kana and me, and no one expected that they were already married. Yes, Kana. Is this your nickname for your boyfriend? Or is it that you two really got married? The first person to speak is still Huang Yuyu. Kana could see it too. Huang Yuyu was definitely a big gossip. We already have 2 babies. What do you think? 2 babies? Oh my god, Kana, you and your husband are so young, they've already had 2 babies. Glancing at me, who hadn't come close, Kana let out a slight sigh of relief. She hadn't expected Huang Yuyu's loud voice to be so loud about her that it was almost unbearable. I have twins and want to end this topic before I come over. Kana's answer was very simple and clear. Twin babies, Kana. Your husband is amazing. Huang Yuyu's seemingly flirtatious gaze made Kana's little face blush slightly. Huang Yuyu, be serious. Why do I feel like you're the one who's had a baby? Look at Kana. She's clearly still a little girl. Honestly, Kana, your figure is so well maintained. You can't tell you've had a child before, let alone twins. Kana, you keep your figure so well. Do you have any good secrets? Kana, teach me. Look, I've always looked chubby. It's really annoying. Every girl cares a lot about her figure, but I don't seem to have made a point of maintaining it. Honestly, after giving birth, Kana was busy taking care of the babies and other issues about her figure, so she really didn't pay much attention to her figure. Is heaven really that unfair? Kana, you don't even need to maintain it to have such a perfect figure. I go running every day, and my flesh is like sticky candy. You, Ling Yichen, why did you come over? Here you come. Kanag didn't laugh with everyone. Huang Yuyu saw I wasn't far away, so Kanag jogged up and won. After practicing for so long, I touched Mu Wenqing's forehead, and I was already sweating a little. Kanag felt that getting in the car to practice was different from what she had practiced. Not what she had imagined, and nothing at all. In Kana's mind, getting in the car should be coaching and sitting in the passenger seat to guide her. Although it did look like this during practice, Kana said she hadn't spent more than 10 minutes touching the steering wheel. For just over an hour, most of the time was spent standing in the training ground, waiting like this. It was a waste of time. In front of me, Kana didn't hide her true nature at all, pouting slightly. Looking at Kana's fair and delicate face, I pulled her to a shaded spot, then twisted open the jelly I was holding and handed it to her. Handsome guy, where do you put these drinks? The supermarket owner pushed a cart and kept following behind me. Just now, when I saw the handsome guy talking to the beautiful woman, the supermarket owner was very considerate and didn't disturb the waiter. Say you can share all these with the students. I pointed to those who only learned driving with Kana, so I think I'll help Kana build some friendships. All right, everyone, come over and have some drinks. Handsome guy, it's on your treat, the supermarket owner shouted loudly. Those who had been secretly watching me and Kana finally found an excuse to gather together. Kana, your boyfriend is so nice to you, he even brought you a drink. Kana, we've benefited along with you. Kana, your drink isn't cold, right? Your boyfriend is really thoughtful of you. What boyfriend? He's Kana's husband. Both Kana and her husband already have twins, you know? Since we weren't very familiar yet, after a few words and seeing I didn't respond, we just scattered in small groups. Kana bit her lip in the early morning, wondering if I would mind what I just said. What's wrong? When I heard what just happened, I instinctively thought Kana had told these students about the existence of Kosei and Shoko, which meant it was normal. Our eldest and younger ones are so adorable. What's there to keep from people knowing? Besides, this also helps dispel some people's improper thoughts. I didn't overlook the passionate expressions one or two male students gave Kana a chance to cleanse their hearts. Now that the news of their babies has been made public, those two can also cleanse their hearts. Kana, that's your boyfriend, right? Can you tell him that when you come to practice driving, you shouldn't come to the training ground to wait for you? Is there a rule about driving schools? Kana thought that if it were, she'd definitely remind me next time. It's not that it's a driving school rule. Your boyfriend is too handsome and attracts too much attention, which can easily distract students. Kana smiled and nodded, understanding. The coach never expected her husband to be so captivating. Even at the practice track, he could captivate a large group of students. To give the child's mother, Kana, a sense of security. Today, I plan to add her name to the property certificate. Unexpectedly, he encountered a frightened woman at the real estate bureau, looking to make her known. The fruit was slapped in the face by Kana and me sweetly showing off our love. Is it really going to be my name on the property certificate at dawn? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Kana felt that adding her name to the certificate was taking advantage of me. This is a house worth over $5 million, and if Kana's name were added, wouldn't that be like giving her half of the $5 million? When I wanted to add her name to the property certificate before, Kana thought I was just saying it casually and just listening. Later, I never mentioned this again. Kana had already forgotten what I had said, and today she actually wanted to drag her to the housing authority. What's wrong with that? Kosei and Shoko have already been born. Isn't it only right for Risei to add your name to the property certificate? In Tsukimiya's view, I really feel confident making this decision. When Kana even gave birth to my child, adding her name to the property deed was just a guarantee. Besides, Tsukimiya felt that Kina and I were only a matter of time. Isn't it important to first tell uncle and aunt about the Risei family's name? This is the first time Kana has taken the initiative to mention her parents. In Kana's heart, they are elders. Such a big event definitely needs to be reported in advance. Kana didn't want this matter to leave a bad impression on her parents. When Kana came to find me, she always thought I was just a penniless junior, purely looking for the babies, dads, and aunties. As for my financial situation, Kana never considered it. No need. This house was bought by myself. My parents didn't even know it was a system reward. I really haven't found a good chance to tell my elderly couple, hey, you didn't even tell your uncles and aunties about buying a house. Kana never expected me to become this independent. That's how it's decided. Kana, I'll go get some materials. Just bring your ID card. I won't give Kana a chance to refuse. I stood up and walked toward the study. At dawn, you really made up your mind. Standing at the entrance of the real estate bureau, Kana still wanted to confirm one last time. Kana and I haven't registered our marriage yet, but just adding our names to the property certificate feels a bit inappropriate. Let's go, not giving Kana any chance. I took her hand and walked straight in. I picked up the number corresponding to the service on the machine. At that moment, a girl walked over. Sorry to bother you. Are you here to handle the property certificate and name registration? Yes, adding Wenchang's name to the property certificate wasn't something shameful. Besides, although the house was a system reward, the procedures were all included. So, do you have a marriage certificate? Originally, Kichi wanted to ask if the handsome guy and the beautiful woman were boyfriend and girlfriend. Thinking about the issue between boyfriend Xiaofeng and his mother insisting on getting a marriage certificate before adding their name to the property certificate, Kiki directly brought up the marriage certificate. Does this have anything to do with you? Regarding Kiki's uninvited behavior, seeing her act like she was beating a princess servant immediately made me feel no goodwill. But Kichi didn't expect me to change my attitude at her so quickly. She knew her problem had gone a bit too far, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. But thinking about her purpose today, Kichi still shamelessly continued. I just wanted to ask about the relationship between you two. This was because my boyfriend and his mother told me that no one would add a woman's name to the property certificate before getting a marriage certificate. Beautiful women, we're all girls. I think you should understand me. Seeing my cold expression, Kichi cleverly sent a distress signal to Kana. Everyone is a girl. Kiki thought a beautiful woman would understand me better. We hadn't registered our marriage yet. I glanced at the girl who was lingering there, showing no intention of leaving. Kana spoke softly. I think whether your boyfriend is willing to add your name to the property deed really can't be forced. After all, this house belongs to your boyfriend's parents, who spent their entire lives saving to buy it. There's nothing wrong with being cautious and cautious. Kana didn't give Kiki any chance to be proud. When they were waiting for the same sign earlier, Kana basically understood everything about the boy and girl. Since the woman wouldn't pay a cent when buying the house, what could she have before the marriage certificate was registered? Ji demanded that her name be added to the property deed. The girl never expected that what she had been so eager to prove to her boyfriend and mother would now be reversed. Kichi already had no fondness for Kana, and now she disliked him even more. You're just talking without feeling hurt, huh? Anyway, your boyfriend brought you to the real estate bureau to add your name before you even registered your marriage. You must think it doesn't matter, acting like a girl who sees through Kana's little schemes. Let me guess, if you didn't secretly come here to add your name behind your parents' back, looks like you're really impressive. If I had thought of this back then, it wouldn't be so troublesome now. She glanced at her boyfriend's mother, who was closely following behind her, and felt disgusted in her heart. If it weren't for the boyfriend's mother strongly opposing it, simply winning over her boyfriend would be a piece of cake for a girl. Kana hadn't expected that she had only told a blunt truth and then be suspected by this girl named Kichi. Does everyone have to be like her for normal reasoning? Don't think everyone else is the same as yourself. Hearing the girl's words about Kana, I spoke up with a cold face. First of all, this is a house I bought myself, and I didn't use a single cent of my parents' savings, so I have the right to make the decisions. Secondly, our situation is completely different from yours. For example, forcing someone to add your name to the property certificate like you do you think others will respect you? In the end, we don't know each other. Please don't interfere with our work. Although this is a public place, we can't cause any disagreement, but the meaning behind my words is still very clear. Since Kana and I were busy handling business, we should wait in line and wait. I handed all the documents to the lady at the counter. The three of you were invited to the waiting bar nearby. Glancing at the three young ladies still standing there, showing no intention of leaving, the young lady handling business spoke heartlessly, moving everyone. Kiki, let's go aside for now. Seeing the three of us interfering with others' business, the boy pulled the girl toward a place. Now, you see, he just came to get a family name without getting a marriage certificate. No matter what, the handsome guy talked to the beautiful woman and all sorts of things, but the fact is, he didn't get a marriage certificate. All right, Xiaofeng, I'm heading back now. You're your girlfriend. Our cuckoo family's threshold is too low. We can't accommodate such a big Buddha. After hearing Kana's words, the boy's mother felt that there were reasonable girls nowadays, so why did her son insist on clinging to such an unreasonable woman? Now, before he even marries, things are already in chaos. If he really enters his family, won't his son's whole life be ruined? Mom, what do you mean by that? Mom, don't go! Seeing his mom really about to leave, the boy panicked and reached out to grab his mom's arm. Xiaofeng's mom doesn't want to ruin you for life. You should handle this yourself. Mom has put it this way. If you want to add a name, your dad and I still need to consider taking the exam. Worrying that getting a marriage certificate was no longer a matter of whether to get a marriage certificate, the boy's mother was somewhat dissatisfied with her son and Kiki's situation. After marrying such a tigress, if she advances in rank, she and her family won't have any peaceful days. What do you mean, wanting to add a name but still have him and your dad consider? Girls are also sharp-minded. Even if you and Xiaofeng have mother certificates, you might not be able to add your name to the property certificate. Originally, she planned for her boyfriend and his mom to come to the real estate bureau to get things done. Now that things were settled, the girl's attitude had become harder. The girl felt she had really lost out on this trip. Kichi turned and glared at Kana, who was still handling business. She felt that all of this was because of the things the beautiful woman said, and her boyfriend's mother had become so tough. Kiki, maybe we should go back first. The property deed is with my mom, and there's no point in staying here. I'll go back and persuade my mom. If she listens to me, then everyone will be happy. ZK, you're really useless, can't come up with any ideas. The girl shook her arm and stormed ahead, angry. Alright, now I'll hand over both property certificates to you for safekeeping. Holding the newly processed certificates, I smiled and handed both to Kana. Thank you at dawn. Kana looked at me seriously. Kana knew I was showing her through my actions that I would take full responsibility for her and the babies. At that time, she came to see me only because the babies needed a father's love. As for the others, Kana didn't have much hope either. She really never imagined I would be such a responsible man. What is thanks? What's our relationship? Do we even need to use the word thanks? Besides, I did this with selfish reasons. I want to keep you firmly by my side. Kana, really wanted to say that her heart was already tied up by me, but this was basically a confession to Kana, so she didn't have the courage to say it out loud. Blushing, she could only be secretly delighted. Raise wanted to tie herself up, which showed she cared a lot about whether it was Kana. Of course, she hoped I would tie her up because of her, but before this, there was no emotional foundation between them. If it weren't for Kosei and Shoko, Kana probably would never have crossed paths with me in this lifetime. Thinking of the babies, Kana felt a bit conflicted. Kuku Reisei said he wanted to tie himself to her. Because of the babies, if it really was the same, the meaning would be completely different. Was it because of the babies? Because the 3 words you were more powerful and effective than I love you. So if that night you had a baby with someone else, would you have done the same? My answer made Kana very happy. If it were someone else, I would definitely raise the baby. I wouldn't casually want to keep a woman by my side for life, not even the baby's mother. Kana nodded firmly, hugging the property certificate tightly. For Kana, whether I'm on the property certificate or not, my own name really doesn't matter. What matters is my genuine feelings for her. Let's go home. The big matter is settled. Of course, the 2 of them wanted to go back to see the babies. All right, let's go home. Kana held my hand and reached out to her. Kana truly wanted to go home. The home that belonged to me, her, and the babies. You thought, isn't it that person whose words sound better than singing? Why is it that when he talks to others, he adds another to another, and when it comes to him, he looks completely different? What you're holding is the newly issued property ownership certificate, right? You really should keep it safe. After all the effort to add the name, this house will have your share in the future. Kana and I had just stepped out of the real estate bureau gate, about to head toward the parking lot, when a sour girl blocked our way. Originally, Kichi wanted to give her boyfriend a warning and make him ask his mother for the property certificate, but thinking of her boyfriend's mother, Kichi decided she should go home and discuss a plan with her family first. Seeing Kana coming out of the real estate bureau with a big smile, Kichi didn't even think about holding back and rushed over. If she wasn't happy about it, then everyone might as well be unhappy together. Why are you so baffled? Seeing that it's that girl named Kiki again, Kana was honestly speechless. If she had known earlier how difficult this girl was, Kana promised she wouldn't have said a single word to her back then. But she was just telling the truth. I'm baffled. I think you're really funny. Do you think you're pretty and speak well? When talking about others, you just have one set of things for yourself. Isn't it just for your boyfriend to come here and add your name? Everyone has the same goal. Why do you say one thing and do another? Now, Kiki had laid all her motives on Kana. In her view, if Kana had said something else back then, things would definitely be different now. Who says I'm forced? You think everyone is your own, always coveting other people's houses? You write your purpose on your face? Do you think everyone else is a fool? Rushing to give away half the house, when you saw a girl venting her anger on Kana, I pulled her into my arms. And you're all men. Can't you be a bit more strict in your work? A woman like this is worth humbling yourself too. Can't you see that she's only after half of your family's property? Or you think that no one else but this woman would be interested in you, which is why you let her belittle her so lowly. It's just a pity that your parents have worked hard all their lives to save up, and the savings might end up in your hands. Although the boy still seems polite, I actually just wanted to wake him up. What right do you have to say that what you came to do today is the same goal as us? Seeing me say this, she felt extremely wronged inside. Just because I bought my house myself, and because my girlfriend was dragged over by me to add her name to the property certificate. Since I said it, the boy hadn't said a word. He just looked thoughtful, as if he really took my words to heart. Why are you pulling me along? I haven't finished speaking up yet, so why am I always being talked about today? At first it was your mom, now it's those 2 strangers. We're not even married yet, and you want to meddle in everything in our family? And those 2 just now were strangers, so you married them first. Are you the only one who says others, rights, and can't let others speak up? Xiaofeng, what are you doing? What do you mean by that? You just don't want to put my name on your property certificate. If you act like this, I'll break up with you right away. Seeing her boyfriend develop a reverse scale, Kiki immediately played her trump card. She thought that if she mentioned breaking up, her boyfriend would be terrified and beg for mercy. Kiki started counting them in his mind. Based on Kiki's experience, he didn't even need to count 10. If Xiaofeng begged for mercy, it would definitely reach his ears. If it's a breakup, then so be it. Actually, I've been feeling really tired lately. Xiaofeng realized that when I said the word break up, my biggest feeling wasn't sadness, but relief. Cuckoo Xiaofeng, are you the one who's been so ambitious? You actually dare to break up with me? If you want to break up, it's me. What right do you have to do it? What responded to her was Xiaofeng's silent retreating figure, a sign of a certain decision. She didn't even look back. Kana and I went out to get the property certificate. Please, Kana's best friend Tsukimiya, take care of the two babies. At that moment, a little girl in the neighborhood forcefully demanded Tsukimiya, I want to play on the swing. It was clear that after what happened last time, the girl's upbringing hadn't changed at all. Let the little girl play a little longer, and later, let her play with you. Kosei, who was happy to watch, said to the little girl with a good temper, No, I want to play with her now. The little girl must have recognized Kosei. Thinking back to the little rabbit she had her eye on last time, it was this baby who ate it. The little girl was quite hostile toward Kosei. This is for us to play first. If you want to play, just line up. Tsukimiya won't have much patience for rude kids. Hey, how can an adult like you bully my granddaughter and a child? Seeing her granddaughter turn her back, the auntie from last time immediately rushed over. Of course, the auntie recognized Kosei and Shoko, but she had also observed that the parents of the kids at the amusement park today weren't there. Although the auntie's son has already said that the twins' dads aren't someone to mess with, now the twins' dads, the twins' dads, the twins' dads, the twins' dads, and the twins' parents aren't around, and the two babies can't even talk. The auntie felt that even if she bullied the twins, the parents wouldn't know about it. This was also a way to get revenge for what happened last time. What do you mean by, I'm bullying your granddaughter? We were the ones playing first. Your granddaughter is unreasonable and wants to cut in line. As grandma, why not teach your grandson properly? Yet the woman is still turning the tables here, really setting a good example for your granddaughter. Compared to Kana, Tsukimiya's temper is far from gentle. Seeing that both the old and the young looked unreasonable, Tsukimiya said, I'm not going to indulge you. You're a little girl, how can you speak so much? You're still so young, even if you took her away now, she wouldn't make a fuss. Look, my granddaughter already has her own ideas. If she wants to play on the swing, she will only be happy if she tries it. Also, I see you've been playing here once before, so it's time for someone else to play for a while. The lady's voice is really loud. She knows her reputation in the neighborhood isn't good, so she doesn't feel embarrassed. On the other side, looking at Shoko's mesh chair, she recognized the auntie and came over to Tsukimiya, briefly recounting what happened last time. So they had always been such unreasonable people? The best way to deal with such people was not to indulge them, or else they would think the whole world revolved around them. Anyway, that auntie was shameless herself, and Tsukimiya didn't mind helping her spread the word a bit more. Yang, Kana, and I were almost at the amusement park. We heard everything Tsukimiya said deliberately loudly. Kana, wait a moment. I pulled Kana forward. Since Tsukimiya wanted to teach that auntie a lesson, I decided to give her some time to shine. I just want that auntie to avoid her little ones when she sees them again. If every time the babies go out to play, there's always a fly buzzing around, which really ruins their mood. Kana was very worried about the babies. When she saw me grab her hand, her eyes were full of disapproval. Do you think Tsukimiya would be easy to talk to? And at this distance, if anything really happened, running over would be enough. Mei-chan Tsukimiya really is someone who won't let bad people take advantage. Thinking of Tsukimiya's nickname as a heroine in college, Kana couldn't help but laugh. After checking, the distance was close enough. If Tsukimiya hadn't been distracted by the ant at this moment, at this distance, she would have already noticed Yiwen's feelings. Kana and I just stood there, waiting to see how Tsukimiya would perform. We were just about to pick up a pack of sunflower seeds and crack them. Who do you think is unreasonable? How can we be unreasonable? This is a public place. Everything here is for everyone to play. What's wrong with my granddaughter wanting to play on the swing? Trying to win with her voice, Tsukimiya said, how could a young man like me be outdone by an old lady? Since this is a public place, of course there should be a proper order. This swing is for us babies to play on first. Even if we play here all day, you have to wait nearby. Of course, if you're a polite person, we wouldn't really make you wait a whole day. After all, it's just something kids play with. Who would really be bored and have nothing to do, and would really stay here all day? But when I run into you two people as uncivilized as your grandmother and granddaughter, I really don't mind bringing the baby here to play a little longer. Tsukima glanced at the aunt and the little girl, as if she would use special means against wrongdoers. Tsukimiya never had a good impression of that little girl to begin with. Aunt Wang told her that, last time, that little girl almost caused Kana and Kosei to stumble. Tsukimiya truly hated this little girl from the bottom of her heart. Children without proper upbringing are always looked down upon wherever they go. Because of Aunt Wang's reminder, Tsukimiya stood in front of the baby, and now, even if that little girl wanted to ambush her, she couldn't find a place to go. "Grandma, I want to play on this swing." The little girl doesn't care about anything else. In her eyes, the baby who ate the little rabbit she fancied was the most annoying. If it weren't for being blocked, the little girl would have wanted to reach out and pull the baby off the swing. "Grandma, hurry up!" "Chase the baby away, I want to play on the swing, I want to play on the swing." The little girl's attitude toward her grandmother was completely rude. To urge her grandmother, the little girl went upstairs. "Feet. Oh my, Niu, you can't kick Grandma. Grandma, the spot where you fell last time isn't healed yet. Auntie, last time you not only twisted your waist, but also your ankle. I kicked Grandma, you were too slow." After hearing her grandmother's words, the little girl not only showed no restraint, but instead kicked several more times in a row. Tsukimiya looked at the little girl's behavior and frowned slightly. But remembering that she was kicking her unreasonable grandmother, Tsukimiya didn't say anything to stop her. "Stop, Niu. Stop kicking. Grandma will snatch the swing for you. Grandma will snatch the swing for you." Look at how spoiled this little girl is. If it were my granddaughter, I would have taught her a lesson long ago. She dares to hit her elders at such a young age. When she grows up, she'll probably give her hurt all her life. A little girl like this, once raised up, is sure to bring trouble. If anyone marries her in the future, she'll be in for 8 lifetimes of terrible luck. I thought that after what happened last time, the family would reflect on their actions. But to my surprise, there was no improvement at all. The auntie no longer had the energy to deal with the criticism from those around her. Knowing Tsukimiya was a formidable girl, the auntie could see that she would never let her go. Since she happened to have a swing, of course she wanted to win over her granddaughter first. If someone else took that swing, who knows how much more suffering she'd have to endure today. No, I don't want any other swings, I just want this swing. Grandma, please let that little brat come down, I want to play with this swing. Who are you calling a little kid? I don't know what your adults think. Kids so young are being taught so poorly. A child spoiled by a family like you will be taught by society. Seeing the little girl not only point at Kosei, but also call him a little brat, Tsukimiya was unhappy. Grandma, she's fierce at me, she's a bad person. Grandma, I want to play on this swing. You let this child play that swing. I want to play. This little girl starts throwing tantrums at her grandma again. Hearing that, you look like this. And in the eyes of children, you're a bad person. I said you're a girl and aren't that young. How can you be so thoughtless and even argue with a child? The power to reverse black and white is already mastered by Auntie. After all, a tree needs bark to rejoice, and people are shameless. Auntie's realm has truly reached an invincible level. Tsukimiya now felt that even saying one more word was a waste. She was able to keep herself from cursing, which was truly impressive. But if you swap the little girl and the auntie for someone about Tsukimiya's age, Tsukimiya won't curse her out loud, and you'll doubt your life. You're not worthy of the title of heroine. The character, person, is very easy to write for the eldest child, godmother, and, you say, person, is very easy to write. Basically, not a true illiterate character can write it as person, but Nikosei, who could write the character, Null, didn't necessarily know how to be a good person. Some people were just decent people, insisting on being incompetent and unreliable. Nini, who are you insulting? Finally understood Tsukimiya's roundabout insults, and the auntie was a bit embarrassed and angry. Ha, this girl is really funny. She didn't say a single curse word, but what she said was incredibly satisfying. Impressive. I've lived most of my life and never seen a girl so good at lecturing people. Who says otherwise? They're shameless, so I can't be just as shameless. Before, I was angry but had nowhere to vent, but today I finally got some anger. Grandma, aren't they all cursing us? They're all bad people. Go hit 'em. Don't be fooled by the fact that the little girl looks only 4 or 5 years old. She can still read the expressions of those around her. Niu, let's go somewhere else to have fun. Knowing that being too angry is hard to provoke, even if the auntie doesn't like Tsukimiya, she doesn't dare to get rough with her. No, I want to play on this swing. The little girl was also persistent, probably feeling she couldn't count on her grandmother. The little girl was actually so bold. She wanted to grab Kosei and pull her down. Tsukimiya had been on guard against the little girl since Aunt Wang had reminded her, so she didn't touch my eldest child. Tsukimiya raised her right hand and successfully knocked the little girl away from her reach. Grandma Sho hit me, she hit me, the villain complained first. The little girl was also skilled at using it, crying and fussing while lying on the ground to beat her. Get lost, hey, you're a grown man, how can you hit a kid? Niu niu niu, niu niu, how are you? Did you hurt anywhere? Seeing the little girl throwing a tantrum on the ground, the aunt actually shouted out with a hint of meaning. The auntie clearly understood that her granddaughter had fallen because Tsukimiya had hit her. In fact, Tsukimiya had just slapped off the little girl's hand and was about to reach out to hold Kosei's hand. If Tsukimiya's actions caused the little girl to fall, Tsukimiya said she must have developed very profound internal skills. Grandma, she hit me, but didn't pull Kosei off the swing. The little girl blamed all the blame on Tsukimiya. Come on everyone, come and see someone hit a child. Such a grown person actually hit a 5-year-old girl. Is this person's heart really dark? Hey, do you have to be so ridiculous? Even if you want to provoke a scam, you need to come up with a good excuse. It's not Tsukimiya who showed no nervousness or any panic because of the words of the grandmother and grandson. What, scam? My granddaughter only fell to the ground because you hit her. Glancing at the onlookers, Dada Mom's face was slightly flushed. Hong isn't just a scam. I saw your granddaughter try to pull someone from the baby and they only stopped her for a moment. That's all. Your granddaughter was clearly the one who later lay on the ground herself. How did it become like someone hit her? If you want to try to stir up trouble, you have to stay home first. Practice properly. Really don't show up at your acting skills. At midnight, should we go over or not? Kana felt that as the parents of the babies, she and I were sighing nearby, which didn't seem appropriate. Now, Tsukimiya should have done her best by now. Yi Yuangshin definitely didn't want her good friend to face that unreasonable grandmother and granddaughter alone. Let's go, I know Kana is worried about the babies and Tsukimiya. I held Kana's hand and strode toward the playground. When Mom and Dad heard the warm voice, Tsukimiya didn't even have time to turn around. Kosei and Shoko excitedly called out and stretched out their chubby little arms, wanting to hug them. If the older child sits a little longer, if you let Dad hold you, bad people will snatch the baby's swing. Tsukimiya felt that her relationship with that grandmother and grandson hadn't even passed yet, so how could she let the little girl succeed now? When the little girl saw me and Kana appear, she quickly got up from the ground. She probably still remembered what happened last time, whether it was fear or because she knew the baby's father was someone her father couldn't handle. The little girl's eyes actually flickered with a glimmer. Hiding from Niu Niu, how about we go home first? This swing isn't fun. Grandma will take you to the supermarket this afternoon to buy something tasty, okay? Seeing me and Kana appear, the auntie immediately clinged to her. She hadn't forgotten what her son had said. The father of the twin babies, as the manager's son, couldn't afford to mess with him. If it weren't for the earlier episode, the little girl now would have looked like a very obedient child. She looked at her and didn't resist at all, obediently led by her grandmother. What's going on? That little girl is so obedient. I've never seen her before. In my impression, she's at the level of a little simulation. Who would have thought? Anyway, seeing the grandmother and granddaughter like that really made me vent my anger. The atmosphere as the aunt and little girl left the amusement park suddenly became much more relaxed. Come on, Kana, you and Reisei have taken care of. Tsukimiya stood up and casually asked. Jukana nodded. Everything was done, but it was a minor incident on the road, making it inconvenient because there were too many people here. Kana, although Mikazuki-1 community is the most upscale in Sagami City, there is still some trash inside. Tsukimiya linked arms with Kana, complaining a little. Letting such people live in such upscale neighborhoods really lowers the community's status, so we still have to rely on our heroines to handle it. Trash still wants me to step in. It's such a waste of my skills, I feel no shame at all. Tsukimiya has never minded her heroine's nickname. Having a heroine step in every matter is really a waste of talent. Matching Tsukimiya's tone, Kana said playfully. Are you Mrs. Dowlin? Hello. I'm also from Mikazuki-1 community. Last time I heard your nanny, that's what she was called. You're Mrs. Lin, your two babies are really well raised. I wonder if you have any experience to share with them. Look, my baby is as skinny as a monkey. Anyone who doesn't know might think they won't be given anything to eat. Mrs. Lin, what kind of formula do your babies usually drink? Choosing the right formula is very important nowadays. I've heard it can also affect your baby's IQ. Shankana could no longer remember how she got home. She only remembered being surrounded by enthusiastic neighbors and then a whole bunch of questions. So in the end, Kana didn't answer a single question, because she didn't even know which question to answer first. Seeing that I hadn't contacted home for a long time, my mom called me. At that moment, I happened to be back downstairs in my residential complex. I heard the phone ring and answered it casually. "Mr. Lin is back. Didn't you bring the kids down to play?" I just pressed the answer button, and a woman walked over to greet me warmly. It was too late, and I didn't bring the babies down. I hadn't noticed that the voice call had already connected, and I responded very politely to the neighbor's enthusiastic attitude. On the other end of the call, my mom Nilia listened to my voice coming through the phone, not daring to make a sound. Mom came, starting to wonder if something was wrong with her ears. What was the conversation coming from her son's phone just now? Mr. Lin's baby, Mom, can be sure that Mr. Lin really is her son's voice? Then does Mr. Lin's baby really have a grandson or granddaughter? Was this surprise a bit too sudden? Mom was holding her breath now. Judging by her son's situation, she probably hadn't noticed before. The voice call had already connected. My mom isn't sure if her judgment is correct. After all, I'm still a junior in college, and becoming a dad so early. Isn't that a bit too fast? Some moms glanced at their phones, but it clearly showed they were connected. Why didn't I hear their mom's voice? Could the signal be bad? "Son, where are you now? Where are you?" You heard my voice?" Mom pretended to have just answered the voice call. What she had just heard was too big, and Mom said she wouldn't confirm it yet. He couldn't afford to alert anyone. Akatsuki hadn't told him or his father either it was just a beautiful misunderstanding or there was some hidden truth behind it. Akatsuki didn't want to tell his family right now. No matter the situation, Mom didn't want to ask me such a question rashly. "Mom, is there something I need outside?" I glanced around. I was in the neighborhood, and indeed I was outside. "Akatsuki's mother has good news to tell you. Is it convenient for you now?" The son said he's outside, which means he's not at school. Does this mean his guess leans more toward the latter scenario? Thinking about how he might already be a grandmother, he couldn't hide the smile on his mother's face. "Convenient, Mom. If you have any good news, I know it's a big deal, otherwise you wouldn't be calling me at this time. Akatsuki, your cousin is getting married next month. Your aunt said your future cousin is already expecting a baby, so your cousin is truly enjoying double happiness. The neighbors are all men in my generation, and of course, these managers didn't include me. I'm still a college student, so logically I shouldn't face the awkward situation of being pressured to get married. But given how my cousins behaved, my mom has been anxious about my marriage ever since I started college. Last time, she even said she'd introduce me to a 500-pound cutie. Today, my mom was so excited to make this call just to subtly ask if my son is dating or something. After all, if you want my son to get married, you have to start with dating. Hearing the previous content, Mom felt somewhat relieved. In the Lin family's generation, I was the youngest. Mom thought I might be the youngest, and maybe the boldest thing I ever did. Really? Then I really have to congratulate my eldest cousin. When I think of his turbulent love life, I genuinely feel happy for him. I'm starting to envy your auntie. When will I have a soft, fragrant little granddaughter to hug me? Mom has already started secretly trying to probe my situation. I don't know what Mom said earlier, and I thought she was genuinely envious of auntie. But Mom wants to hug her soft, fragrant granddaughter. Mom, you want to hold your granddaughter? It's simple. Maybe soon your dream will come true. I was already planning to bring Kana home with the babies for summer vacation, so this was a heads up for Mom. Akatsuki, what do you mean by that? Mom tried hard to hold back her laughter. She felt her son was implying something. Oh, it's not really meaningful. I just think, Mom, if you want to hold your granddaughter, it's all about fate. If fate allows, maybe it's not just a granddaughter, and neither you nor my dad will have to fight to hold her. Akatsuki, you didn't have prepared any surprise for me and your dad. Mom was overjoyed right now, but still pretended not to know. Mom, that's something you need to figure out yourself. Mom, I have something to take care of, so I won't talk to you more. We've already reached the entrance of the building, and I don't want to keep chatting with Mom until I get home. When the time comes, as long as Kosei or Shoko calls out, nothing can be hidden. It's not that I want to hide anything, but Kana isn't mentally prepared yet. I knew that if Mom found out about Kosei and Shoko's situation, they probably wouldn't even have to wait until tomorrow for Dad and Mom to rush over to see their granddaughter. Akatsuki, your cousin is getting married, will you come back? Before I hung up the voice call, Mom anxiously asked, I thought to myself that I should have met my warm parents by then. If things go smoothly, I can bring Kana and the babies to attend my cousin's wedding together. Of course, if anything unexpected happens, we'll have to talk about it later. Considering that, I didn't agree outright. Come on, son. Will you bring some surprise for Mom and your dad when the time comes? After all the twists and turns, Mom is still thinking about the good granddaughter she imagines in her heart. Judging by what my son said, it might even be twins. Thinking about that possibility, Mom's mouth nearly split from ear to ear. Mom already said it's about fate. When fate arrives, everything will be there. Let's leave it at that for now. I'm hanging up. Knowing that if I didn't hang up first, there would be countless questions waiting for me, so I hurriedly said, not giving Mom another chance to ask, Old Lynn, come over here quickly. Grab your phone, Mom is calling out in the living room. Such great news, of course Mom wants to share it with her husband. What's going on? The anxious father, Lin Jungwo, heard his wife's urgent voice and rushed out of the kitchen. Old Lin, I just called my son, and my mom spoke in a slightly secretive tone, trying to create some atmosphere. You just want to tell your son about his cousin's upcoming wedding. What's wrong? Is it that your son has something to do and won't be able to come back then? Isn't it just that Akatsuki wants to see his cousin get married, to indirectly urge Akatsuki to hurry up? Sometimes his dad even persuades his mom, and since his son is just a junior, there's no need to rush. But Mom thinks that nowadays, the purest feelings are campus romances, and with her son's looks, dating a girlfriend should be a matter of minutes. Mom shook her head, thinking her husband really wasn't smart at all. If it were just a wedding banquet, would she be this excited? Akatsuki said he'd come back when he had time, so why are you still so excited knowing your son has already agreed? Sigh, Lao Lin, I haven't even said my main point yet. Why are you in such a hurry? When you see your husband heading straight to the kitchen, Mom immediately grabs Dad. What's the point? You called today just to have Akatsuki come back and drink his cousin's wedding banquet. Lao Lin, do you want to be a grandpa or a mother? Give your husband a mysterious smile, making her suspicions even more convincing. You, are you going to be upset by something? Big brother is going to become a grandpa. That's a sure thing. As for my mom, we'll have to see when your son will finally come to his senses. In Dad's heart, my feelings haven't been sown yet. I have to wait for him to sprout and grow. Who knows when? And for me to be a grandfather, I don't know when that happens. Yee, Lao Lin. If I told you our son is much more enlightened than you think, wouldn't you be shocked? I actually hope your son can really surprise me. As for his own son's father, I feel he knows him very well. Old Lin. Then I'll tell you. You're an old relic. How could you keep up with the mindset of today's young people? Mom shook her head regretfully, and now she really thinks her husband is too rebellious. Honey, what do you mean? Did Akatsuki say something to you? If your son didn't say anything to him, his wife wouldn't react like this. Lao Lin, I just had a voice call with my son, and then Mom told her husband in detail what she heard on the phone, what she should have heard between her son and someone else. Mr. Lin, the baby's wife, did you ask your son later? Of course, the father wouldn't easily believe such a big matter. If it were true, at least he could be a grandfather. But if it turned out to be a huge misunderstanding, it would be a real embarrassment. I've thought about this too, but old Lin, do you think I can't even hear my son's voice? After someone called Mr. Lin, it was clearly your son who spoke. Also, I sighed and asked your son, do you know how your son would answer me? Under Dad's expectant gaze, Mom repeated my words a bit more. No way. Akatsuki's words meant that we already have granddaughters, and it should still be twins. The granddaughters don't have to compete with their wives to hold them, so wouldn't they have two babies? The two babies must be twins. No, I have to call Akatsuki and ask clearly. Wife, have you ever heard your son mention his relationship? Old Lin, wait a moment. When you see your husband even more excited than you, Mom snatches the phone away. What's going on? Such a big issue, shouldn't I ask my son clearly? Who are the babies, mothers? How do they meet? Is there enough money to raise the babies? Old Lin's son said on the phone that when fate allows, we'll have a granddaughter to hold her. What does this mean? It means the son thinks now isn't the right time. As for your questions, I trust your son's perspective. The baby's mother should be her son's classmate. Think about it. The young girl is still a student and already has a baby. She might not even be mentally prepared. My son definitely wants to wait until the baby's mom is ready before bringing them home. As for how old the babies are, I really want to know, but I don't dare to ask directly, so the money for raising a granddaughter is something you have to consider. Dad is now as willing to decide for himself as mom, and he has a granddaughter. Thinking about his son and daughter-in-law still being students, the father started worrying about his granddaughters' lives. Raising a child these days is not easy, let alone two. Yes, money matters definitely need to be considered. I'll go right away. First, transfer 550,000 yuan to my son. I can't let my good granddaughter suffer. And my future daughter-in-law has a child, so she needs to make up for it. Akatsuki needs money now, so there must be a lot of places where he needs money. Old Lin, you can withdraw some money from me tomorrow, and I'll transfer some to my son. Mom is also action-oriented. As soon as I mentioned sending money, she immediately turned on her phone screen. Nowadays, it's all about Earth number payments, so paying with money is very convenient. Dad nodded. Okay, I'll withdraw another 50,000 yuan tomorrow for my granddaughter and future daughter-in-law. Dad won't be sloppy at all. Husband, I used to envy my sister-in-law, and in a few months she'll have a fragrant granddaughter to hold her hands with. Now that things are better, our son is still amazing. Soon we can hold our own granddaughter, and even twins. I don't even need to guard against you stealing them. That's wonderful. Old Lin, withdraw more money tomorrow. When your son brings my daughter-in-law home, I want to give a big red envelope to our Lin family's great contributor. Just then, I got home when I heard the notification sound for the Earth space. I opened my phone and saw that my mom must be crazy and transferred me 50,000 yuan. What is she trying to do? So what's going on in the early morning? Kana found it a bit strange to see me staring at my phone. My mom transferred me 50,000 yuan, and I didn't hide anything and told Kana about the family transferring money to me. Why did he transfer so much at once when he transferred 50,000? Even if his family provides living expenses, university students wouldn't transfer 50,000 at once. Maybe my mom didn't notice and pressed an extra zero. I'll just refund her later. After saying that, I sent her a message. Mom, when you transferred money, did your hand shake and you pressed an extra zero? It's not even time to transfer my living expenses yet. Why are you transferring me money? I'll refund it first. Our current earning ability is completely beyond the need for family living expenses. The babies are just a matter of my own. When I come home for summer vacation, I still have to tell my parents in person. Son, how did you get the money back? I transferred 50,000 to you, no mistake. When have you ever seen Mom transfer money? Her hand trembled, so it was 50,000 transferred to you. I'll transfer it again, you should accept it. My phone hadn't been put away yet, and the Earth channel's voice rang several times at once. I knew it was Mom replying to her message. I opened it, and to my surprise, my mom actually transferred the 50,000 yuan to me again. 888888 had been focusing on snacks, but Dabao and Shoko were also drawn to the constant ringing of their dad's phone. Kosei, Shoko, did your grandma win the lottery or not? I meant to tell Kana. In the early morning, why did the auntie transfer so much money to you? You should ask clearly. As for what I said about winning the lottery, Kana said she didn't believe it at all. I really want to know why my mom suddenly transferred so much money to me. Did you win the jackpot or get rich? Why did you transfer so much money to me? I know the family's financial situation. Although it's not exactly broke, it's just a moderately comfortable family. Suddenly sending 50,000 yuan for living expenses is something that, unless you're wealthy, you really can't afford it. Looking at her son's latest reply, the mother felt a bit frustrated. Other people's kids are always chasing after their parents for money. How come when it came to her own son, she took the initiative to give money, but he didn't accept it? Then she was asked why she transferred so much money. The mother said she couldn't give money, even if she had money. Winning the lottery was really a loss. Akatsuki's dad couldn't help but laugh. If winning was that easy these days, would he even need to work? Oh, Lin, don't laugh. My son asked why I transferred so much money to him. How should I answer? Should I just tell my son that this is money from your dad and me to raise your baby? The son hasn't said it out loud. If this is caught playing on him, won't it be bad? Mom is really at a loss. When transferring money to his son, he still has to come up with a good reason, but this reason isn't great. If you tell your son it's for his love money, okay? Has your son talked to you about dating funds? If your son talks to his dad but doesn't tell her, the mother will feel that when he grows up and doesn't kiss her, she will be very sad. My son usually calls you a lot and never reports it, so how could he possibly tell me about these things? Alright, I'll just say this to my son. Since I can't think of any better excuse, my mom decided to accept my husband's suggestion. Your son and your father think you're at the age to start dating. This money is your parents' way of supporting your relationship. If you meet a girl you like, don't be reluctant to spend it. Of course, if you could be like your cousin, letting your mom hold her fragrant granddaughter directly, that would be even better. Nowadays, mom can't do without her granddaughter's rhythm. I looked at the message my mom sent. If I hadn't been sure I was just giving her a heads up without saying a single word, I'd have thought I'd already laid my cards on the table. Granddaughter, who smells so sweet. Mom must be obsessed with missing her granddaughter. I glanced at Kosei and Shoko, and realized Mom's description was quite fitting. What did Aunt Reisei say? Kana was still very curious about her mother's persistent transfer of money. Nothing had happened recently, so why did the family suddenly think of transferring so much money? Of course, the only major event that happened recently was having a pair of adorable twin babies. But Kana thought my parents probably didn't know about this. My mom said this was money for my love life, and I didn't hide anything and told Kana exactly the reason my mom had gave. Are you urging you to date Uncle and Aunt of Love Funds? I've never heard of it before, but Kana still finds it quite surprising. My mom was probably provoked. My eldest cousin is getting married next month, and I heard from her that my future cousin-in-law is already pregnant, and she's a girl. Our Ling family is extremely rare. Baby, my parents have always been thinking about holding their fragrant granddaughter. This is my mom's way of investing in the fragrant granddaughter she misses. I guess mom must think that if she doesn't date, how could she possibly help her fulfill her wish to have a granddaughter? So this time mom really went all out. But to avoid my mom having any suspicions, I decided to help her save the money for now. When I return home with Kana and the babies, I'll tell my mom about the house and car I already own. Naturally, I'll pay her back the money. Once I made up my mind, I clicked confirm and sent my mom a message thanking her. Son, keep it up. Seeing that I finally accepted the money, Mom smiled with satisfaction. By the way, son, your dad told me to transfer another 50,000 yuan to your mom tomorrow. Let me tell you first, so you won't think it's just my mom who made the wrong transfer. Mom has had enough. Stop posting. I thought it was over, but seeing her message made me a bit unsettled. Maybe Mom was really affected this time and will continue tomorrow. If it weren't for being at home worried, Mom would hear the voices of Kosei and Shoko. I would have called them directly. Mom, if you transfer to me tomorrow, even if you receive today, I won't spend it. Old Lin's son said he wouldn't let me transfer money tomorrow, otherwise he wouldn't even use today's money. Looking at my message, my mom looked troubled at her husband. No need, how can I share my wife's thoughts? Dad is also worried about his granddaughter's life in the countryside. Wife, maybe we'll go to Sagami City tomorrow to have a look. No, Lao Lin, we can't go yet. Mom is still pretty rational and immediately dismisses her husband's impulsive idea. Why can't we go? Didn't you say your son already gave us a granddaughter? Let's go see what's wrong with our own granddaughter. And Akatsuki refuses to charge extra. If it affects my granddaughter's milk powder or something like that, that would be a huge problem. Old Lin, this is just speculation. Although I'm quite confident in my own speculation, there must be a reason why my son hasn't given in. What if we rush over so rashly and disrupt our son's plans? And what about our future daughter-in-law? If we go straight over and scare her, what will happen? I think next month, Akatsuki might bring his daughter-in-law and baby home. At this time, we must hold back and not disrupt our son's rhythm. What you said makes some sense, so I won't go for now. I thought that if I disrupted my son's plans, he might not see his granddaughter next month. Dad sat back down on the sofa. Then tell your son not to transfer tomorrow's money for now. If he runs out of money, make sure he remembers to tell you. For the sake of his granddaughter and dad, it's a compromise. All right, I'll talk to my son. Take out my phone, and Mom re-edited a message. Tomorrow, Mom won't transfer money for now. When you use it up, remember to tell Mom before transferring it to you. And when your son spends money, never save your parents from working hard to earn money. It was originally meant to be for you, so I'm afraid I'm reluctant to spend money. And Mom even added a special comment. Got it, Mom. As long as you don't think about transferring money to me anymore, everything else is just a verbal promise. One sentence after another. You really took money at midnight. We already have enough money on hand. It's better for the uncles and aunties to keep it for themselves. In Kana's mind, she didn't think it was only natural to ask her family for money. Even though I wasn't that capable of earning money, Kana had never thought of asking my family for money, let alone my earning ability far beyond what Kana had imagined. Kana, if my mom knew her daughter-in-law was so filial, she'd definitely be happy. She'd wake up laughing at night. I know Kana isn't just a girl stuck at the forefront. What Kana just said was her most genuine thought. Thinking about how many girls are still unmarried and trying to get money from the groom's family. Kana really is a breath of fresh air. What do you mean, daughter-in-law? Who is your wife? Kana had originally been talking to me about serious matters, but after I said that, she suddenly felt embarrassed. Isn't this daughter-in-law's way of saying she's the wife of Reisei? Daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law, of course it starts with the daughter-in-law. Kana felt that her relationship with me hadn't been broken through yet, so of course Kana couldn't accept calling her daughter-in-law. The warmth of Kosei and Shoko should be called my dad and mom, and I don't want to wear the title of daughter-in-law. I'll help you sort it out myself. If you think about it, it must be the grandparents. The parents at dawn are Kosei and Shoko's grandparents. This is a question that doesn't even need to be thought about. Kana answered right away. You're the mother of Kosei and Shoko, my dad and mom, the grandparents of Kosei and Shoko, so you are not me, my dad's and mom's daughter-in-law. What is a daughter-in-law? Kana didn't notice at first and saw herself trapped again. She was speechless. Just now, Kana was only thinking about not being my wife yet. She really didn't expect me to take a roundabout approach to her. After all, I'm not your Lin family's due daughter-in-law yet. She pouted a little, and Kana warmly understood, but she couldn't argue with me, so she simply didn't say anything. Yes, sooner or later, yes, seeing Kana's childish demeanor, I couldn't help but smile. She had just opened her mouth to refute, but realized she didn't know how to respond. The early morning was already planned. Taking herself and the babies back to her own home and his hometown was the rhythm of meeting both parents. Plus, both had a big and a little child. Kana knew that becoming Mrs. Lin was just a matter of time. Auntie, what are you planning to do with the money transferred? Anyway, I think the money we have to support the eldest and younger ones is absolutely fine. You should find a chance to return the money from Uncle and Auntie. Let's pay my mom back when we bring Kosei and Shoko home. If I don't collect money now, maybe my mom will come straight to the school. That's fine too, and I'll just give it back to Auntie later. After all, it won't be much time anyway. Kana agreed with my decision. One more thing. Kana isn't fully mentally prepared yet. If things were like I said, my mom would come over directly. Kana really wouldn't have the courage to meet the parents. By the way, why did you say Auntie was investing in the granddaughter of the countryside just now? How do you know Uncle and Auntie like their granddaughter? Actually, this was just a small worry about Kana. Although I know my little ones are very likable, some older generations still prefer boys over girls. Kana wonders if my parents like boys even more. Warmth. Our Lin family has been a boy since my generation. You could say everyone in the Lin family wishes for a little princess. In my parents' hearts, the fragrant granddaughter is the most popular. When you heard my words, Kana finally felt completely at ease. She was just afraid of encountering those fathers-in-law who favored sons over daughters. By the way, Kana, I have 200,000 here. I'm transferring it to you now that the 200,000 for Jinchuang Entertainment has been fully collected. Naturally, I'm ready to hand it over to the finance minister at home. 200,000 yuan, you made money again in stocks. Isn't this money way too easy to make? I heard so many people have their money stuck in the stock market. Wait, this isn't what I earn from stock trading. This is the payment from Tsukimiya's company. Didn't Tsukimiya tell you? I thought Tsukimiya would talk to Kana, so I didn't specifically tell her. Now it seems Kana knows nothing at all. Tsukimiya didn't say anything to me. I thought you were just helping her out. Reisei, you're amazing. Just singing one song and earning 200,000. Reisei, does this count as a golden mouth? Kana looked at me, her eyes clearly full of admiration, seeing the smiles on their parents' faces. The two babies, though unaware of the situation, also burst out laughing. Today, Kana came to the maternity and baby store to buy daily necessities for babies. Pinwo parked outside and let Kana take a look at the store first. Unexpectedly, he encountered a mentally twisted Xiao Kei. Oh my, isn't this the beautiful lady? Why didn't you bring the babies here today? You must have been away for a while, maybe something happened? By the way, your baby should be almost a year old. I don't think I've ever met your baby's dad. Is it because your husband is too busy? Or is it because your dad has another identity and can't show up? Before Kana could answer the woman's question, a very unfriendly voice came from inside the maternity and baby store, which was the direction where the baby was bathing. "Come on, Mrs. Yang, isn't your baby swimming? Why are you out?" Seeing this sharp-tongued woman, the people at the maternity and baby store quickly stepped forward to block Kana's way. "Madam Boss, what are you doing?" I just said a few honest words, and she didn't feel embarrassed. "Do you really need to be so enthusiastic?" Because of the maternity and baby store owner's actions, the woman became even more unhappy. Kana had never understood why Mrs. Zhang was so hostile toward her. Kana had run into Mrs. Zhang several times at this maternity and baby store, but the two of them didn't know each other or spoke at all. Kana hadn't paid much attention to this chubby woman at first. Until one day, Kana accidentally overheard that Mrs. Zhang was actually talking behind her back that she was the mistress, and that there were several other treasures surrounding her. Because Mom hadn't come to Kana before I was to prove it, she couldn't have pulled the baby's father to prove it. Kana could only silently turn away and pretend she hadn't heard anything. What Kana didn't expect was that she hadn't come for a while, and this woman had gone so far as to insinuate that she was the other woman right in front of him. "What do you mean? The baby's father has another identity. Doesn't that mean the baby's father is someone else's husband, and he can't keep his name in the spotlight? Have I ever offended you? Or do you think you're high above others and can slander others at will?" This time, Kana didn't want to swallow her anger anymore. Kana knew that her tolerance hadn't earned her any courtesy. Seeing Mrs. Zhang's attitude, she was even more arrogant. Previously, she would only point fingers behind her back, but now she was speaking openly to her face. Fortunately, Kosei and Shoko were still young and couldn't understand the words of these uncivilized people. If Kosei and Shoko grew up, hearing Mrs. Zhang's words would make Kana feel scared just thinking about it. Kana stepped forward, stepped out of the proprietress's kind, protective circle, and stood directly in front of Mrs. Zhang. I just can't stand seeing some people pretend to be innocent after becoming a seductress. You really can captivate a man's soul. Too bad I'm a woman. I won't fall for your tricks. How did I end up becoming a fox spirit? It's just because you haven't met my babies, dads. I'm a fox spirit. Your way of thinking is just too funny. What do you think you are? Why should I let you see the dads of my babies? As for the claim of 500 jin of cuties, Kana couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. The fox spirit even seduced the man's soul. Kana said that if she really were a fox spirit, she would definitely be the first to take down this 500 jin little cutie. You're already a mom at such a young age, and not just me. None of the moms here have ever met the baby's father. You dare say your baby's dads haven't shown up even once because of their shady relationship with you. She hadn't expected Kana to face her 500-pound cutie face-to-face this time. She felt a bit embarrassed, especially since she was swimming in the baby swimming room. It was only after seeing Kana bring a 500 jin little cutie through glass that the maternity store staff watched the child win on their own. As for Kana's thoughts, she had never offended Mrs. Dang, and it was because Kana was indeed somewhat naive. Kana has never directly offended the 500 jin cutie, but after meeting her once at a maternity and baby shop, her husband was instantly amazed. Originally, this was just a man's malicious thoughts. 500 jin or 100 jin, a little cutie, AI didn't know or didn't know. Coincidentally, Mr. Zhang, because of his deep longing, actually revealed all his secrets in his sleep while talking in his sleep. Now it was a big deal. The 500-pound cutie directly blamed all her husband's mistakes on Kana. Of course, she wouldn't reveal her own father-in-law's feelings. This is a family scandal. If you can't talk about it, it's no wonder others laugh at you, because the family's income depends on her husband's 500 jin. 500 jin. The little cutie doesn't dare confront him. Kana, whom she saw as the easiest to bully, became her punching bag. How could I not be exposed to the public? Do I really have to show off in front of people like you a few more times to be considered the light of day? I had just reached the door and heard someone looking for trouble with Kana. Of course, I couldn't let Kana suffer, and I finally understood what those people in front of me thought Kosei and Shoko were illegitimate children, so they were blatantly bullying Kana. Watching me push the baby stroller over, "Who are you?" The 500 jin little cutie is a bit struggling to find her own voice. Kosei and Shoko know each other as the 500 Jin little cutie. The handsome guy was pushing a stroller, and what did he just say? He was asking the guy why he couldn't bear to see the light of day. What did he mean? Even if the 500 Jin cutie isn't very smart, he can still tell the relationship between the handsome guy and the babies. The handsome guy is their dad. Ever since I pushed the babies over, the 500 Jin cutie's gaze hasn't left me for a moment. Even though the 500 Jin cutie has already had a child, that doesn't stop him from appreciating the handsome guy. I'm the dad of those babies you talk about secretly, and I kindly answered the 500 Jin little cutie's question. You are the father of the babies, weighing 500 Jin. The adorable gaze finally shifted from me to Kana. The handsome guy and the beautiful woman are about the same age, so the claim that the beauty is a fox spirit doesn't hold up. Thinking of this 500 Jin little cutie, his face looked a bit unnatural. You have to know, the first person to speak ill of Kana in this maternity and baby store was him, and all those rumors about her were spread by this 500 Jin little cutie. Now, seeing Lord Zhang appear, he wasn't the old man he mentioned. Rather, he was a very young, handsome man. The 100-pound cutie knows that in the eyes of other moms, she'll soon become a gossiping woman. What's wrong? I walked over to Kana and naturally put my arm around her shoulders. The gentle face I had been looking at, Kana, turned unusually cold when I looked at the 500-pound cutie. My 500 Jin little cutie really doesn't know what to say. For this 500 Jin little cutie, being a handsome guy is the baby's dad, so there's no problem. The key is that he has the right to express his opinion. Well, I used to think Kana was some shady mistress, and since Kosei and Shoko's father had never seen anyone show up, the 500 Jin little cutie would gossip behind Kana's back so brazenly. She even hadn't appeared for some time because of Kana. Now, her 500 Jin cute husband is also unwilling to accompany her to bring the child over. She is trying hard to create the illusion that her husband is very considerate, and now it's about to collapse. For women without real abilities, all the blame could only be placed on the innocent Kana. Just now, when she saw Kana in the baby swimming room, she felt she could finally lose her temper. In the eyes of the 500-pound little cutie, she was still the guaranteed winner this time, so she hurriedly ran out and started unabashed attacks at Kana. Unfortunately, because of my appearance, the 500-pound little cutie fantasy was destined to never come true. What do you think you are? My wife needs to prove to you who the baby's fathers are. Or maybe you don't know who your child's father is, and you've developed a shadow in your heart, which is why you think everyone else is with you. All in all, this 500-pound cutie dares to insinuate Kana, and the mistress dares to call her babies illegitimate. Of course, I don't need to hold back. I looked her up and down. The 500 Jin cutie, just as she was about to speak, I casually said a few more sentences. But given your size, I really admire the courage of your child's biological father. What I said really made the 500-pound cutie so stunned she couldn't speak. Gaining weight was always the thing Mrs. Zhang feared most, but now that she said it directly, she still spoke with great disdain. The 500 Jin cutie originally wanted to refute my question about her child's father. Because of my last sentence, 500 Jin cutie, what she cares about now is the meaning behind my words. There's no way she could possibly have a man. Ha ha ha. Since it was a 500 Jin little cutie, they deliberately made a big deal from the start, naturally attracting the other moms and dads in the maternity and baby store. Seeing the 500 Jin little cutie so drunk, everyone couldn't hold back and could only laugh out loud as they wished. Originally, the 500 Jin little cutie thought that Kana hadn't come to the maternity and baby store for so long, and that she might come back next time. This time, she wanted to thoroughly humiliate Kana, who was to make her extremely uncomfortable. What surprised the 500-pound little cutie was that this time she had hit a brick wall. The fox spirit mistress she mentioned was actually bringing her husband along. Kana's husband isn't some old man of the same generation. He's a young man of similar age. You're slandering me. I'm going to sue you. Now the 500-pound little cutie no longer looks like a lovesick girl. Looking at the moms gathered around who usually joked and chatted with her, now all watching her laugh, she felt she was furious. Slandering me is just going along with what you say. What? Do you think you're superior? Are you only allowed to set fires for local officials, and not for the common people to light lamps? Unfortunately, don't say you're nothing, even if you think you have something. In my eyes, it's nothing. I've always looked down on women. This 500 Jin cutie has actually enjoyed some special treatment, which shows she's quite capable. Klapatie, Kosei, and Shoko still didn't understand the adults' conversations. For the two babies, the maternity store was full of fun toys, and each of them held one. Is Kosei and Shoko happy? Daddy will buy some for you, okay? Hearing the babies' calls, my cold face immediately switched to gentle mode. Miss, your husband is so handsome, you didn't know you used to hide him at home and didn't bring him over. Hey miss, what's your husband's surname? You're both moms of two, so calling you Beauty doesn't seem quite appropriate. The moms who used to be hostile toward Kana now saw that they had misunderstood her and immediately changed their attitude. The babies' fathers' surnames are Lin, and Kana didn't dare to directly say the word husband in front of me. Last time, Kana called him husband. For a special reason, from now on, we'll call you Mrs. Lin. Your eldest and younger ones are getting prettier and more beautiful. Do you have any secret recipes? If I'd known that when I was dating, I should have chosen a handsome guy for the sake of the next generation's looks. Knowing Kana wasn't the mistress the cutie mentioned, everyone suddenly became enthusiastic about her. As for that 500 Jin cutie, since everyone already knew he had been slandering Kana, no one was paying him any attention now. It wasn't good to be ignored by everyone. The 500-pound little cutie shot a resentful glance at Kana, who was surrounded by everyone, and quietly walked out of the maternal and infant store. I thought the 500-pound cutie would just leave in embarrassment because of my arrival, but unexpectedly he went back to fetch reinforcements just for the sake of saving face. The cousin is one of those too, and that guy actually dared to say I was cheating with another man and that the child I had wasn't your cousin's husband. Mrs. Zhang, what do you mean by that? Hearing the commotion, the maternity and baby shop owner hurried over. She originally thought Mrs. Zhang was too embarrassed to leave quietly. Now, seeing her bring several burly men into the shop, the owner's wife sensed something was wrong. It seemed Mrs. Zhang was going to call for reinforcements, and her real goal was definitely for Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin. What do you mean? What do you mean, boss lady? Today's matter has nothing to do with you. Don't worry, I won't affect your business. Don't meddle in other people's business. Thinking about how I was the Mother Eagle Shop's membership card and still had quite a bit of money in my 500 Jin of little cuties, of course I couldn't offend too many people. Besides, the original target was me and Kana. Mrs. Zhang, as soon as you walk in, all my customers are my customers. This seems a bit inappropriate. The proprietress is worried that the 500 Jin cutie will scare the customers. I watched the proprietress's movements and exchanged a glance with Kana. Kana nodded to show she understood what I meant. Is this proprietress really good? Sorry, I said. Didn't you two see the person I brought? Let me tell you, my cousin's eldest brother is very famous in Sagami City. You'd better keep your eyes open. The 500-pound little cutie saw me and Kana completely ignoring her and shouted angrily. Originally, the 500 Jin little cutie imagined that if she brought people over, Kana and I would be so scared that their faces would turn pale, and they might even apologize and beg for mercy. But reality made the 500-pound little cutie feel utterly embarrassed. Looking at the expressions of Kana and me, there wasn't a trace of fear. Both of them were perfectly calm. It was as if the person brought by the 500 Jin cutie had nothing to do with them. There was no way around it. The person didn't take the person they brought seriously, so the 500 Jin cutie had to introduce her formally. The so-called cousin was strong, arms crossed, standing forward and introducing himself. My name is Kukuhui. People in the CD like to call me Huige-wu. The 100-pound cutie cousin seemed eager to show off his status in the underworld, and even introduced Kukuhui to himself, glancing at the people in the shop with his eyes. When Kukuhui's gaze swept over Kana, it was as if he was frozen in place. From the look of disbelief on Kukuhui's face, followed by his amazement, it was clear he was captivating. Kukuhui was stunned by Kana's looks, and said he had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Logically, shouldn't the chances of meeting a beauty be in a high-end mall or a bar? Why is it that the most beautiful woman he's ever seen in his life is actually at a maternity and baby store? Seeing this man named Kukuhui look into Kana's eyes, my expression turned cold. I gently pulled Kana close, shielding her on my back. Later, Kukuhui, who was still admiring beautiful women, saw only the shelves of the maternity and baby store because of my intervention. You were the one who offended my cousin. Dissatisfied with not being able to look at beautiful women, Cuckoo Hui vented all his anger on me. Seeing my actions, based on what my cousin said over the phone, Cuckoo Hui instantly understood the relationship between Kana and me. Looking at my handsome face, Cuckoo Hui had to admit that he really was a good match. Since Manhwa already had a master, of course Cuckoo Hui was ready to handle serious matters. I don't remember who I offended. If you want to cause trouble, your cousin should watch her mouth first. When facing 3 burly men, I was calm. My cousin is this guy who said, "The child I gave birth to isn't your cousin's husband, so I want him and that woman to apologize to me together." Cousin, didn't you say it was that guy who upset you? What does it have to do with anyone else? His untimely pity and cherishing of her were perfectly displayed in Cuckoo Hui's life. Seeing my cousin trying to make things difficult for the beauty, Cuckoo Hui actually started to take advantage of me. But neither Kana nor I would accept Cuckoo Hui's intentions. Cuckoo Hui, do you have any brains? Their husband and wife already have 2 kids, and they're twins, yet you're still defending someone else. That vixen's abilities are truly incredible. Not only did he capture your cousin's soul, but now even you don't know who you are, do you? The 500-pound cutie couldn't understand why, even though it was her cousin's first time meeting Kana, his heart started to turn toward her. Hey, keep your mouth clean. Who are you calling a seductress? Are women who are prettier than you all seductresses? Your standards for judging things are really difficult. After all, as long as you're not so ugly you can't show your face, you should be labeled as a fox spirit. If someone calls you warm, I definitely won't tolerate it. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Because of me, all the other moms in the maternity and baby store couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean by that? You mean I'm ugly? The 500-pound cutie still felt a bit mysterious confidence about her looks. Hearing me say that, she was naturally quite unconvinced. She still has some comprehension, which is quite rare. I even praised the little cutie weighing 500 jin repeatedly, but my compliment only made her face look even darker. This Mr. Lin speaks with great humor. He doesn't use a single curse word, yet it's even more powerful than cursing. It's truly meaningful. This must be the highest level of insulting. I really need to learn from it. Hey, keep your mouths down. His cousin is obviously a street gangster. There are 2 other couples who look at them, all covered in tattoos. Probably not good people. Better safe than sorry for getting yourself into trouble. Cuckoo Hui, what are you still standing there for? Are you really going to watch your cousin get bullied like this? You know you're no match for my 500-pound cutie in language arts, so you can only seek your own support group. Come on, kid. Hurry up and apologize to my cousin. Because we didn't bring Kana this time, Cuckoo Hui's ability to execute instantly improved. At this moment, Cuckoo Hui actually started acting like a big brother. ZP Tenka didn't even spare Cuckoo Hui a glance at him, let alone react to Cuckoo Hui's words. Are you kid or something's wrong with your ears? I told you to apologize to my cousin, did you hear me? Now you don't have to deny that you didn't offend my cousin or anything like that. I heard everything you just said clearly. In Cuckoo Hui's eyes, the beauty was blocked by me, and he couldn't even take a second look. So Cuckoo Hui's mood must be very unpleasant. Do you think he's worthy? With a cold face and a disdainful tone, I truly expressed my contempt to you in full. You, Cuckoo Hui, you let your cousin be bullied like this. If word gets out, how will you survive in Sagami City in the future? Kid, I'll give you one more chance. Don't refuse a toast or drink a penalty drink. Let me tell you, my fist is as big as a clay pot. But the blind Cuckoo Hui deliberately waved his fist, wanting to show others that he was no pushover. Kana nervously tugged at my sleeve. Looking at the burly man opposite her, Kana was truly afraid I'd be bullied. Her palms were sweating with nervousness. It's fine, just watch carefully, the babies. I turned back and gave Kana a reassuring look. The space here is too small. I'm worried you won't be able to perform well. Let's go out and talk. You have no intention of apologizing. The situation is tough, and it's just right for us brothers to relax in ages. You're just walking on your doorstep. Cuckoo Hui immediately disliked me. Not for any other reason, but because my face was so handsome that he found it annoying. Later, when he found out Kana and I were husband and wife, he felt even more uncomfortable. I'm not worried about anything else, just afraid it might scare the babies. Kana thought back to the scene at the Chanel store last time. looked at my confident eyes, and obediently nodded. Kana knew I wasn't someone who liked to show off. He always took the initiative and walked out first under Kukuhui's stunned gaze, the slight smile on his lips showing no trace of malice. Afraid that Kukuhui and his two brothers would follow me out of the maternity and baby shop like me, just like followers. "Mrs. Lin, should you call the police?" The maternity and baby store owner was very touched by my initiative to go out and solve the problem. The owner knows that if this happens in her own mother and baby store, not only will the store suffer, but it will also have a very negative impact on its reputation. After all, mother and baby stores mainly run the babies' business, and without a guarantee of safety, who would dare bring their babies to visit their shop in the future? Let's first assess the situation. Ling Rizi had no intention of telling her to call the police. Kana didn't want to make decisions on her own, but if things went wrong, Kana would have already gripped her phone tightly. Even if you call the police, do you really think the police are some kind of magic? They can show up here directly. If you don't want your husband to get beaten, you should go and persuade him to apologize to me. Of course, the first person you should apologize to me is you. Because you were worried about accidentally getting hurt by 500 Jin, the little cutie didn't go out with her. She knew that if someone called the police and the police arrived, the show she was directing definitely wouldn't go on. Why should Mrs. Lin apologize to you? Even if you should apologize, it should be you apologizing to Mrs. Lin. Mrs. Lin has never said anything behind your back. But you say Mrs. Lin is the mistress without knowing anything, and say Mrs. Lin's husband doesn't want Mrs. Lin because he sees Kosei and Shoko are girls. That's it. Is this how you treat guests? Look at the owner's wife. This is how she treats customers. From now on, everyone should be more cautious. Come on, 500 Jin little cutie. She wants everyone to stop visiting the mother and baby shop. I wouldn't listen to someone who gossips nonsense. I'm the one who's been talking behind someone's back, yet I still have the nerve to do this. It's better to avoid dealing with people like this when you're bored. Otherwise, if you're not careful, they'll find some cousin to come and back you up. Seeing everyone's disdainful looks, the 500 Jin little cutie knew she would never come back to this maternity and baby store again. He thought about recharging his card, so he could wait until his cousin subdued Mr. Lin before having a proper talk with the boss's wife. Kana had no interest in bickering with the 500 Jin little cutie. Right now, all her attention was on me outside the maternity and baby shop. Your wife is really willing to accept you. Kukuhui glanced to Kana, who was watching me nervously through the glass door inside the maternity and baby store. Surprisingly, he felt a slight sour feeling in his heart, because Kukuhui had noticed that the beautiful woman had never looked at him even once, not even a glance. Her entire attention was on him. Alright, how about this? I don't want your wife to be sad because of you. I'll give you another chance. As long as you apologize to my cousin, today's matter will be settled. Kukuhui felt that he was really too easy to talk to today. In the past, if he hadn't seized the opportunity, Kukuhui wouldn't have bothered to say a single word. What does Brother Hui have to say to this young heartthrob? He definitely doesn't want to lose face and take responsibility for his wife. Brother Hui can't be compassionate when he goes out to work. Brother Hui, you can't tell me you're the wife who cares about the young guy, right? Honestly, this little fish meat is really lucky. His wife is so beautiful, even more beautiful than the female celebrities I've seen on TV. You talk too much. Seeing these few people actually shift the topic to Wenshin, I immediately got upset. My own woman isn't even a place for a few thugs to judge. Brother Hui, look. The pretty boy has quite a temper. Is this world always looking for a beating? Brother Hui, go ahead, or else the pretty boy will think you're just trying to scare them. The three of you should go together so you don't waste my time one by one. I don't even take Kukuhui and the other two seriously. You could think I'm easy to talk to, so what do you mean by three of us at once and it's still taking up your time? Alright, let's see how long you can show off, kid. Since you insisted we all go together, don't blame me for not following the principles of the underworld. At Kukuhui's command, the two of them, already impatient, rushed forward with Kukuhui raising their fists. Puff, puff. Three pig-like screams as Kukuhui and his two subordinates fell to the ground in three different positions. Kukuhui didn't even know how he was lying on the ground, because he hadn't even seen how I made my move. Mrs. Lin, no wonder you're so calm, so your husband is so skilled. At the maternity and baby store, the situation outside was already clear, and everyone's tense nerves relaxed for a moment. The boss's wife, who had been about to call the police, looked at Kana with admiration. In her mind, Kana must know her husband's abilities, and wouldn't let him call the police. Yes, Mrs. Lin, your husband looks refined and refined. I didn't even see how Mr. Lin made his move, and those three were already lying on the ground. What is this? I can clearly see those people on TV who claim to be skilled in kung fu when they make moves, okay? This only shows that Mr. Lin is a master among experts. The 500 Jin little cutie was terrified by the scene. What if Mr. Lin came looking for trouble later? I thought the matter was over, but to my surprise, Cuckoo Hui picked up the phone and started calling for help. Let Brother Lee come help you. Yeah, Hui Ji, why not call Mangi? Have him bring a few more people over. I don't believe we can't deal with this kid. A few of his men joined in. If you have the guts, don't go. My big brother Mang Jie is about to arrive. With confidence, Cuckoo Hui's voice grew louder again. Come on, Meng. I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before, but I really don't remember exactly where it is. Whether it's or not, it doesn't matter to me. I don't have the habit of deserting, so stand a little longer, just treat it as exercise. You'd better have your big brother bring everyone up at once, so you won't have to wait for me over and over when the time comes. I don't have that much idle work. I stood there with my hands in my pants pockets, casually standing there, and my presence was impossible to ignore. Cuckoo Hui felt a vague sense of unease. He remembered that he had already called, and that Meng Ji was already on his way, leaving him with no way out. It's late at night, early morning. Are you okay? Kana saw that I didn't mean to enter the shop. It was clearly because there was some distance between them. Kana didn't know what I was talking to those few people. I'm just worried that you know my concerns, so Kana quickly said, what's there to worry about? With these few people's skills, even if I had a single fight, I could have taken them down in minutes. I'm being honest with the truth. With the system's god-level combat skills, forget about a few thugs. Even a company of Special Forces soldiers could handle them all by myself. Kid, aren't you afraid of being foolish when you talk big? If your tongue is sharp, my big brother will come soon. Do you still dare to brag? Cuckoo Hui had thought he had dialed the wrong number, but because of my words, he lost all reason. To Cuckoo Hui, my words sounded like insulting words. Especially since I was speaking to Kana, Cuckoo Hui found it even harder to take it. He thought this beautiful woman would definitely look down on him. Should we call the police in the early morning? Listening to Cuckoo Hui, Kana knew the other party was looking for help, worried that I couldn't handle it alone. No need. If someone comes later, just go into the shop. I'm worried that fists have no eyes, and I don't want Kana to suffer even the slightest harm. Are you really okay? Kana knows a bit about my skills. But as the old saying goes, one punch can't beat four hands. Kana was worried I'd be at a disadvantage. It's fine. Don't you know what a man is capable of? To divert Kanaka's attention, I specifically brought up a topic that made her feel shy. In the early morning, the words, man, really made Kana blush instantly. That guy Hui really doesn't take us seriously. Looking at me teasing Kana, a man who had finally managed to stand up started complaining. Come on, shut up. As for his little brother's words, Cuckoo Hui felt his face burn with pain. The three of them fighting together were knocked down in a single move. Isn't it normal for someone to disrespect him? Yet his brainless subordinate still insists on loudly exposing this fact. Wiji E. I just can't stand that kid looking down on you so much. When he made a move, the man who felt wronged quietly explained. After receiving another killing look from Cuckoo Hui, the man finally wisely lowered his head. The more he spoke, the more frustrated he was. The man could only keep his mouth shut, neither speaking nor feeling defeated. A sudden screech of braking sounded as a van stopped at the entrance of the maternity and baby store. Brother Hui was a man with his men. Seeing the person getting out of the car, a man behind Cuckoo Hui shouted excitedly. The reinforcement group had arrived, and naturally, their momentum was strong. Mang Ji, you're here. Cuckoo Hui jogged a few steps and won the win. It was a normal move, but Cuckoo Hui's earlier fall was now a bit strange. What's wrong with your leg? Looking at Cuckoo Hui, who was a bit of an iron cane, and Li Shengsheng, the man who was being propped up and acting like a reckless guy, frowned slightly. Just now, Cuckoo Hui hadn't said much on the phone, only mentioning that he had encountered a tricky issue. As one of his top generals, if he heard Cuckoo Hui had something to say, Brother Mang definitely couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Mange immediately followed the location Cuckoo Hui gave him and led his men to attack. What Mange didn't expect was that Kukuhui had actually been beaten. "Hey Mang Mang, I wasn't paying attention earlier." Kukuhui was embarrassed to say he was beaten up like this, but couldn't find any good reason and stammered, "I didn't notice what you meant was that you were ambushed." Just by looking, Kukuhui didn't tell him the truth. Brother Mang was a bit unhappy. Who would want their men to keep something from him? "No, Brother Mang, it's not a sneak attack on me, Kukuhui." After a long time, under Brother Mang's increasingly colder gaze, I can only tell the truth. "Brother Mang, I can't beat that kid, I really can't beat him." Kukuhui had attacked together with his two brothers, but he didn't even see how I made his move. Kukuhui only remembered that in those few seconds, he had been throwing punches at that young, handsome guy, but suddenly he was facing the ground. What happened here was so complicated that even if Kukuhui were to explain it now, he still couldn't explain clearly. He just felt like he was dreaming, and as soon as he woke up, he was lying on the ground. If you can't win, none of you three can beat them. If you can't beat them one by one, why not go all together? In society, there's no such thing as a martial world sense of honor. When facing experts, everyone wins by relying on numbers. If you can't win, you'll lose face. What use is martial honor? Even if we all attacked together with Brother Mang, we couldn't beat them. When Kukuhui said this, his voice grew quieter and quieter. He brought his two brothers to attack together. But in the end, he was still instantly defeated. Even if we all go at once, we still can't beat Sagami City and have such a master. Kukuhui, you're lucky. Let me see who has that much skill. Who exactly is this big shot daring to disrespect me and beat up my brother? This Mang Ge spoke much faster than his feet. His gaze, which had been very casual, changed drastically when he saw me as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. Unfortunately, before Mang Ge could say a word, a very oblivious and obtuse person blocked his way again. It was that person. No one knew what effort it took to knock Kukuhui and the other two to the ground in an instant. The one blocking Mang Ge wasn't anyone else, but naturally, that 500 Jin little cutie. Strangely, with just a glance, Brother Mang recognized me. But having witnessed my skills firsthand, Brother Mang couldn't quite comprehend it. Brother Mang's kung fu was really strange. I didn't even see how he made his moves. And Kutuhui and his two brothers were already knocked to the ground. What are you? Step aside. Nowadays, Mange has no mood to listen to the 500 Jin little cutie rambling nonsense. Looking at me, Mange just feels overwhelmed. Mange felt an urge to curse. Why were his subordinates so reckless, each one trying to provoke Mr. Lin? Last time it was Wang Bin, this time it was Kukuhui. Kukuhui felt like Brother Mang was doomed to him. Brother Tatsuro had issued a strict order. No one was allowed to provoke Mr. Lin. Not long after the last incident with Wang Bin, Kukuhui had done this again. Amang almost wanted to cover her eyes and run back into the van. "Brother Mang, I'm Kukuhui's cousin." I thought it was this guy, but he didn't know his own identity. The 500 Jin cutie immediately started introducing himself. Originally disdainful of laying hands on women, Amang Mang, worried and scared, reached out and shoved the 500 Jin little cutie hard to the ground. A thunderous scream outshouted even the slaughter of a pig. Watching Brother Mang's reaction, Kukuhui felt a bit scared. Maybe he'd offended someone he shouldn't have. Otherwise, Brother Mang's behavior wouldn't be so abnormal. "Kneel before me," Amang shouted at Kukuhui, then strode toward me. Even though Amang wished this was just a nightmare in her heart, she had no choice but to face it. Kukuhui still didn't know what was going on, but Brother Mang's shout made him drop to his knees with a thud. Kukuhui's two subordinates saw their eldest brother kneel and knelt down as well. "Mr. Lin, I'm truly sorry. I didn't know I had upset you." Without those troublesome people, Amang ran straight up to me. I had been comforting Kana, but finally looked him in the eye. The helper Kukuhui had called looked familiar. This man is not an important figure to me. Now, seeing Amang's face, of course I remember the man from Tatsuro's subordinate at the Chanel boutique. "You are the helper Kukuhui found." That's what Kukuhui said, and it's perfectly normal for me to ask, if this, Brother Mang, is Kukuhui's helper, then he can just take action. If I can't get past you, Mr. Lin, how dare I fight you? Mr. Lin, I don't know. The one I'm crossing is you. If I knew it was you, even if I had 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to cross. Mr. Lin, what I mean is, if I knew Kukuhue had provoked you, I'd come straight over and beat him up. Among, that's a way to cover up my own gap. Now you know, I still remember what Tatsuro said back then. I know that this so-called Mang-ji-e really doesn't dare mess with me. Of course, if Amang dares to make a move, I don't mind stretching my muscles. No, I know, Mr. Lin. I know what to do, and I'm willing to give some instructions. Amang thought it would be easier to explain things to Brother Long when he got back. Under Kukuhue's incredulous gaze, Mangge waved at the men he had brought. These subordinates had been present all along, so they understood Mange's meaning and didn't need a single unnecessary word. They immediately beaten Kukuhue and the other two kneeling men. "Oh no, Mangye, please spare me." The waves of screams startled the moms watching the commotion in the maternity and baby store. I didn't hear clearly inside either. It seemed Mrs. Zhang's cousin had betrayed me. Rebel, do you understand what betrayal means? I think it's basically Mrs. Zhang's cousin finding a backer. Apparently very afraid of Mr. Lin. I also look like Mrs. Lin's husband, who must be quite impressive. It seems Mrs. Zhang's cousin is still too low level. He doesn't even know Mr. Lin. Now he must have hit a brick wall. It was hilarious. Mrs. Zhang had thought she was so capable, but her cousin really was a scam. Not being evasive at all. Seeing that I had the upper hand on my side, the moms became bolder. Driven by curiosity, they stood outside the door to watch. "Brother Mang Mang, why did you have someone beat Kukuhui? Wasn't it Kukuhui who came to help?" The situation was completely different from what I imagined. Even a 500-pound cutie is fierce. Ah, in the eyes of the 500 Jin little cutie, this Meng Ji is the cousin's big brother, yet he doesn't help his own cousin or outsiders. What kind of logic is that? Ah, shut his mouth for me. If it weren't for hitting a woman, it wouldn't sound good. Amang would want people to beat up this 500-pound little cutie. Amang knew Kukuhui was definitely offending him to stand up for his cousin, but as for the exact reason, Amang didn't want to know at all. This 500-pound cutie was the real culprit. At this point, the 500-pound little cutie finally realized she had offended someone she shouldn't have. Even if she wanted to express her regret, there was nothing she could do. "Mr. Lin, I really don't know what happened today. If I had known Kukuhui was so bold and dared to cause you trouble, I definitely would have locked him up before he left." "Mr. Lin, I hope you'll be generous." Amang's attitude is indeed acceptable, and with a sincere tone, this matter really has nothing to do with Amang. I didn't mean to make things difficult for Amang. All right, I got it. I considered myself accepting his apology. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Brother Tatsuro has already spoken up. If he can't manage his men well and provokes Mr. Lin, the consequences could be very serious. Please pass a message to Tatsuro for me. This has nothing to do with you." Given Amang's sincere attitude, I'm a good person to the end. All right, take those three away. After all, they're at the entrance of the maternity and baby store, and my two little ones are still inside. I don't want the babies to see this scene. All right, Mr. Lin, I'll step back for now. Thank you for your mercy today. Amang and his men fled with Kukuhue and the other two. With the crisis over, Kana came over and linked arms with mine, and then our families slowly left. Only the 500-pound little cutie was left in disarray in the wind. We took the baby to eat pasta at the shop and unexpectedly ran into Kana's relative. Cousin Kana had just sat down with her two babies when a girl's voice came from nearby. Hearing the sound, Kana lowered her head and looked up, first to smell you. "Ah, cousin, you really are you." At first, I didn't dare recognize you, but the girl who spoke looked like she was just over 20. Just like her name, the girl was quiet, with fair skin and a classic beauty. Of course, compared to Kana was still the one who stood out. Yikase and Shoko immediately tried to make their presence felt when they saw their mom talking to a pretty auntie. What adorable babies. Cousin, these two little babies are in Wenwen's understanding. Her cousin hasn't even been in a relationship, so she definitely wouldn't be connected to the baby. Just looking at me, this handsome guy, Wenwen realized that her cousin and I were a perfect match. Could these two adorable babies be her cousin's bold idea? Inside, moreover, the best evidence was already right in front of her, and Kana knew there was no need to hide anything. Her cousin was guessing in one mind, but hearing Kana admit it herself, Wenwen suddenly found it hard to accept. Cousin, you said these two adorable babies are your babies, as if you were once again seeking confirmation. Wenwen's beautiful big eyes stared straight at Kana. Kana nodded firmly to her cousin, saying they were her babies. Kana understood her feelings very well. To be honest, if she exchanged her role, and Wenwen suddenly appeared in front of her with her baby, Kana definitely wouldn't be able to accept it at first. After all, in the eyes of all relatives and friends, Kana was a good child who devoted herself wholeheartedly to her studies. She had never even been in a relationship, so how could she suddenly appear as a baby? Then the baby's dad is Wenwen's eyes, and she couldn't help but look at me. Her dad must be that handsome guy, right? Coming out with her cousin and the babies, if he's not their father, then what kind of identity is that? That's what Wenwen thought in her heart. She just didn't dare to say it out loud. Wenwen knew that if she said something wrong, it would be her cousin who would be embarrassed. This is Reisei, the baby's father. After a brief period of anxiety, Kana has completely calmed down. As long as I'm by her side, Kana has the courage to face the situation. TCH, hello, I'm at dawn. I stood up and knew it was a warm cousin, the politeness I should have. I still have it. Cousin-in-law. Hello, I've never seen such a handsome guy before. Wenwen even stammered when he spoke. Wenwen and Kana wanted to correct how Wenwen addressed me. But after she spoke, Kana didn't know how to correct it. He even admitted to having a baby with me, so calling Wenwen, cousin-in-law, at Reisei, seems perfectly normal. Hey, cousin, do you know about having a baby? Wenwen tugged Kana and whispered in her cousin's ear. Wenwen thought her cousin's birth was a big deal. If her uncle and aunt knew, her own parents would know too. But so far, there hasn't been a single rumor. The only explanation is that my cousin gave birth without telling the family. My parents still didn't know. Kana glanced at Wang, then pulled Wenwen a few steps aside while answering softly. Cousin's big deal, sister's big deal, cousin's big deal, and even after college, they kept in touch. Later, because Kana suddenly became pregnant and gave birth, her contact with Wenwen gradually decreased. Even after not seeing each other for a while, the tacit understanding between Wenwen and her cousin remained. Wenwen's birth was an accident. I really wasn't dating. Under Wenwen's puzzled gaze, Kana briefly explained what had happened. Oh my god, cousin, this is just too unbelievable. Luckily, you met a man after getting drunk with a super handsome guy like your cousin's husband. If you met an ugly freak, you'd probably cry. After hearing her cousin say that her cousin's husband treated her very well, all of Wenwen's worries were put to rest. Now, Wenwen was teasing her cousin. You're a little girl, watch your words, Kana seemed to notice. Whether it was Tsukimiya or Wenwen, it seemed they were very satisfied with Reisei's looks. What is this? Cousin? You're not even a few years older than me, and you've already had a baby. Can't I say a few words? Wenwen muttered, clearly unwilling to be called a little girl. By the way, cousin, such a big matter. When are you planning to tell uncle and aunt? Babies. The longer you delay such a big matter, the harder it will be for uncle and aunt to explain it. Wenwen glanced back at Kosei and Shoko, who were already struggling with the pasta. The affection in their eyes was impossible to hide. Kosei and Shoko were just too adorable. Wenwen noticed that Kosei and Shoko's eyes looked like their cousins, while the others seemed to resemble their fathers more often. Reisei said that when summer vacation started, she would take Kosei and Shoko to meet both parents. Kana glanced at her little ones, and the smile at the corner of her mouth made Kana look even more gentle. My cousin's husband is so responsible, because I knew it was my cousin who hadn't told him at first about her pregnancy and baby. Wenwen had no complaints about my decision to bring the babies home for the summer vacation. In her mind, it was normal for her cousin to run with a ball and her husband not knowing. Kana, who keeps calling Wenwen about her cousin-in-law, doesn't have the energy to correct her. Wenwen, aunt and uncle, don't talk about it for now. Since she had decided to go home for summer vacation, Kana definitely didn't want any complications between herself and Reisei bringing the babies home and being discovered by her family. Finding this place meant completely different things. She made a zipper gesture, and Wenwen insisted she definitely wouldn't reveal her cousin's secret. By the way, which of the two babies is the older sister and the younger one? Now, Wenwen is completely free from worrying about her cousin having a baby, and her attention has returned to the babies. Wenwen remembered the babies just called her Yi Yi. By the way, cousin, do the babies know me? That random question left Kana stunned. How could the babies possibly know Wenwen? Kana didn't know where Wenwen's confidence came from, so she thought she might have this illusion. Kana didn't say anything, just looked at her cousin in confusion. I mean, cousin, have you ever shown my photos to the babies? Wenwen felt a bit embarrassed by her looking at me like that. Could it be that I misunderstood? That shouldn't be right. Wenwen, I remember the babies clearly called themselves Yi when they saw me. In Wenwen's view, if the babies didn't recognize her, how could they possibly call her Yi? Kosei and Shoko were gone. It's only been 10 months, and I haven't shown them any phones or other electronic devices. Kana shook her head, dismissing Wenwen's guess. Cousin, are you sure the babies have never seen my photo before? Wenwen, still a bit unwilling to give up, started asking questions. Wenwen, why do you feel that Kosei and Shoko know you? Kana feels like she and your cousin aren't on the same channel when chatting. Just now, the kids called me Yi. Wenwen was quite confident and said she wouldn't mishear. Because of this, you think Kosei and Shoko know you. Kana really first realized her cousin was so naive. Shoko and I saw girls about the same age as me all called Auntie. Although she didn't want to shatter Wenwen's fantasy, Kana still told the truth. Everyone calls her Auntie. Why am I the baby's aunt? Wenwen cares a lot about her own sovereignty. Wenwen, Kosei and Shoko are still young, so how could they tell the difference between auntie and aunt? For them, any young woman is considered an aunt. Hearing Kana's words, I suddenly recalled the scene of the eldest calling Kosame auntie back then. It seemed that in the baby's world, it wasn't just about calling young women auntie. For babies, regardless of gender, auntie is synonymous. No, I have to make it clear to the babies that their aunt is my stubborn aunt. Wenwen didn't care about herself. This was her first time meeting her cousin's husband. Kosei, Shoko, I'm your aunt. Auntie will give you a big red envelope, okay? Wenwen gently spoke to the baby still struggling with pasta. Wenwen couldn't tell which was the older one and the younger one, but since she was speaking to the babies together, Wenwen wasn't worried about calling the wrong name. Kosei and Shoko just glanced at Wenwen without any expression. In the babies' hearts, how could a big red envelope possibly compare to delicious pasta? Because she hadn't prepared anything, Wenwen had run into her cousin this time purely by accident, so naturally, Wenwen couldn't have actually prepared a red envelope. Wenwen took out a few red bills from her wallet and waved them in front of Kosei and Shoko. She wondered if Kosei and Shoko wanted to ask Auntie Shoko to give them red envelopes. Wenwen really doesn't understand the little one well. The babies have no idea what the red bill is, so how could they possibly react? Wenwen, Kosei, and Shoko still don't know how to call her Auntie. Kana couldn't stand her cousin's childish behavior. Kana didn't want her relatives to think of her as all this childish. Annoyed, Wenwen stood up a bit unwilling and stuffed the red notes into Kana's hand. Cousin, this is my red envelope for the babies. I didn't prepare a little. I'll make up for 2 next time. The eldest doesn't need Wenwen, you're still in school, but Shinny cousin accepted Kana and didn't accept Wenwen's red envelope. She knew her aunt and uncle were strict with Wenwen, and her uncle was strict with Wenwen, and even her living expenses were strictly controlled. Cousin, you already said, your husband is still in his junior year, and you have to raise 2 more babies. The financial pressure must be huge. I can't help much, so I'll just treat it as buying some candy for Kosei and Shoko. If you don't need Wenwen, I don't have any financial pressure right now. Kana glanced at me, leaned in close to Wenwen's ear, and briefly explained her current financial situation. Her cousin's husband was so impressive that Wenwen went from being shocked at first to full of admiration. Wenwen Jini accepted it, but Kana really didn't need to shove it into Wenwen's pocket. My earning ability is more than enough to raise my eldest and younger children, even if I have another baby. Wenwen, do you want to take you back to school? Seeing that the 2 babies were almost done, Kana asked softly, No need, cousin, my classmate is still waiting for me. Cousin, can I come to your place to see Kosei and Shoko in the future? All right, then I won't give you anything. Of course, you can come play whenever you have time. Remember our secret, don't tell me anything. Got it, cousin-in-law, then I'll head out first. Kosei, Shoko, Auntie, bye. 11-1 Dalton Bao and Shoko really liked this newly acquainted little girl. The 2 little ones waved goodbye to their aunt and said goodbye to the lively Shoko, even blowing a kiss. Because of Shoko's actions, Wenwen was so happy she almost didn't want to leave. In the early morning, we went back too. Seeing how much our cousin liked Kosei and Shoko, Kana felt delighted. Kana thought this was a great start. When he and Reisei bring the baby home, their parents will definitely like Kosei and Shoko. Very much, seeing how good their relationship with their cousins was, I smiled slightly. Alright, let's go. At that moment, Kana and I had just finished eating pasta with our 2 babies and left the restaurant. Jingyu, what are you looking at? Several middle-aged women are having a meal together in another restaurant on the 4th floor of Wanda Plaza. I think I saw someone familiar. I'm not sure if it really looks like me, but my companion called out to me and the middle-aged woman turned her head away. Should an acquaintance go over and say hello? The acquaintance staring at him like this must not be an ordinary acquaintance. If you're unsure, just take a look. If you mistake someone, there's no need to step forward to greet them. This is a public place, so just walk away. Alright, I'll take a look. The middle-aged woman really wanted to verify whether she was mistaken. After all, if she wasn't mistaken, then this fact was truly shocking. Just as she was about to get up, the middle-aged woman noticed that the group in the distance had left at some point. No, she had to call our Tsukimiya. The middle-aged woman was none other than Tsukimiya's mother, Zhao Yingyu. The people Zhao Yingyu saw earlier were Kana and me coming out of the restaurant. Because they had met Tsukimiya's mother and Kana's mother several times, they found them very close, and even added something like, "Earth, Mom, what's the business with you calling me at this hour?" Tsukimiya, who was at the company, felt a bit puzzled when she got a call from her mom. Her mom usually doesn't call her at work. Behind Tsukimiya, the sweet-coated girl was preparing to get to know her more and build a relationship. Hearing Tsukimiya's words, she realized she hadn't said anything. Her mother was very likely his future mother-in-law. Tsukimiya, Kana, it's been a long time since you came to our place. Is she still in Sagami City? If you have time, let Kana come visit us. Ah, Kana, of course she's in Sagami City. Tsukimiya didn't think much of her mom's sudden mention of Kana. In Tsukimiya's eyes, it must be because her mom hadn't seen Kana in a long time and missed her. Kana is in Sagami City, so I wonder if the person I just saw was her. If that girl just now really was Kana, then when did Kana give birth? Zhou Jingyu was certain that Kana's mother, Baiwan Qing, didn't know about this either. Mom, when you see Kana? Tsukimiya's heart starts to ring with alarm bells. If Kana goes out, 90 will bring Kosei and Shoko with her. If Mom saw Kana, she'd definitely see the babies too. If Mom told Kana's mom about this, Tsukimiya wouldn't dare think further. Isn't it just that I'm not sure, so I called you to ask? Zhou Jingyu said that if she was sure it was Kana, the call would definitely be to Kana's mother. Mom, you must have misread it. When Kana has been on a business trip recently and isn't in Sagami City. After hearing her mother's words, Tsukimiya started to make amends. Not in Sagami City, you just said warmth. In Sagami, Zhou Jingyu's tone was clearly skeptical. Tsukimiya wiped the sweat from her forehead. Mom, I thought you were asking about Wen Shinshin. Does she work in Sagami City? Kana was already on a business trip last week, so what you saw today definitely wasn't Wen Shinshin. Because she was anxious, Tsukimiya started spinning in circles while making phone calls. When she saw Tang Yixiao behind her, she simply ignored her. Poor Tang Yixiao had already raised her hand to greet him, but could only quietly put it down. Come on, I guess I misread it. Zhou Jingyu felt much lighter because of her daughter's words. All right, when Kana comes back from her business trip, have her have a meal at her place. This child hasn't been there for a long time, and I really miss her. Got it, Mom. I still have work, so I won't talk to you for now. I'm worried that my attitude might give me away. Tsukimiya hurriedly hung up the phone. Tsukimiya thought for a moment, then hurriedly called Kana, then explained her mother's situation just now. Once you take Kosei and Shoko to meet Uncle and Auntie, you'll be safe. Tsukimiya was genuinely thinking about her friend. Zhejiang City is a big deal, but the chances of meeting someone familiar are also quite high. Her own mom happened to see Kana. I know. Lately, I've tried not to take Kosei and Shoko out of the neighborhood. Kana knew Tsukimiya made a point and agreed immediately. Whether she's confessing or being exposed by others, Kana still chooses to confess to her parents. But she feels it's not yet time. What's wrong? Seeing Kana, she put away her phone. Logically, today's matter should have been resolved. I don't know what Tsukimiya said to Kana on the phone for now. Just now, at Wanda Plaza, Tsukimiya's mother saw me and the babies. Because we were a bit far apart, Tsukimiya's mother didn't dare to be sure if it was me, so Kana briefly explained the situation. I didn't expect that Tsukimiya's mother and your mother are still friends. The mother who originally seemed warm to me wasn't in Sagami City. The good relationship between Kana and Tsukimiya was probably just between two girls. I never expected their mothers to become good friends too. Well, when Tsukimiya and I were in college, it was always our parents who gave gifts together. At that time, my mom and Tsukimiya's mother hit it off instantly, and they added each other's Earth number. Later, my mom and Tsukimiya's mom even traveled together a few times. You could say my mom and Tsukimiya's mom didn't have much less affection than mine. If Aunt Jang had confirmed it was her just now, her mother probably would have known about Kosei and Shoko right away. Alright, it's okay. In just over a month, we'll be going home. No problem, I'm fine. I reached out and held a warm little hand. Kana, you should know that no matter what happens, no matter how difficult we face, I will always stand by your side. I'm not just the baby's dad, I'm your man. If anything happens, of course the man is the one who falls first. Maybe it was because Kana's little hand under that phone call just now was actually a bit cold. Kana looked at it and knew she was comforting herself. Kana smiled at me, having me made her feel much more at ease. Thinking back to what I said earlier, her man's face flushed beautifully. Yunye looked warmly at me, then at the two babies. She felt that she was the happiest person now, and no matter how great the difficulties, she wasn't afraid. On the other side, Zhou Jingyu initially believed her daughter's words, but her mind unconsciously replayed the image of the girl with the baby just now. The more Zhou Jingyu thought about it, the more suspicious it became. She immediately made a video call to Bai Wanqing. How did Li Jingyu have time to chat with me? Bai Wanqing and Zhou Jingyu felt like they had met too late. The two of them were truly closer now than old friends who had known each other for decades. Wanqing, how long has it been since you last came home at Kana? Having a child out of wedlock is really too big for a girl, and Zhou Jingyu didn't dare bring it up rashly. Besides, Zhou Jingyu wasn't sure that the girl with the baby was definitely Kana. Now she could only ask indirectly. Jingyu told me honestly, my Kana hasn't been home for almost 2 years. I don't know what happened with this child. They promised to take the graduate entrance exam after graduating from college, but in the end, before graduation, they went to intern and work. I don't know why Kana's company is so busy. Even during the new year, she has to be on duty. I really haven't seen Kana for a long time. In front of her good friend, Bai Wanqing didn't hide a thing. Kana hadn't been home for 2 years. Zhou Jingyu was a bit surprised. She had indeed heard Bai Wanqing mention that Kana hadn't been home for a long time, but Zhou Jingyu hadn't calculated the time, and she really hadn't expected Kana to be away from home for so long. Wait, the two babies she saw today looked very much like the warm girl with her, who probably looked less than 1 year old. After 10 months of pregnancy, plus the babies' ages, they hadn't come home for 2 years. This timing actually matched up. Could it be that what I saw today was truly heartwarming? Thinking about this possibility, cold sweat broke out on Zhou Jingyu's back. Kana looked so gentle and quiet, and Kana would do something so bold. Yes, Kana seems like a gentle and stubborn girl. Her father and I can't do anything about her. Bai Wanqing didn't know what Zhou Jingyu was thinking, so she started complaining to her friend. Wanqing, Kana hasn't been home for a long time. I've heard you mention it a few times, but I really didn't expect Kana to be so absent for almost 2 years. Zhou Jingyu silently calculated in her mind. It seemed Kana hadn't been to her home for over a year. Wasn't this timing too coincidental? Zhou Jingyu was a bit conflicted, wondering whether she should tell Wanqing what she saw today. Kana, if it really goes on a business trip as Tsukimiya said, wouldn't he just let Wanqing worry for nothing? And wouldn't that be bad for Kana's reputation? But if that girl is actually Kana, then things would really get serious. Right now, Zhou Jingyu was caught in a dilemma. Given all the circumstances, Zhou Jingyu wanted to take her daughter home and interrogate her severely. She really couldn't trust Tsukimiya's words 100%. Zhou Jingyu knew that if Kana kept it from Tsukimiya, even her mother wouldn't tell her. In the past, Zhou Jingyu and her husband thought Tsukimiya's personality was very righteous, and now it seemed that such a loyal personality should be handled separately. After a period of inner struggle, Zhou Jingyu felt it was time to give her friend some advice. After all, Kana is a girl, and in this kind of situation, girls are definitely at a disadvantage. Jingyu, Kana said she'll be home in another month. Her company has been really busy lately, and Kana said that after this busy period, she quit her job to prepare for graduate school. Bai Wenqing happily answered, thinking they were friends, and caring about Kana's arrival when she would come home. Because of my support, Kana had already told her family to continue her studies. Kana was ready to go home. She even agreed to continue with her graduate studies. Hearing her friend's words, Zhou Jingyu suddenly felt she must have really been mistaken today. That girl with the babies, if it really was warm, how could she have time for graduate school exams? Going home, could she really be taking the babies home? Yes, Jingyu. You have no idea how happy Kana's father and I are to hear this news. Kana was originally a good student, unlike my Tsukumiya, who got into Morgan University. It was truly a miracle. If Kana didn't continue studying, it would be a waste of her good brains. That's it. It's your cozy home that makes things worry-free. Because Zhou Jingyu believed she had mistaken people for the wrong person, the subsequent conversation naturally became a normal stretch between friends. Kana didn't realize she had been lucky enough to escape a disaster. If her mother really found out, she would have come looking for her overnight. Because of the lovely babies, Kana had completely forgotten the unpleasant call brought by Tsukumiya. Today is the day Kana is taking the second subject exam, so of course I have to personally take her to the exam room. Quick, look, look, there's a stunning beauty over there. A student pointed in Kana's direction and exclaimed, "Can you say everything you want? There's only one beautiful woman over there." Clearly it's a handsome guy and a stunning beauty, okay? Oh my god, I've never seen such a beautiful woman before. Compared to our driving school's so-called flower of the driving school, Nana really just feels like she's being crushed. I told you, only you guys are inexperienced, yet you still treat Nana as the flower of the driving school. Now you've been proven wrong, right? You guys are just visual creatures. Isn't that because we've never seen a real beauty before? That's what they call being the hawk, short from the highest, you know? You women act all noble. Look at you just now. That handsome guy looked like you're almost drooling. What's wrong with you? Did we say something wrong? Wipe your mouths quickly. Nana, who was being compared to Kana, was already so angry her face turned pale. What's so great about it? She just found a boyfriend who was a bit more handsome. What's the use of a heartthrob just being handsome? Without financial strength, once in society, you can only work part-time. Look at them. They only rushed over at this moment. It must be because they missed the bus. So men fear choosing the wrong path, women fear marrying the wrong man. This is exactly what they mean. But even if she's good looking, she has no brains and can't judge men either. In the end, she'll end up looking like a yellow-faced woman. In terms of looks, Nana knows she's been outmatched. She had always thought she was so good looking, but this time she's met a real rival. But aside from her looks, Nana felt she was completely superior in every other aspect. She deliberately took out her car keys from her bag and started to fight back. See that? No, it's really impossible to be so generous. Nana's behavior really feels like a bit of a granny selling melons and boasting about herself. Wow, it's an Audi, really 4 wheels. This is a way to avoid the car. Goods are rich and wealthy. What does EBB mean? I've only heard of ADC. This Audi is expensive. A female trainee looked puzzled and asked for advice. Looks like you really know nothing about cars. Anyway, I said I liked Audi, and my boyfriend immediately gave me one. I think it was a Q3. Nana shows she doesn't care much about cars. Actually, that Audi Q3, hearing about the model, some people even started praising it. I told you, it's true that this woman can't be too unattractive, but with a pretty face, without a good brain, she's just an embroidered pillow and useless. Nana, who felt she had already outshone Kanag, couldn't hide the smug look on her face at all. Especially when she saw a super handsome guy beside a woman who was even prettier than herself. Nana's jealousy reached its peak. However, Nana did a good job hiding her jealousy. On the surface, it seemed she looked down on handsome men at all. What do you mean? It's just an Audi Q3, and you're showing off here. Since it's deliberately said for Kanag, Nana's volume must be very well controlled. Not only Kanag and the trainees standing with me who were standing with Kanag also heard Nana clearly. And clearly, why do I sound so jealous? Who just ate a lemon? It's just an Audi Q3. You drive an Audi Q3 out, and let me see it. Audi Q3. DIQ3 said Grape Sour Nana originally thought she would be admired and praised by everyone, but she was so angry she almost spat blood. Actually looking down on her own Audi Q3, Is this what they call being stubborn while washing ducks? Anyway, in Lee Nana's view, Kanag almost arrived late because they didn't withdraw. Kanag, it's your turn to take the stage. The coach was busy with communication and hadn't seen the tense scene just now. The second subject exam had started, so the coach hurried over to notify him. Thinking about being the first to take the exam, Kanag felt a little nervous and glanced over. I, Wengsing, believe in myself. I held her small hand and helped her nervous heart slowly relax. Come on, I can definitely clear it in one go. Kanag's reverse car into the garage was already very skilled. Kanag knew that as long as he performed normally, passing would definitely be no problem. Who can't brag? And they passed on the first try. Passing this subject exam is already impressive. Honestly, even bragging isn't afraid of losing your tongue. Seeing that she had talked about a bunch of beautiful women and handsome guys but ignored her, Lee Nana jumped out again to make her known. The differences between people are still huge. When Lee Nana provoked me, Kanag didn't even spare her a glance. Kanag smiled at me and walked toward the exam-specific passage. HMPH. What are you earning? If you can't take the exam later, you'll have to cry. Lee Nana must be frustrated that her beauty never paid attention to her from start to finish. Lee Nana also noticed that the beautiful woman was very well liked at their driving school, and it seemed that the students at her own school were more inclined toward the beautiful woman. Well, I don't have that kind of ability, so I just want to watch others laugh. Our beautiful Ye is a top student, a beauty like a top student. Even reversing into the garage is a bit of a splash. All right. It's better to ignore women like that. Didn't you notice she's just deliberately trying to get attention? I'll go ask the coach what number I'm playing in. Wenxing is lucky, even getting the first spot in the subject exam. Wenxing will definitely give us a strong start. Some people have noticed Lee Nana's intentions and started ignoring her presence. Holding the Audi keys in her hand, Lee Nana's previously high and mighty sense of superiority seemed to vanish instantly. They must be so jealous because they hadn't really seen the real car. Looking at her own training, Lee Nana realized it wasn't her turn to enter the exam yet. She took out her phone and dialed a number. After entering the exam room, Kanag went to his own car for the exam. Following the instructions on the sign, Kanag needed to perform the right reverse entry into the garage. Kanag got into the garage, adjusted the seat height and the angle of the rearview mirror, fastened the seatbelt, pressed the clutch, shifted into reverse, took a slight breath, and followed Kanag's instructions. When Koenig noticed the entire left side of the garage, he immediately straightened the steering wheel. When Kanag saw the green text on the prompt board after passing the level, he easily got out of the car. It was truly a one-step process. Kanag thought about her nervousness before the test and felt a bit embarrassed. Reisei was right. After all, a driving test can be really hard. He had taken the college entrance exam before, yet he was startled by a small Komor test. While teasing himself inwardly, Kanag walked out of the exam room. Go watch the great beauty come out. Looks like she cleared the stage in one go. There are 2 chances for the reverse parking exam. If the beauty hadn't passed in one go, she would definitely have taken the second exam, and it definitely wouldn't have been rescued in such a short time. A stunning beauty is my idol, and she actually passed on the first try. As someone who is already taking the Komol exam on my 3rd try, I really can't bear it. Because Kanag had already approached, everyone's voices instantly turned into congratulations. Miss Yi, congratulations on your victory. Your actions are like a big slap in someone's face. Everyone had heard Lee Nana's mockery before Kanag entered the exam room. Now this person was of course referring to Lee Nana. Lee Nana, who originally just wanted to see Kanag make a fool of herself, could only stand there holding her breath, waiting for her boyfriend to arrive so you could see who you should truly envy. Lee Nana now pinned all her hopes on her boyfriend, especially since she had just made a phone call. Kanag performed well, giving our team a good start. Those behind you, don't drop the ball for me. Everyone, try to clear the level on the first try, just like Kanag. Kanag barely stopped and jogged all the way to our side. Regarding the students' enthusiasm, Kanag simply smiled and accepted everything. In his heart, he just wanted to share this moment of joy with me. Zhen helped me raise my right hand and stroke the soft hair on top of Wenjing's head. With a slight squeeze, Kanag's head leaned directly against me, and I gently kissed Wenxing on the forehead. Wow, this dog food is forcing me to eat my fill. Do I need to be so thrilled to push us single dogs? I haven't even recovered from the fact that the beautiful woman easily passed the test. And now there's another big thrill. HMPH. What's there to be proud of? Isn't it just that you passed the exam and reversed into the parking space? You've never seen the big world. Isn't it just the exam? Reversing into the parking lot. Your attitude is unusual. Linana, even if you're snicent, you don't need to be so sarcastic. Why not take the reverse parking test in one go? Let's see. Of course I can clear it in one go. Whether or not I can actually pull it off, Linana definitely needs to show off her momentum first. Look at her. When she practiced, she couldn't handle strong sunshine or wind, so she was picky. But I heard the coach gave Linana extra special treatments, and apparently even accompanied her a few times to practice. No way. Could it be that there is some secret between the coach and Linana? The coach looks like that, and Linana dares to make a move. Forget it. Linana has nothing to do with teaching and training. I just hope I can pass the upcoming project exams. After 2 hours, all the examiners on Kanag's side passed. Everyone was very happy, and some even subjectively believed it was Kanag, the lucky goddess, who gave them confidence. Wang, instructor training. Of course, I cleared all the levels today thanks to you. Thinking about the subject 3 and 4 exams, Linana gave the coach a coquettish wink. Wanjian, you still need to be willing to learn. I found you're the hardest in our group. If I put in effort alone, it definitely won't help. You also have to be willing to work hard, right? Coaching isn't like this. Looking at Coach Huang saying this, Linana pretended to be shy and gave him a glance. This was a private matter between the two, not something to be brought up. Well, dear Nini finally arrived. When Linana saw her boyfriend driving over in an Audi Q3, she immediately changed her expression. There was some traffic jam on the road. You finished your exam. But what happened? Passed and gone. I always passed it in one go. Linana has always had a strong sense of vanity. Even in front of her boyfriend, she has to put a high hat on herself. Nana, you passed in one go. You're way better than I was back then. I had already taken the exam twice. Saying this, the man was about to turn around. Love doesn't turn back, drive inside first. Linana isn't just asking her boyfriend to pick her up, so naturally she can't just leave that way. Honey, drive that way. Kanag, your husband's car is parked here too. When the other students saw the BMW X50 parked next to the driving school's car, they couldn't hide their envious looks. There were few parking spaces in the morning. I didn't know this was where the driving school was parked, and there were no license plates on the cars. Kanag said he really wasn't sure. Isn't this some goddess of luck? Why is it that now you've even saved on bus fare and are planning to take the driving school bus home? Why is this woman so annoying? She's like a tail bug everywhere you look. Didn't you see it? He's here to show off his wealth, driving an Audi Q3. He really has more money than us who can only squeeze into driving school shuttle cars. Why aren't you talking? Could it be that you're feeling inferior? I see the driving school car is pretty shabby. It must be very uncomfortable to sit in. How about I have my boyfriend give you a gift? Cheng saw Linana being timid and warm. I had already taken a step forward, but how could my woman be bullied by a random woman? Why should I feel inferior? Kanag naturally knew I wanted to stand up for her. I remembered the old saying, a good man doesn't fight with women. Kanag quickly grabbed my hand and faced Linana. Why do I feel inferior? Do I really need to answer? Look at what kind of car you're riding in, and what car is I in. Such a big difference. Feeling inferior is perfectly normal. You mean your car is expensive? Kanag asked Linana curiously. Honestly, Kanag wasn't very clear about the price of the Audi Q3. Ha ha ha, looks like I was right. You and your boyfriend are just two poor people. You don't even know about the Audi Q3, A, B, or B? You know, it's an Audi, BMW, or Mercedes. Gee, your boyfriend is so rich, why doesn't he buy you a more expensive car? Kanag is really curious. I just love Audi, what's wrong with it? I'm saying, you're a poor person who only deserves to drive a school bus, yet you dare to criticize my Audi. Why does Kanag insist on knowing that the Audi Q3 is just over 200,000 yuan? We wouldn't even be interested in it. The rest of us may not have much money, but Kanag isn't poor. Compared to this BMW X5, which car do you think is more expensive? The BMW X5 is definitely not on a different level, but what's the point of comparing? This BMW X5 isn't yours? If you compare someone else's car to mine, what's the point? No, for Kanag, the BMW X5 is no longer someone else's car. Isn't Kanag's husband's car just Kanag's car? Which of his husband's cars is his husband? Don't sue me, a young handsome guy. How could two people so young be already married? Honestly, you're just a passerby, so I don't need to prove anything to you. But since your husband insists on seeing our BMW, why not kindly satisfy your curiosity? Hearing Kanag call me, hubby, I affectionately pinched Wengxing's little cheek, then pressed the car key. Dudu's BMW X5's headlights immediately lit up. Come on then. Under Li Nana's surprised gaze, I walked away with Kanag walking away. Only then did Li Nana realize that the clown was herself. Tsukimiya had just walked into the living room. Thinking about how Tsukimiya was already at the age to date, Kanag couldn't help but worry about her friend. Dry, and originally, without expecting a response from the babies, Kanag unexpectedly discovered that Kosei and Shoko could say new terms again. Tsukimiya, have you seen that our eldest and younger ones also want to see their own dry bodies soon? With the support of the babies, Kanag has become even more attentive to Tsukimiya's love life. What is that? What is this, dry? What's the big deal? Kosei, Shoko, when your dry appears, Gamba will definitely ask her where she's been hiding all these years. Tsukimiya was trying to express her dissatisfaction with her partner for so long. Looking at her daughter, both babies were about to start kindergarten, and she still hadn't figured out her own birth chart. He just wondered if sitting in the office holding his phone but not daring to send messages to Tsukimiya now felt like a heavy burden. Ha, Tsukimiya, looks like you really need to hurry. Our Kosei and Shoko are getting anxious. Before, Tsukimiya would tease herself and race Kanag, but now she's finally found a way to deal with her friends. Dry, as if mom was praising her. The older and younger ones called out even more enthusiastically, matching their hearty laughter expressions. How adorable could be. Stop. Kosei and Shoko are dry, not just calling out randomly. You can't set up matchmaking for Godmom. When it comes to the little ones, Tsukimiya is definitely very gentle and patient. The mom, dry mom, and little ones each looked at the two of them. What was going on? Should the babies continue? Koshai and Shoko's godmother are shy, so let's ask godmother this question in the future. Kanag took the initiative to help her friends solve it. Seeing Kana so forgive for past grievances, Tatsuro gave Tsukimiya a grateful look. Tsukimiya has something I want to tell you. Thinking of Kosei and Shoko's first Children's Day, Kanag knew Tsukimiya would definitely attend. What's going on? Seeing Kana's serious expression, Tsukimiya thought it was something serious, so she sat up straight a bit nervously. Tsukimiya realized it couldn't be her own mom, who was just talking nonsense with her warm mother. Ming Tsukimiya, why are you so nervous? Seeing her friend's tense body, Kanag almost wanted to laugh. Kana, hurry up and tell me. What's going on? Tsukimiya is impatient, ignoring her friend's laughter because of what it was. Tsukimiya just wanted to know what was going on. Tsukimiya is about to reach Children's Day, and this is also the first Children's Day for Kosei and Shoko. Raisei, and I just want to make sure Kosei and Shoko have a good time together. Hello, this is our little one's first holiday, so of course we have to celebrate it properly. Before Kana could finish, Tsukimiya excitedly took over. Come on, Kosei. Shoko, look at Godmother's brain. She didn't even think of this. Could it be that Godmother is old and forgetful? Tsukimiya started pretending to be blind to the two babies. Unfortunately, all Tsukimiya responded to was the innocent smiles of Kosei and Shoko. Kosei and Shoko said the babies had no idea what forgetfulness meant or how to communicate with their godmother. Tsukimiya is talking to you about business, and Kana pulled her friend along. Kana still had something to say. Tsukimiya, Tenka, Ayame, and Reishi, you must be quite familiar with each other, right? At first, Tsukimiya, Kana, Tenka, and Reishi were roommates. Later, because Tsukimiya's home was in Sagami City, she only lived in the dormitory for one semester, before switching to a dormitory for independent living. Tsukimiya and Kana's relationship didn't change because Tsukimiya didn't stay overnight. On the contrary, their relationship grew stronger. At that time, Tsukimiya often went to the dorm to find Kana. As her new roommate, Ayame and Tsukimiya became familiar with each other. Of course, they were familiar with each other. What's wrong? Could it be that the three girls from Kosei and Shoko's first Children's Day will also come? Tsukimiya had no objections to Kana inviting others. They already knew, and Kosei and Shoko had long wanted to come see the babies. I thought June 1st was a great day, so I invited them. By the way, 3 roommates who were late at night would also come to our house. Last time, taking Kosei to school at midnight, those classmates were so envious. When Kana, you're a bit unfair, Tsukimiya thought. Arrived. Tsukimiya also said that the first Children's Day for the babies is definitely lively with many people. Why did Tsukimiya suddenly change her attitude? Kana's mind was filled with small question marks. Kana, you and Reisei have invited so many people. Am I the last to notify? Seeing Kana's expression, Tsukimiya finally managed to hold back her laughter, forcing herself not to let Kana notice the truth. Tsukimiya knew that if she had even the slightest flaw, Kana would immediately realize she was teasing her. In recent teasing games, not to mention Tsukimiya's 100% victory, she wouldn't always be at a disadvantage. Now that I have my Kana and Tsukimiya, she's no match for her. Actually, Ming Tsukimiya invited Tenka and the others, and the few roommates from Reisei were all about today. I only told Tenka and the others on my way to take the subject exam. As for those roommates at Reisei, Reisei hasn't officially invited them yet. We just have this plan, so I really didn't mean to. Besides, you definitely won't be the last to be invited. I guarantee the 3 roommates from the early morning haven't been invited yet. Kana thought Tsukimiya was jealous. Ha ha ha, Xiao Liang was probably scared by me. I knew it, how could I possibly be at a disadvantage? Tsukimiya, who had been planning to take Dudu Kana for a while, just couldn't hold it in, because she really couldn't hold it in. Ming Tsukimiya, you messed with me. Feeling guilty for worrying about upsetting her friend, Kana realized Tsukimiya was doing it on purpose, and couldn't help but reach out and start the tickling game that babies love. The bright moon is so late, let me call you a Didi car. Looking at the time, it was already 8 in the evening. The babies were almost bedtime. So of course, Kana didn't try to keep her friends any longer. Actually, there was no need for Kana to persuade Tsukimiya to stay. Even Tsukimiya herself felt a bit delighted, so she didn't need me to play with Kosei and Shoko again. It was already so early that Tsukimiya had been slow to realize what was going to happen. She glanced at her phone, wondered if this octopus was really that free, and sent me so many messages. Originally, Tsukimiya wanted to check the time, but was suddenly struck by a flood of unread text messages on her phone. She opened it and found that all Tang Yichao had sent her was information about food. What does that mean? Could it be that octopuses have no friends? They can't even find someone to eat. Looking at the pictures of the food, Tsukimiya forced herself to swallow. Water octopus is your so-called chief director. Kana noticed that Mei Shan Yue has recently mentioned that chief director quite a bit. Yes, that Tang Yixiao. Director Tang Tsukimiya's attention was now completely drawn to the food pictures Tang Yixiao posted. As for Kana's question, she could only answer whatever she heard. Tsukimiya, have you been getting close to your director Tang lately? Kana instantly turned into a curious baby. No, it's just that Tang Yixo, who once drove me home and even treated me to our university town food. The snacks there are as delicious as ever. You two should go together to the food street in the university town. Tsukimiya, why are you going with that Director Tang? It was Tang Yixiao who asked me to treat him to some delicious food, but in the end, he paid for it. Now, after his close friend had already mentioned the name of their chief director, Kana had a feeling that maybe the day Tsukimiya would find a partner was not far off. Thinking about how Tsukimiya was staring at her phone the whole time and still able to answer her questions, it was truly remarkable. Kana decided not to press further, but that Tang director is really a good match for a young man and Mei-chan Yue, who is known as a heroine. Knowing that feelings are their own business, Kana naturally wouldn't interfere recklessly. Ah, what's wrong? Tsukimiya finally snapped out of the food photos Tang Yichao sent and belatedly realized that after Kana called her, she stopped smiling. No, there's nothing, Tsukimiya. I just wanted to ask if I want you to call a Didi car. Since Director Tang has already taken Tsukimiya home, Kana isn't sure if Tsukimiya and the Director Tang have made plans or have other arrangements. I don't have to call for it myself. With a wave of her hand, Tsukimiya opened the ride-hailing app and hailed a Didi by herself. Godmother, eldest and younger child. How about sleeping in the little bed with the babies today? When Godmother heard that she wanted to sleep with the babies, Kosei and Shoko were visibly excited. clapping their little hands and bursting out laughing. Come on, Tsukimiya, you keep teasing them like this. Tonight, they're going to make a fuss again. The 10-month-old babies aren't as easy to please, and Kana is really worried that Kosei and Shoko will make a fuss again soon. Kosei, Shoko, your mom doesn't seem to welcome godmother sleeping with the babies. It feels like she's setting up her friend. Tsukimiya really didn't blush at all when she said this. Mom felt as if she had redeemed her past humiliation. Tsukimiya's expression now was as smug as she could be. Yes, Kosei and Shoko like you the most. How about you tonight, you put up with it? See if you like sleeping in Kosei's little bed, or just want to squeeze in with Shoko. Kana was at a loss for complaining about her friend's stubbornness. Since Tsukimiya wanted to play, then let's have a big one. After all, Kana had a big bed to sleep on. Godmother, Kosei, and Shoko basically fully understood what Mom meant. Upon hearing that Mom agreed to let Godmom sleep with the babies, Kosei and Shoko simultaneously invited their godmother. As for Kana, I'm just exaggerating a little. You don't need to take it too seriously. Thinking of the crib of Kosei and Shoko, Tsukimiya knew that even if she fisted herself, she still couldn't fit it in. Just now, the babies' eyes carried a hint of accusation. Kana insisted she would never take the blame. Kosei and Shoko's moms definitely wouldn't stop Godmom from sleeping with us. The only thing is, we don't know whose little bed she wants to sleep on. Kosei and Shoko, you should ask Godmom yourself. Tsukimiya's original helpers are the babies. Kana is basically fighting fire with her own method. Kosei and Shoko were excited. If Kosei and Shoko could express their meaning clearly, they would definitely shout happily. Tsukimiya felt caught between a rock and a hard place. Kana had no choice. Tsukimiya knew she and the babies couldn't explain herself, and her only hope was to turn to her friends for help. After giving her friend a smug look, Kana gently spoke to the babies. Kosei and Shoko's godmother suddenly realized she couldn't sleep in the babies' cribs herself. Look at godmothers as grown up. If she slept in our baby's crib, she'd crush the crib. Where would our baby sleep then? It's like the big and small babies, godmothers. I just forgot that our big and small babies sleep on the small bed, and the godmother is an adult, so they can't sleep there. The mom, godmother, Kosei, and Shoko were clearly hesitant. After finally being willing to sleep with the babies, why did she suddenly change her tune? Could it be that our baby wants to break his little bed? Seeing their expressions, Kana knew they hadn't given up and wanted their godmother to keep them company. After seeing Tsukimiya's helpless smile, Kana could only keep persuading them. If godmother broke our little bed, our baby would have nowhere to sleep. Listening to Mom's words, Kosei and Shoko communicated in English for a moment. It seemed they truly understood what Mom meant. When Kosei and Shoko turned their heads again, they stopped staring at Godmom. The Didi car has arrived, Kana, I'm leaving. Kosei and Shoko, next time Godmom will bring you some delicious food. The two babies obediently stood at the doorway, saying goodbye to their godmother and not forgetting to blow a kiss. Just as Tsukimiya was sent off, Kosei and Shoko's dad has a soccer match this week. Kids, do you want to watch Dad play? Didn't you say you were on the school basketball team during the soccer match? Kosei and Shoko still couldn't answer their father's question. Kana, however, was the first to express her doubt. There was no way around it. Kana remembered that I did tell him I was on the school basketball team, but as for me playing soccer, Kana seemed to have never heard of me. I'm on the basketball team, but Kosame and the other two are on the school football team. Their team had some unexpected issues, so they confirmed they asked me for a temporary help. The soccer team asked basketball team members for help? Did I forget to tell you? Actually, I play football too. Kana looked skeptical, and I couldn't help but tell the truth. Honestly, if I weren't more inclined to basketball between basketball and football, a school football team of this caliber would have opened its doors to welcome anyone who wanted to join. That's why, as soon as the football team had trouble, Kosame and the others thought of seeking my help. You really didn't say that, yet another person speaking the truth. Kana's expression was also quite serious. Alright, now I officially announce that I am an all-around basketball and soccer player. Raising the whistleblower's babies, I am somewhat teasing by saying, 88 QQQ was lying around. Kosei and Shoko worked together very well this time, their chubby little hands immediately applauding. Kosei and Shoko's dads haven't started playing soccer yet. Isn't your applause a bit early? Whether it's cheering applause or celebratory applause, it's really not time yet. What do they know? You're telling them all this. Kana's heart. Kosei and Shoko don't even know what soccer and basketball are, yet they're applauding. That's not applause. Kosei and Shoko's mom actually dared to say, "Our baby didn't understand. Dad taught Kosei and Shoko to learn soccer and basketball, okay?" From a pile of baby task picture books I had bought long ago, I picked out books about various ball games. And the first page I opened was football. "Kosei and Shoko, this is called soccer, Dad. This weekend, they're playing this ball. Do you like it?" In my view, Kosei and Shoko are things girls might not necessarily enjoy for ball games, so after buying this book, I never took it out to show the kids. When I bought it, I just wanted to buy everything. As for whether the kids would use it, I didn't consider it at all. Having a soccer ball was my only thought at the time. Kyu Kosei, this is called soccer. Kyu Shoko is talking soccer with his dad, soccer football. This time, the two babies almost simultaneously mention the terms of this new thing. It's clear that both Kosei and Shoko are very interested in this soccer. Awesome! Our Kosei and Shoko are amazing. Detected that the babies are very interested in soccer. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward for top-level soccer skills. This system hasn't appeared for a while. I thought my dad's system was on strike, but now it seems this dad's system isn't on strike. What's wrong with Reisei? Even though I only had a minute or two of distraction, the attentive Kanag noticed me. There's nothing I can do. For Kanag now, like the babies, I am the closest person to me, so Kanag definitely pays close attention to me. It's nothing, I just didn't expect Kosei and Shoko to be interested in football. I definitely won't tell anyone about the system, just a bit stunned for a moment. It'll be easy to explain. I didn't expect it either. I thought Kosei and Shoko were girls and probably wouldn't be interested in these sports. Without any doubt, Kanag followed my words and shared his thoughts. When Xing, how about you take Kosei and Shoko to watch me play soccer this weekend? Since the kids like it, I've decided to let them come to see their dad on the court. Can I go watch the football match live? Kanag wasn't very interested, but watching me play football was a whole different story. Kanag definitely wanted to learn more about me. What's wrong with it? It's just that the school soccer team's friendly matches don't have many rules, and it's not an international tournament where you need to buy tickets in advance. Kosei and Shoko will go watch Dad play soccer this weekend. Would you all be okay with it? No need to answer. He was now working hard to teach. Unfortunately for the babies, whatever they want to say depends on their mood. Nowadays, forget about playing football. The older and younger ones simply don't even want to say the word football. Wangxing, Kosei, and Shoko seem a bit sleepy. We'll teach them later. Seeing that the babies weren't very energetic, I stopped Wangxing from continuing teaching. Teammates were already very late, and I almost forgot. I thought about how when Tsukumiya went back, I was already preparing to wash up and put the babies to bed. Now, on the other hand, I was so excited knowing I was going to watch me play football this weekend. In the early morning you said, how about I dress Kosei and Shoko in little dresses today? Since I was going to watch me play soccer, Kanag got up early on weekend mornings and took out new clothes she bought for the babies. Although I originally prepared these new clothes to meet the elders on both sides when I went home, even if I changed into new clothes for the babies every day, it would still be more than enough. Kanag thought to himself, today was actually the first time Kosei and Shoko appeared in front of my classmates. Of course, Kosei had already gone to school with his father last time, but that time was a special case, and Kanag had no time to prepare. He went over to help pick out the options. Actually, all the clothes are newly bought, so they're all very pretty. If they weren't good, how could I possibly choose them? I asked Kana for her opinions. Alright, let's go with these two sets. Then pair it with a pink little hat. Our Kosei and Shoko are pink babies today. Kana, do you want me to help you pick out too? Seeing Kana only picking clothes for the babies, looking so troubled, I was very kind and prepared to help. I don't need to wear my usual clothes. When I take the babies out, Kana never thought about dressing up beautifully. Everything was just for the convenience of taking care of the babies. Besides, Kana had a great background and was born a great beauty. Even without pretty clothes, she could stand out in a crowd. How could that be? Our little princess's mother must be a beautiful queen. I know Kana is thinking about taking care of the babies, but things are completely different now than before. What kind of empress? Kana looked on in surprise. My empress, the empress, must be the emperor's wife. My empress, my little princess's mother. Isn't she my empress? Not to mention anything else, Kana didn't dare admit it casually as a wife now. Ye Reisei, Kana really wanted to refute my logic, But now that the distance between Kana and me could be described as zero distance, how could she find anything else to argue with? Hey, what do you mean? Aren't you the mother of my little princesses? Or do you not want to be my emperor? After spending so much time together, I finally realized that Kana is shy when it comes to relationships. Since the kid's mother is so shy, I can only take the initiative. Wait, no. At dawn, Kana blushed, her heart pounding. As long as you're willing to be my empress, that's enough. What does my beautiful empress need me to do for you? I gently reached out and pulled Kana into my arms. Smelling the faint fragrance on her, I felt an indescribable happiness. I really wanted to hold Kana for a lifetime. In the early morning, she felt something was there, so frightened she couldn't speak. As for what it was, Kana didn't even need to ask. She already knew. Kana didn't know how to face this awkwardness. She wanted to put some distance between herself and me, and Kana realized that my embrace felt truly warm and secure. No wonder Kosei and Shoko love to compete for Dad's hugs. It's so comfortable, Kana even feels a bit drowsy. After a while, Kana rubbed her eyes to show she was a bit busy right now. What was going on? Why did she almost fall asleep standing up? Wait, just now, you step outside for a bit. I'll change my clothes. Thinking of that intense scene just now, Kana's sleepiness vanished instantly. Worried that I might do something strange, Kana hurriedly urged me out of the room. As for my intention to help, Kana could only accept it in her heart. Kana, dress prettier, or I'll go in and help you pick out a teasing, and when you leave the room, I won't forget to tease you. She doesn't need to. I'll pick it myself. Kana definitely wouldn't dare let me in, her face flushed red like a big apple. This time, Kana didn't get too careless. She really picked out a nice outfit and wore it. She knew that taking care of the babies would be a bit inconvenient, but thinking of my words, Kana comforted herself with Aunt Wang's help, so it wasn't that inconvenient. Mrs. Lin, hello? Mr. Lin said you were changing clothes, and she went out to buy breakfast. Aunt Wang, you checked the time so early today. Aunt Wang was half an hour earlier than usual. When I went back yesterday, Mr. Lin told me to start work half an hour earlier today, and then to leave an hour earlier in the afternoon. Actually, Mrs. Lin occasionally asks me to go to work early, so it's really not a big deal. Just say it a little. Mr. Lin doesn't need to be so formal. It's fine. The main thing is that I want to take the kids to watch her play soccer in the morning, so you came early. By afternoon, we have nothing else to do, and it's the weekend, so you should go home early and rest. Kana didn't expect me to be so meticulous in handling things. Aunt Wang had already informed me in advance. Thinking back to the scene between her and me in the room just now, Kana was truly relieved that Aunt Wang hadn't come yet. She went to check on the babies, Kosei and Shoko. Did you wake up? Did you know Dad was taking you to watch her play soccer today? She was so excited she couldn't sleep. As soon as she entered the small room and saw the babies staring at her with their beautiful big eyes, Kana couldn't help but laugh. Mom, Mom, Mom. Seeing Mom come in, the freshly woken babies started calling happily. The adorable eldest and youngest babies are not the type to wake up feeling upset. Both the eldest and the youngest woke up. After buying breakfast, I was a little surprised to see the babies already sitting in the baby chairs drinking formula. Logically, it's not time for the babies to get up yet. Are the older and younger ones waking up a bit early today? Dad slap QQ. Seeing Dad and Shoko refuse to drink their beloved formula, they immediately reached out to hug Dad's little arm. After being reminded by Mom in the morning, Kosei and Shoko deeply remembered what Dad said about playing soccer. Kosei and Shoko got up so early just to watch their dad play football. Looks like Dad has to perform well today. With two such passionate fans, I naturally gave it my all. I glanced at Kana's clothes, nodded in satisfaction, and realized that my woman should be beautiful. Seeing my gaze and recalling the scene from the morning, Kana felt a bit embarrassed and turned to walk into the kitchen. While mentally preparing herself was one thing, seeing the male lead, Kana's heart started pounding wildly again. I knew Kana was still a bit shy, but I didn't reveal that I knew my feelings for Kana. Kana took her two babies to watch my matches and cheer me on. Wasn't today's matchup at Moda in the early morning? Looking at the unfamiliar Liu Ye, Kana asked her question. Kana had originally thought the soccer match was being held at her alma mater, but remembering she hadn't visited it properly in 2 years, she wanted to relive the campus atmosphere. According to Kasame, it was at the request of the opposing team, and this friendly match was not held at either school. but instead played at a rented football stadium outside. Why does Moda's football field still need to rent a football stadium outside? Although Kana isn't interested in sports, she knows her alma mater situation very well. Niuda's football field is quite large. Actually, both schools can play here. I have played basketball games at Niuda and have some understanding of Niu's situation. So why rent a venue to play football elsewhere? Is it because the football team's budget is too high and there's nowhere to spend it? Kana, you're dreaming too much. Studying at school can't be a special subsidy or anything like that, so how could there possibly be much funding? They said playing on unfamiliar fields is fairer. That way, there's no difference between home and away. I told everyone I know, and it was warm. As for whether there were any unspeakable reasons, I said I really didn't know. All right, I just feel a bit regretful that I can't go back to school to check on today. Kana didn't hide her feelings. Kana found herself opening up more and more to me. Even her little thoughts didn't want to be hidden. If you want to hide it from your school, just go back to school and see this simple thing. After the game, I'll take you back for a walk. Oh, and let's have our eldest and younger kids together see what their parents' university is like. Is that really okay? Kana's previously disappointed expression suddenly gained a hint of joy. What's wrong with that? The gates of Morgana University are always open to you, and the president won't stop students from entering the campus. You talk as if you're the president of Momoda, but I'm no longer a student at Momo. Aren't you already preparing for the graduate entrance exam? Then you'll be my senior again. Should I call you senior so you can satisfy yourself? Seems like it's true. By then, I'll be older than you. Kana didn't say anything, but her eyes were full of teasing. Sister, Kana and I were just joking. But when the babies in the back seat heard Dad mention sister, they happily took over the conversation. The children feel so happy that they can also join in their parents' conversations. But with the kids interrupting her, Kana immediately reached out to cover her little face, so how could she possibly continue the conversation? Kosei and Shoko's dad said, "Senior sister, not sister, sister." I almost forgot that my two little ones are at the age when they love to talk. Sister didn't accept Dad's explanation. The babies had their own insistence, that innocent expression. Did they really think Dad agreed with what they said? Ha ha ha! Why don't you just go with Kosei and Shoko? Kana heard that the babies were so strong-willed, and she put down her hand and started causing trouble. How do you want to hear me call you sister? If it weren't for Wang Yi in the back seat, I would have said something else. No need, no need. I was joking. When Kana saw the look in my eyes, Kana suddenly remembered a scene from the morning. This sister wasn't that easy to call out to her. Kana waved her hands repeatedly. Sister, Kana, the babies dared not. The babies sitting steadily in the car chairs were just about to applaud and ask Dad to call Mom sister. Kosei, Shoko, do you still remember what kind of ball Dad played later? If you want to distract the kids, I'm really good at it. With my little brother, Kosei and Shoko are really at my mercy and no longer dwelling on my sister's affairs. What are Kosei and Shoko? Who are they? While driving, I asked the kids in the back seat, and I didn't forget to give Kana a look. If I want to handle them, I have to step in. Kana secretly gave a thumbs up to show she was convinced. Kana had realized that when it comes to taking care of the babies, I really know how to handle things without a reason. Kiwa, smack, smack. My words had just fallen behind. The babies in the back seat had already started clapping enthusiastically. They were pushing their bodies to the extreme. The older and younger children were waiting for their dad to play soccer. When they heard the clapping sound, it was quite loud. I was worried the babies might hurt their hands, so I quickly stopped them. Cheng Ji, here. My big BMW had just appeared in the sports hall parking lot, and the sound of horses laughing and crowding was already heard. Lai Cheng, I knew you wouldn't be late. There was still half an hour left before you left, and you arrived so early. Our Cheng Jae often participates in basketball games too. This is called the art of experience. If you don't play, can you just hold your ground and keep your hands on it? Isn't I just too excited? The moment I saw Cheng Ji, my heart started to leap. Enough. All right, you're not some little girl. Seeing Cheng Ji makes your heart race, I think you're seeing Cheng Jae's big BMW. Your heart must be itching, right? Kana, sitting in the front passenger seat, saw me open the rear door and got out too. Seeing how familiar I looked with them, Kana immediately guessed who those three were. Kosei and Shoko. We've arrived. We got off the car, and Aunt Wang got out from the other side, taking down the baby strollers. Kosei and Shoko are here too? Cheng, why didn't you say so earlier? We didn't know you'd bring Kosei and Shoko along, so we didn't prepare at all. Yeah, Cheng, I had already prepared a whole bunch of snacks, but today I didn't bring anything over. If I go back now, it'll be still in time. Looks like sister-in-law is here too. You two should watch your boundaries. What sister-in-law? Where did the sister-in-law come from? Kosame, who had been eager to hold Kosei and Shoko every night, suddenly became nervous when they saw Kana. Kana, this is the most famous joke at Moda, known as the university's most beautiful joke. Before the goddess learned about the relationship between goddess Ye and me, Kosame and the others were already very fond of Kana. Of course, after learning that goddess Ye was already my woman, Kosame and the other two naturally didn't dare to pursue her any further. Brother, a wife must not be married. Even thinking about it, it was still not allowed. Hello everyone, I'm Kana. Looking at the three slightly silly big guys, Kana boldly greeted them first. Of course, Kana only greeted her because she had already guessed these three were my former roommates. If it were any other boy, don't say Kana was the first to do it. No, there's no way. As a beautiful woman who has been beautiful since childhood, if Kana were so easygoing, it would probably be difficult to live a normal life. Every night, the goddess takes the initiative to greet him. Ayame Jiahui, who has never enjoyed this kind of treatment, suddenly becomes a stammer. Hello, sister-in-law. The three of us are Chengei's roommates. My name is Arimi, this is Kosame, and her name is Ayame Jihui. She probably can't stand Ayame Jihui's cowardly behavior. Arimi was the last to introduce Ayame Jihui. You can just call me Kana. Sister-in-law, why does it feel a bit like a gangster? Kana really isn't used to it. Well, how can we call sister-in-law by her name? The goddess is just changing her identity, and calling her by her full name is still not very respectful. The two little ones in the back seat of the 88 started to get anxious when they still hadn't been carried out of the car. The little ones really didn't want to stay in the car forever. Are Kosei and Shoko getting out of the car? I was worried Kana might be scared by her roommate, so I kept an eye on her. Seeing Kosame and the other two like them, I understood that the ones truly scared weren't the child's mother, but her three roommates. 88. Seeing that Dad understood what the babies meant, Kosei and Shoko stretched their chubby little arms even longer, looking like they wanted to be held by Daddy. Daddy is so good, I know my little princesses have a temper. If they keep the babies in the car, I bet the two little ones will start making a fuss right there. Sister-in-law, can we see the little baby? When she saw me pick up the eldest and the youngest and dismount, she couldn't hold back her smile. But Goddess Yi was still standing here, watching her. It just so happened that she was the baby's mother, Kosame, and the other two didn't dare to be too happy. Of course she could. Kana looked at where she was standing and thought it wouldn't affect her roommates' activities. But since they were asking for her opinion, Kana answered directly, Case. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, sister-in-law. After thanking her like a repeat machine, the three big guys squeezed into the way of the babies they've been thinking about. Cheng-ji, which one is Kosei and which is Shoko? Kosei and Shoko look like mother and son. How do you tell which is the older sister and which is the younger? Brother Cheng, I used to hold the eldest baby, but now I can't tell which is the older and which is the little one. Do you think it's because my memory is too poor? Kosame, stop flattering yourself. You only spend a few minutes holding the eldest baby, and you show off every day in front of Arimi and me. Chenge insists on letting me hold the babies today. I will hold the baby, not using blood, because the charm of Kosei and Shoko is so great, so of course the three of us started the game of snatching the baby. Yi, the eldest and the younger in the stroller, still didn't know what was going on. Watching the three arguing endlessly, the babies just found it amusing. Suddenly, Kosei pointed at Kosame with his little finger and called out. You have to admit, Kosei's memory is really amazing. It's been so long, and Kosei can still remember this. 1. Yai ding ting, ting ting. This is Kosei. This must be Kosei. Cheng-ji. I'm right, this is Kosei. Kosei remembers me. Kosei still remembers his own things, and everything really makes Kosame feel so lucky. Fukase, I'm Yei. Do you still remember me? Because I was too excited, Kosame didn't care about Yei, this Chengwu, at all. For Kosame, such an adorable eldest child remembered her. Even calling her sister didn't matter. Kosei, are you Kosei? I'm your dad's good friend. My name is Arimi, and I'm also myself. My name is Ayame Jia. Hui was so excited that my 3 roommates even treated a 10-month-old baby like an adult. And they even started introducing him so seriously. Seeing her sister call out to Shoko, she must have shown her politeness too. Shoko, you're Shoko, right? Shoko is too smart. He doesn't even need anyone to call him. He just calls for himself. Uncle Shoko, will you give me a hug? Because Shoko actively joined the fray, Arimi immediately shifted her focus. The 2 babies were equally adorable, and of course, they would hug whoever they could. Hug, hug! As soon as she heard the baby was about to be held, Shoko's chubby little arms reached out without hesitation, refusing to make a sound. This was a good thing for the babies. As the babies grew older, they might become a sacred tour. Hey, my brother Akachan, can I hold Shoko? Because I'm too emotional, Arimi nervously wiped the sweat from her hands on her pants. I nodded. Okay, Shoko is willing to do it himself, so how could I possibly refuse? Knowing Arimi had never held a baby before, I carried her out of the stroller and placed her in Arimi's arms. Arimi held Shoko in her arms, her whole body straight and nervous, as if she wasn't holding a baby but a priceless treasure. Shoko, who was being held in Arimi's arms one by one, didn't feel uncomfortable at all and smiled happily. Lai Cheng Cheng. Does Shoko really like me holding you? Shoko's smile was the perfect answer for Arimi. Arimi seemed to show off her treasure and lifted Shoko slightly higher. Brother Cheng, please bring out the eldest and let me hold it. I haven't held the eldest in a long time. No, Kosame already held Kosei last time. This time, it should be my turn. I didn't even have time to answer before Arimi was already being entangled by 2 covetous guys nearby. Kana, standing to the side, watched the 2 big guys wandering anxiously like ants on a hot pan and couldn't help but burst out laughing. This scene was just too funny. Kana never expected her babies, charmed to have grown to this extent. Changje, we were mocked by the goddess sister-in-law. Kosame and Ayame Jehu finally stopped the game of stealing people. And 2 big guys, faces actually turned red at the same time. Like Kosame and Ayame Jehui, weren't sure if their actions just now seemed particularly childish in the eyes of the goddess. I didn't mean to, I just thought it was a bit fun. Seeing me and my 2 roommates staring at her made Kana a bit embarrassed. I watched my roommates playing around and smiled slightly. The babies seemed to forget that today was a soccer match. Kosei and Shoko need to listen to Mom. I patted the heads of the 2 babies, gave Kana a smile, and walked toward the back of the stands. Kosei and Shoko, Uncle will hug you after the game, okay? Kosei and Shoko, you should watch Uncle play seriously. Uncle and your dad will definitely win. Kosei and Shoko saw me later, and after walking some distance away, the 3 older boys reluctantly parted from the adorable babies. Linsoda, what are you doing here? The other team members in the backstage lounge are already here. Seeing how many of you see me, didn't I already tell you I hired someone really skilled to help with this emergency? Unlike the childish behavior of the kids who snatched the baby earlier, Arimi now wore a serious expression. Captain, you're talking about Soto. The captain naturally refers to Arimi. As the captain of the school football team, Arimi was so anxious when Kukuyuan got into trouble. What's wrong? Do you think our brother Akachan isn't up to par? Kozame, who was already a bit angry because Arimi had taken the eldest child away, finally found an outlet. These people have played with Brother Akachan before, so how could they not know his level? If Brother Akachan didn't prefer basketball, Kukuyuan wouldn't have gotten the spot for the forward position on the football team. No, I just think the captain's influence is too great. He actually managed to invite Soto, who spoke with nothing but hands. He didn't dare let anyone misunderstand. As long as not, that's good. Brother Akachan and we have played a few matches together, so we shouldn't worry too much about Nuda's football team. As long as everyone performs at their normal level, taking them down isn't too difficult, so everyone must be fired up and cooperate well when the time comes, so our football team can grow well. Don't worry, Captain. With Soto joining our football team, things will definitely go as good as Kukutiani. We were worried the foreign players you hired weren't technically good, but now it seems there's nothing to worry about. Thosha Soto, and we also have some tacit understanding. To beat Nuda now, it's truly a matter of good fortune, location, and people. Akachan, thank you. During the break, Arimi expressed his most sincere thanks during a break in changing clothes. Hidu, brother, why are you saying all this? I patted Arimi on the shoulder and didn't think it was a big deal. If it were me who needed help, I knew Arimi and the other two would stand up without hesitation. The brotherly bond didn't need the word thank you at all. Walking onto the court, I looked toward the stands and saw Kosei, Shoko, and of course, their mothers. Mom, I waved to my little and older kids, and I realized the spot my roommates found for Kana was really nice. Hey, look, that Magic University player is so handsome. How come I've never seen this handsome guy in a match before? Could he be a new member of the Magic University soccer team? Whether he's a new or veteran, I only know I've never seen such a handsome guy. If only I could get his contact info. Pay attention to your identity. You're Nuda's cheerleaders, okay? What's the conflict? The players are all on the court, and for now, there's nothing going on with us. As students from Niuda, can't we date the handsome guys from Magic University? Ah, you're still dating. Your thoughts can be described as moving at lightning speed. If a handsome guy takes a liking to someone, it's not your turn. We have Wang Yimeng here. Why doesn't he wave to his own cheerleader, but instead to our side? Maybe the guy has his eye on someone here. The girl whose name was mentioned appeared cold on the surface, but inside she was already flustered. Wang Yimeng and the campus beauty Niuda are here. Later, when she saw me waving to them, Wang Yimeng's first reaction was that the handsome guy had noticed her too. She desperately suppressed her emotions, so Wang Yimeng didn't let anyone notice her unusual behavior. Wang Yimeng knew she should maintain a bit of restraint at this moment. Isn't there a saying? The harder a man is to have, the more he cherishes him. So when Wang Yimeng saw me wave, she restrained herself and kept her arm from rising. Unfortunately, Wang Yimeng didn't realize that these were all her own fantasies and wishful thinking. For me, my eyes only cared about my three treasures, Kosei and Shoko, and the child's mother. Mama, Kosei, Shoko, look, Dad waved goodbye to us. Kanag noticed the moment I came out. Seeing me raise my hand, Kanag happily let the babies interact with their dad. Kosei and Shoko had long heard that Soto had won our goddess and was a joke. Is this true? Your news is way too late, isn't it? If you don't have ears, do you not wear glasses? Didn't you see that next to our adorable babies is our goddess sister-in-law? Wang Yimeng, you really have too much influence. The people from the Magic University football team didn't even glance at their own cheerleaders, just staring at us. Well, that's because the big guy noticed Wang Yimeng. This kind of thing had never happened before, so the guy really liked our joke, Wang Yimeng. Isn't it Wang Yimeng who likes you? Do you think we're curious about being next to Wang Yimeng? Do you guys even know what you're here for today? Wang Yimeng, who had been overjoyed, was determined to stick to the word, reserved, to the end. Seeing Wang Yimeng angry, the others sensibly shut their mouths. If they offended Wang Yimeng, next time it might be someone else taking the stage. Wang Yimeng glanced at the obedient team members, feeling quite pleased. She thought that the higher her stance, the more likely she would attract the attention of the handsome guys. So many misunderstandings are people's own imaginations. With just one wave of my hand, Wang Yimeng imagined a beautiful misunderstanding for herself. Clap, 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 slap. Little babies try it on their moms, chubby little arms waving back and forth. Although the little ones still don't understand what mom means by cheering for dad, seeing them from such a distance still feels quite novel. All right, Kosei and Shoko's dad are about to compete. Let's not wave for now. See, we've already started preparing. Kanag held the little hands of the little ones waving their hands. Kanag thought the babies would get tired from holding up their hands all the time. He could just wave and cheer them on when he scored a goal. Brother Cheng's situation today seemed a bit off. Finally, he focused on the match. Arimi was slightly stunned when he saw the opposing team's players. What's wrong? I'm on the basketball team, and I'm really not very familiar with the football team. I glanced at the number of players on the other side, and there's nothing wrong with the number of players. Cheng Ji-e, look at that dark-skinned guy. He obviously looks African, and he's clearly much older. Doesn't look like a college student. Also, our former Niuda football team had played many matches, but had never seen this foreign player before. Arimi didn't need to specifically name that foreigner standing among the opposing players. Of course, I had already seen it. At the time, I just thought he was a student from Niu University. It's perfectly normal for universities to have exchange students at universities. After Arimi said that, I glanced at that foreigner a few more times. Judging by his age, it was indeed, as Arimi said, probably quite tall. At least not like a college student. You mean, this is a foreign player hired by the other side? The possibility is very high. Brother Cheng's football team has already lost to our team 3 times in a row. I heard about this match, and they all made a military pledge before the game. Apparently their military pledge is pretty ruthless. If we can't win this time, our football team will go into seclusion for a year. In other words, if they still lose to us today, within a year, their Niuda football team will be disqualified from various school-friendly matches. Arimi originally thought that choosing an off-campus gym for Niuda University was already a twisted idea. After all, according to the rules of rotating venues, this tournament should have been played at Moda. What Arimi didn't expect was that Niuda, in order to win, even resorted to the terrible trick of hiring foreign players. If this foreign player were also a student of Niu University, anyone would have nothing to say. That foreigner clearly wasn't a student, so he was probably a player for a small football club. After hearing Arimi's words, I have no fondness for Niuda's players. Nor do I, as a college student, go to such lengths to win. Besides, this pledge is something you want to make yourselves, not pressure from Morgan Stabilization. Since it's your own stance, why should others pay for you? I really thought having a foreign player would give me peace of mind, but unfortunately, this time the opponent was me, and for someone like me with top-tier football skills given by the system, not to mention a foreign player. Even if you replace all the players with Niuda, it's impossible to win under my feet. Cheng, do you have any ideas? If it were a normal match, Arimi wouldn't be worried at all, but now that we don't know the foreign player's exact strength, he's still a bit worried. We can just play. Normally, you don't need to worry about anything else. It's just a foreign player hired. So I make sure his foot doesn't even touch the edge of the ball. I think it's very likely that the foreign player will play as a forward, especially a center forward. Since he's playing the same position, it's much easier to prevent that black foreigner from getting the ball. Brother Cheng, what you said is true. It's not that Arimi doubts or doesn't trust me, but it's just because I'm on the basketball team. In Arimi's mind, I probably haven't played football for a long time. Now they're hiring professional foreign players, and even if my skills are good, aren't I still lacking? Of course, Wu Yuli didn't dare say this out loud. The arrow was already on the string and had no better choice, so Wu Yuli could only choose to trust me. Captain Yuda's situation isn't quite right, and Arimi and I haven't finished our conversation yet. Some team members have also noticed something unusual on the field. For Niuda, that black foreigner probably isn't their teammate. The captain Niuda cheated and hired foreign players. That's unfair. We're in the school league and the first team. How can we invite foreign players? What is it about fairness? Paul is now our teammate and plays with us. What's wrong with playing with us? Captain Niuda looked completely indifferent. Ziguji had already thought that Paul would be recognized. After all, given Paul's skin color, even if he didn't want to be discovered, it would be hard for him to be caught. So he openly admitted it. Who says it has to be a student from Niuda? We would only let him join the football team. For our team, as long as you love football and have the ability, we welcome you. He turned his ugly purpose of hiring foreign players into a grand excuse. The Niuda football team players should be majoring in Chinese. We're a university and school in a series of competitions. Isn't your claim a bit far-fetched? What nonsense. As long as you join my football team, you're a Colonel Niu. What's wrong with the team? I've seen that your players have new faces too. My outstanding looks are undeniable, even if I don't show my face. The opposing players immediately recognize me as a new face the moment they see me. Cheng, look, Wu Yuli saw that both sides had already entered a war of words. He looked at me with some concern. If this argument continues, today's match won't even be worth mentioning. Just now, Arimi pointed out that Paul is a foreign player, but I said at the time that he wouldn't even be able to touch the edge of the ball. Arimi was already looking forward to it. I wondered what kind of expressions the Niuda players would have when the time came. Wu Yuli just wanted to hear what I wanted to say. Stop wasting time. Have everyone prepare for the match. Niuda's players are cheating, so of course they're watching Moda's side. Chang'e Arimi had no doubts at all. Seeing my calm demeanor, he felt very reassured and immediately convinced his teammates to start the match. Once both teams stopped dwelling on the foreign player issue, the match officially began. The top-tier ball skills I received from system rewards seemed to stick to me, quickly dodging my opponent. Shubo originally thought that with Paul's addition, he could win effortlessly, but seeing that thanks to the new member of Morgana and my efforts, Paul couldn't even touch the edge of football. Shubo must be very anxious. If this continues, how could he possibly win against Morgana? Paul, hurry up and grab the ball. Because the ball was always under my feet, Shubo could only run desperately to keep up with my footsteps while shouting commands. I couldn't get into his body, couldn't grab the ball, couldn't get the ball, and while saying don't kick it, in Chinese, Paul, I wasn't sure if it was because he was too tired running or whatever, but he felt a bit out of breath. Captain, we're the same. This kid's footwork is so strange, it feels like the ball is stuck to his foot. How are we supposed to win it? The players from New University, who once thought that having a foreign player would guarantee victory, are now experiencing what it means to be happy for nothing. So what if you spend a fortune to hire foreign players? These foreign players can't even touch the edge of football, so what if you invite them or not? Isn't the result the same? Shubo's face instantly turned ashen. You guys are attacking that kid with all your might. Since you can't get the ball, Shubo is starting to give up. With so many people watching, isn't it a bit awkward? Although the match was held outside the gymnasium today, there were still quite a few students from both schools watching. If they use such blatant and underhanded tactics, Niuda's players worry about leaving some evidence on them. Don't forget what good or bad we are, what military pledge we made before this match. Do you really think our team will disappear in the coming year? To win, Shubo couldn't care about anything right now. In his view, if he could invite foreign players, there was nothing he couldn't do. No, they're trying to surround Cheng Ji. Be careful not to get surrounded. Arimi was the first to notice what was happening. He shouted and ran toward me. Actually, before Arimi called out, I had already noticed the opponent's intention. Also, Shubo's voice was just too loud. Even if I didn't want to listen, I still caught some of it. Wanting to surround me, I lifted the corner of my mouth slightly. If I had received the system's reward, the other party's goal might have been easier to achieve. After all, except for the goalkeeper, basically everyone is on the team now. But now, I glanced toward my own treasures. Because of the children's love for football, I now possess top-level football skills, and Shubo's cunning ideas are destined to be impossible to achieve. Wang Yiming, the handsome guy, smiled at you. Oh my, Shubo and the others all ran over to the handsome guy, and the handsome guy even had the heart to smile at you. Wang Yiming, I'm so jealous of you. Isn't the big handsome guy worried at all? Or does he think the competition isn't as good as Wang Yiming's the big handsome man, in Wang Yiming's dream, is trying to announce to everyone that he's interested in Wang Yiming? Because of the angle, my actions were misunderstood again. If these little tricks from the girls were known, I wonder how they'd feel. Listening to her companion, Wang Yiming showed nothing on her face, but inside she was extremely pleased. In Wang Yiming's eyes, this wasn't just one-sided love. Everyone can see that the handsome guy treats her differently, so it must be true. Wang Yiming feels that the only thing she needs to do now is to put on a high profile properly. Wang Yiming, are you saying that even such a handsome guy doesn't catch your eye? Wang Yiming, isn't your taste a bit too high? Seeing Wang Yiming, she didn't show any reaction. The other cheerleaders were a bit confused. Wang Yiming was indeed beautiful, but she wasn't so outrageously selective. I don't even know her. Why let her catch my eye? Saying one thing is the same. This is exactly the kind of person Wang Yiming is. Now, Wang Yiming thinks the good-looking guy is interested in her and has lost her temper, which is why she acts so arrogant. But in the end, Wang Yiming realized it was a beautiful misunderstanding, and after that, she didn't know what kind of mindset she would have. When Niu's players were about to surround me, Paul felt his chance and suddenly stretched out his foot, trying to snatch the ball from my feet. Chenge, be careful. By the time Ayami Jiahui noticed Paul's actions and warned me, it was already too late, because Paul's feet looked like they were about to touch the ball. Unfortunately, even Paul thought he wouldn't miss this chance, and I made a quick spin, and Paul's outstretched foot missed. Without giving Paul any time to react, I just drove the ball toward the big rear of Niu. My running speed was beyond what a normal person could imagine. By the time Niu's players realized the danger and prepared to rebound, it was simply too late. Watching fiercely at me and the soccer ball at my feet, sweat poured down my forehead like it was pouring down like rain. Now they realized they could only defend the goal themselves. Niuda's goalkeeper had no choice but to grit his teeth and go up to meet the goal. In the goalkeeper's view, as long as he saved the ball, he could keep their side from conceding points. Looking at the goalkeeper running toward me, my smile grew wider. Was this opening the gate to let me attack? Although from a normal angle, the shot was indeed too far away. But with my current ability, that's child's play. There's no need to slow down. I just lifted the ball and sent it flying in a parabolic arc. On the pitch, not only were the players on both sides, but even the spectators in the stands were glued to the football. Such ultra-long-range shots seem to have only been seen at the World Cup. In a friendly match, such a big scene shouldn't happen. Of course, if it were just players casually kicking and kicking, it would be one thing, but they actually scored. It went in. Brother Akachan was amazing. Brother Akachan watched the ball land steadily into Niu's goal, and Arimi and the others immediately jumped up. Come on, Brother Akachan, you're my idol. Brother Akachan, why don't you join our soccer team? I'm giving up the captaincy position, and I think you're really a highlight on the basketball team. Yes, with such a brilliant goal, I thought only David Villa could do it. What David Villa? Look at the distance between Brother Akachan and the goal. Even here, he couldn't do it. In this regard, his own players weren't exaggerating. Akachan, did you deliberately hide the table before? Or did you deliberately let the players who played a few matches with me before were really shocked? Everyone agrees that I used to just play with them and never really performed at my true level. Are you guys still kicking? Are you gonna drag on forever? Snapping out of his shock, Shubo didn't want to be outdone by the momentum. Seeing this, the treant deliberately shouted loudly. My goalkeeper, Shubo, kept comforting himself, thinking it was just a coincidence. How could anyone possibly hit the goal from such a distance? As a football fan, Shubo knows that even if you invite those football superstars, it's impossible to perform such a difficult move, so my goal was purely luck. She had always disliked Shubo hiring foreign players, but now, seeing his bitter attitude, Kosami looked down on this impressive football team captain. Shubo originally wanted to cheer up his teammates, but he found his teammates standing there dumbfounded, as if frozen in place. Even the foreign player Paul Shubo had brought in looked completely stunned. His shot was just lucky. Don't be fooled. Show your skills. Don't be scared off by that kid's little luck. If we lose today's match and don't play any matches for a year, wouldn't that mean we won't play football at all in the future? Everyone stay focused. Shubo gave the cheerleaders a signal. Their task was to encourage the players. And this was just the right moment. Wang Yimeng frowned. Of course she saw Shubo's gesture, but since that ball just now was scored by a big guy, Wang Yimeng suddenly didn't want to cheer for Shubo and the others. Wang Yimeng were students at Nuda. I wonder what Wang Yimeng, the cheerleading captain, is hesitating about, but someone started urging her. Didn't Wang Yimeng seem indifferent to the handsome guy? So why not cheer for her own school's soccer team now? Wang Yimeng glanced at Shubo after being awakened, silently thinking, I'm not doing this for your sake. Everyone is getting ready. At Wang Yimeng's command, Nuda's cheerleading squad jumped up enthusiastically. The cheerleaders at Moda saw the other side start working first, and they were not to fall behind, cheering on the players. Seeing me score, Kanag was naturally very happy. Kosei, Shoko, look at those aunties dancing beautifully. Did Kanag just have the kids applaud their dad? But such a young baby definitely couldn't understand the game. Worried that the kids might get bored, Kanag pointed to the cheerleaders on both sides who were dancing energetically, hoping to give the kids some excitement. Ihi really loves lively moments. Watching the dancing aunties, Kosei and Shoko excitedly started twisting around the little cart. Do the older and younger children enjoy dancing? When our baby grows a bit, will Mom send you to learn dance? No, dancing is too hard. When the time comes, Mom should discuss it with Dad first. Baiyi didn't pay much attention to her mother's words. Kosei and Shoko were a bit dissatisfied when they saw the dancing aunties stop. The older and younger ones say they haven't had enough of watching yet. They immediately started looking for someone. Kosei and Shoko raised their chubby little arms again. Come on, quickly pass the ball to Paul. The initiative is already secured. Of course they have to bring the ball into Moda's area to score. Shubo has put all his treasures on the foreign player Paul. Besides the few players assigned to watch me, Shubo and the other big players were specifically focused on helping Paul play. This player is shameless, clearly targeting Brother Cheng. Brothers, come on everyone, help Brother Cheng. Before anyone could react, the ball actually returned to my feet. The three people watching me looked confused, wondering how he managed to break through his encirclement. It's not just the big players who have been aggressively recruited. Even Arimi and the others can't react in time. Could it be that this football player has been recognized as the master, and now it's under Chenge's feet? The goalkeeper was left alone, facing me again. He felt his legs trembling, having learned from last time's lesson, and this time the madman didn't dare step forward to block him. Instead, I stood guard in front of the goal, ready to pounce at any moment. His eyes were fixed on my feet, and the ball beneath my feet. One person trying to block my tactical command of Shubo. All I can say is, sorry, I won't follow your usual rules. A powerful aerial bombardment left the goalkeeper unable to react before the ball lay firmly inside the goal. Chang Ji-yi didn't turn it on for a second time. Chang Ji-yi, you're amazing. Chang Ji-yi, you're my idol. The players from Magic University ran over excitedly. So what if I'm a professional player? In front of our Changge, I'm still the one to be instantly defeated. The last two sentences from Moda players were deliberately said for the Nyuta players. After losing 2 shots in a row, Shubo's expression was, as he listened to Arimi and the others, smug words. Shubo felt like he was about to cough up a mouthful of blood. Kosei and Shoko's dad scored again. Dad is amazing, right? Kana was watching me play for the first time, and she didn't expect me to be this good. Senior Yi, are these your and Soto's babies? A petite girl cautiously asked beside Kana. Although the others nearby didn't say anything, they also stared intently at Kana, waiting for her to announce the answer. Actually, as soon as everyone entered, they noticed Kana and the babies. This is the grandstand area of Moda, and Kana is already a star of Moda. Although many people here have never had the chance to meet Kana, they have never seen the legends about the great goddess Ye. Everyone has been exposed to many legends about her. The girl who spoke couldn't help but feel a pang of affection for the adorable babies, so she mustered up the courage to speak. Of course, the girl was already prepared to be ignored. After all, according to the information circulating at Moda, the goddess Ye was a very aloof girl, and she didn't think the goddess would pay attention to her. Surprised by the fact that it was me and my baby, Kana not only didn't ignore her, but also politely answered her question. Senior Ye, I'm Soto's class. Last time Soto brought Kosei to class, I even held him. Hey, Senior Ye, can I hold the baby again? Kosei and Shoko appeared together. I can't even tell which is Kosei and which is Shoko. You already held the eldest child last time, so now you should leave the chance for someone else. I haven't had enough hugs yet. Senior Yi, can you let me hold you again? Because of Kana's attitude, the Moda stands instantly turned into a massive hug-begging scene. As for today's football match, it seemed to have become a secondary topic. This is for viewing the script, but not for judging. If everyone gets emotional, holding the baby might not be safe. Alright, the safety of the kids definitely comes first. I think Goddess Yi made a good point, and everyone can understand. The students at Moda are actually very sensible. What happened there? Why did all the students from Moda gather around? Oh my god, there's a beautiful girl there. Could she be Yan Zixuan, the campus beauty of Moda? How could it be Yan Zixuan? I've met Yan Zixuan before, but he's never this pretty. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful girl. She must be the so-called once-in-a-century goddess campus beauty at Moda. Truly a once-in-a-century opportunity. She's just too beautiful. The cheerleading girls, who had lost 2 goals for their school and unsure whether to keep cheering, were completely drawn in by the commotion in the stands. With Kana present, what does Wang Yimeng matter? Looking at it now, this match wasn't just about losing in football. It was a contest between 2 school bellies, but Niuda was also utterly defeated. All the goddesses in Campus Bells are already mothers of 2, and now they should be called aunties, always obsessed with their own looks. When she saw Kana, she was already deeply jealous. Hearing her teammates praise Kana so openly, Wang Yimeng felt a heavy frustration in her heart. Fortunately, when Wang Yimeng saw the stroller next to Kana and the babies inside, she felt she still had an advantage. What about the once-in-a-century campus beauty at Momo? A campus beauty who has already become a mother is no threat to Wang Yimeng in his eyes. At the very least, a handsome guy on the court wouldn't be interested in a woman who's already married after having a baby. Wang Yimeng's harsh words made his teammates, who had wanted to talk about Kana, tactfully shut their mouths. Beautiful women really can't stand to see someone prettier than themselves. Captain, do we need to shout slogans? Our school soccer team has already conceded 2 goals in a row, and the cheerleaders don't even know if they should shout slogans. What are you shouting about? Are you helping Shubo celebrate? Shubo is helping us cheer? Wang Yimeng realized Shubo really had no skills at all. In contrast, that handsome guy who scored 2 goals in a row is so capable, yet doesn't look any bit proud. This is what a true man is meant to do. Because she was already certain in her heart that the handsome guy was very interested in her, Wang Yimeng now looked at me directly as if she were looking at her own man, looking at the enthusiastic cheers from the Munda University cheerleaders, and then at his own school's cheerleaders, who seemed completely indifferent. If it weren't for the cheerleading captain being Wang Yimeng, Shubo would have already started cursing. He made a few gestures to Wang Yimeng, intending to get her to cover and move. Captain Shubo seemed to be telling you to see Wang Yimeng without even glancing at Shubo. Someone quietly reminded him, but when she saw Wang Yimeng's impatient expression, the speaker knew she had spoken out of turn. Wang Yimeng hadn't completely missed Shubo's gesture. She just didn't want to respond. Whether or not he could play the ball was still there. After a brief celebration, Kusame smugly said to Shubo. He was so proud of himself because he was confident inside. Kusame knew that with his skills, even if Shubo brought in a few more foreign players, it wouldn't help. Who said not to kick? We were careless earlier. There won't be any chance below. With harsh words, Shubo was firmly trying to boost morale for his side. Watching Nuda's listless look, Kusame almost burst out laughing. The rest of the match was so much like toes clicking that you could imagine it. On Moda's side, no matter who gets the ball, they will immediately pass it to my feet. In this situation, even if I don't want to dribble an attack, it's impossible. All 6 goals in the entire match were from Morgana University, and I contributed all by myself. This game no longer felt like a double campus match between Morgana and NIU. For the live audience, this football match has become my soccer arena alone. 0-6, Captain Shu, the foreign players you brought in were truly amazing. The absolute dominance of the win didn't even require overtime. After the players from Moda gathered around me to celebrate, Arimi, usually a steady boy, couldn't help but show off to Shubo. Shuo left first, and the foreign player Paul, who didn't score a single goal, knew he couldn't get a single extra cent today. Fortunately, Shubo had already paid a 5,000 deposit earlier. Go away? What are you talking about? Give me the money! Shubo had pinned all his hopes on Paul. Now that the game was lost, Shubo naturally wanted to take it out on Paul. As soon as Shubo finished speaking, the Nuda players immediately surrounded Paul. Today's game was a deep humiliation for the Nuda players. Throughout the match, 6 goals were scored, and not only did not score a single goal on our side, but basically the time our players touched the edge of the ball probably wouldn't exceed 15 minutes. Such a huge gap in strength is precisely because Morgana has new players. They even paid for foreign players, so the players at NIU University have shifted all the blame to Paul. Shuniren was untrustworthy. That was about the deposit and the win/out. And the tall and burly Paul was surrounded by a dozen young men, feeling somewhat outnumbered. Chang Yu said Shubo admitted to hiring foreign reinforcements and already discussed money. If not foreign reinforcements, then what is? You just don't get Ayame Jahui. Shubo and the others have already lost. This is called recouping costs. Dog eats dog, nothing to see. Better go see our Kosei and Shoko soon. Kosei and Shoko, Chengge, have you brought the babies? I really didn't notice. Oh my god, what kind of look is that? Can't you see sister-in-law with the babies in the audience? You really are a blockhead. Ignoring my teammates, smacking sounds, I waved to Kana, and my 2 little ones, Wang Yimeng. Wang Yimeng, the handsome guy, waves at you again. Is he trying to share her victory with Wang Yimeng? But we're Nuda's cheerleading squad. Does it matter? We're a cheerleader, not a football team. Ultimately, we're just here to cheer. Whether we win the game depends on Shubo and the others' abilities. That's actually why, as Nuda's cheerleading squad, we're not exclusive to Shubo's football team. We really can't tie ourselves together with Shubo and the others. Wang Yimeng. What exactly are you thinking? If you're not interested in the handsome guy, then leave the chance to us. The girls in the Nuda cheerleading squad got excited. Of course, in the hearts of these girls, the big handsome guy should be looking for Wang Yimeng to express his feelings, since Wang Yimeng's looks speak for themselves. Although Wang Yimeng can't compare to Morgan College's goddess Xiaohua, the goddess Xiaowawa from Moda is already a mother, so naturally she was kicked out by these cheerleading girls. What do you think? Do you think just a few of you handsome guys would be interested in you? Hearing that teammates want to compete with her for a man, Wang Yimeng would definitely be unhappy. She couldn't just say she liked the handsome guy Wang Yimeng and wanted to keep him entertained. How could she admit it outright? Wang Yimeng just wanted her teammates to back off. With Wang Yimeng around, even if we took the initiative to pursue a handsome guy, he wouldn't even glance at us. Because of Wang Yimeng's slightness, the other girls have become more self-aware. Brother Cheng Cheng, let's go out and celebrate properly later. You bring your sister-in-law and the babies, and we'll celebrate together. Today I'm really lucky to have Brother Cheng's help. I didn't expect Nuda to be so unscrupulous by hiring outside help. Luckily, I won't see those petty people for the next year. Cheng Cheng didn't agree to go out to celebrate together, so the babies were even less likely to be together. Kasame said, if that's the case, how am I supposed to check in with the babies? Exactly, Cheng. Today's match is all thanks to you. You should come out with us to celebrate. If the big contributors don't want to go, then others won't be comfortable celebrating either. I have something to celebrate later, so you can go on your own. Thinking of Kana's suggestion to visit my alma mater, I definitely want to fulfill this little wish of a mom. Since Kana's location was right near the stairs, I didn't leave from the backyard, but planned to go directly to find Kana and the babies. Of course, the other players at Moda definitely wouldn't miss such a great chance to meet the goddess's sister-in-law and the kids. The scene now was me leading the Moda players in a grand procession toward the stands. This was supposed to be fine, but the game was over, so we could leave anywhere without issue. But for Wang Yimeng, who was still in a beautiful misunderstanding, this was a bit exciting. Watching the handsome man get closer and closer, Wang Yimeng's heart was pounding faster and faster. Because of my approach, the other girls in Niuda's cheerleading squad also fell silent, all waiting to see how the handsome guy would win over Wang Yimeng, not to mention other girls. Even Wang Yimeng herself was so nervous that her palms broke out in sweat because of my approach. She was even thinking about what she should say when the handsome guy confessed soon. If she refused outright, would she feel embarrassed and give up on it? But if she agreed immediately, Wang Yimeng was afraid he'd think she was too casual. But under the surprised looks of Wang Yimeng and the other cheerleading girls, I led the other players from Moda and walked straight past Wang Yimeng and the others. This is what happened. No one saw the imagined scene where the handsome guy took the initiative to make friends with Wang Yimeng. In fact, he didn't even spare her a glance. Could it be that everyone guessed wrong? The good-looking guy never liked Wang Yimeng. Not to mention other girls, Wang Yimeng herself looked the same. Dream King Yimeng is not here to find you. In this society, there will never be a shortage of people who speak the truth. To put it bluntly, there are people with relatively low emotional intelligence. The girl who spoke didn't even glance at Wang Yimeng's expression and spoke her mind. It seems we misunderstood. This handsome guy isn't like Wang Yimeng at all. What's there to regret? Anyway, Wang Yimeng never said she liked a handsome guy. Even such a handsome guy can't be interested in Wang Yimeng's taste. Her taste is truly impressive. Anyone with some intelligence could see Wang Yimeng's expression now. She was very disappointed. Since she was disappointed, it meant she still cared a lot. So now everyone understands that Wang Yimeng was just faking, just to show off. But now you realize that handsome guy doesn't even care about you. They've long disliked Wang Yimeng acting superior, and now everyone is enjoying themselves. Seriously, are you guys gonna stop? The fact that the handsome guy didn't come looking for her already made Wang Yimeng feel quite disappointed. Now, the other girls in the cheerleading squad she looked down on still dared to mock her openly and covertly, which made Wang Yimeng even angrier. In Wang Yimeng's eyes, she was the laughingstock of a big guy. If even she didn't like a good guy, who else could she like? With Wang Yimeng still unconvinced, she just stood there and watched me walk toward that goddess Yaoha from Moda. Could it be that Moda's goddess Xiaohua is a relative of the handsome guy? Watching me skillfully pick up the two babies with a big smile on my face, Wang Yimeng guessed in her heart. Anyway, no matter what, Wang Yimeng definitely wouldn't associate me with Kana, who is already a mother. It's not that a handsome guy and the goddess Xiaohua aren't good enough standing together. On the contrary, the two of them standing together really looked like a golden couple, making Wang Yimeng very well matched. Wang Yimeng mainly felt that since she was still a student, there was no way she would become a father so early. Because of this certainty in her heart, Wang Yimeng was confident about winning over a handsome guy. Maybe the real handsome guy just hadn't noticed her because she had relatives around. Wang Yimeng was confident that as long as the handsome guy noticed her, she would definitely be attracted to her beauty. Thinking this, she actually walked toward the audience stands. What is Wang Yimeng up to? Is she gonna confess to a handsome guy? Oh my god, wasn't she just acting so high and mighty? What do you think? Wang Yimeng is still going to discuss how to play football? Wang Yimeng really knows how to pretend. At first, she acted indifferent and almost got fooled by her. If it weren't for the big handsome guy ignoring her in the end, Wang Yimeng probably would still be pretending by now. What do you think the big handsome guy and the goddess of Moda are all about? And there are two babies. I think the handsome guy and the goddess Yi make a great match. If only they were a couple. If you put it that way, the two babies are the handsome guy and the goddess Yi. I actually hope so. At least compared to Wang Yimeng, I think Moda's goddess Ye is more worthy of the great handsome guy. Wang Yimeng is just too good at pretending. Wang Yimeng, who was extremely nervous, didn't even notice the long tail behind her. When we reached the stands because the players from Moda had surrounded me, Kana, and the baby, Wang Yimeng could only stand in the outer garden. Wang Yimeng had thought her arrival would make way for the players at Moda to make way for her. After waiting a while and finding no one was paying attention, Wang Yimeng had no choice but to speak up. Aren't you from Nyuta's cheerleading squad? Who are you looking for? The players from Moda aren't exactly familiar to the Nyuta cheerleaders, but they are somewhat familiar. Plus, Wang Yimeng is quite good looking, so it's normal for everyone to remember her. It wasn't the situation Wang Yimeng imagined, that as soon as he spoke, everyone immediately gave way to his debut. Wang Yimeng hadn't expected that the Moda player would actually block her way. She asked who she was looking for, who was definitely not looking for you. Wang Yimeng added this in her displeasure. Please let Wang Yimeng have a chance to ask, not knowing the handsome guy's name, so naturally she couldn't say who she was looking for. Fortunately, the beauty still had some face, so the guy was still a gentleman and stepped aside. Thanks to Kosei and Shoko, the circle wasn't too tight. After Wang Yimeng entered the encirclement, she smoothly squeezed right in front of me. You? Who are you? Kosame was the first to question Wang Yimeng, who suddenly appeared. She looked at Wang Yimeng in confusion, feeling as if she had seen this girl somewhere before, but Kosame couldn't quite remember exactly where. She could only say that Wang Yimeng's self-assumed charm wasn't that great. Isn't this the captain of Nyuta's cheerleading squad? How could this be Shubo being dissatisfied? Come here, Ayame Jahui was clearly much quicker than Kosame. As soon as Wang Yimeng appeared, Ayame Jahui recognized her. The match is over, and the outcome is clear. Maybe he's looking for a woman to come over. Maybe he wants to share some goodwill? It seems like there's no such bonus on the football field. Hello, my name is Wang Yimeng. Can we be friends? There's no Dali. To Wang Yimeng, it's a messy person. Wang Yimeng looked at me and got straight to the point. Watching Wang Yimeng walk up to me, Kana's expression changed slightly. This girl was openly trying to steal her man. Reisei is the father of their two babies, and Dad has turned Reisei into his own man. Kana thinks this isn't too much. Kana's character is still very high. Even if Wang Yimeng tried to win her over face to face, Kana just cursed her and said nothing. Kana thought it was better to leave this kind of thing to me to handle myself. Kana knew that with my charm, this kind of thing probably happened quite a lot before. Of course, it won't be missing in the future. Kana can't keep an eye on my romance all the time, acting like a ruthless flower pusher. Arimi and the others nervously looked at Kana when they heard Wang Yimeng's words, hoping to be friends with Cheng in front of their sister-in-law. Although Arimi and the others knew I definitely wouldn't be friends with this girl, wasn't this a bit like declaring war on the goddess's sister-in-law in person? Arimi and the others were genuinely worried that the goddess's sister-in-law would immediately stand up and beat that Wang Yimeng over and over. If that was really the case, Arimi and the others had already decided to side with the goddess's sister-in-law. Arimi nervously stared at her goddess's sister-in-law. When she noticed her sister-in-law's expression had only changed slightly and showed no other reaction, they finally felt relieved. The goddess's sister-in-law really has a big tolerance. For a woman who directly wants to steal someone's side, she can still remain so calm. The players at Magic University all gave her a thumbs up. Hello, my name is Wang Yimeng. I'm the captain of Nyuta's cheerleading squad. Can we add Earth and make friends? Wang Yimeng thought she hadn't heard her, so she deliberately raised her voice to express her meaning more clearly. Perhaps because she had already spoken up once before, Wang Yimeng found she wasn't as nervous again. With her looks, Wang Yimeng believed the handsome guy definitely wouldn't refuse her. Now, besides the two little darlings, Kana was the only one closest to me. To be honest, I didn't pay much attention to Wang Yimeng's voice at first. After all, in my heart, aside from Kana, other girls had nothing to do with me. Now, that voice was so close to me that even if I wanted to ignore it, it was hard to ignore. When I saw Wang Yimeng getting too close, I couldn't help but furrow my brows. Where did this girl come from? Why would she stand next to me? I felt a bit reluctant about Wang Yimeng taking the initiative to get close. When Wang Yimeng saw me looking at her, she was so excited she almost cried out. Wang Yimeng thought the handsome guy knew she was talking to her, so he took out his phone and added his Earth number. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Wang Yimeng counted in her mind that it was over 20, but I still didn't react at all. Could it be that the handsome guy got too worked up and didn't know how to react? Wang Yimeng herself made a judgment about my behavior. There was nothing she could do. Wang Yimeng had always been very self-important, so she naturally wouldn't have thought that I actually didn't want to deal with her at all. Kosei and Shoko, what was that QQ just called? I just glanced at Wang Yimeng once and then turned back, focusing my attention on my two little ones. For Kosei and Shoko, when they saw Arimi, Ari, Ayame Jahui, and Kosame, Kyokyu and the like no longer mattered. Baby, now when you see three uncles, the only thing that comes to mind is that sweet lollipop. The lollipop the uncle gave the baby just now has already been confiscated by mom, and the baby says they still want candy. Kosei and Shoko Tangtang eat too much and get cavities. Look at the baby's little teeth. Do you want the little bugs to eat them? Kanag pointed to the teeth of Kosei and Shoko. The clever Kosei and Shoko even glanced at each other's mouths. When they saw the little bug their mom mentioned, the babies protested to their mom. Mom, could she be lying to the babies? Looking back, Kosei and Shoko still couldn't resist the lollipops attracting the little bugs, and the babies didn't see it. If mom can't handle me, as a father, naturally I have to help. These two babies are so cute. Auntie, I have some candy for you all, okay? For my ignorance of her earlier, Wang Yimeng felt a bit embarrassed for a moment, but then Wang Yimeng thought about it. With my looks, I must have encountered situations like this often. Maybe I hadn't looked at her carefully just now, which is why I didn't take it seriously. Thinking this, Wang Yimeng was definitely trying to get my attention, so I could see clearly that she was a real beauty. Wang Yimeng was even more indifferent. One is the baby's uncle, the other, the baby's mother. For Wang Yimeng, the school beauty goddess poses no threat to her. Wang Yimeng was really lucky. Normally, she wouldn't touch any desserts to keep her figure, but today, her roommate forcibly gave her a few pieces of wedding candy when she went out. So Wang Yimeng was able to bring out some candy at this moment, thanks to her roommate. She placed the candy in her palm and handed it to the babies. Because of the act of giving the candy, Wang Yimeng quietly moved closer to Wang Yimeng, who felt her little scheme had succeeded. Hurry up and look at me, look at me. I am the beautiful queen, Wang Yimeng was already urging her inside. For a stranger, how could I possibly let her get close to my little ones at home? I wanted to take a few steps forward, but before Wang Yimeng's foot could step forward, I blocked it. My name is Wang Yimeng, the captain of the new Dala cheerleading squad. Can I add your Earth number? Not interested. I originally thought I should just ignore this girl, since I've seen plenty of girls initiate conversations. Usually, I use a cold treatment approach to make girls give up. Looking back now, Wang Yimeng is pretty thick-skinned. Dad never expected me to say something like that to her. Wang Yimeng suddenly became bold. What does not interest mean? Could it be that a handsome guy not interested in her shouldn't be accepted? Wang Yimeng is very confident in her looks. After all, not just anyone can be a big laughing flower. Ah, what do you mean? You really think you're a beauty loved by everyone? Laughing flower is a big laughing flower in front of our goddess Xiaohua from Magic University. No matter what kind of laughing flower it is, only the pink fans stand aside. Just didn't see our goddess sister-in-law here? How dare you come over and strike up a conversation? I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Unfortunately, our Chang is not one of those ordinary folks. How could he possibly be interested in her? I made it clear that Arami and the others naturally didn't need to be polite to Wang Yimeng. Wang Yimeng never expected that not only would she be rejected outright, but now she would be mocked by ordinary people she looked down on. Wang Yimeng definitely couldn't handle this grievance. Wang Yimeng glared and said that her older boys had already realized that the other was defending the mother of those two babies. But since she was trying to get along with the handsome guy, what did that have to do with the goddess sister-in-law they talked about? Wang Yimeng felt her mind was a bit insufficient. She felt a bit unwilling to be outdone by a single mother. Wang Yimeng was ready to fight fiercely. She was already a mother of two, so no matter how good-looking she was, what good would it do? In Wang Yimeng's view, these Magic University players don't always compare themselves to this Magic University laughing goddess. Wang Yimeng just wants these players to know that every campus beauty and goddess has had children, and no matter how good-looking they are, it's useless. Even our goddess sister-in-law is already the mother of the babies. She looks 1,000 or 10,000 times better than you, but she's 1,000,000 times better. Our goddess sister-in-law has already given birth to a baby, and she's 1,000,000 times prettier than you. How dare you compare yourself to our goddess sister-in-law? Shubo brought in a foreign player, but it was completely useless. Not only was he sent in, but now he's even making a scene on the court. By chasing after money for money, Wang Yimeng also thought that just because she had some looks, she wanted to outshine a Kachangge in front of the goddess Ye. Even her outstanding student IQ was worrying. No, I'm just a cheerleader. I have nothing to do with Shubo and the others. Wang Yimeng has never understood why the good-looking guy is so cold toward her. Wang Yimeng feels she's finally found the reason. What Shubo did had nothing to do with me. It was as if she was giving a report to the leaders. When Wang Yimeng said these things, her eyes were fixed intently on me. What does saying so much have to do with us? Arimi felt that Wang Yimeng's mind really wasn't very sharp. It has nothing to do with you anyway. Why do you keep talking here? Wang Yimeng has long been annoyed with these annoying Magic University players. Facing the relentless pestering Wang Yimeng, I have no interest in you. Facing the relentless Wang Yimeng, I have no patience at all. And even if my mom had a few more kids, they'd be more beautiful than you, thousands of times more. I want to be as warm and intense, but I don't even have the qualifications to compare to you. I remember Wang Yimeng deliberately belittling Kana just now. She dared to say that to my face. I have to admit, Wang Yimeng is not only brainless, but also very uncivilized. Your child's mom is your two babies, Wang Yimeng felt like she had been hit hard, not even knowing what to say. Kana, let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to go back to your alma mater to see the place? I'll change my clothes and take you and the babies along. I ignored Wang Yimeng's shocked face. I just wanted to vent my anger for Kana. Regarding my peach blossoms, Kana didn't step forward to assert her claim. In Kana's view, if she had to gamble on her peach blossoms, so romantic entanglements were only a matter of time before I arrived. After all, there were so many girls eager to throw themselves at me. Seeing my behavior, Kana felt very secure. As long as my stance is firm, no matter how many romantic opportunities come, it doesn't mean anything to Kana and me. Kosei and Shoko, Dad will take you to see how their schools are, I said affectionately to the very quiet little ones. Actually, Kosei and Shoko are usually very lively. I don't know why they were so quiet just now. Could it be that the babies also wanted to see how their dad would behave? Clap, clap! Mom, 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 Dad heard Dad's words. The two little ones started dancing and dancing again. Dad said he wanted to take the babies to which school, but the babies didn't quite understand. Hearing the babies' words, Wang Yimeng really couldn't stay calm. If she had been comforting herself just now, it was all because I was lying to her. Now, Kosei and Shoko had completely shattered all of Wang Yimeng's fantasies. Even in her current thinking, Wang Yimeng understood that such a small baby would never lie along with adults, unless the two babies didn't recognize their parents. Yimeng watched helplessly as I pushed the stroller, then quietly took Kana's hand and left, not even sparing me a glance. Wang Yimeng realized that handsome guy wasn't interested in you. After all that trouble, it turned out it was just someone's own delusion. Those passionate waves were directed at his wife and child. Ah, why do you have to expose these things? Look at Wang Yimeng, she'll be embarrassed. Everyone saw it. If you didn't point it out, you probably couldn't help but laugh a lot when you were just watching the show. Now you're pretending to be a good guy. How could I be secretly smiling? I just thought those two babies were cute. They really are biological children. I saw their eyes and skin look like their mother's, while others resembled their father. You've all gone off track. We should properly comfort Wang Yimeng. Right. Wang Yimeng being mocked by the goddess of Magic University isn't shameful. That's right, Wang Yimeng needs self-awareness. You see, we really know we can't compete, and we usually don't compete with you. You should learn from us. In front of the goddess of Magic University, you need to know your own limits. With so many people and noisy voices, since everyone gathered to talk, some people usually didn't dare to say things they usually wouldn't say, but now they finally had the chance to vent. It can only be said that Wang Yimeng usually puts on a bit too much of an act in front of others. The cheerleaders have long disliked her. Now, in front of a truly stunning beauty, Wang Yimeng can only eat something else. Still trying to steal her man, everyone thinks Wang Yimeng is overestimating herself, had just suffered a blow from me, and now she was being mocked by classmates she usually looked down on. Wang Yimeng had never been wronged like this before. Covering her face and running away. Aren't we going too far? Seeing Wang Yimeng's reaction, one girl felt a bit sorry for her. It's too much. Think about Wang Yimeng's usual attitude toward us. That's what we call being too much. Wang Yimeng always acts so high and mighty with her nose at us. That's what we call retribution. On the other side of the parking lot, the cheerleaders from Nyuda University were heading toward their school bus. Wang Yimeng, you're telling the truth, but what you just said to the handsome guy wasn't what you meant. I also heard Wang Yimeng. Back then, you wanted to add handsome guy Earth as a friend, and you said you wanted to be friends with him. Why are you saying you don't like him now? Wang Yimeng, even if you fail to pursue a handsome guy, it's nothing to be ashamed of. After all, his wife is a top-tier beauty. This was Wang Yimeng's first time pursuing a boy, but she was completely rejected, especially in front of so many cheerleaders. Wang Yimeng must be feeling very unsettled now. I already said I just admire their skills, not what you think. Kokoyazi stubbornly talks about the current Wang Yimeng. Even though everyone had seen what had just happened, Wang Yimeng still didn't want to admit she was chasing me, mainly because she hadn't caught up. Who said this was just an excuse? I was just enjoying it from the start. Only I knew my own thoughts. Wang Yimeng was determined to deny it. Look, I have two adorable babies with my goddess wife. Those two are twins, right? They're so beautiful. Moda's goddess Xiaowa truly lives up to her reputation. Even after giving birth, she's still so beautiful. Only a goddess like this can deserve a handsome guy. No wonder I don't care about handsome guys at all. If it were me, I'd definitely make the same choice. Girls who usually get bullied just can't keep their mouths shut. Wang Yimeng, your actions just now weren't just misunderstandings. Otherwise, you should explain this to the handsome guy and his wife. Wang Yimeng, who originally thought she would only face her own teammates, felt completely frozen when she heard her teammates' thoughtful advice. How was Mr. Lee supposed to explain himself? Was he telling others that it was just a misunderstanding, and he wasn't trying to chase after them? This idea is not wrong. If the handsome guy's wife misunderstands, that would be bad. Wang Yimeng, you should hurry up and explain it. You guys don't come over. Wang Yimeng glared at her and still wanted to watch the show. The teammates aren't giving them this chance now. Wang Yimeng is still some distance away from us. As long as his teammates don't follow, they won't be able to hear what Wang Yimeng says at all. Kana, once you get your license, you can drive our big BMW to practice and get some experience. I even want you to take me for a drive. Kana had already walked over to her own big BMW. She glanced at the huge BMW X and thought she couldn't do it. This car is indeed a bit bigger. I glanced at the BMW and found it very comfortable to drive. Looking at the warmth, I also agree with the mom's view. Kosei and Shoko have already learned to recognize their own cars. Seeing the big BMW, the babies are getting anxious and want to ride. The mother of Kosei and Shoko said the car was too big and she didn't like it. She wanted to tell her little ones at home that their moms don't like driving such big cars. Unfortunately, before I could finish, a rude voice interrupted me. I couldn't afford such an expensive car, and yet I said I didn't like you guys. Wasn't that really rude? As soon as Wang Yimeng approached me, she overheard what I was saying to the two babies. Without needing to ask any more questions, Wang Yimeng immediately made a judgment about what I said. That goddess from Magic University joked that she couldn't get grapes, and said the grapes were sour. Thinking about how she was always mocked by this goddess, she felt she had seized a perfect opportunity to redeem herself. I was interrupted while talking to the babies. and they still dared to speak so rudely. I looked up coldly at the speaker. Was I wrong? You can't afford such an expensive car yourselves, yet you say you don't like it. Isn't that a lack of manners? What is Wang Yimeng looking at like that? Wang Yimeng felt a momentary panic, but thinking that I was already someone else's husband, Wang Yimeng lifted her proud leader again. Even if we say we don't like this car, it's just a personal preference. What does it have to do with you? Interrupting someone so casually like this is a sign of manners. Knowing I didn't want to deal with a girl like that, Kanag stepped forward at just the right moment. In such a short time, this girl had already come to him and Reisei for the second time. Even if Kanag didn't want to think too much, he knew things wouldn't be so coincidental. On the court, this girl named Wang Yimeng was clearly thinking about chasing Kanag at Akachan, a bit uncertain. Now Wang Yimeng's behavior was just to vent her frustration after being rejected. Or maybe this was another trick by Wang Yimeng to deliberately attract Reisei's attention. No matter what Wang Yimeng was after, Kanag wouldn't let her succeed. Looking at the usually gentle Kana, who exudes a subtle dominance when facing her rival in love, I couldn't help but smile. Whatever you want to say, I really can't control it. But after deliberately pausing for a moment, Wang Yimeng glanced at Kanag, a hint of amazement flashing in her eyes. After having 2 babies, she still maintains a girlish figure, and with Kanag's beautiful face, Wang Yimeng couldn't help but envy her. Of course, that slight amazement was only for a moment. In Wang Yimeng's heart, this goddess Xiaohua from Magic University was his enemy. How could he possibly have any appreciation for her? No, this car is my boyfriend's. You guys making comments here are really lacking in manners. As Wang Yimeng said this, she glanced behind herself. Once she confirmed that her cheerleading teammates were truly standing there obediently, Wang Yimeng's confidence instantly soared. Now, no matter how much she brags, no one will expose her, so Wang Yimeng can finally have no worries about her future. Your boyfriend, Kanag, furrowed his handsome eyebrows slightly. This BMW was clearly his own car king, Yimeng. Is this just a way to steal and hide, or is he just lying with his eyes wide open? Yeah, is this BMW X5 my boyfriend's? Is there something wrong with that? Wang Yimeng lifted her chin proudly, feeling like she had already won this round. Of course, the earlier ones can't be considered a loss, because Wang Yimeng has already come up with a good reason. I have a boyfriend, and I just wanted to add your husband's Earth account because he really loves playing football. I see your husband's skills are pretty good, so I thought I could introduce him to my boyfriend, so the 2 guys could have a chance to spar and learn some skills. She perfectly pulled out the awkward situation of being rejected by her own peers. Wang Yimeng wondered if she was truly a woman who combined beauty and intelligence. You say you have a boyfriend, and he likes playing football too, and this BMW X5 is your boyfriend's car. Isn't that a bit too coincidental? Kanag didn't immediately expose Wang Yimeng's lie, but simply summarized what Wang Yimeng meant. Wang Yimeng nodded. Yes, it was just a coincidence. She felt that whatever she said now didn't matter. After all, no one would ever know the truth. That really was a coincidence. At first, I thought a girl rushing to get a boy's Earth had some other purpose, but now it seems you really misunderstood you. Kanag deliberately paused, and when he saw the smug look on Wang Yimeng's face growing stronger, he realized he was starting to have some bad intentions. After a while, he spoke slowly again. At such a turning point, he definitely couldn't rush. Anyway, Wang Yimeng, who had been enjoying his own words, successfully made the Morgana goddess laugh and believe her, even starting to look down on Kanag's intelligence in her heart. Wang Yimeng felt that just a few casual words could fool that goddess's joke endlessly. Isn't that so-called goddess joke just a decorative pillow or straw? Isn't that just a lack of intelligence? Wait, are you sure this BMW belongs to your boyfriend? Kanag wore a faint smile on his face, and even when he asked, he felt light. As for Wang Yimeng's words, Kanag knew she couldn't argue whether she had a boyfriend or whether he really liked playing soccer. Of course, Kanag wouldn't pay too much attention to things he wasn't interested in. Right now, he was focusing on the questions he was most confident about. What do you mean? Do you think I don't even recognize my own boyfriend's car? Or do you think your husband can't afford a car and you're here suspicious? When questioned by Kanag, Wang Yimeng showed no sign of guilt. In Wang Yimeng's view, no matter how handsome I am, I'm just a vicious college student. There's no way I'm meant to be with a luxury car, like a BMW or a big BMW. Anyway, As long as this BMW isn't Wang Yimeng's, Jack of the House, it will never be blown away. Of course, being questioned is definitely unpleasant, especially since she's actually speaking the truth. Do you know your boyfriend's car? Or if you have a boyfriend? I'm really not sure. I didn't give Wang Yimeng a chance to keep bragging. Kanag directly revealed the truth. There's one thing I know very well. My husband not only can afford a car, but he's already bought one. This BMW X5 is my husband's car. This is your husband's car. How could this possibly be described as shock by Wang Yimeng? Looking at Wang Yimeng's expression, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. Why is it impossible? Is it possible that your so-called boyfriend can buy a big BMW but my husband cannot? Kanag asked playfully, even showing a faint smile on his face. Unfortunately, the gentle smile on Kanag's face was seen by Wang Yimeng. Wang Yimeng felt that this goddess from Magic University was mocking herself. No, you're lying to me. Just now, your husband said you don't like such a big car, right? A flash of inspiration struck Wang Yimeng, and Wang Yimeng felt like she had caught a loophole in the other party. Wang Yimeng knew the price of the BMW X5, and for college students, the X5 was definitely a good car. After all, the wives of college students had no right to complain about the X5. And there's another very important point. If this were a handsome guy's car, his wife could say she doesn't like their own car king, Yimeng, and think she's a joke about the goddess. Her intelligence is way too off-limits. Wang Yimeng, who thought she was smart, was now certain that this goddess's joke was just a trick. Yeah, I don't like such a big car, because as a girl, it's inconvenient to drive such a big car. Regarding Wang Yimeng's question, Kana patiently explained. Kana said, "Who told you to like to interrupt so much? You didn't listen to me and said everything I had to say." Kana didn't like driving such a big car, not really disliking his own BMW. It's inconvenient. You'd find such a high-end car inconvenient. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. I guess you probably haven't even touched the edges of such a luxury car, which is why you feel it's inconvenient. Wang Yimeng took a few steps closer to the BMW, deliberately reaching out her right hand to touch the rear-view mirror next to the cab. Wang Yimeng's expression had a bit of a car owner vibe. Can you hear Wang Yimeng and the goddess of Motorsta say something like that? The cheerleaders behind Wang Yimeng are all curious. How could they possibly hear me from such a distance? She didn't catch a single word. I just saw the goddess of Moda joke and laughed a little. Could it be that Wang Yimeng and the other person had a pleasant conversation, but Wang Yimeng's expression was not good? Looking at the problem, Wang Yimeng touched that BMW, and what did that mean? It wasn't Wang Yimeng's car. Wang Yimeng looked like the lady of the BMW. Cheche saw someone touching their car, and Kosei and Shoko started to get anxious. The two little ones had been anxious before, but now the little ones were worried the car might be snatched away. Look, even such a young kid knows this is a luxury car, yet you say you don't like it. It really makes me feel like you've never seen anything about the world. Wang Yimeng bent down and deliberately fixed her hair in front of the rearview mirror, looking like she wanted to tell others she was the lady of the car. Damn, my superstar Yimeng is really good at pretending. If I didn't know she was riding the school bus with us, I'd really believe this big BMW was her, Wang Yimeng. You know, Wang Yimeng isn't trying to express this. After all, such a high-end car is impossible for a handsome student to own, and now the owner isn't around. No, Wang Yimeng's behavior is too shameful. I can't let the handsome guy suffer losses. There's a girl who already sees me as an idol, ready to rush up and expose Wang Yimeng's hypocrisy. Wait a minute, we're just guessing what Wang Yimeng said to her. We don't really know what she said. Let's just wait and see. Someone grabbed the woman who was about to rush forward. Your boyfriend must have driven this big BMW to bring you here, right? Now that the race is over, why haven't you seen your boyfriend? Since Wang Yimeng wants to pretend, Kana can't stop her. My boyfriend comes over later when he meets someone he knows. Seeing Kana's tone change, Wang Yimeng smugly thought Kana had really been fooled. Wang Yimeng showed a smug smile on her boyfriend who wanted to visit her. Isn't that just making things up yourself? I see. That's really a pity. Kana nodded, her face full of smiles. Unfortunately, she didn't quite understand what Kana meant, so Wang Yimeng instinctively asked, "Every sentence is a pity. I don't want to play with you." Kosei and Shoko, Let's ride in the car, how about Che? Facing our two little ones, Kana radiates motherly love all over. Mom, when Mom Che heard they could ride in the car, the little ones were so excited, they almost threw the soccer ball in their hands. Luckily, I reacted quickly and caught the ball from the kids' hands. I knew that once we got on the bus, the kids would definitely want to play soccer. Kosei and Shoko, Dad will carry you all in the car first, then we can play balls, okay? Che could tell the babies were very supportive of their dad's suggestion. Kosei and Shoko stretched out their little arms, waiting for Dad to carry them into the car. There's no one here to laugh, so why act so arrogant? Wang Yimeng was still leaning against her boyfriend's eldest horse. Seeing us ignore him, Wang Yimeng couldn't help but start making a presence on him. Wang Yimeng was clearly loud, and it was meant for Kana and the others to listen. Not to mention lowering her voice, Wang Yimeng even deliberately raised her voice by a few decibels. It seems like there's really no such thing as laughing cars here. I told you, making jokes about Wang Yimeng and the goddess of Moda definitely wouldn't be a very pleasant conversation. Wang Yimeng is now mocking the other handsome guy for not having his own car. Wang Yimeng herself isn't mocking her either. Isn't that the same as mocking herself? That's not necessarily true. Just look at Wang Yimeng's pose, as if this BMW belongs to her. Keep your voices down. Let's get a bit closer so we can hear more clearly. After finishing, those new cheerleaders quietly moved closer. Wang Yimeng's attention was now focused on the goddess joke from Moda. Wang Yimeng didn't need to deliberately raise her voice. The girls in the new cheerleading squad could now hear the conversation clearly. You're good at summarizing. You've already picked up 2 babies and then warmly helped carry the little ones, then said this to Wang Yimeng. Wang Yimeng hadn't expected me to suddenly meet her, and was momentarily stunned. What exactly did the handsome guy mean? Wang Yimeng pondered for a moment. The handsome guy was speaking in his own words, and her face flushed bright red. I'm not some big boss. This BMW is my boyfriend, and you guys are just jealous of you. I was about to argue, but I wouldn't give Wang Yimeng that chance. After all, I never took Wang Yimeng seriously at all. I took my car keys out of my pocket and pressed the unlock button. Accompanied by the bold honking of the car, the BMW X5's 2 headlights lit up. Wang Yimeng, who had been leaning against the BMW, was completely unprepared and was so frightened that she stepped back several steps, not even noticing my earlier movement. Thinking it was the BMW owner, Wang Yimeng turned her head and looked around, since she had been bragging that the BMW X5 belonged to her boyfriend. Now that the real owner had appeared, Wang Yimeng began to worry that her lie might be exposed. Seeing that no one was walking toward her, she was a bit stunned. The BMW owner did not come over. Afraid that Shoko, held in his mother's arms, started to get anxious when he saw his sister already in the car. He stretched out his little arm, not wanting his dad to forget him. And our little one is also taking the bus. Isn't it me smiling and holding little one? Papa P.A. Cheche was very satisfied. Dad understood what he meant, and Shoko gave his dad a big smile. Kanag opened the passenger door herself and called out to Wang Yimeng, who had already put away the stroller. Looking at Wang Yimeng, who was initially frightened but now mercilessly slapped and stunned, Wang Yi's tone was not very polite. She didn't react at first until she saw Wang Yi's impatient expression and remembered she had blocked him from getting in. Now, Wang Yimeng was so embarrassed. She was about to scrape out 3 billion and stop. The guy had the BMW car keys in his hands and didn't even need them. If I said one more thing, Wang Yimeng would know what that meant. Thinking about how she was bragging in front of others, this was her boyfriend's BMW, Yimeng, really wanted to dig a hole and crawl in. Neither Kanag nor I cared about Wang Yimeng's thoughts. Seeing Wang Xing fasten his seatbelt, I started the big BMW, stepped on the gas, and the BMW instantly left the parking lot. Wang Yimeng, when did you get a boyfriend? How come we haven't heard a single word about it? Shubo was even saying he started dating Wang Yimeng. Looks like Shubo was just having a good wishful thinking. Our Wang Yimeng's boyfriend drives a BMW X5, which must be tens of thousands of yuan. Shubo probably can't afford it. But that BMW X5 just now belonged to a handsome guy. The handsome guy already has the joke of a Moda goddess. How could he possibly be Wang Yimeng's boyfriend? Wang Yimeng, you're way too arrogant. If it weren't for that big BMW being the handsome guy's, I almost believed it. This is the best part of bragging without drafting a script. When you meet the real person, no matter how big the swagger, it can only be instantly shattered. Pink fans, are you saying Wang Yiming is really just bragging? Shouldn't I say that you all saw the handsome guy drive away with your own eyes? Honestly, I never expected Wang Yiming to be this kind of person. Only then did Wang Yiming snap out of it and see a group of cheerleaders not far from him. She thought, oh no, the bulldog she just bragged about was being overheard. By Wang Yiming's side, she was truly embarrassed. She probably wouldn't be able to hold her head up in front of everyone for a long time, let alone act so high and mighty like before. Meanwhile, Kana was sitting in the car, smiling broadly. Honey, I suddenly feel that our big BMW is especially comfortable to ride. I smiled as I drove. You must be in a particularly good mood today. At that moment, I was driving a BMW X back to school with Kana and our 2 babies. Was that Soto in that BMW just now? When did Soto buy a car? I don't know. It seems Soto was just too low-key before. I thought Soto was just handsome and good-looking, but I didn't expect she's actually a rich second-generation heir. I heard that Ruka dumped Soto because she didn't have money and found a rich man. The version I heard about this is that Soto and Goddess Yi got back together and dumped Ruka. Your version is fake. My friend is Soto, from the same class. Apparently, Ruka initiated the breakup, but later, Ruka thought she was marrying a rich second-generation heir. Didn't seem to smile either. Ruka is calling it picking up sesame seeds and losing the watermelon. Leaving Soto to have such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend is no longer worth looking for a rich second-generation heir. If you ask me, Soto must have seen Ruka's character clearly, so she deliberately didn't reveal her identity as a second-generation rich kid. So if she were to live a lifetime, she'd come out of it. No, Yi the goddess, and Soto even had babies, so it must have been before Ruka. So I still think Soto dumped Ruka. Forget it, no matter who dumped her, I still think only the goddess Yi is worthy of Soto. In the early morning, I hadn't really explored the school for more than 2 years. I felt the changes had changed quite a bit. Walking through the campus and feeling the unique atmosphere, Kana shared her thoughts. Because the parking lot was some distance from the school gate, when I parked and brought the babies into the stroller, Arimi and the other 2 hadn't rushed yet. Thinking about the 3 big third wheels, I thought it was a bit annoying, so I didn't wait for those 3. The current setup is me holding Kana with one hand and pushing the stroller with the other. Really? Why haven't I noticed any changes? I looked around, and aside from the students who were focusing their gaze on me, it seemed like nothing else had changed. Of course, with my looks, wherever I go, I'm always the center of attention. I've long since gotten used to the looks from other classmates. It's just that today, the students' gazes were even more intense than usual. You don't need to ask me much. I'll know the answer myself. Wait, even if I'm holding the hand of the goddess campus beauty from Mo Yuan University, even just the 2 babies sitting in the stroller are still irresistible. Look, this flower bed wasn't this big before, and the 2 rows of trees by the roadside were newly planted, right? And that shaded area. The school didn't have these facilities before. Looking at it now, I realize that the school used to pay too little attention to us students. Kana looked at such thoughtful facilities on campus, and she actually felt a bit jealous. I had only graduated a little over a year ago, and moving out a year early was only 2 years. The changes on campus were truly extraordinary. It's fine. After summer vacation, you'll be a student at Morgana University again, and you can still feel the school's care for you. Child, if your mom was wrong, I definitely need to comfort her properly. That would be a good idea, and I could really enjoy these facilities in the future. I totally agreed with my idea, and the slight jealousy in Kana's heart instantly vanished. Kana smiled awkwardly. She realized she was starting to feel a bit sentimental now. As Mom and Dad passed by the basketball court, Kasei and Shoko suddenly got excited. Since they were going to visit the campus, the 2 little ones' new toys were temporarily put in the car. Seeing the uncles in the basketball court fighting over the ball, Kasei and Shoko immediately got interested. Kosei and Shoko definitely couldn't tell the difference between soccer and basketball now. Anyway, it looked pretty much the same. Kosei and Shoko only knew that Uncle was stealing QQ. Kosei and Shoko, that's a basketball. Unlike the ball our baby just had, our baby's ball is a soccer. Dad teaches you how to play basketball, which is played with your hands, and soccer with your feet. QQ heard Dad say the soccer ball was kicked with his feet, and Kosei and Shoko sat on the stroller's little feet. Daddy teaches you how to play soccer? Is that good? Seeing how smart you are, understanding your own words, I am very proud. Playing soccer is just playing football. Just kick them. Kana was a bit rude and exposed this ruthless truth. Kosei and Shoko were barely able to walk and wanted to play soccer. The mother of Kosei and Shoko was mocking us, saying, quote, "Our baby should go home and kick it properly for mom to see." Although they knew Kana was telling the truth, in terms of momentum, the three of them could not afford to lose. They say two same-sex men can't beat one of the opposite sex. Kosei and Shoko combined with three same-sex men, but you can't let one of them take on you. The baby kicked her little feet hard in the stroller, and Kosei and Shoko wanted to prove to mom. Our Kosei and Shoko were the strongest, but just now mom was wrong. Worried that Kosei and Shoko were fussing around too much in the stroller and it was unsafe, Kana could only obediently admit her mistake. So in today's society, two same-sex people can't beat one of the opposite sex simply because they still have one less person of the same gender. Brother Cheng, why aren't you waiting for us? Kana and I were wandering around campus, while Ayame Jiahui and the other two were running wildly through the school. After all, Ayame Jiahui and the other two didn't know exactly where I would take the babies around the school. The three of us could only search blindly, and seeing the three of us big boys, we got a bit excited. Did you make me wait? 3 super big third wheels showed up so unconsciously, I can't just kick them out. This is the campus of Moda. Everyone has the freedom to roam around, right? Cheng, we thought you understood what we meant, but when we got serious, we really were in the wrong. Ayame Jiahui's voice was noticeably quieter. Why should I understand what you mean? I really laughed. I just didn't want my 3 roommates to be the third wheel, so I didn't wait for them. Cheng, you deliberately saw my smile, and Arimi was the first to react. Without arguing, I gave Arimi a look that said, "You think you're smart." Seeing my gaze, Arimi suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed she, Ayame Jiahui, and Kosame were being disliked. Cheng, can I hold the baby? Kosame's attention was entirely on the adorable eldest and younger ones. As for why Cheng Ji didn't wait for him, Kosame didn't need to pay too much attention. Cheng, I want to hug the baby too. Ayame Jiahui understands that Arimi and I are talking, and seeing that Kosame has already taken the initiative, Ayame Jiahui definitely won't fall behind. Look, who is the beautiful woman Sowerdo is holding hand? A male classmate suddenly screamed as if he discovered a new continent. No way, you don't even know Kana, the beautiful Ye. Are you just coming to Earth? How could you not know about something this big? Kana, the name Kana, are goddess jokes. When did Soto and the great goddess Yi get together? Otherwise, do you think any woman could have such high looks? Soto and the great goddess Yi have long been together, you know? No, I remember Soto's girlfriend was that Ruka. Although I don't like Ruka, she's lucky to have caught Soto's eye, so I can only admit it. Looks like you're not just coming to Earth. You're basically Dong Shou Cheng, missing news for a long time. Let me tell you, I saw Soto's 3 roommates, and didn't see the 2 babies held by those 3 boys. They were twin babies. Oh my god, it's actually twin babies, Soto. That's amazing! Shahua's and Sochan's child must be so good to watch and envy. Lin, wait a moment. Kana and I haven't been walking around campus long when a slightly bald man with a rounded belly ran past from afar. The bald man wasn't running fast, since his short arms and legs combined with his round, winter-like physique made it seem like a bit much. He probably knew his speed wasn't good enough. The bald man was shouting loudly, so he couldn't catch up and had to wait for him. Behind the bald man followed a well-dressed, middle-aged woman, and a man in a suit. Looking at the 3 running toward me, my expression didn't change much. Brother Akachan is Director Wang? What did he want with you? Arimi asked with some concern, holding Kosei in her arms. The bald man is Director Wang of our department. Normally, when the department head comes looking for a student, it feels like nothing good will come of it. Yeah, Director Wang wanted Akachan-ge to do something. Didn't the instructor approve a 1-month leave for Akachan? If Akachan-ge doesn't return to the dorm, it shouldn't be a problem. Kosame was holding Shoko, looking puzzled. My grades definitely need no introduction. If even top students alert the department head because of their grades, then the other students really have no chance to survive. In the eyes of Kosame and the others, the only problem that could get the department head to come to me was that I wouldn't return to the dorm at night. Maybe it's another issue. Look, Director Wang even brought 2 people over. Since they take turns carrying babies, Ayame Jiahui didn't feel anxious or upset. Because Ayame Jiahui hadn't held Kosei and Shoko in his arms, Ayame Jiahui had become the calmest among the 3 people. I gave Ayame Jiahui an approving look. This time, the boy has become smarter. I can't say I'm 100% sure, but I still guessed some of the identities of the man and woman following Director Wang. If I'm not mistaken, then the man and woman should be connected to Tomomasa. You have to know, during my 3 years as a department chair, the only time someone came to see me was because of Tomomasa. So at this moment, the department head running to me in such a hurry made me guess that it was almost certainly related to Tomomasa's situation. Kana, although we're not in the same department, Kana definitely couldn't guess anything about what happened between Tomomasa and me. Kana looked at me with some concern. Could it be that Director Wang is trying to cause trouble for me because Raisei brought him and the babies to school? The law allows college students to marry and have children, is one thing. But in a way, I have already set a precedent for Morgan Stanley. Kana wondered if the university leadership at Morgana University might develop any negative thoughts about me because of this. It's fine, Director Wang called me because of something else. After spending so much time together warmly, even a subtle expression made me guess the mother was starting to overthink again. Not wanting Kana to blame all the problems on herself, I gently patted Kana's head. The hair was soft, making me feel very comfortable. Brother Fu Cheng, Director Wang is here. You and your sister-in-law are watching the department head Ayame Jiahui getting closer. I really want to remind myself that now is not the time to show off your love. Under my gaze, Ayame Jiahui ultimately didn't rush to say the words, showing off their love. Ayame Jiahui could tell that Chengge didn't care at all about the department head's appearance. Could this be the confidence of a top student? Lin, I just asked your instructor. Knowing you don't have classes this afternoon, Director Wang is panting heavily, and he feels his luck is pretty good. I thought I'd have to find another time to find me, but just as I was about to see the middle-aged man and woman behind me off, Director Wang saw me in person. I didn't pick up on Director Wang's words. Coming to me so anxiously made me even more certain of my suspicions. I looked at the middle-aged man and woman behind the acting department head. Although they seemed anxious running over, now they were still putting on an air of superiority. I was even less willing to speak. Lin, you really are such a coincidence. I never expected you to come to school without classes this afternoon. Unlike your usual aloof demeanor, today Director Wang was quite approachable. There was no other way. Director Wang had been in contact with me before, and I knew that using his position as department head to pressure people definitely wouldn't work. Director Wang was quite adaptable. Director Wang, what is it that you want from me? Director Wang has said things this far. If I don't speak now, it would seem like I'm dragging things out. Lin, why not come to my office and talk about it later? This is on campus, and there are so many students around. Director Wang felt that what he said should be discussed privately. All right, Director Wang, is there something at the school that wants to see me? I don't want to cooperate with those middle-aged men and women with their eyes on top of their heads. I know I haven't violated any school rules or anything. No, it's not about the school. Director Wang glanced at the middle-aged man and woman behind him, realizing that this was clearly their business. How did it suddenly turn into the two of them acting aloof? Looks, aren't you looking for Lin? This is Lin. Director Wang was a bit dissatisfied with the middle-aged man's attitude, and Director Wang began to take a neutral role. Director Wang, can we come to your office to talk? I originally wanted to put some pressure on the middle-aged man who was putting some pressure on me, but because Director Wang didn't cooperate, a slight embarrassment appeared on his face. Awkward? It depends on what Lin wants. Originally, I only brought you here to see Lin, but as for how you two negotiate, I definitely can't force Lin. With so many students from Magic University watching, Director Wang, as the department head, was definitely determined to protect his students. If it weren't for the school's matters, I wouldn't even know them. They had nothing to discuss, and didn't give the middle-aged man and woman a chance to speak further, so I flatly refused. My attitude has been clear. Even if Director Wang wants to side with middle-aged men and women, he should at least consider his own reputation. Director Wang, because of my attitude, the middle-aged man and woman started to get anxious. But to maintain their pride, they still wanted Director Wang to put pressure on me. Lin, these two are Tomomasa's parents. They came today to discuss Tomomasa's situation and what interests there should be. Director Wang ultimately failed to act with true fairness. Tomomasa heard the name, and Kana looked at me in surprise. In Kana's mind, I probably didn't know Tomomasa. Kana is 2 years ahead of me, and Tomomasa is 2 years ahead of Kana. So by the time I entered the Magic University campus, Tomomasa had already graduated. Two people who probably won't get to know each other. How could anything happen? But with so many people around, Kana definitely wouldn't ask me directly. Kana stood obediently beside me. Shouldn't Tomomasa's situation be clear now? Director Wang, I don't think there's much to discuss about Tomomasa's matter. Since Director Wang is willing to be the intermediary, I must be speaking to Director Wang as well. As for those two proud middle-aged men and women, I simply ignore them. In the early morning, Tomomasa's parents said there was some misunderstanding about this matter and hoped to talk to you. Director Wang also understands my personality. There was still some official dialect, and being able to communicate so easily with a student was truly not easy. Our school doesn't interfere in students' affairs. If you have something to say, talk it out with Ling yourself. Director Wang's tone was noticeably colder, and it was clear he didn't like his attitude toward middle-aged men and women. The middle-aged man and woman clearly didn't want to discuss matters in the main hall. Seeing Director Wang not speaking up for him, the middle-aged man finally started to get a bit anxious. Mr. Akachan, I have already made the school's position clear. I also consider Tomomasa, who was formerly a student at Morgan University, hoping that the issue can be resolved for the best. Director Wang, the white-clad paddler, added a few words in his mind. When I spoke up for you just now, you had to pretend to be a department head. Could I be your weapon? Cheng's husband, the middle-aged woman, seemed to understand Director Wang's attitude. She tugged at the middle-aged man's sleeve, and the woman glanced at her husband a few times over at me. The middle-aged woman's meaning was simple. Since Director Wang wanted to remain neutral, she had to step in herself. Of course, the two of them had the necessary momentum to carry their strength. After all, in the hearts of middle-aged men and women, I'm just a college student. As long as I use a little trick against me, my son's issues should be manageable. As for why it hasn't been resolved for so long, the middle-aged man and woman blamed the school for the reason. Just look at Director Wang's attitude, which says it all. At 1800, I am Tomomasa's father. Receiving a look from his wife, the middle-aged man stopped staring at Director Wang and straightened his suit, looking every bit the successful man. If there's something simple, I only say it out of respect for the department head. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother to respond. Li Ling, the last fake cuckoo board meeting was a misunderstanding. I hope you see that both you and Tomomasa are students at Mo University, so let's resolve this privately. Of course, we won't let you suffer losses. If you want any compensation, you can just ask for it in front of your department head. If this matter can be resolved as a minor issue, it will be a blessing and no harm to Moda's reputation. It was clear that the middle-aged man wasn't just saying things lightly. Listening to the middle-aged man's casual words, I smiled. Was Tomomasa's father trying to use the school's reputation to suppress him? From what they said, it seemed that if he refused to show leniency to Tomomasa, he was deliberately trying to smear Moda's reputation. And making demands in front of the department head, this was an attempt to use the department head to pressure him and prevent him from making outrageous demands. Unfortunately, I really want to complain to this self-righteous Tomomasa's father. He doesn't want anything himself. First, I don't want compensation or anything. All I want is justice. As for the reputation of Moda, we victims can't carry it ourselves. By your logic, those who smeared Moda's reputation could be completely wiped out. On the contrary, those victims just wanted fairness, so they did something wrong. This time, I was speaking directly to the middle-aged man. Director Wang, I don't think this is the school's intention. You know how to use the school to pressure people, but you don't know how to do it? I just want the department head to make a statement in front of so many students. No, Lin, please don't misunderstand. This definitely isn't the school's intention. Director Wang waved his hand repeatedly. He couldn't afford to be accused of oppressing students. Tomomasa's matter had already been reported to the police. If I report that the school is oppressing me now, it's definitely not helping Momo restore its reputation. Wouldn't that just tarnish the university's reputation even further? Lin, I'm not using my position as department head to pressure you or anything. today it's just Tomomasa's parents coming to the school saying they want to talk to you in person. I brought Tomomasa's parents to see you because you and Tomomasa are both students at Morgan University. Lin, please don't feel any psychological burden. Director Wang, whose parental behavior had nothing to do with the school, glanced around at the growing number of students gathering around him, and now they were starting to criticize themselves. Seeing Director Wang strip herself and the school clean, the middle-aged woman grew anxious. Her husband and she had always wanted to use the school to pressure me. Now, with Director Wang's words, using the school's pressure on me is definitely not working. Not to mention it, Mei Chanshin's father tugged at the woman's arm, knowing that, at this point, it was impossible to ask Director Wang for help. Linlin, today's matter is just something we want to talk to you as Tomomasa's parent. It has nothing to do with the school or Director Wang. The department is also trying to save Director Wang's face. Tomomasa's father is good at judging troublemakers. Lin, as I mentioned earlier, the issue with the fake antique is completely a misunderstanding. I hope you can consider that Tomomasa is still young and has a bright future. You can't ruin it over a misunderstanding. Let's settle this privately. This is a check for 100,000, a small token of appreciation. In the hearts of Tomomasa's parents, I'm just a junior in college. 100,000 yuan should be an astronomical sum for me. The middle-aged man was just waiting to see me so excited and at a loss. The middle-aged man had heard from his son that this woman named Reisei had stolen the girl he liked, and even had her give him twin daughters. A college student raising 2 kids must be extremely difficult. Not to mention energy, just talking about finances is a huge pressure, so the middle-aged man was confident about the 100,000 yuan check he handed over. Right now, he was just waiting for me to take the check with both hands and sincerely discuss a settlement with him. 1 minute or two, under the middle-aged man's puzzled gaze, I didn't even glance at the check. Tomomasa had tried to blackmail me with fake antiques, but the school's surveillance footage was clearly recorded. Not everything can be solved with money. Young man, do you think 100,000 is too little? Fine, I'll add another 100,000 to you. But there's one thing I have to say. Don't be too greedy. In the middle-aged man's mind, all I said was just to add a bit more money. Thinking of his son still inside, the middle-aged man pulled another check out of his pocket. It's clear that middle-aged men have experience with this situation, and the mentality of wealthy men is not something that develops overnight. All right, here is a total of 200,000 yuan. Reisei, right? I heard you still have 2 kids to support. That 200,000 should be quite a lot for a college student. He glanced at the girl his son fancied on Kana. Even a middle-aged man would be deeply impressed by her looks. Looking at Kana's quiet demeanor, a trace of doubt even flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. In the middle-aged man's eyes, his son Tomomasa was quite handsome. Moreover, Tomomasa was also the student council president of Morgan University during his school term. That identity should be a plus, and his family background would be considered wealthy among ordinary college students. The middle-aged man truly couldn't understand how this seemingly beautiful and elegant girl would give up her son, and instead choose an ordinary student. The middle-aged man felt a bit sorry for Kana. Men fear choosing the wrong path. Women fear marrying the wrong man. No matter how beautiful she is, what good does it do? Marrying a poor college student is nothing to worry about. Tomomasa's father really thought he would pay the 200,000 in cash. Even without the system, I wouldn't bow my head. Besides, now that I have the system, I really don't care much about money. Director Wang, you must have been deceived by Tomomasa's parents. They came to me today to ask for a private settlement, but it seems like collusion. Lin, I don't know if Tomomasa's father wants to bribe you with money. I really didn't know beforehand. Director Wang was indeed very clear-headed, with no unnecessary words. Director Wang immediately distanced himself from the matter. I held Kana's hand, walked forward with the 2 babies without looking back. You should save your money and hire a lawyer. Private settlement is impossible. The middle-aged couple could only grit their teeth and feel helpless against me. This was the first time they realized money wasn't as powerful as he had imagined. I had just refused the private settlement request from 2 middle-aged couples. Director Wang stepped forward to ease tensions. These 2 are your babies, right? I heard from your instructor that your family has twin babies. Young people really have limitless prospects. Glancing at Kosei and Shoko being held in Arimi and Kasame's arms, Director Wang suddenly felt a surge of envy. Such a beautiful and adorable baby, and it's twin babies. Reisei's abilities are incredible. This isn't just a perfect hit, it's a double win. Grandpa saw the ancient times. Grandpa saw that his eldest and younger children didn't need their parents' calls, yet he actually took the initiative to call them. Guess what, these two little ones are really polite. Being called by the adorable Kosei and Shoko, called Director Wang, makes him feel taller than winning the lottery. Grandpa Singh, would you like a hug? Reach out your hand. Director Wang was no longer satisfied with just looking at the adorable Kosei and Shoko like this. Such adorable and soft little babies naturally need to be held in your arms to make them feel truly satisfied. Seeing that the department head still wanted to compete with him to hold Kosei and Shoko, Arimi and Kosame refused. Arimi, Kosame, and Ayame Jiahui had agreed to take turns carrying Kosei and Shoko. With limited time, if the department head wanted to intervene, Arimi and Kosame's time holding the babies would definitely be squeezed. Hey, what's wrong? Is this your child? As Reisei, as a father, he didn't say anything. How could you not be unwilling? Seeing that his student actually didn't want to hold his adorable baby, Director Wang immediately put on the role of department head. Even if it's your first time meeting Kosei and Shoko, we're mainly worried that babies will be shy around strangers. Usually, a 10-month-old baby will be shy, right? Arimi felt that her words were definitely correct. Afraid of strangers. Just now, Kosei and Shoko already called me Grandpa. Do you think Kosei and Shoko will be as shy as other babies? When these clever kids saw their students trying to use shy prey to brush them off, Director Wang said he was as cunning as a fox, so he wouldn't fall for it. Arimi felt so blocked she couldn't speak. Kosei and Shoko really weren't shy babies. Otherwise, holding Kosei and Shoko now wouldn't be Arimi and Kosame. What about this? Are you a big child or a little one? In one sentence, Director Wang demonstrated well how to express two emotions to the students. In the first half, Director Wang spoke to Arimi with a stern face, while in the second half, Director Wang's broad smile was directed at our baby. Director Wang looked at the baby in Arimi's hands, and the kind of love on her face really didn't resemble her usual self at all. Seeing this round, chubby grandpa, the baby asked him a clever answer, and whether his answers were correct. What's so childish about that? Little Bao, the younger sister, didn't answer. Kosei, who was in Kosame's arms, started calling out, while Kosei tried to grab Shoko with his hand. Shokosei felt that this round, chubby grandpa was staring at Shoko all the time, as if he was neglecting our eldest child. This is the little sister, and you are Kosei. Our Kosei and Shoko are smart, and it seems like they're very close to Kosei and Shoko. Director Wang is now playing the role of a kind old grandpa. Grandpa and Grandpa saw their round, plump grandpa, looked at their eldest child, and called out even more happily. Hey, Grandpa, hug him, okay? Director Wang thinks Kosei seems much more enthusiastic about him than Shoko. Maybe it means Kosei really likes him. The eldest child was happy, and the chances of being able to hold the baby were very high. Knowing how to weigh the pros and cons, Director Wang immediately changed his target. Just as Arimi breathed a sigh of relief, Kosame called out unhappily. When he saw Director Wang trying to hold the baby in Arimi's arms, Kosame felt very safe. Before Kosame could finish his words and feel relieved for a long time, the scene immediately changed. Kosame took 2 steps back and showed the department head with his actions that he didn't want to let him hold the eldest child. You still know I'm the director? Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Why are you all so stingy? Kosei and Shoko are the babies of Reisei's family. Are you the only ones who can hold them? I can't. Director Wang glared at Kosame, who actually dared to step back. If Director Wang didn't know Kosame and couldn't even call him by name, he probably would have been called out for criticism by now. Director, I'm worried you might scare Kosei. I found an excuse as bad as possible. If possible, Kosame really wanted to grab Kosei and run away. I'll scare the big baby. Are you saying I look fierce, or mocking my poor social luck? Holding the baby in my arms, Director Wang is going all out. If it weren't for the age mismatch, the interactions between Director Wang, Arimi, and Kosame could be seen as quarrels among children, truly childish. Ah, Director, I didn't mean that. After all, he's the department head. Kosame really doesn't have the guts to say such outrageous things. What does that mean? Why can you two brats hold Kosei and Shoko, but I can't. If Director Wang were wearing a beard, then at this moment, the phrase, blowing his beard and glare at his face, would really be applied. Grandpa Kosei, hug, okay? Director Wang didn't want to waste time getting tangled up with these two brats. His current target was Kosei. Well, Kosei's uncle had lollipops, and taking advantage of holding Kosei, Kosame whispered softly in Kosei's ear. Juko-same's original intention was to use lollipops to attract Kosei, hoping he wouldn't abandon his profile picture and the department chair. After all, Tang 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 is still a baby of just over 10 months. When Debao hears about his favorite lollipop, he doesn't feel any restrictions about secrets. She immediately patted her little hand and said, "Uncle, please give the baby some candy quickly." Tang Tang, hearing her sister say this, got excited too. Her little hands pushed her uncle's little body, which was holding her, and it reached straight toward her sister. "What the hell, Tang Tang? You're trying to trick me!" The department head immediately saw through Kosame's scheme, and his chubby fingers pointed at him. Director Wang said he really wanted to give this brat a major demerit. Such behavior, attracting a baby, is very shameful, isn't it? Director, kids love candy, so it's normal that Kosei and Shoko like it. How can you say I'm cheating? In front of the department head, Kosame definitely won't admit his true intentions. Competing with the department head to hold the baby was already a very bold move. If it weren't for the overwhelming charm of Kosei and Shoko, Arimi and Kosame wouldn't have dared to resist in front of the department head. Then why don't you take it out? Let me see Director Wang, who glared at him with a pair of not-so-big eyes, looking like he wasn't someone easy to fool. Our Chengge said that if the baby eats too much sugar, it can easily cause cavities. Don't give too much to the older and younger ones. Looking at the department head, he pouted aggrievedly, and Kosei and Shoko looked at Kosame from afar. The uncle is a bad guy and says, "Can't we give the babies candy?" Bang, 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 bang. Doesn't give them any. Kosei and Shoko start asking their dad for comfort. "Uncle Shoko, I'll go buy you candy later, okay? It feels like Kosame has dragged her into it." Arimi hurriedly tried to coax Shoko, trying to push her away. Yes, Kosei uncle really has candy. Uncle has already bought a lot of candy and has it stored in Uncle's dorm. Uncle will come get it later, okay? Pushed by the eldest child, Kosame was no longer able to care about the department head. He tried to please and coax the startled babies, so anxious that sweat was about to break out on his forehead. Feeling deceived, Kosei and Shoko still felt wronged watching their mom confiscate the lollipops from their dad playing soccer, and the babies didn't get enough of them. After much effort, Kosei and Shoko finally forgot about the lollipop joke, and this bad uncle brought it up again. The problem was that all the babies, shadows of cicadas, were drawn out, and the uncle said there was none. Thanks to Kosei and Shoko's persistence, Arimi and Kosame, though reluctant, obediently returned Kosei and Shoko to me. Kiss, clap, PA, being held in Dad's arms. The grievances of Kosei and Shoko hadn't faded yet. The two little ones truly lived up to their status as twins. When they acted cute, they were perfectly in sync. At the same time, Kosei and Shoko hugged their dad's neck, burying their little heads in his chest. The way Kosei and Shoko acted successfully made Kosame feel deeply guilty. It really seemed like it was all his fault. This was the only thought in Kosame's mind right now. Kosame, seeing that Kosame had dragged her into the trouble and couldn't hold the baby, complained helplessly to her roommate. How did I know it would turn out like this? Kosame watched the performance. The director really wanted to imitate Arimi and say, "Look at what you've done." Unfortunately, Kosame didn't have the guts. "Lin, can I hold the baby?" The adorable babies have already returned to their father's arms. Director Wang naturally needs to shift focus. Unlike Kosame and the others, I'm the baby's dad, and Director Wang is very polite. "Ah, Kosei and Shoko, Grandpa wants to hug you, okay? You didn't answer right away." Director, in my opinion, whether the babies are willing is what matters most. I won't force them. With Director Wang's expectant gaze, Kosei and Shoko just lifted their heads and buried their little heads in my neck. The babies were really unhappy. Grandpa wanted to hold him, but he definitely didn't want to. Of course, Kosei and Shoko wouldn't say no yet. Kosei and Shoko were showing their unwillingness through their actions. Soto's kids are so unique, they even ignore the director of the drama. How could a little baby possibly know so much? If you ask me, Sato's babies are just unhappy. Such adorable babies. are all blamed on that boy for making them all unhappy. So who is that boy? The baby who managed to hold Sotaro must be very familiar with him. So do you think Director Wang would be upset if he was rejected by all the students in front of everyone? Would Director Wang take out all his anger on Soto? Probably not. If Director Wang were to argue with such a small baby, his tolerance would be extraordinary. I said, can you keep your voices down? Is this a discussion about his pace in front of Director Wang? If someone overhears, we'll be in serious trouble. Kosei and Shoko are angry at that uncle. Is it that uncle really is bad, lying to our Kosei and Shoko's grandpa to stand up for you? Director Wang showed no displeasure. Even though Kosei and Shoko were still keeping their faces avoided, they still looked kind and friendly. Director Wang turned and glared at Kosame, who was standing not far away, truly wanting to vent his anger on the babies. Director Wang, you really can't blame me. Director Wang doesn't know Kosame, so it's impossible that Kosame doesn't know her department head. Right now, Kosame still feels wronged. If it's not your fault, then is it me? I replied a bit childishly. Director Wang really is very approachable now. It was your fault to begin with, Kosame replied quietly. Her voice was probably only she could hear. What did you say? All I saw was Kosame's mouth moving. Director Wang, not catching what she was saying, curiously asked questions. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, I quickly tried to smooth things over. Director, you saw the two babies aren't happy right now. Next time, when they're in a good mood, I'll let you hold them first. Kosei and Shoko, Dads and Mom will take you somewhere else to play, okay? Kosei and Shoko say goodbye to Grandpa, Daddy will take you out to play. While obedient, the two babies raised their little hands and waved to their round, chubby grandpa. Kosei and Shoko were saying goodbye with gestures. Goodbye, Kosei and Shoko. From now on, let Dad bring him to school more often. Even if we don't get to hold the cute babies. Hearing this soft baby voice makes Director Wang very happy. I took Kana and the two babies to the school library. I never expected to run into my ex-girlfriend, Ruka. The changes at school in the early morning are indeed quite significant, not just on campus, but the library is much bigger than back then. As soon as you step inside, you can feel the warmth and the changes in the library. After all, Kana used to be a regular at the library and was definitely quite familiar with it because the students were quiet. Kana spoke to me very softly. Last summer, the library did expand and reduce the cozy room, and I kept the volume very low. I went to check if there were more books in the library. Kana didn't let go of my hand. Hand in hand, we walked into the library. We went to university, and there were many students dating, so besides making loud noises, as long as you don't want other students to study, students like me and Kana who show a bit of affection won't really care about it. Because everyone's attention was focused on the book in front of them, Kana and I didn't attract the attention of the other students. Dear, these strawberries are so sweet. Try them, dear. I personally picked them and washed them myself. Don't you think these strawberries are truly unique? Is that so, baby? Then feed me, the man is smiling. All right, honey, I'll feed you. How about opening your mouth, darling? Is this strawberry sweet? Not as sweet as you, I'm telling the truth, baby. I think you're the sweetest dessert. Ugh, there are other people here. Why are you saying things like that? Darling, don't move around. This is the library. Kana, who had been carefully picking out books at the bookshelf, and I both heard a very discordant voice nearby. Of course, Kana could understand what the man and woman were talking about. But this kind of conversation in the library really shouldn't be appropriate, because the conversation between the man and woman made Kana feel as if she had come to the wrong place. This doesn't even look like a Moda library. It's practically turned into a messy bar outside. Moreover, hearing the girl's voice, Kana felt that her identity didn't seem like a college student, but more like one of those bartenders. No matter the time, students never lack the library at Morgan University. And the atmosphere at a nationally renowned university like Morgan University has always been quite compact. The library is a great place for college students to recharge. The originally quiet library is interrupted by the unrestrained conversation between a man and a woman. These students were basically frowning. Who was shameless enough to blatantly spout nonsense in public? Normally, college students dating isn't so rare anymore, but the problem is, this is a library. Well, it should be a place for everyone to study. But the two of them treated it as a place for romance. That's definitely inappropriate. In the library, it's all about everyone's initiative. Is this how all the libraries are now? Kana quietly asked me. Maybe I've been away from school for a long time and can't keep up with the times. No, I was also the first time meeting someone so unconscious. I always felt that the woman's voice sounded somewhat familiar, but she deliberately pretended to be coquettish, so I couldn't recall it for the moment. Glancing at Kana beside me, who was frowning slightly, I reached out to smooth her frown, then slowly spoke. I lowered my voice and rejected Kana's question. Joke. If Morgan Morgana's library became a place for college students to fall in love, it probably wouldn't have ranked among the top 10 universities in the country. Darling, don't pay attention to them. I'll feed you a strawberry again, with a clear, provocative tone. The girl's voice even rose by more than 1 point. Baby, I realize that only the strawberries you personally feed are the sweetest. From now on, I will only eat the strawberries you feed me. The couple looked at their classmates with pride, not feeling anything wrong with their actions. In their eyes, it was probably quite an honor. Why are you two so thick-skinned? Please watch your behavior. This is the library. Yes, there are so many places in the school. Where else could you have romantic moments? Why do you have to have romance in a place like the library? It's clearly your own lack of manners, yet you think others are jealous of you too. Your mindset is truly eye-opening. Are they students at Armada University? Look at that girl. She doesn't look like a college student at all. She's Ruka and Soto's ex-girlfriend. Is she real? She's Sota's ex-girlfriend. No wonder he doesn't want her anymore. It's really embarrassing. If my girlfriend were like this, I definitely wouldn't want her either. There's nothing you can do about it. You can't expect the school to have to test her moral character and mindset. This Ruka and Soto really did the right thing to dump her. It seems that the darling Ruka mentioned wasn't particularly special after all. It was just that Soto didn't want what she wanted and treated her like a treasure, never seen the world. Kana, standing by the bookshelf of your ex-girlfriend, naturally overheard what these classmates said, and Kana later found out about the ex-girlfriend situation. At that moment, Kana secretly sobered up. Luckily, when she came to see me, the two had just broken up. Otherwise, bringing the babies to see me would have been really awkward. But Reisei's ex-girlfriend doesn't seem to have a great reputation. Thinking of this, Kana glanced at me again. Could it be that Reisei has poor taste in girlfriends? But Reisei, even while drunk, had a sharp eye. Kana's little mind filled with many small question marks. I've already informed you. As I stepped closer to Kana, the warm breath I exhaled blew directly into her ears. I had indeed already told Kana about Ruka and me. I didn't mean anything else. Feeling the warmth I exhaled, Kana's little face couldn't help but blush. Looking at her, Kana, the mother of 2 kids, got shy because of one of her actions. I almost wanted to tease Kana, but considering this was the school library, it wasn't suitable. What? Soto, where did you get your ex-girlfriend? Didn't you say I was your first love? How did it turn into you being dumped by Soto? Soto, you don't even know that, brother. You're not a student at Moya University, right? No wonder you believe Ruka when she said you were her first love. Looks like you really are an outsider. All of us students at Mo University know about Ruka being dumped by Soto. Those who already disapproved of their behavior finally found an outlet. What was dumped? It was clearly me who dumped Reisei, you know? In this matter, Ruka was like a ticking time bomb. One touch, and it exploded. Ruka couldn't understand why. When she was the one who initiated the breakup that day, it ended up being dumped at dawn. Ruka didn't want to be labeled as dumped. Is Reisei the Soto they talk about? The legendary first love obsession? Darling, don't listen to their nonsense. Reisei and I didn't react much. Ruka, having made a fatal mistake, suddenly didn't know how to explain. Ruka's boyfriend really wasn't a student at Morgana University. If he were Morgan University, Ruka's first love would never have lasted even a day. At that time, Ruka met the boy through her friend. When she heard his friend introduce his family finances, she immediately fell for him. For Ruka, the reason for finding a boyfriend now is very simple. You must have money. The first criterion for finding a girlfriend is that the girl must have never been in a relationship. Ruka deliberately concealed her rich past experience and successfully became the girlfriend. She would jump and bring her boyfriend to the school library, worried that her rich dating experience would be exposed. Ruka hadn't expected that, in the end, she would still attract the attention of her classmates. The development of events was heading in the direction she least wanted to see. It's nothing, and you've already been dumped, yet you still dare to say you've never dated. Guys are genuinely furious. Given the boy's family background, if it weren't for Ruka's claim that she had never dated, he wouldn't have considered her at all. Ruka, apart from being good-looking, comes from a rather ordinary family. Following the principle of matching social status, the man only temporarily allowed Ruka to become his girlfriend. In the boy's mind, once he got Ruka, he could say it was for nothing. He had thought that since Ruka had little experience, if he rushed too much, he might scare her away. What the guy didn't expect was that Ruka, who showed no experience in front of him, actually had a boyfriend before. Moreover, Ruka was dumped, and hearing this news made the guy feel like he'd just found a pair of worn-out shoes. After all, it's perfectly normal for young people nowadays to be in relationships for a bit longer and act impulsively. Isn't that just how men date themselves? No, I really haven't been dumped. Clearly, I dumped Reisei's dear me. I swear nothing happened between me and Reisei. Really, I only held hands with Reisei, but Ruka knew what her boyfriend cared about. Seeing him angry, of course she picked the key point. What Ruka said was true. Next to the bookshelf, Kana curiously asked me, when I mentioned Ruka to Kana, was it the last time she boasted about it in front of the two of them? That was the time I brought Kana to eat spicy soup at the Mikazuki-wan community. At that time, I only briefly mentioned my relationship with Ruka, and nothing else was worth discussing. I didn't say anything, so Kana felt it was already in the past, so she didn't ask further. Now that Ruka said it herself, Kana must have been curious. In Kana's mind, if Ruka and I were dating, even if there weren't any other outrageous things, there would at least be kisses or something. But listening to Ruka, my relationship is way too simple. Really, I nodded and admitted that when I was dating Ruka, I really didn't have any impulsive thoughts. After all, Ruka is a girl and still pursues her. To leave a good impression on me, I didn't go any further, and of course Ruka shouldn't be too proactive. Ruka isn't just dating me. I know Ruka, and after we broke up, this guy is probably the third one. Hearing my answer, Kana couldn't hide the smile on her face. Without realizing it, Kana hadn't thought much of it at first. In Kana's heart, even if Ruka and I had things before, those were all in the past. As long as my heart from now on was only for myself and the babies, that was enough. Of course, now that she knows that Ruka and I never really happened, Kana must be happy. Konomi's answer was to look at the smile on Kana's face. If this weren't a library, I would have kissed her. Kana is already the epitome of a beauty goddess, and now her smile gives off an even more charming vibe. Holding hands made me believe that dating a guy with you was just a simple matter of holding hands. Obviously, the guy sees all men as just like himself. It really was just holding hands. Ruka thought about how her love life had been extremely difficult ever since we broke up. She didn't want the wealthy boyfriend she had finally found to dump her. Ruka wanted to come to me to prove it to herself, but the crux of the problem was that Ruka could only imagine. If she really went to prove these things to me, Ruka would never know. Not to mention whether I'm willing to prove anything. Just this afternoon, she didn't have any classes at all, so Ruka didn't even know where to find me. Soto, the great goddess, yay, you two should come to the library to read too. Originally, we just wanted to quietly pick a few books, but Kana and I were caught because of a female student's scatterbrained behavior. The girl's slap made Ruka, who was standing nearby, feel completely uneasy. Sotoye, senior, you really got together. I heard that senior sister Yi even gave birth to a pair of very beautiful twin babies for Soto. So by the way, Soto must have known senior sister Yi quite early. No wonder I heard my friends say Soto dumped Ruka, because he wanted to get back together with Senior Ye. She was so excited that she even forgot this was a library, and speaking so loudly was really inappropriate. Listening to the girl's constant questioning, Kana felt embarrassed. Reconciliation, reconciliation. There's no such thing as getting back together. Kana knew she and I were never actually dating. Even on the night the accident happened, Kana knew that neither she nor I had any impression of her, so the claim that Linika-chan dumped Ruka in order to get back together with her really doesn't make any sense at all. Kana doesn't understand how such a rumor could be spreading, but Kana didn't intend to explain. This was between her and me, and there was no need to explain to someone irrelevant. A slight smile curled at the corner of Yi's mouth. His warm expression kept his distance from the girl without losing politeness. Senior Ye, you've kept your figure so well. I really can't tell at all that you've already had 2 babies. How do you take care of your skin? Because of Kana's polite smile, The girl mistakenly thought Kana was very kind to her. She noticed that after giving birth, the goddess Yi became much more approachable. You have to know, Kana's image at Moju was that of a very cold girl. She took 2 steps toward her, naturally imagining how Kana would become beautiful while learning from the experience. Watching the girl walk into her, Kana instinctively took 2 steps back and ended up leaning into my arms. Everyone was the one to throw themselves into my arms. I didn't need to hold back. With my big hand, I kept Kana in my protected zone, realizing that our actions were too intimate. Kana subtly tried to move away, but unfortunately, I wouldn't give her that chance. She struggled slightly in my arms, but after realizing it was useless, Kana gave up on spending so much time together. Kana knew me well. Kana knew that sometimes I was quite persistent. For example, in today's situation, since I didn't let go, no matter how much I struggled, it was useless. The interaction between Kana and me turned into a sweet interaction in the eyes of the girls and other students. Everyone looked at me and Kana, and besides envy, it was more like they were blessing her. But the campus heartthrob and goddess campus beauty at Morgana University, standing together, were naturally a delight. Senior Yi, I mean, nothing else. Girls aren't foolish after all. Kana's step back already made it clear to the girls that the goddess Yi doesn't like strangers getting close. In the early morning, Kana was still struggling to explain things to her boyfriend, but Ruka was stunned when she heard the 2 titles, Lin the Heartthrob and Senior Sister Ye. Ruka's heart now could truly be described as a galloping horse. She clearly remembered that she and her boyfriend had already spent quite some time in the library. I never saw Kana and me at all. So how did it come that when it came time to embarrass myself, Kana and I developed feelings? These 2 came just to watch me make a fool of myself. Of course, Ruka knew this was just her own wishful guesses. After all, even Ruka herself couldn't have predicted what would happen between her and her boyfriend. At dawn, your ex-boyfriend is very obvious. Ruka's boyfriend cares a lot about my name because the bookshelf is blocking it. Didn't you say you wanted to prove it to me? Now your ex-boyfriend is also at the library, and I'll believe it. In a man's heart, if a man possesses a woman, he definitely won't let her deny it. After all, it's a matter of pride. Darling, this embarrassing Racy and I have long since broken up, so it's not appropriate to say this now. Looking around, Ruka looked around the library, where all the students had put down their books because of her own fuss, staring at her for the commotion. Ruka really wanted to buy a block of tofu and bump into it. Ruka never expected that her once triumphant appearance would now turn into such an awkward situation. How embarrassing is this? You lied to me in the first place. You said you never dated, and now even your ex-boyfriend has appeared. Ruka, you know my principles. For girls with dating experience, I definitely wouldn't want them. I've already been especially tolerant of you. Right now, I just want you to prove that nothing happened between you and your ex-boyfriend. Hearing the boy's bold words, the students in the library all showed expressions like wings in the wings. What kind of requirement is that girls have never been in a relationship? You might as well just say directly, I only want to get it with one hand. No, darling, I absolutely didn't lie to you. Racy and I really didn't have anything happen before. In front of so many people, Ruka still forced herself to bring up such a private topic. But thinking about the sponsor Ruka had finally found and unwilling to give up so easily, Ruka already deeply regretted it. Ruka always thought I was just an ordinary college student, and aside from my good looks, my financial ability was quite average. So when her so-called rich second-generation ex-boyfriend extended an olive branch to her, Ruka didn't hesitate at all and broke up with me. In Ruka's view, it seems to be just piling up bit by bit. When she broke up with me, she really didn't hesitate at all. Ruka felt that dumping me was the right thing to do. Nothing could have been more right. But later, reality slapped Ruka in the face. After breaking up with me, Ruka realized that her so-called rich second-generation boyfriend was actually just an empty shell. In contrast, I was the real rich person who was untroubled and untroubled. Ruka actually felt like she was comparing her boyfriend to my standards. Of course, this standard referred to my financial strength. Seeing her boyfriend insist on coming to prove herself, Ruka almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Listening to what those students just said, it's not just me. Kana is here too. Facing me alone, Ruka felt a bit guilty, let alone facing Kana. Kana's goddess joke is definitely outshining Ruka in looks. Ruka, until you have clarified this matter, don't call me darling anymore. If you can't clarify it today, then don't contact me anymore. Seeing Ruka hesitant, the guy felt like his head was covered in green patches. In his mind, his girlfriend was definitely something other men shouldn't touch. Seeing her boyfriend's attitude, Ruka knew he would definitely keep his word. She didn't want to lose her patron just like that. But with Ruka asking me to prove it, and Kana also being here, Ruka felt quite embarrassed. Between the two men, Ruka didn't make any move. In the early morning, I wanted to go back. The library was only so big, and Kana and I weren't actually that far from Ruka. If it weren't for the bookshelves blocking the way, it would have been only about 10 meters apart. Kana and I heard Ruka's conversation with her boyfriend clearly. Hearing Ruka's boyfriend's bizarre remarks, Kana really couldn't stand it. Kana, who was so self-righteous, felt disgusted just by glancing at him. Naturally, Kana definitely didn't want to hear Ruka's boyfriend's voice anymore. I was originally here to go shopping with Kana, but now that Kana wants to go back, it naturally means nothing. There's one more thing. Just like Kana, I don't want to see Ruka and her inexplicable boyfriend. I realize that guy's way of thinking is really strange. Soto, Senior Yi, are you leaving? Soto, I heard from my friend that your baby is very, very cute. If there's a chance, can we bring them to school? Let's take a look. When someone praised their baby, Kana was naturally delighted. She politely replied with a thank you, but she didn't say that Kosei and Shoko were outside the library right now. Today, because of the matter involving the parents of the famous student, Kosei and Shoko had already been watched once. Kana definitely didn't want such a situation to happen a second time on campus. You're welcome, Senior. Yi, your baby is really beautiful and adorable. The goddess is so big, she smiled and thanked her, and the girl was so excited she didn't know what to do. All right, let's go. Kana took the initiative to hold my hand, her face always wearing a faint smile. For some reason, after hearing that nothing had happened between Ruka and me, Kana felt delighted. Kana was happy, and immediately started showing off her affection. Looking at my hand, Kana's little hand was holding mine, and I couldn't help but smile. Hand in hand, we walked toward the library door, under the envious gazes of other students. Wait, Linreise, wait a minute. After a fierce inner struggle, Ruka finally let go of her pride and decided that capturing the sponsor was the most important thing. Thinking about it, after breaking up with me, her boyfriend is already her third boyfriend. Ruka is very anxious. She originally broke up with me because of money. No matter what, Ruka wanted to find a boyfriend richer than her. She knew that all the students who knew her were secretly mocking her for being blind or for being dumped. Ruka had heard the conversation between the stranger girl and Kaina just now. She knew that if she didn't call out to me now, she wouldn't have a chance to prove anything to her boyfriend. If she couldn't prove it, Ruka could easily imagine what kind of ending awaited her. Right now, Ruka had placed all her hopes on me. Unfortunately, I hadn't heard Ruka's words at all. I already knew why she called me that. I don't want to spend time with Ruka and her boyfriend answering such boring topics. Right now, I just want to hold a warm hand and hug my little kids. Wait, I had something to discuss with you in the early morning. When she saw that I hadn't stopped because of her words, Ruka was getting anxious. The smile on my face faded. I really didn't want to look at this money-driven woman at all. In the early morning, go explain to my boyfriend that nothing happened when we were dating. Because Ruka blocked our way, Kaina and I had to stop for a while. Seeing that her goal had been achieved, Ruka actually started ordering me directly. In her mind, it was only natural for her to go and explain this to her boyfriend. Why should I explain to your boyfriend? Seeing Ruka acting so confident really makes me find it a bit amusing. Is Ruka really that thick-skinned? Naturally, I refused Ruka's request. Should I help her reassure her current boyfriend that Ruka still can't survive? After all, I only know that when I was dating Ruka, their relationship was very pure. As for Ruka's other relationships, I have no way of knowing. I dated you late at night. At most, we've only held hands a few times. Isn't that the truth? Shouldn't you be clear? Besides, now your child's mother is together, wouldn't it be better to be clear? Looking at Kana, who had already given birth but still looked like a young girl, Ruka's eyes were filled with nothing but envy. Ruka knew it would be very difficult for me to simply help her. After all, Ruka knew exactly what she had done. This was basically a sign that she had brought Kaina along as well. In Ruka's view, Kana must care a lot about her relationship with me, and at the same time, letting her boyfriend know the real situation made Ruka very hopeful. I believe Reisei doesn't need to explain any little thoughts about Ruka to me. Kana saw through it at a glance and wouldn't let Ruka use him as an excuse. Nini, Why are you so ungrateful that you and Raisa even have a child? Wouldn't it make you feel better if you explained things clearly? You have to know, during the time you and Raisa broke up, Ruka was actually dating Raisa, and she was really annoyed by Kana's indifferent attitude. From Ruka's words, it's clear that she truly believes in Kana's claim that Kana and I have been together before. After all, the two of them had even finished having a baby. If they hadn't dated before, how could that be possible? As for the history between me and Kana, only Tsukimiya knows about the experience between the person involved. Just as Kana and I were about to turn and leave, a voice rang out. "This is your ex-boyfriend, right?" Ruka didn't answer, so the boy asked again. To her, it was Reisei, but Ruka acted very well-behaved in front of the boys, acting like she was the model of a well-behaved good girl. "Hello, my name is Kimime. I'm currently Ruka's boyfriend." The guy looks at me and seems quite generous. Looking at this boy named Kimime, I knew he couldn't possibly come to greet him so casually. Seeing that I had no intention of responding, the boy shot Ruka a sharp glance and blamed all his setbacks on her. If Ruka had never been in a relationship, why would she need a guy to personally ask questions? Now she's having to find the answer himself. In the early morning, when I was dating you, the most we did was hold hands, right? Seeing her boyfriend come over, Ruka chased after me again. There was no other way. Ruka had originally hoped Kana would help her solve the problem, but seeing that Kana simply couldn't follow her own plan, Ruka could only hold on to me and refuse to let go. What exactly do you want to prove to your boyfriend? Seeing Ruka's anxious expression, and thinking back to that time when the student council inspected the dorm, Ruka made me beg her, and suddenly I wasn't in a hurry to leave. Anyway, solving this kind of thing is just a matter of a few sentences. I suggest letting Arami and the others hold the babies a little longer. Come on, at dawn, I just want you to tell me, boyfriend. When we dated, nothing happened except holding hands. Ruka knew about all the relationships she had after we broke up. I knew it was fine, but Ruka didn't dare let her current boyfriend know. If Jinyu had known that Ruka was a seasoned courtesan, she wouldn't have needed to say a single unnecessary word, and it would have ended in vain. Seeing Ruka's nervous expression, I knew exactly what she was worried about. After all, breaking up with Ruka was perfectly normal, but Ruka was still quite excessive in her actions. Not to mention that Ruka dumped me for money, I still haven't forgotten the incident when she later troubled me with someone from the student union. Remember, at least say something at dawn. This is the truth, so why won't you say it? Are you really angry just because I dumped you? When it comes to who dumped whom, Ruka has always been serious and ruthless. If she seizes an opportunity, she'll definitely bring up a round. Of course, at this moment, she also seems to want to provoke me into speaking. Kana is still standing nearby. If I say something reckless, wouldn't it be hurting the enemy 1,000 and hurting myself 800? We're all smart people. Ruka believes I wouldn't do something so foolish. Why should I be angry? At the time, I knew Kana had already given me a pair of adorable twin babies, and I definitely wouldn't continue dating you. I didn't say directly that I dumped Ruka, but the meaning behind those words was quite clear. Once again, I was implicating that I had shook her off. Ruka's face instantly fell, and her gritted teeth looked like she was about to curse out loud. Didn't you hear that? I'll just say. My friend and Soto are in the same class, the correct version. Clearly, Soto dumped Ruka. That Ruka really has a thick skin. She was just saying she dumped Soto, and Ruka was with the great goddess at night. She didn't even look in the mirror to see if Soto would like her. The originally quiet library had now become a lively theater. Since no one was in the mood to study, they simply started reading directly. Shishi, Reisei, you should clearly explain who dumped whom. Ruka looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her fur standing on end. Why don't you repeat what you said back then? I glanced at the man named Jing Yunlin, who was deliberately setting a trap for Ruka. Just say it. I want everyone to know, whether it was I, Ruka, dumping you, Reisei, or you dumping me. Ruka held her head high, her fighting spirit fully ignited. It was almost time for evening self-study, and I was probably the last to fall. As soon as I entered the classroom, I asked you to break up with me. You hadn't even reacted yet, but Ruka thought he had dumped me. Then, seeing Ruka's smug expression, I remained calm and didn't rush or argue. just held Kana's hand and stood steadily. Then you ask me why we broke up. Ruka brushed her hair aside, wondering if I'd gotten silly. If I kept asking like that, wouldn't it make me feel even more embarrassed? What was the reason? It seemed like he really couldn't remember, and I asked very seriously. The reason, of course, is that you're no longer good enough for me. When Ruka said this, her tone was full of pride, and she didn't forget to say a word about her boyfriend. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Ruka, if you're looking for an excuse, can you be a bit more serious? Soto isn't good enough. I really don't know if you're severely myopic or what's wrong with you. Just now, I almost believed it. I thought Ruka really dumped Soto, and my little heart almost stopped beating. Turns out, Ruka was lying. How boring. Ruka didn't need me to refute her words. The students around her questioned her. There was no way to say I wasn't good enough for Ruka. No one would believe it. My looks speak for themselves, and with my status as a top student, only Ruka is up to me. How could I possibly be unworthy of her? You know nothing, so why should you say I'm lying? Ruka felt like kicking everyone out of front of a group of meddlers. Even if we don't know anything else, we know you're the only one who isn't worthy of Soto. How could it be that Soto isn't good enough for you? Ruka, if you want to find an excuse, please use your brain. Ruka doesn't know if it's because you're foolish or if you think we're all fools. You still have the nerve to say such an unreliable excuse. You guys know what I mean. I say Linikoshin isn't good enough for me, and I have my reasons. Ruka now has to face a large group of students alone. Although Ruka was a combative type of girl, not to mention fighting 10 or 3 at once, it wasn't a problem for her. But now she was facing far too many enemies. Ruka, I think you shouldn't be so stubborn. Being dumped by Soto isn't shameful, especially since you lost to our senior sister Yi. That's even less shameful. Ruka just couldn't understand why, in the eyes of these students, did she have to be dumped. Her anger had reached its peak. Ruka felt that if she didn't say something clear today, she would definitely take the blame for being dumped by me for the rest of her life. You want to know what I don't deserve of Linika-chan, right? Today, I'll satisfy your curiosity. Ruka felt a sense of heroic sacrifice. She glanced at me, her eyes filled only with anger. Ruka felt it was all my fault. If I hadn't hidden my wealthy identity from the start, she would still be sitting on my girlfriend's throne. Even if Kana later came looking for us, and both Kana and I already had a baby, Ruka, the one who was hurt, would definitely gain a lot of benefits. Linika-chan looks perfect in your eyes. Did you not give other students a chance to speak? Ruka wasn't just asking a question. She switched to a questioning mode, meaning self-questioning and answering. Unfortunately, in my eyes, Linika-chan was just a penniless. Knowing that I was driving a big BMW and living in a high-end neighborhood, other classmates definitely wouldn't accept the term, penniless. Ruka immediately added another sentence. Of course, when I said Linika-chan was pauper, compared to my rich ex-boyfriend, Ruka felt that if she added something, she shouldn't be questioned anymore. A furious roar instantly knocked Ruka, who had been smug, back to her original form. Ruka belatedly realized her boyfriend was still here. For a guy who cares deeply about whether his girlfriend is his first love, Ruka was just confessing without asking. Linika-chan and Ruka had already struggled to explain, and now Ruka was even willing to confess something, causing her ex-boyfriend Ruka to wail in despair. You maiming. Listen to me explain. While I was trying to explain, Ruka stepped forward and grabbed her boyfriend's sleeve, but didn't know how to explain. Liao Kimime forcefully shook off Ruka's hand, his face showing nothing but disgust. Linika-chan, did you really get dumped because you were poor? Kana, I'm really curious. If someone like me can be considered poor, then Ruka's standards must be so high. Besides, Ruka mentioned that the rich second-generation ex-boyfriend Kana remembered meeting herself, the same guy she ran into outside Mikazuki-wan community. Compared to Linika-chan, who owns a suite in Mikazuki-wan community, the guys renting there tend to have more money. Kana noticed that Ruka's way of thinking was truly unusual. Kana, how could I have been dumped? Back then, you already had Kosei and Shoko. How could I have dated someone else? Kana, if you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have been dating Ruka at all. Ruka has always wanted to prove that she dumped me. I said, this is a matter of face. How could I possibly let that woman get what I want? This is probably because her rich second-generation ex-boyfriend is the same guy we met last time who wanted to take Ruka to rent a place in our neighborhood. In Kana's heart, I was already her man. When it came to her husband's reputation, Kana was determined to defend it to the end. Renting a house, Ruka, why doesn't your rich second-generation boyfriend buy you a place but rents for you? Ruka, are you sure your ex-boyfriend is a rich second-generation heir? Why do I feel like you've been scammed? Hey, didn't you hear what Soto said? It's not Ruka who dumped Soto at all. Clearly, Soto and Senior Yi got back together, dumping Ruka, okay? This ex-boyfriend was definitely real, since both Soto and Senior Yi had seen it. Whether he was a rich second generation was hard to say. Everyone remembers the saying that Jinyu and Jinyu Mei must be their first love. Still renting, haven't you already had relationships with someone else? Now, Jinyu Mei felt that the top of his head was no longer just patches of green, but rather green, with no visible color at all. She mentioned her ex-boyfriend by herself, and now Ruka can't deny his existence. Now, she can only explain things by talking about renting a place. That day, for certain reasons, the apartment really wasn't rented, and Ruka even broke up with her rich second-generation ex-boyfriend on the spot. Ruka, how many boyfriends have you had? Kimi Mei stepped forward and glared fiercely at her. Whenever he thought of Ruka's countless ex-boyfriends, Kimi Mei stepped back in disgust. Thinking about the recent scenes of being affectionate with Ruka, Kimi Mei almost vomited. You could say Kimi Mei was not only highly double-standard, but also deeply twisted in psychology. Hey Ruka, don't come looking for me again. Kimi Mei casually walked toward the library door. For Kimi Mei, today was very embarrassing. In front of so many Momo University students, Ruka had put countless green hats on herself. Kimi Mei now felt that everyone's gazes were full of mockery. You may listen to me. Seeing her boyfriend leave Ruka, she ran a couple of steps and wanted to catch up, but maybe she remembered something. But in the end, Ruka stopped. Already deeply hurt, Ruka still had to listen to everyone's gossip about her. She didn't even know if she should wear a mask when going out in the future. It's late at night, let's go. Not wanting to see Ruka go crazy, Kana felt that she and I had been in the library long enough. I wondered if Kosei and Shoko were causing trouble outside. I held Kana's hand, didn't look at Ruka again, and walked briskly toward the library's main gate. Today, I planned to take Kana and the two babies to meet my father-in-law and mother-in-law. To boost her courage, Kana also called her close friend Tsukimiya along. After all, Kana hadn't told her family anything about having children, and now suddenly bringing two babies home. Kana was also a bit worried about her parents. Caution. Jin Zhang could handle it. All sorts of psychological speculations had kept her awake all night, and she didn't look well. She didn't look well, Kana, don't be afraid. I held her little hand tightly, then looked at the two babies, and we had Kosei and Shoko. Whatever difficulties the family faced, we would face them together. Besides, your husband is so outstanding. I believe Uncle and Auntie would agree to let us be together. Honestly, I wasn't confident either, but now that Kana is panicking, I can't afford to panic. It's just that Reisei is warm and lovely. Whether in looks or finances, he's 1 in a million and he loves her so much. Tsukimiya also sighed at how quickly time flies. When I first met her, she was still hostile, but now, in such a short time, she's already speaking up for me. It shows my performance has satisfied her. The car sped along. Following the address Kana gave me, I arrived at my mother-in-law's house for more than 2 minutes. I parked the car in the community parking lot, then got out with Kana holding the baby. At this moment, Tsukimiya became the laborer, helping us carry big bags and small bags. These were all gifts I spent picking out yesterday, after leaving school and then going to the mall. Kana nervously pressed the doorbell, her little hands clenched until sweaty. She had never told her parents about having a baby, and even last night when she came back, she only said it was a surprise. Now Kana almost wanted to run away legitimately, but thinking that what was bound to come would come eventually, she had to face and resolve it sooner or later, so she could only grit her teeth and stand where she was. The door opened, and a graceful middle-aged woman appeared. The moment she saw Kana, she was delighted. After all, it had been a long time since she last saw her daughter, and then she looked at the baby in her arms, her face full of confusion. Then she glanced at Tsukimiya, who was carrying big and small bags, and came to see Auntie. Why be so formal next time? Tsukimiya, is this your baby? Because I was about to lock the car, my mother-in-law didn't notice me before I left. I mistakenly thought Tsukimiya had just given birth and came over to surprise the uncle and aunt. Tsukimiya was strong and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Then she glanced at Kana, who looked for help, thinking, I'm just a laborer, how come I've become the main character now? Seeing Tsukimiya's troubled expression, Kana finally spoke. Mom, this matter is a bit complicated. Let's talk about it once we go inside. The mother-in-law didn't think much of it, so she said, everyone hurry inside. Look at me, I'm confused, and you all have to stand outside. As soon as they entered, they heard a middle-aged man's voice. Has the child's mother come home with Kana? You said this child has been busy with work and hasn't been home for a long time. He complains, but his face is full of laughter. Once everyone had come in, my mother-in-law finally noticed me and the baby in her arms, and with a hint of confusion asked, Are you Tsukimiya's boyfriend? A few days ago, her best friend even said something was wrong with her daughter, probably because of it. At this moment, Kana knew she had to step forward. Mom, she was at midnight, she was my husband. Kana seemed to have used all her courage to say this, and after saying this, she breathed a sigh of relief. When the father-in-law and mother-in-law heard this, they immediately retorted, What does husband mean? What does this mean? Their daughter hadn't even heard of a boyfriend. When did she start dating? And now suddenly a husband had arrived. But thinking that the mother-in-law was the first to snap out of it and feel warm, even though these two babies already had their answers, they couldn't help but ask to confirm, Mom, they're both my and Raisei's babies. They're twins. I know this is a bit hard for you to accept at first, but it's all unexpected. Thinking about how my parents usually discipline me, and even hid their living conditions to keep me from being spoiled, seeing me like this now must be disappointing. Uncle and Auntie, this was all an accident. Lately, I've been by Kana's side, and I know all of this. It's really not Kana's fault. Although my father-in-law's face was a bit grim, he didn't get angry or curse. You'd better explain yourself to me. His anger swept over me, then settled on Kana. Uncle, it's all my fault. So I recounted the drunken incident over and over. When I woke up, I didn't see Kana, and later, when he came to the school to find me, I found out there were two kids. Uncle, it's all my fault. I didn't notice right away. Kana was pregnant, and I wasn't by his side during his toughest times. If you have any anger, just take it out on me. Don't blame Wenshinksen. Dad, this has nothing to do with Reisei. I was the one who gave birth to the child myself. Before finding Reisei, he had no idea. If you want to punish someone, then punish me. After saying this, he looked at Kosei and Shoko with gentle eyes. Seeing her daughter like this, the mother-in-law's eyes were filled only with heartache. Having been through it, she understood the bitterness of her daughter's own birth, and she hadn't even had any help from her family. The father-in-law's face was serious. He was gonna punish you. How could you be a mother? Hurry up and have the two kids call you Grandpa, Grandma. The father-in-law isn't a stubborn old man. Seeing how his daughter and the boy had just been, and the way her daughter looked at him for him, they must have liked each other. Besides, both babies were already so big, and for his daughter's happiness, he certainly wouldn't break up the couple. My mother-in-law was also smiling softly, shying as she spoke. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and bring your granddaughter over to me. I'm already a grandmother. Kana and I exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. It wasn't that it was different from what we imagined. We accepted it now. I was still wondering if Uncle would release the Chipai King or give me a proper lesson. I had already prepared myself to endure some physical pain, and now it was resolved just like that. Kana carried Shoko to her mother-in-law. Shoko was Grandma, called Grandma, and next to Grandpa was Grandpa, calling Grandpa husband. Quickly bring Kosei over too. Responding back, I also carried Kosei forward. Kosei is Grandma, and this is Grandpa. Kosei should be good and call him Grandpa and Grandma. The two babies were very obedient, opening their little mouths and laughing loudly. They both called out to Grandpa and Grandma, and even reached out their little hands to hug them. The grandmother and father-in-law held the two babies, both grinning from ear to ear, teasing the babies while scolding Kana for not bringing the babies home sooner. Tsukimiya sat nearby, watching the drama. She really was a worker's soul. She took a day off today and didn't work, so she came here to do hard labor for Kana. But seeing her best friend's matter resolved peacefully made her genuinely happy. Uncle and Auntie, actually, I'm still the children's godmother. Uncle, you've been holding the eldest baby for so long, can you give me a hug? Tsukimiya isn't willing to be just a passerby, and Gai also wants to hold the baby. My father-in-law also held Kosei for a while, smiled, and handed the baby to Tsukimiya because he had important matters to discuss with me. Xiaoling, so what are your plans for you and Kana? Judging by your age, you should be about the same age. You probably just graduated from college too, right? Are you and Kana living in a rented apartment now? I touched my head. Uncle, I'm a junior this year and will be about to start an internship. You don't need to worry about the house. We have our own place and are currently living with Kana in Mikazuki-wan, a 3-bedroom apartment. My father-in-law looked surprised. Mikazuki-wan is a 3-bedroom apartment, and the houses there aren't cheap. Was this a house your family bought for you? I smiled. Uncle, I started trading stocks when I was in college. Lately, the market has been doing better, so I made some money. I thought I'd give Kana and the babies a home, so I bought an apartment in Mikazuki-wan. The father-in-law looked shocked. Wasn't this just a little profit? The house in Mikazuki-wan isn't affordable for ordinary people, but now, with a baby, even getting around is a problem. Dad thought of this in the early morning and bought a BMW X5 for the family's convenience. It's now parked in the neighborhood, but the car is too big and not really suitable for women to drive. Xiaoling, you're not a rich second generation, are you? Do you know what your parents do? Do you know about buying a house and a car? The mother-in-law, holding Shoko, couldn't help but interrupt the conversation. I smiled. Auntie, you're not as good as you say. I'm not some rich second generation. My parents are just ordinary workers, and I haven't told them yet. I didn't think about coming to see my uncles and aunts first, then taking Kana and the baby to meet my parents. My main reason for this was to get their permission. Kana plans to take the graduate entrance exam after this summer, so I want to hold our wedding first during the break. Uncle and Auntie are really skilled at trading stocks at the early morning. She's not only a hot pick at stocks, but also a hot commodity at our company. Previously, just inviting her to appear cost 200,000 yuan was enough. And then there's Reisei, who hired a nanny to keep Kana from working so hard. Every month it costs several thousand yuan, which makes me want to quit my job and marry Reisei to be Kana's nanny. Kana looked at her best friend's exaggerated expression and couldn't help but say, Tsukimiya, we can't afford to hire you as a nanny. If your uncles and aunts find out, she marries a rich daughter and becomes a nanny. Won't she come looking for us in a hurry? My mother-in-law saw me growing more and more satisfied. Her son-in-law was not only talented, but most importantly, he loved warmth and 2 babies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much money on a house, car, or even hired a nanny. My father-in-law looked at me and nodded in satisfaction. Regarding you and Kana, neither your aunt nor I have any objections. As long as you treat Kana well, that's enough. She's our only daughter, you know what I mean? Uncle and Auntie, rest assured, I will treat Kana and the babies well. For a girl as good as Kana, no one else can find me, even if they carry a lantern. If she runs away from me, it would be my fault. Kana listened nearby, her cheeks flushed as she thought, it's one thing if you usually talk to me about it, but now you're saying it in front of your parents. She really feels embarrassed. The 2 babies seemed very happy, opening their mouths and calling for their parents, as if saying they agreed to be together. At that moment, I took out the ring I bought at the mall last time and knelt on one knee before Kana. Kana, would you marry me? Would you be my wife for life? My sudden proposal moved Kana beyond words. Although in her heart I was already her man, what girl doesn't like a formal proposal? Kana's face flushed as she reached out her finger in front of her parents. I am willing. At this moment she is breathtakingly beautiful. She feels like the happiest woman in the world. I smiled warmly and put the ring on Kana's finger. Then we embraced, and I whispered in her ear, Honey, you belong to me now. Kana just nodded softly without saying a word. She wanted to remember this moment firmly. This was the day I proposed to her, and also an important anniversary to come. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, Congratulations to the host, successfully proposing to the baby's mother. The reward, a wedding dress worth 5 million yuan, is already placed in the bridal shop. The host can pick it up herself. At that moment, I was thrilled. Whatever you want, it comes. Tongzi, you're amazing! And it's a wedding dress worth 5 million. And I started to look forward to it. Beside her, Tsukimiya's eyes were filled not only with envy, but also with blessings. She had witnessed the journey between Kana and me, and at the same time, she also felt a faint anticipation for the day happiness would come to her. After dinner, Tsukimiya went home alone, because she had work tomorrow. If she didn't report in on time, her boss would have to stay awake. Kana and I stayed at her place for 3 days, then drove all the way back to my hometown. I was a bit looking forward to seeing my good granddaughter with my parents. Last time I talked with my mom, I accidentally let slip up and let her guess in advance that she might be going to become a grandmother. The BMW X5 slowly stopped in an old residential complex. I got out of the car with Kana and our 2 babies. I have the house key, so I skillfully opened the door, and Kana followed her, and hearing the door open, Mom immediately stood up from the sofa. When she saw the baby in my arms, her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she knew what was going on. When she saw Kana, she couldn't contain her amazement. "Aka-chan, aren't you going to introduce it to Mom?" Even though she already had the answer in her heart, the way Mom tried to verify it was like a student anxiously checking the answers after an exam. Watching her son come back with a perfect show, Mom's mouth was more than that. AK is still hard to suppress. "Mom, this is Kana, the mother of 2 children, and also the daughter-in-law you've been thinking about. Because my father-in-law and mother-in-law have already agreed to Kana being with me, I say there's nothing wrong with being a daughter-in-law." Given the famous scene where Mom was eager to hold her grandchild and introduced me to the 500-pound cutie before, I really couldn't think of any reason she could have to refuse such a beautiful and gentle Kana. Kana hugged Shoko and politely replied, "Hello, Auntie." Although her heart was already with mine, she was still nervous meeting her parents for the first time. "Kana, come sit quickly. Don't just stand and hold the baby. It's exhausting." Mom's gaze kept wandering between the 2 babies, her expression obvious, but she said, "Let me hold you." As her son, I naturally understood what Mom was thinking, so I smiled and said, "Kosei and Shoko, this is Grandma. Hurry and call Grandma." Kosei and Shoko cooperated very well and started calling out, "Milk." Although the calls were a bit awkward, they still managed to say them fully, then laughed heartily, and even reached out their little hands for a hug. Mom had long wanted to hug her granddaughter, and now both of them reached out together. Mom's face lit up with joy, and for a moment, she didn't know which one to hug. "All right." I smiled and handed Kosei to Mom. Mom hugged Kosei first, then hugged Shoko later. "We want to share the benefits evenly, not be biased. By the way, why haven't I seen Dad?" Then Kosei's mom softly said, "Your dad heard you were coming home today, worried I wouldn't buy enough groceries, so he went to Old Wang's deli by the roadside and said he'd buy your favorite braised duck head." Just then, the door was pushed open, and the child's mother was talking badly about me behind my back. Dad walked in cheerfully, carrying cooked food. "Xiao Chen had your favorite braised duck head." When he saw Kana and the 2 babies, he was instantly stunned. Akatsuki wasn't introducing her to her dad, but Xiao's smile was impossible to suppress. Before I could say anything, Mom answered first, saying, "This is Kana, the mother of 2 kids, and also our daughter-in-law." After saying that, she continued to play with Kosei. I also noticed Dad's desire to hold the baby, so I said, "Kosei, Shoko, this is Grandpa, hurry and call Grandpa." Kosei and Shoko cooperated and called out to Grandpa. Shoko's clever little eyes darted around. Then he asked Grandpa for a hug. "Kana, come on, sit down, look how tired you are holding the baby. I'll help you." As she spoke, she took the baby from Kana's hands, and the baby was good. Let Grandpa hold her. I held Kana's little hand. "Kana, come. Let's come to the sofa and sit at home. No need to be nervous. My parents are both very easygoing people." Kana blushed and nodded, obediently sitting down on the sofa. After a while, Mom and Dad took turns holding the baby again, then reluctantly walked into the kitchen to carry the dishes. Today, knowing I was coming back, Mom had prepared lots of food early. When I saw 10 dishes on the table, I looked surprised. "Mom, it's just a few of us. We can't eat that much. Your son isn't a pig." "What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't Kana coming here? I don't even know what she likes, so I'll make more and see if there's anything she likes." After saying that, she kept adding food to Kana's bowl. Kana had never seen such a famous scene before. Her cheeks flushed, she stood quietly in that pause, looking at the small mountain piled in her bowl. She gave me a pleading look. Mom, you don't want your daughter-in-law to be as fat as a pig, right? With all this, how could you possibly finish it all? This is a bit too enthusiastic. You're the one talking big. Hurry up and eat. After a whole day of driving, you must be tired. Kana should eat more. At home, there's no need to be restrained. Mom now completely treats Kana like a daughter-in-law. Kana was also a bit of a kindness, but she ate 2 big bowls in total. Then she touched her round belly, worried she might gain weight. After eating and drinking, everyone sat in the living room watching TV. Dad was the first to say, "Akatsuki, you have a girlfriend. Why didn't you tell your parents in advance that raising 2 babies is so hard these days?" Mom chimed in from the side, saying, "Both babies are already this big, and you're really hiding it from us. You should have brought them back for me to see long ago." Mom, I just got back from Kana's parents' place. Kana's parents both agreed to this with me. We're planning to pick up authentic baijiu before the summer vacation ends. Koko's parents were shocked when they heard this. Wow, their son is really fast. The first time bringing the baby home with his girlfriend, it was actually about discussing the wedding. This was a one-step effort. When Dad heard I was getting married, he immediately took out a bank card from his pocket. Akatsuki had 300,000 yuan in it, which was some of the savings your mom and I had accumulated over the years. You and Kana can find a place to live. Give us a down payment. Kana is such a good child, you can't suffer. She knows, and you graduate and hurry up to work for me to earn money. Keep this money, I don't need to spend your money. Your son, I will make money. You don't need to worry about the money. I will also provide a warm and happy life. We also have our own house in Mikazuki-wan. Beside her, Kana was strong and healthy, showing a sweet smile. Uncle and Auntie, I am with Reisei. It's not bitter, and Reisei takes good care of me and our 2 babies. Take back this money. You can't take it from you. I've already discussed with my parents. I don't need the bride price. Keep this money, and it's not easy for you to make money. When my parents heard there was a house in Mikazuki-wan, they were shocked. Although they weren't wealthy, they had already heard about the housing prices in that area. Mom looked even more worried. Akatsuki, you didn't do something wrong, did you? Otherwise, where would you get so much money to buy a house in Mikazuki-wan? Or would you have taken it from Kana and the others, family? Mom, don't overthink it. Don't you know what kind of person your son is? Don't worry, the money came from me trading stocks. I even bought a BMW X5. Dad was unhappy when he heard this. What else is he hiding from me and your mom? He even bought a BMW X5. If it weren't for confirming you're my biological child, I would have suspected others were joking with me. Akatsuki, you should keep the money. Although Kana doesn't want a bride price, we should still show our feelings. This shows how much we value Kana. You see Kana and still foolishly give her a little extra. Unable to refuse, Kana finally only asked for 88,000 yuan. Kana felt warm too. Her mother-in-law was nice and cared about her feelings, and she felt she had good taste in her husband. I stayed at home for a few days and also let the baby spend a few days with Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad have smiled more than they have in recent years. Then they arranged for the parents of both families to meet to discuss the wedding. The date was finally set for August 28th. Once set, my parents were busy notifying all the relatives and preparing for the banquet. Since we're getting married, wedding photos are a must. On the way to pick up the wedding dress, Kana and I also stopped by the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage certificate. I shook the marriage certificate in my hand, gave a dark smile, and said, "Wife, please take care of me for the rest of your life. From now on, I will be the one who holds the certificate and work." Kana blushed and nodded. After saying this, she boldly took out her phone to take a photo together, then posted it on her social media to announce it. I also reposted Kana's moments, then wrote 2 words lightly. After sending them, we put our phones in our pockets and headed to the bridal shop. Soon, we arrived at the bridal shop address given by the system. I held the leaf, warm. Sin's smile turned into shock as soon as she looked at it. It turned out that the 5 million wedding dress that just arrived yesterday in the store was ordered by you, sir. Please, come in. In the morning, the store manager had already told me that someone would come to pick up the wedding dress today. It was a 5 million yuan order, so don't be negligent. It's expensive. After leading Kana and me into the store, the female clerk continued. Sir, the wedding dress you ordered is the top-tier one in our store. The manager specially instructed us to give you a wedding photo set worth 5888 yuan. I was delighted to hear this, thinking about which photography company to help take wedding photos. But here's a free gift. No need for it. When the staff took us to pick up our wedding photos, we found that there were thoughtful dresses for 2 little babies. Looking at the list, I only noticed that buying a top-tier wedding dress comes with high-end men's clothing. I didn't even notice the babies too, and I couldn't help but marvel at the child's strength. It was truly tailor-made. I took Kana and the 2 babies to the bridal shop's agreed location, and it took a full 2 days to finish the wedding photos, because there were so many locations to shoot. Besides the wedding dress and Kana, she also prepared several sets of dresses. For such a major event, as long as Kana has any requirements, I will meet them without exception. I guess other girls must have been envious if they found out. After more than a month of busyness, August 28th finally arrived. I was so excited that I didn't sleep well all night. At dawn, I got up and got ready. Here, we have a custom of picking up the bride early in the morning. A few days ago, more than 20 BMW X5s were arranged as the bride's convoy, and now they were already neatly lined up outside the community gate. Passing girls can't help but wonder which tycoon is getting married. This caravan is way too luxurious, all BMWs. Today's female lead is just too lucky. After more than 2 hours, the motorcade arrived at her mother-in-law's house. Tsukimiya, acting as the bridesmaid, saw the convoy arrive and hurried inside, telling Kana that the caravan had arrived early in the morning. "Kana, you're ready." Kana was actually just as excited as I was. Last night, she didn't sleep well either. This was the highlight of her life. Early in the morning, she had to get up to do her makeup. 3 makeup artists worked together, and it took a full 2 hours to finish the makeup. You know, Kana usually doesn't recognize makeup but is already stunningly beautiful. Now, with makeup on, her stunning looks are beyond words. Yu, surrounded by my roommates and groomsmen, walked into Kana's room. Seeing how Kana looked today, I was stunned. This wedding dress with Kana was truly stunning, like a fairy. I took Kana's hand and slowly walked out of her boudoir. The groomsmen group had already prepared outside the door, instantly raising the confetti tubes, and colorful fireworks filled the air. I opened the car door and got into the car. After more than 2 hours of driving, I arrived at the Winter Grand Hotel I had booked earlier, the most luxurious hotel in Shanghai. As soon as we entered the hotel entrance, we saw Kosei, and Shoko standing on either side, with their mom and mother-in-law watching over the 2 babies. The 2 babies happily raised the flowers in their hands, intermittently calling out, "Happy wedding to Mom and Dad." Seeing this, Kana and I exchanged smiles. I held Kana's hand and slowly walked into the wedding venue, where the MC had been waiting for quite some time. The host glanced at me and Kana, smiled slightly, then began to recite the vows. "Miss Kana, would you be willing to marry Mr. Lin Akachan? I am willing to be by your side forever, whether in good times or bad, wealth or poverty, health or sickness, happiness or sorrow." The master of ceremonies looked at me. "Mr. Lin Akachan, would you like to marry Miss Kana?" "I am willing to love you forever, whether in good times or bad, wealth or poverty, health or illness, happiness or sorrow. I vow to love you forever." After speaking, Kana and I embraced each other, and the venue was filled with blessings and cheers from relatives and friends. Today is also an unforgettable moment for us. No matter how beautiful a story is, it will have an ending. Thank you all for your companionship along the way.